My parents sabotaged my medical school scholarship to protect my sister's ego. So I exposed their fraud to my billionaire grandpa, and he annihilated Dad's empire. My parents secretly submitted fraudulent financial documents to destroy my medical school scholarship so I'd be forced to attend my twin sister's mediocre college. So, I exposed their fraud to my ruthless grandfather, and he publicly annihilated my father's empire before I delivered the final, humiliating blow on a stage in front of hundreds. I'm Julian. I was 18 years old when my parents systematically tried to destroy my future because my twin sister, Chloe, wasn't as academically gifted as I was. Before I tell you about the incredible moment of public humiliation that finally shattered their control and set me free, let me give you the background. It all detonated on a rainy Thursday afternoon in April. The air in our house was thick with a suffocating, nervous energy. It was mail day, not just bills and junk mail, but the heavy, stiff envelopes from universities across the country, the envelopes that held the coded messages of our futures. Chloe and I were both vying for spots in competitive pre-med programs. It was the path our parents had laid out for us since birth. She was perched on the very edge of our expensive, uncomfortable living room sofa, her knee bouncing a frantic rhythm against the velvet cushion. My mother, Beatrice, was fluttering around the room, pretending to dust already spotless bookshelves, her eyes darting toward Chloe every few seconds. My father, Arthur, was hidden behind the wall of his financial newspaper, a fortress of silence. But I noticed he hadn't turned a single page in over 15 minutes. When the familiar squeak of the mail truck echoed down our obsessively manicured suburban street, Chloe shot up as if she'd been electrocuted. She got to the mailbox first. It was an unspoken rule in our house, Chloe always went first. She returned, shuffling through the stack, her lips moving silently as she sorted. "Okay, 2 for me," she announced, her voice trembling slightly. She ripped one open with practiced flair. A slow smile spread across her face. "Oak Ridge College. I'm in." A collective sigh of relief swept through my parents. "Oh, Chloe, sweetheart, that's just phenomenal," my mother cooed, rushing over to envelop her in a suffocating hug. My father actually lowered his newspaper to give a tight, approving nod. 1 down. The family honor was secure. Chloe opened her second letter. "Wait. Rejected from Vanguard." Her tone was flat, devastated. Vanguard Institute of Medicine, V.I.M., was the absolute pinnacle. Oak Ridge was a fine school, but it wasn't a bragging right at their country club. She then looked at me, her expression shifting to something dark and defensive. She held out a single, pristine white envelope. Embossed in the corner was the official gold seal of the Vanguard Institute of Medicine. My absolute dream. My long shot. I took it from her outstretched hand. My own palms were slick with cold sweat. I retreated to the armchair in the far corner of the room, needing a pocket of space in the suffocating atmosphere. My fingers trembled as I slid them under the flap. I pulled out the single, heavy sheet of paper. The first word I saw in bold, elegant type was, "Congratulations." A huge, goofy grin split my face. I couldn't stop it. It felt like the sun had just burst through the clouds inside my chest. "I got in," I whispered, the words catching in my throat. I cleared it, trying again louder. "I got in. I got into Vanguard." I looked up, my face beaming, expecting a shared explosion of joy. A "we did it" moment. This was a huge win for the family name, right? Wrong? So incredibly wrong. The room had gone utterly, unnervingly silent. My father's newspaper was back up, a shield of total indifference. My mother's celebratory smile had evaporated, replaced by a mask of strained concern directed solely at Chloe, whose face had crumpled as she stared at her own thin rejection letter from the exact same institution. My mother finally broke the silence, her voice a travesty of forced brightness. "Oh, well, she said, her eyes flitting toward me for a millisecond before locking back onto Chloe. "At least one of you got some good news today." It wasn't a congratulations, it was a damage report. My life-altering achievement was framed as nothing more than a consolation prize for my sister's disappointment. My success was an inconvenience they now had to manage. That night, after a dinner eaten in near total silence, I tried to talk to Chloe. I knocked on her door. "Chloe, you okay?" "Just leave me alone, Julian." Her voice came back, muffled and thick with bitter resentment. Defeated, I headed to my own room. I thought the worst of it, the acute awkwardness, was over. But as I passed the top of the stairs, I heard their voices low, conspiratorial tones drifting up from my father's locked study. I froze, melting back into the shadows of the hallway. It will be a complete and utter disaster for Chloe's psyche if she has to watch Julian succeed at that level first. My mother's voice was a venomous hiss. "She's so fragile right now, Arthur. Seeing him at a top-tier medical school, while she's just at Oak Ridge, it will crush her." My father's reply was colder, stripped of all emotion. It was the voice he used for hostile corporate negotiations. "I agree. It's an unacceptable outcome. We have to do something." I backed away from the stairs, A chill creeping down my spine that had nothing to do with the drafty hallway. Do something. What in God's name did that mean? I didn't have the answer then. But that quiet, menacing promise was the opening salvo in a war I never knew I was supposed to fight. A war for my own future, waged against my own flesh and blood. To really understand why my achievement was treated like a declaration of war, you have to understand the soil it grew in. My family wasn't just a family, it was a monarchy, and Chloe was the chosen heir. I was, at best, a member of the court, and at worst, a court jester whose only job was to make the princess feel better about herself. This wasn't a new development. It was the bedrock of our entire childhood. Chloe was the sun, I was a minor planet caught in her gravitational pull. She was vibrant, social, and effortlessly charming. I was the quiet one, the observer, the kid who would rather take apart a broken toaster than be the center of attention. Our parents interpreted this difference not as personality, but as a hierarchy. She was the one to be showcased, I was the one to be managed. Every milestone was carefully orchestrated to ensure Chloe's ego remained intact. Take our 10th birthday, for example. I had been obsessed with biology for months. All I wanted was a high-powered microscope. I had circled one in a catalog, a beautiful, professional-grade starter model, and left the catalog on the kitchen island for weeks. Chloe, in a fleeting phase, had decided she was into jewelry making. On our birthday morning, the living room was filled with gifts. Chloe's pile was a mountain of brightly wrapped boxes. Mine was a small, modest hill. She tore into hers, revealing expensive beads, silver wires, a professional kiln, my parents oohing and aahing at every reveal. Then it was my turn. I opened my gifts, clothes, a new backpack, some novels. All nice things, but no microscope. I swallowed the lump in my throat and tried not to let my disappointment show. And one more for the birthday girl, my dad announced, pulling a large, heavy box from behind the sofa. It was the microscope, my microscope. He presented it to Chloe with a grand flourish. She looked at it, completely bewildered. A microscope? What am I supposed to do with this? My mother knelt down, her smile perfectly practiced. Well, honey, we know Julian loves this stuff. We thought it would be a fun thing for you two to do together. You can be the project manager. The message was clear as glass. My interests were only valid if they could be presented as a gift to her, a tool for family bonding that she would ultimately control. I spent that night teaching a completely bored Chloe how to focus the lens on a piece of onion skin, my heart a lead lump in my chest. She used the microscope exactly twice before it became an expensive stand for her necklaces in the back of her closet. This pattern repeated endlessly. The most defining moment was the regional robotics competition in the 8th grade. I'd spent 3 months meticulously building a working solar-powered rover. It had independent suspension, a motorized scoop, and a tiny camera. It was my absolute masterpiece. I won first place. I remember the weight of that heavy gold medal around my neck, a feeling of pure, unadulterated pride. Chloe had entered a hastily made papier-mâché volcano that barely fizzed. When her name wasn't called for any of the top prizes, the waterworks began. They weren't the dramatic sobs of real hurt, but the low, hiccuping, tactical tears she had perfected. They were a weapon, and my mother was her prime target. My mom found me by my project booth, her smile tight and strained. In front of my science teacher, in front of my peers, she whispered, "Julian, darling, look at your sister. She tried so hard. You know how sensitive she is. It would be such a kind, generous thing for you to let her wear your medal for the photos. It's just a piece of metal after all. Being a good brother is more important." The pressure was immense. All eyes were on me. Being a good brother meant erasing my own achievement. Refusing meant being the villain who made his sister cry. With trembling hands, I took the medal off my neck and handed it to her. The tears vanished instantly. My mother beamed. "That's my sweet boy." I didn't feel sweet, I felt invisible. My only true refuge was in the world of academics. It was logical, it was fair. The laws of physics didn't care who your parents liked more. It was in my AP biology class that I found a real ally, Dr. Sterling. He was a retired neurosurgeon who taught high school biology because, as he put it, he wanted to shape minds before they got ruined by the ego of medical school. He was sharp, intimidating, and he didn't suffer fools. And for some reason, he saw me. He saw the extra research I did, the questions I asked that went way beyond the curriculum. One afternoon, he kept me after class. The room was empty, smelling of whiteboard markers and formaldehyde. "Julian," he said, leaning against his heavy oak desk. "You have a mind for this. A real intuitive grasp of complex biological systems. It's not something you can teach. You either have it, or you don't." He paused, his eyes searching my face. "Tell me something, your parents, are they fostering this?" I felt a flush of heat creep up my neck. They want us to be doctors," I mumbled, the us hanging heavily in the air. "Doctor?" Sterling nodded slowly, a deep, sad understanding in his gaze. "I see, the royal we." He reached into his worn leather briefcase and pulled out a thick, Intimidatingly dense medical textbook, Netter's Atlas of Human Anatomy. This was my companion through my first year of med school. It's yours now. Don't tell your parents. Don't tell anyone. Just read it. Absorb it. Let it be our secret. And that book became my holy text. I would spend my lunch hours hidden in a dusty study carrel in the back of the school library, absorbing every page. My parents, meanwhile, were sinking a small fortune into elite private tutors for Chloe. Tutors who would arrive in expensive cars. Tutors my mother would boast about at her tennis club. Chloe is working with Dr. Vance from the university. She'd say loudly, he thinks she has tremendous promise. I wasn't jealous of the tutoring itself. I was gutted by the blatant disparity in investment. They were betting on her. I was expected to figure it out entirely on my own. It was Dr. Sterling who pushed me to apply to Vanguard Institute of Medicine. I thought it was a joke. They don't accept kids like me, I'd argued. What? Kids who are brilliant but don't have a cheering section at home? He countered with a wry smile. Sometimes, Julian, that's exactly who they're looking for. Talent like yours has to carve its own path. Never, ever depend on the good graces of others to validate your worth. Your worth is inherent. Remember that. My other anchor was my older brother, Liam. He was 4 years my senior and had escaped to a college on the opposite side of the country the second he turned 18. He saw our family with the crystal clarity of distance. The summer before he left, he sat me down in his empty bedroom. Jules, he said, his voice deadly serious. I'm going to give you some advice, and I need you to listen. Mom and Dad have a massive blind spot named Chloe. They will always manage situations to protect her feelings, even if it means throwing you under the bus. You have to protect yourself. He leaned in closer. Start a file. A secret one on your laptop. If they say something important, write it down. If there's a weird conversation, document it. Date, time, exact words. Sounds paranoid, I know. But data doesn't have feelings. Data is just the truth. And one day, you might need the truth on your side. It felt deeply cynical, like a spy movie, keeping a dossier on my own parents. But the look in his eyes was so urgent that I did it. I created a hidden folder named Insurance. For years, it sat there mostly empty, until now. After hearing them in the study that April night, my heart hammering against my ribs, I powered on my laptop. I opened the insurance folder and created a new text file. Date, April 14th. Time, approx 10:45 p.m. Subject, parental discussion regarding Vanguard acceptance. Overheard mother and father in the study. Mother stated my success would be a disaster for Chloe's psyche. Father stated, we have to do something. Implication, they intend to interfere with my enrollment at VIM to protect Chloe's ego. It was the first brick in the wall I would have to build to protect my own future. They had made their first move in the shadows. Now, thanks to Liam, I was ready to start turning on the lights. Update 1. The weeks following that night were a masterclass in psychological warfare. My parents didn't confront me directly. That would have been too honest. Instead, they waged a campaign of strategic neglect, designed to wear me down. Every time I brought up Vanguard, or a housing form I needed signed, or a question about the financial aid portal, the conversation would be deftly suffocated. My mother would suddenly remember an urgent phone call, or get a pained expression and sigh, Julian, please, can we not talk about all this college stress right now? It's been so hard on your sister. My father would simply become deaf, his attention consumed by a non-existent spot on the wall. They were trying to make my future so inconvenient to discuss that I would simply give up. Chloe leaned into her role as the fragile victim perfectly. She would sigh dramatically whenever I walked into a room. If I mentioned a book I was reading, she would murmur just loud enough for our parents to hear, it must be nice to be so naturally smart without having to try. It was a performance, and my parents were her captive audience. The inevitable explosion came at Sunday dinner. This was my father's preferred stage for family pronouncements. To make matters worse, my mother had invited her sister, Aunt Clara. Clara was a licensed family therapist, and my mother wielded her professional title like a shield, as if having a therapist eat our roast beef automatically made our toxic dynamic healthy. My father placed his knife and fork on his plate with a deliberate clink that silenced the room. Julian, he began, his voice dangerously calm. Your mother and I have been doing a great deal of thinking, and we've decided, we think the best path forward for the family is for you to attend Oak Ridge College. I stared at him, my fork frozen halfway to my mouth. Oak Ridge? Why would I go to Oak Ridge? I got into the best medical program in the country. Oak Ridge is an excellent school. My mother interjected, her smile brittle. And the most important thing is that you and Chloe can be together. You can support each other. It's a built-in support system. Support her. I translated the words in my head. What she means is, I'll be her built-in tutor. Her academic life raft. I don't need a support system, I said, forcing my voice to remain perfectly even. And neither does she. She got into Oak Ridge on her own. Me going to Vanguard doesn't change that. Don't be deliberately obtuse, Julian. My father's voice gained a hard, jagged edge. This isn't just about academics. This is about family solidarity. Your sister is going through a moment of profound disappointment. A good son, a good brother, would choose to stand by his sister, not abandon her to chase some pretentious brand name. Abandon her. I couldn't believe the gaslighting. I'm not abandoning her, I'm going to college. How is my success selfish? It's selfish because you are putting your own ego above the emotional well-being of this family. My mother cried, her voice cracking with manufactured hysteria. All of our friends at the club, they'll all be asking, where are the twins going? What are we supposed to tell them? That one ran off to an Ivy Tier school and the other one didn't? It makes it look like there's something wrong with her. With us. So, that was it. Not Chloe's feelings. It was their image, their social standing. My success was a public relations nightmare they needed to bury. Aunt Clara cleared her throat, sensing her cue. Now, Beatrice, Arthur, she said in her infuriatingly placid therapist tone. Let's try to hold space for Julian's feelings here. This is a tremendous achievement, and it's valid for him to feel proud. My mother's head whipped around, her eyes narrowing into slits. Clara, with all due respect, you are our guest. This is a private family matter. Aunt Clara wilted instantly, picking up her water glass and effectively removing herself from the line of fire. So much for professional intervention. I felt a surge of cold, absolute fury. I looked directly into my father's eyes. I am going to the Vanguard Institute of Medicine. He held my gaze, his eyes like chips of ice. Fine, he said, the word dropping like an anvil. That is your choice. But choices have consequences. If you choose to turn your back on this family, then you can choose to pay for your prestigious education yourself. As of this moment, you are completely cut off. Not one dime from me or your mother. Not for tuition, not for housing, not for a single textbook. You want to be an adult? Let's see how you handle it. He expected me to crumble. He saw an 18-year-old kid with a part-time job at a hardware store and no savings. Checkmate. But he didn't know about my secret weapon. He didn't know I had spent hours researching financial aid, Pell Grants, and student loans. I met his icy stare. Okay, I said, my voice shockingly steady, I'll handle it. The flicker of stunned disbelief in his eyes was the only victory I claimed that night. But the real attack, the one that proved this wasn't just about control, but outright sabotage, came 2 weeks later. It wasn't a threat delivered over dinner. It was a silent, digital assassination attempt. It started with an email from the Vanguard Financial Aid Office. The subject line read, "Urgent update, regarding your financial aid package." My heart pounded as I opened it. The email informed me that due to recently updated financial information provided by your family, my eligibility for the Vanguard Need-Based Grant was being re-evaluated. It stated that my expected family contribution, EFC, had significantly increased, and therefore, my $45,000 a year grant would likely be eliminated entirely. I stared at the screen, my mind racing. Updated financial information? My dad's commercial real estate business was booming. What were they talking about? I spent an hour in a panicked haze searching online. Had his company tanked? Nothing. Then, Liam's voice echoed in my head. Data is power. I dialed his number, my hands shaking so badly I dropped my phone twice. Liam, it's me. They did something. I read him the email. He was silent for a long moment. Then he swore, a sharp, violent word. Those absolute bastards, he breathed. Jules, they didn't lose money. They lied. What do you mean they lied? There's a loophole, he explained, his voice a mix of fury and chilling, analytical calm. Parents can submit a professional judgment request to a financial aid office claiming a sudden, drastic change in circumstances. Job loss, high medical bills, or massive business deductions. Dad is self-employed. He probably submitted an amended Schedule C, showing massive, fabricated business losses for the current quarter. They're deliberately tanking your financial aid package from the inside. The sheer, calculated malice of it took my breath away. This wasn't a crime of passion. This was a premeditated, strategic strike designed to make my dream financially impossible. They weren't just refusing to help, they were actively, secretly working to destroy me. Why? Was all I could whisper. Because if you can't afford Vanguard, you have to come crawling back to them, Liam said grimly. You have to accept their terms. You have to go to Oak Ridge. They're taking all your other choices away. Jules. This is war. I hung up the phone and ran to the bathroom, dry heaving into the sink. My body convulsed from the sheer shock and betrayal. After a few minutes, I splashed cold water on my face and looked at my reflection. My eyes were bloodshot, my face pale. But behind the fear, I saw a flicker of something else. A hard, diamond-cold anger that burned away the panic. I walked back to my room, sat at my laptop, and opened the insurance folder. I saved a PDF of the email. I documented the phone call with Liam. I was no longer a son. I was a plaintiff building an airtight case against my own blood. The next morning, I made the most terrifying phone call of my life. I called the Vanguard Financial Aid office. I was an 18-year-old kid about to accuse my wealthy, powerful parents of committing federal fraud against a top-tier university. When a polite woman named Mrs. Vance answered, I took a deep breath. "Good morning," I said, forcing my voice to drop an octave to sound older. "My name is Julian Evans. I'm calling about a re-evaluation of my financial aid package." I explained the situation as clinically as possible. I didn't use the word sabotage. I said, I have reason to believe that the updated financial information the university received via the professional judgment request is entirely fraudulent. My initial aid offer was based on my parents' official tax returns, which I have physical copies of. To my knowledge, their financial situation has not negatively changed. In fact, my father's firm just closed a major plaza development. Mrs. Vance was quiet. I could hear the frantic clicking of a keyboard. "Julian, this is a highly unusual and delicate accusation. Legally, since they filed the paperwork, we have to process it." My heart sank. The legal wall. "However," she continued, "the integrity of our aid process is paramount. Please hold." The hold music was a tinny classical piece that grated on my raw nerves. Each second felt like an hour. But the voice that returned was not hers. It was a man's, deep and authoritative. "Julian, this is Dr. Mehta, the Director of Admissions and Financial Aid. I pulled your file. I remember your application personally. Your essay on CRISPR technology was one of the most insightful I've read this decade. We want you at Vanguard." His voice was incredibly validating. "Given the severity of your claim, and the fact that you are legally 18, I am personally placing a temporary freeze on any changes to your package. The grant you were offered is secure for now. We will require a formal, notarized statement from you to permanently seal the file against further parental amendments." I had won the battle. The grant was safe. But it only covered half the cost. The rest was a vast, terrifying ocean of debt I had no way to cross. My father's threat to cut me off was still a loaded gun pointed at my head. I knew my next move. Update 2. That Saturday, I drove 2 hours out of the city to my grandparents' estate. Margaret and Winston Evans were cut from a completely different cloth than my father. My grandfather had built a massive manufacturing and real estate empire from a single machine shop. They were pragmatic, razor-sharp, and valued grueling hard work above the flimsy currency of country club social standing. They had always been kind to me, but distant. Today, I was going to force them to see me. I didn't show up crying. I didn't show up complaining. I showed up wearing a suit, carrying a leather briefcase Liam had mailed me. I sat them down in their sun-drenched library, the room smelling of old paper and lemon polish. "I'm not here to complain about my father," I began, my voice clear and steady. "I'm here to present a business proposal." I opened the briefcase and laid everything out on the mahogany table. My acceptance letter to Vanguard. The fraudulent financial aid email, the W-2s and tax documents I had quietly copied from my father's unlocked home office, the insurance file detailing the conversations. Then, I presented a detailed, line-item spreadsheet. I had calculated everything down to the penny: tuition, double occupancy dorm fees, meal plans, textbooks, even a budget for laundry and subway passes. "I am not asking for a gift," I said, looking my formidable grandfather directly in the eye. "I am asking for a loan. I have drafted a legal contract here. It proposes a 6% interest rate, and stipulates a repayment plan beginning 6 months after my medical residency ends. I am asking you to be my angel investors." My grandfather, Winston, a man who routinely negotiated $100 million deals, picked up my spreadsheet. He studied it without a word, his face a stern, unreadable mask. My grandmother, Margaret, who had managed the company's books for 40 years, read my homemade loan contract, her lips pressed into a thin line. The silence was deafening. If they said no, my dream was dead. Finally, my grandfather placed the paper down. He looked at my grandmother, exchanging a long, silent look that contained 1,000 unspoken words. Then he turned his piercing gray eyes to me. "Your father," Winston said, his voice a low, gravelly rumble, "always had a weak spine. He cared more about the shine on his shoes than the dirt on his hands. He forgot that a man's worth is what he builds, not what he pretends to be." My grandmother folded the contract and pushed it back across the table. "We will not be your investors, Julian," she said. My stomach plummeted through the floor. "Because an investment implies a risk," she continued, a small, sharp smile touching the corner of her lips. "And you, my dear boy, are not a risk. You are the surest bet in this entire room." She paused, letting the relief wash over me. "We will not give you a loan. We will, however, be establishing the Julian Evans Educational Trust. It will be funded tomorrow to cover your entire educational and living expenses for the next 8 years of your medical training. The funds will be dispersed directly to you, under your sole legal control. Think of it as an advance on your inheritance. An investment in a legacy of competence, rather than the legacy of appearances your father is so desperate to maintain. I was floored. Utterly speechless. I just stared at them, my mouth agape. My grandfather stood up, walked over to the antique telephone on his desk, and dialed a number from memory. "Marcus," he barked into the receiver. "Listen to me. I am instructing you to immediately liquidate my entire equity position in the Kensington Plaza project. Yes, all of it. I want it done by market close on Monday. No, the market fundamentals are fine. My personal priorities regarding my son have shifted. That's all you need to know. Make it hurt." He hung up the phone. He hadn't yelled. He hadn't threatened. In a single, calm, 60-second phone call, my grandfather had just pulled $12 million of vital funding out of my father's most prestigious, career-defining commercial real estate project. It was a declaration of war, fought not with angry words, but with the cold, brutal, world-ending language of capital. A message my father would understand perfectly. Update 3. The first year at Vanguard was like stepping out of a suffocating, black and white movie into glorious Technicolor. For 18 years, my world had been a claustrophobic stage where I played a supporting character I never auditioned for. Here, I was just Julian. I was surrounded by brilliant people who didn't know my sister, didn't care about my parents' country club, and only cared about the work. I found my tribe immediately: Maya, a whip-smart girl from rural Oregon, and Elias, a hilariously cynical guy from Chicago. We bonded over a disastrous organic chemistry lab where we nearly set a fume hood on fire. Academically, I was thriving. The years I'd spent teaching myself from Dr. Sterling's stolen textbook gave me a massive advantage. I found a new mentor in Dr. Eris, a brilliant, no-nonsense researcher who offered me a coveted spot in her lab studying CRISPR applications for Huntington's disease. I was doing real science. Meanwhile, the silence from my parents was absolute. My father's prized Kensington project had completely stalled after my grandfather pulled the funding, becoming a massive public embarrassment in his social circles. According to Liam, the atmosphere at home was apocalyptic. They had tried a few last-ditch efforts: a guilt-laden voicemail from my mother, a terse email from my father offering to reconsider his stance if I apologized. I deleted both. Their power over me was gone, and they were terrified of it. I thought it was all over, but the universe had one last, spectacular act of karma in store for me. In late May, I received an email informing me I had been selected as the sole recipient of the Dean's Award for First-Year Research Excellence. It was a massive honor, and it came with a presentation at the prestigious, black-tie annual Vanguard Gala. Out of a deeply ingrained, frankly stupid sense of familial obligation, I emailed my parents to tell them. I expected them to ignore it, but I underestimated their obsession with appearances. This was a command performance. They had to show up, dressed in their finest, and play the role of the proud, supportive parents to quell the rumors spreading through their social circles about their estranged son. The night of the ceremony was surreal. The grand ballroom of the downtown hotel was dripping with crystal chandeliers, filled with the intellectual and financial titans of the medical world. I saw my parents near the back, holding champagne flutes, their faces arranged in masks of pleasant interest. My father in his tailored tuxedo, my mother in a tasteful designer gown. They looked like perfect strangers playing a part. When my name was called for the research award, I walked up to the massive stage, shook the dean's hand, and accepted the heavy glass plaque. I looked out into the crowd and saw my parents clapping politely, their smiles as brittle as spun glass. They had done their PR duty, but the night was far from over. The dean returned to the podium. And now, his voice boomed through the sound system, it is my distinct honor to introduce our keynote speaker. He is a pioneer in neurosurgery, a Vanguard alumnus, and a dedicated philanthropist. Please welcome Dr. Robert Sterling. My head whipped around so fast my neck cracked. Dr. Sterling. My high school biology teacher. He walked onto the stage, exuding calm, unshakable authority. He scanned the audience, and for one brief, electric second, his eyes met mine. He gave me a tiny, almost imperceptible nod. A secret message just for me. He began his speech, speaking of innovation and the future of medicine. Then, his tone shifted, becoming deeply intimate. But the greatest challenge for any brilliant student, he said, his gaze sweeping over the room of wealthy donors, is not always found in a laboratory. Sometimes, the most daunting obstacle is simply surviving the people who are supposed to protect you. A hush fell over the room. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw my parents. They were no longer smiling. This year, I launched the Sterling Foundation Scholarship, he continued, his voice ringing with passion. It is a full ride, 4-year endowment designed to champion a student who has faced down profound adversity and simply refused to be denied their destiny. In reviewing the applications, one story seized our attention. A young man with staggering intellect, who wrote not of poverty, but of a silent, psychological war fought within his own home. The air in the ballroom was so thick you could choke on it. I dared to glance at my parents. Their faces were ashen. Stark white. Their smiles were completely gone, replaced by identical masks of dawning, inescapable horror. Dr. Sterling hadn't used my name yet, but he was painting a vivid, undeniable portrait of their abuse for a room full of the exact elite peers my parents spent their lives trying to impress. This young man's parents actively conspired to submit fraudulent financial documents to this very university to destroy his scholarship, simply because his brilliance was inconvenient to their preferred family narrative. Dr. Sterling's voice echoed like thunder. Gasps rippled through the crowd. He fought back with nothing but the truth and an unbreakable spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, the first ever recipient of the Sterling Foundation Scholarship is Mr. Julian Evans. Silence. For one heartbeat, the world stopped spinning. Then, the applause erupted. It wasn't polite clapping. It was a roar. A thunderous, rolling wave of sound. The entire hall surged to its feet in a standing ovation. Maya and Elias were screaming my name. My grandparents, who had flown in without telling me, were on their feet, my grandmother weeping openly. The spotlight found me, pinning me in its blinding glare. As I walked up to the stage to shake Dr. Sterling's hand, I looked out into the sea of faces and found my parents. They were standing. They had no choice. The entire room of billionaires, deans, and elite doctors was standing, and they were trapped. They were clapping, their hands moving in jerky, mechanical motions. Their faces were frozen in a grotesque, agonizing parody of pride. They were trapped in a public nightmare of their own making, forced to participate in the deafening public worship of the very sun they had tried to break. Dr. Sterling grasped my hand firmly. He leaned in close, his voice a fierce whisper. You carved your own path, Julian, now go blind them with your light. That was my victory. It wasn't a quiet argument in a living room. It was a symphony of public, undeniable, absolute destruction of their false image. Later that night, my phone buzzed. It was my father. I swiped to answer, feeling nothing but cold calm. Julian, his voice was hollow, stripped of all its booming authority. It was the voice of a man utterly defeated. That was quite a spectacle tonight. Your mother is inconsolable. That man. He made us look like monsters. He told the truth, Arthur, I replied, my voice even. He just did it in a ballroom instead of a courtroom. He was silent. He wanted me to scream, to rage, to give him an opening to call me hysterical. I denied him the battle. What do you want, Dad? I asked. I want my family back. I want things to go back to how they were. That's never going to happen, I said, with absolute finality. The dynamic where my worth is a sacrifice for Chloe's ego is dead. The parents who forged federal documents to ruin their son's life are dead to me. If you ever want a relationship with me, it will be on my terms. As an adult, you will respect me, or you will never speak to me again. I didn't wait for his answer. I just hung up. The silence in my dorm room wasn't lonely. It was the sound of total, absolute peace. Update 4. The final closure. It's been a few years since that night. I'm now in my residency, working grueling 36-hour shifts, and I have never been happier. My parents' social standing never recovered. The story of what they did became legendary gossip, and my father's firm quietly downsized after my grandfather permanently cut ties with him. But the final piece of understanding came from an unexpected source, my Aunt Helen, my father's estranged sister. We met for coffee last year, and she slid an old photograph across the table. It showed a young, timid version of my father standing next to a taller, charismatic boy who looked just like him. That's your Uncle Jonathan, Helen told me softly. He was the golden child. Valedictorian, star athlete, brilliant. Your father spent his entire life in Jonathan's shadow, feeling like a worthless disappointment. Jonathan died in a car crash at 20. Your father was devastated, but I think he was also relieved. The shadow was gone. She looked at me with profound sadness. When he saw you, Julian, he saw Jonathan. Your natural brilliance terrified him. And when he looked at Chloe, he saw himself. He rigged the game because he swore he would never let his daughter feel the way he did. He became the monster he hated to protect her. It didn't excuse a single thing he did. But it finally made sense. The anger I carried cooled into a deep, weary pity. As for Chloe, she actually failed out of Oak Ridge her sophomore year. Without me to serve as her scapegoat, she collapsed under the weight of expectations she could never meet. She called me one night, sobbing real, ragged tears admitting she couldn't do it. For the first time, I didn't feel resentment. I just felt pity for a girl who had been lied to her whole life. I spent hours on the phone, teaching her how to study. She eventually switched to nursing, a field she actually loves, and she is thriving. Last week, I received a handwritten letter from her. Julian, I am so sorry. I loved being the favorite, and I let them use my feelings to hold you back because it benefited me. I finally see it all. You refusing to give up your award wasn't you trying to humiliate me, it was you finally refusing to erase yourself. I am so incredibly proud of the man you've become. Love, Chloe. I stood by the window of my apartment, looking out at the city lights. Power isn't something people can give you or take away. Real power is the quiet, unshakable belief in your own worth, built brick by painful brick in the dark. And once you build it, no one can ever tear it down. You destroyed her identity. My wife screamed after naming our daughter without my consent. In retaliation, I legally changed it to something worse. My wife named our daughter poorly without my consent. I legally made it worse. Emily and I had decided on Grace for our daughter when we found out we were carrying a girl. After months of deliberation, our families adored it. Grace was my grandmother's middle name and Emily's favorite virtue name. It was elegant and meaningful. Everything was planned until our daughter's birth. After 36 hours of labor, Emily filled out the birth certificate as I had coffee in the restaurant. The nurse congratulated me on Lila Mackenzie when I returned. I asked her to repeat because I thought I heard wrong. She handed me the document where Emily spelled Lila Mackenzie that way. Emily told me Grace had an insight during labor that our daughter required a unique name. She stated Grace was ordinary and our daughter deserved more. I informed her we'd chosen Grace for 8 months and told everyone. Emily stated she had ultimate say because she carried and labored the baby for 9 months. The nurse offered to hold the paperwork for 48 hours for discussion, but Emily stated it had already sent electronically. That was a lie, but I discovered it later. The announcement of Lila Mackenzie devastated our relatives. Mom asked for help spelling it 3 times and got it wrong. It sounded like a drug to Emily's dad. My sister wondered if we were kidding. Emily lashed out that everyone was jealous of our daughter's originality. She called the infant Leela, but spelled it Leela in texts, cards, and social media, never recalling her daughter's spelling. It was misspelled 5 times in the pediatrician's system. The insurer said it exceeded their character limit. Daycare sent Brittany Mackenzie documents home and didn't understand why. Emily chastised others for ignoring creative names. When Lila was 4 months old, I asked Emily to modify it. I tried to erase her birth and motherhood. She said. She believed altering the name would destroy their spiritual connection because she saw it during contractions. While everyone mispronounced our daughter's name, she used those phrases. The preschool years were horrible. Lila was called everything but her name. Teachers gave up and called her B. Kids couldn't say it. Parents felt we were arrogant fools. Emily aggressively corrected others, insisting they were wrong. She interrupted story time to correct the teacher's pronunciation. She made other parents repeat until they got it. Even though Lila was 4, she made her spell it hundreds of times. Lila cried at home when she started kindergarten because kids called her name silly. Emily said they were jealous and dull while their daughter excelled. Lila asked to be called Grace, but Emily grounded her for being ungrateful. I began planning then. I studied legal name changes for youngsters and learned that one parent might petition if the other abandoned or was unfit. Emily was fit, but about to leave Lila. Emily needed a spa weekend for mental wellness. I convinced her. We booked a resort 3 hours away and I'd handle everything at home. Friday morning, Emily headed for her relaxing vacation. Friday afternoon, I submitted emergency paperwork indicating Emily had left the state and stopped parenting. The resort was across state boundaries, so technically. When the clerk saw Lila Mackenzie on the form, she realized why a change was needed. She accelerated this hardship case. After Emily returned Monday, our kid was legally Amelia Harper Weatherbottom. For flair, I added Weatherbottom as a third name. When the school phoned about updated documentation, Emily learned. I did something wrong, and she drove home yelling. Requested Reds is on Spotify. Check the description or comments link. When the automobile screeched into the driveway, I knew she'd found out. Emily burst through the front door. Red. Twisted face. She shouted that I'd damaged our daughter's identity and hurled her pocketbook at the wall. She asked me how I could be so harsh and hateful. I relaxed on the couch with my hands on my lap. I told her I utilized her logic perfectly. The parent who handles the papers has ultimate say. I did. Emily pointed at me with shaking fists. She branded me a monster and stated my actions were different. A sacred and meaningful vision during labor inspired her name. I reclined and crossed my arms. I mentioned that my vision also inspired Sizzle and Morgani. Imagine teaching her how it feels when your partner betrays an arrangement. I felt only delight as she cried, mascara dripping down her face. Around 3:45, the school bus arrived. Through the glass, I observed our daughter descend the stairs with a slumped back and dragging backpack. It took her longer to climb the driveway. She was crying when she entered. Emily ran over and knelt, wondering what happened. Her daughter wailed as her instructor couldn't pronounce her new name. The youngsters laughed harder at her. Everyone laughed at her Pizza Lynn name. Emily turned around and shouted that I'd ruined everything. She stated I turned a terrible situation into a nightmare. I felt something chilly enter my gut. That was my first significant doubt about my actions. Daughter hurried to her room and banged door. While Emily paced back and forth, mumbling about how bad I was, I stared at my hands. I got up and headed to work. Closed the door, I took my phone. Hold music lasted 5 minutes when I contacted the county clerk. I inquired about reversing a name change when someone answered. The phone operator told Emily she could petition to change it again. A pause. She inquired about Friday's Amelia case. Yes, I said. Her voice quieted and grew uncomfortable. She expedited my paperwork without knowing it was a marital conflict. She would have needed both parents' signatures if she knew. I hung up after thanking her. Sitting at my workstation, I felt nauseous. An automobile entered the driveway about 6:30 that evening, followed by another. I spotted Emily's parents exiting. Mark, her father, was outraged. Her mother, Linda, had a strong jaw. I opened the door before they knocked. Mark pushed past me silently. He immediately walked to the living room where Emily was holding our kid. After following him, Linda looked at me. She avoided my gaze. She called my actions psychological abuse of Emily and our children. I explained. But she raised her hand. She refused to listen. Mark confronted me after returning from the living room. He said Leila Mackenzie was pronounceable but not excellent. At least it was love, not malice. He stated my monster was worse than Emily's. I stood there taking it because I had no choice. They spent 3 hours talking to Emily in the other room while I sat alone in the kitchen. The next morning, my parents arrived. Emily called them nights before. David, my father, wanted to talk outside. We stood on the front porch in the cool morning air. He called me shameful. He stated he understood being mad at Emily, but using her as a weapon was wrong. He interrupted me when I tried to convey my argument. He added, "The point I made was that I cared more about revenge than my own child." Mother. Rebecca put her hand on my shoulder. Though milder, her words wounded deeper. She stated, I made a bad situation worse. She stated I hurt my daughter to hurt my wife, making me no better than Emily. They left soon after. Watching them drive away left me hollow. 3 days later, school called. It was kindergarten teacher Ethan Green. He requested an emergency meeting with both parents. The phone caller wasn't telling me what was wrong, but his voice was worried. He indicated our daughter had school-related emotional issues. Though he didn't realize what was going on at home, the boy was plainly hurting. He felt his concerns had to be documented. Next afternoon's meeting was set. Emily and I drove separately to school. Outside the principal's office, we sat in separate seats without looking at each other. Principal Charlotte Mitchell summoned us. She looked glum with papers on her desk. She said our daughter told her instructor she wanted no name. She stated our relationship must end immediately. We were hurting our child's self-esteem. I said that I was referencing Emily's original treachery. Charlotte interrupted me with her hand. Our marital issues didn't matter to her. A 5-year-old being used as a weapon worried her. She threatened to report this to child services if we couldn't fix it. Words strike me hard. Emily wept. Charlotte handed her a tissue box and waited. She gave us 1 week to improve or she'd call. We left office quietly. First, Emily drove away. I waited 20 minutes in the school parking lot. Watching the steering wheel, I wondered how my righteous retaliation had become child services threats. I wanted Emily to realize her error. Instead, I'd shown I might be incorrect. Maybe worse. Finally started the car and drove home. The house was deserted when I arrived. I sat in my driveway with the engine off, watching the sun set through my windshield. I waited until the streetlights came on and the sky turned purple. Around 7, Emily's automobile entered the driveway. She exited gently and approached my window. Rolled it down. Was I coming inside? I nodded and left. We entered the house silently. Our daughter watched cartoons in the living room. She looked up nervously when we entered. She inquired about our conflict. Emily drew our daughter onto her lap on the couch. I took the chair across from them. With huge, anxious eyes, our daughter gazed between us. She inquired why we changed her name. She asked if we didn't love her. Emily immediately wept. Her body shook, and she couldn't speak. I watched her fail 5 times to speak. Emily's crying made our daughter cry. I touched our daughter's back on the couch. We love her. I told her. We made terrible decisions, I told her. I assured her we'd fix it together. How? Our daughter asked. Not ready to respond. Emily wiped her eyes and said we'd sort things out. Our daughter requested a name change again. I promised her no more changes. Emily looked at me but didn't argue. We tucked our daughter in early. She asked 5 more times whether we loved her before sleeping. Emily and I went to the kitchen after she left. I proposed we file immediately to alter the name to Grace as agreed. Emily sat at the table with her head in her hands. She couldn't erase the name that came to her in her most vital time. I reminded her our daughter suffered daily. Emily claimed she knew, but Grace felt wrong. She explained we couldn't revert since too much had transpired. I inquired about her desires. She denies knowing. We waited 15 minutes in silence. I recommended we try something fresh. Shaking her head, Emily, nothing will feel right after this, she murmured. I was furious again but tried to stay cool. I wondered if she would let our daughter suffer from her feelings. Emily inquired if I was really caring about our daughter after what I did. We were stuck for weeks, unwilling to give up. The next morning, my mom called while I made coffee. She didn't chat or ask how I was. She stated she contacted John Brooks, a parental dispute attorney. We couldn't figure this out, so she paid for a consultation. She believed our daughter deserved better than parents who used her name maliciously. I started to thank her, but she hung up. Emily went downstairs to learn who called. Told her about the lawyer. She inquired about my request to my mother. No. Emily drank coffee and added, maybe it was good. Since we couldn't agree, maybe someone else needed to tell us what to do. John Brooks' office scheduled appointments that afternoon. They wanted to meet with us individually first, then collectively. Emily went Tuesday. I went Wednesday. Emily was sitting against the wall in his office when I entered for the joint meeting on Thursday. John examined papers at his desk. He had glasses and gray hair. Maybe 50. His smile and handshake were absent. He ordered us to sit. Seating in the 2 seats facing his desk. John looked up from his papers and pondered us. He said we'd committed parental alienation by manipulating names. He stopped Emily from interrupting with his hand. A judge would see through both our activities. He continued. He said courts only considered the child's best interests. He stated neither of us considered that. Emily flushed. My stomach sank. John persisted. He admitted reviewing the birth certificate. He reviewed my emergency petition. He addressed the school. He read the pediatrician's report on our daughter's suffering. Emily stated her choice was about spiritual and parental bonding. Not revenge, she said. Over his glasses, John watched her. He said she changed without permission. After specifically agreeing otherwise, he said the unilateral choice infringed her husband's parental rights. John stopped Emily from arguing. He faced me. I answered. Mine was about proving a point. John stated bad parents prove points at their daughter's expense. I allegedly used my child as a weapon in a divorce. He called it textbook parental alienation. My words were lacking when I tried to justify myself. John warned that my emergency petition would certainly be rejected. He said I included incorrect information. Emily didn't abandon the child. It was a weekend spa trip. He said the court would see through it. He claimed they wouldn't automatically restore Leela Mackenzie either. He listed all the name-related issues. Teachers couldn't confess. Kids mocked it. Our daughter cried several times at home. He added, the court may reject both names as damaging and choose another. Emily and I gazed. Neither of us considered that. He advised us to compromise on a name before the court does. He advised we ask our daughter what she wants. Emily quickly remarked a 5-year-old couldn't make such a big decision. John stated she's old enough to have an opinion we should respect. Our daughter had to live with her name, he remarked. He stated her voice was more important than ours now. Emily appeared offended but didn't argue. Next week, John organized another meeting. He advised us to talk to our daughter first. Again, we drove home separately. I arrived first and waited in the living room. Emily arrived 15 minutes later. Our daughter wouldn't return till dinner from a friend's place. Only a few hours. I asked Emily whether she was ready. I was asked. I insisted we had to do it even though neither of us was ready. Emily's friend dropped off our daughter at 6:30. We thanked her and took our daughter in. Emily proposed talking in her room. Again, our daughter seemed afraid. I assured her everything was fine. We sat on her bed upstairs. I asked her favorite name. Our daughter initially stared at Emily, then me. Grace. Emily spoke. Our daughter cried before Emily spoke. She wanted a common name teachers could speak. A name youngsters wouldn't laugh at was her wish. She cried now. Emily hugged her, but our kid cried. Emily quickly stood up and departed. I heard her walking to our bedroom down the hall. Our daughter asked mother where she went. She required a moment. Our daughter calmed down while I was with her. Her name Grace is lovely, I told her. I assured her we'd name her that. She asked whether mommy was furious. I assured her mother wasn't mad. I stated mama had significant feelings to process. My daughter hugged me and said she loved us. I told her we love her. Emily was seated on the floor by the bed in our bedroom. She cried a lot. I sat next to her. She said Grace didn't honor her birth. She claimed Lila's arrival was unforgettable. I was caught between comforting her and being irritated she was still thinking about herself. I understood her feelings, but our daughter suffered. Emily acknowledged her selfishness. She said she couldn't control her emotions. My arm wrapped her shoulders. I said our daughter's pleasure trumped our egos and experiences. I suggested putting her first once. Emily looked at me. She inquired if I truly prioritized our daughter. She said I made her name worse out of spite. She wondered how that prioritized our daughter. My response was poor. She was right. My attempt to prove my argument made everything worse. We sat on the floor silently for a while. Emily and I spent 4 days in tight silence. We moved like strangers in a house. We sent our daughter to school each morning with her absurd name. She returned home quieter daily. The first afternoon, she said youngsters called her Pizza Lynn. She tried to chuckle, but her eyes were watery. Emily started talking about youngsters being creative but stopped when she saw our daughter's face. The second day, our daughter ate dinner silently. She pushed her food around her plate and requested early dismissal. Emily left and Emily and I sat at the table without looking at each other. Ethan Green brought home a note in our daughter's backpack on day 3. Checking her assignment folder revealed it. Notes stated that other children have adopted Pizza Lynn as a moniker. Our daughter didn't respond or correct them. Her recess was spent alone, not with other kids. Ethan wrote that he worried about her isolation. Please contact him to discuss the situation. I showed Emily the note silently. She read it twice and placed it on the kitchen counter. Her hands shook. I heard our bedroom door close as she left. I held the message in the kitchen and felt the weight of what we'd done to our kid press on me. Emily arrived the 5th morning. I had coffee in the living room before work. She sat across from me on the couch with her hands in her lap. She agreed to change the name to Grace. She spoke quietly and flatly. She reported one ailment. She wanted legal proof that I admitted my actions were improper and hurtful. She wanted me to sign a document admitting I damaged our daughter. I put down my coffee and glanced at her. I agreed immediately. I promised to sign anything to give our daughter a normal name and end this horror. Emily stood up after nodding. She advised us to call John immediately. Before Emily changed her mind, I called him on my phone. John answered on the 3rd ring and I expressed our need. He offered to write the paperwork that afternoon. He invited us to his office at 4. I promised we'd arrive. John worked downtown near the courthouse. Emily and I met in the parking lot after driving separately. Walking silently, we entered. The receptionist took us to a conference room where John was waiting. He spread papers on the table. He said he wrote a joint petition to name our baby Grace. We both acknowledged in the petition that our earlier acts were not in her best interest. He required both signatures and would file it with the court within hours. Emily read the statement first. She scanned the text slowly. She pushed the papers toward me and signed them at the bottom. I read where I admitted that altering my daughter's name to Amelia Harper Weatherbottom was damaging and done without deliberation. I signed beside Emily. John stored the papers in a folder. He promised to take them to court quickly. We left after thanking him. Court letter arrived 3 days later. The hearing was 4 weeks away. John contacted to say 4 weeks was rapid given family court's backlog. He considered us lucky to get a date so soon. The school sent another letter that day. The principal wrote that Grace will be used informally in class until the legal name change. They sought to ease our daughter's adjustment. Emily nodded as I showed her the letter. She didn't say anything, but her expression showed relief and pain. Our daughter came home from school the next day talking more than in a week. She was called Grace by her teacher that morning. Some of the other youngsters heard and used Grace. Olivia said Grace was a nice name, she remarked. I hadn't seen our daughter so delighted since I changed her name. She chatted about Olivia and their recess play tomorrow during dinner. Emily stared at her oddly. A smile appeared when our daughter gazed at her. When our daughter looked away, Emily's face tightened and saddened. She seemed to be battling internally. Emily stared at nothing on the couch after our daughter went to bed. I inquired about her health. She claimed to be all right, but her voice sounded different. Sitting close to her, I didn't push. She would speak when ready or not. Linda, Emily's mother, arrived 3 days later without calling. After hugging our daughter, she asked to speak with Emily alone. I heard their voices in the kitchen but couldn't understand them. They returned after 20 minutes. Linda looked at me and said she needed to talk too. Emily played with our daughter upstairs. Linda sat down and informed me she'd been thinking about everything. To encourage her daughter, she originally backed Emily's choice of Lila. She realized her mistake after watching her granddaughter's reaction. She stated maternal bonding wasn't about dominating your child. She said the best mothers respond to their children's needs, even if they disagree. She stated Emily was challenging to let go of her ideal parenting, but she needed to for her daughter. She looked fatigued when Linda said that. She hugged me goodbye and told me to watch her girls. Next night, David, my father, called. He invited me to their place. My parents were waiting in their living room when I drove over after supper. My dad requested the court petition signed admission of misconduct. The copy John gave me was seen to him. Dad read it carefully and set it down. He suggested I may admit my faults. He spoke less harshly than before. That was beyond most males, he remarked. He then advised me to seek serious marriage counseling with Emily. He stated we had lost all trust. He noticed how we interacted. He stated marriages couldn't endure such destruction without labor. My mother put her hand on my shoulder and said they would help, but we had to work hard. Emily and I started therapy the next week. Dr. Lawson worked at a hospital area medical building. In the first session, she had us sit across from each other and explain why we were there. Emily initially discussed the name dispute and its progression. My side was then explained. Without interruption, Dr. Lawson listened. We were astonished by her statement afterward. She indicated both of us had significant control difficulties. She said we utilized our daughter to fight marriage-related conflicts. Name disagreement was a symptom of bigger issues. She claimed the true concerns were respect, communication, and collaborative decision-making. We had to fix those issues or they would destroy our family, she said. Emily and I gazed. Neither of us considered that. Dr. Lawson assigned weekly homework. She wanted to practice modest decisions and appreciating each other's opinions. She stated we'd advance to bigger challenges after learning the basics. The next therapy was harder. Emily was asked by Dr. Lawson why she changed Grace to Leela without my consent. Long silence from Emily. She stated she felt powerless during pregnancy and labor. She said everyone told her what to do and feel. She felt that the name gave her power over her life. The name wasn't important, she said. Proving her strength was the goal. Dr. Lawson inquired why I used a worse name. I had trouble expressing it. I finally admitted to being betrayed and humiliated. Emily humiliated me in front of our families, and I wanted her to feel weak. I said my revenge was scale balancing. Dr. Lawson looked up from her notebook while writing. She stated we sacrificed our daughter's well-being for our own power and control. Without a major adjustment, she indicated that pattern will ruin our family. She led collaborative decision-making processes. She advised us to respect each other's boundaries and listen instead of responding. Emily and I felt naked after that experience. Something had changed between us. We both confessed our motives. Honesty hurt, but it could lead to better things. After 3 weeks of weird stillness, the hearing date arrived. Emily and I talked mostly about logistics with our daughter. We moved like strangers in a house. Emily donned a navy dress that made her look serious and responsible on court day. Our daughter donned her special purple sparkling shirt. Outside the courthouse, John explained what would happen. He suggested the court will likely question our daughter directly, and we should let her answer without coaching. Emily's hands shook as she walked up the courthouse stairs with our daughter. Wood paneling and buzzing fluorescent lights made the courtroom smaller than imagined. The judge was seated when we entered. She was about 50 with gray hair pushed back and nose-mounted reading spectacles. Her expression as she looked up from the stack of papers made my stomach plummet. She looked jaded and unimpressed, like she'd seen every idiotic thing parents could do to their kids. John stood to present our united petition after the bailiff called our case number. Judge raised one hand to halt him. She reported having read all the paperwork and had several queries. She stared at our daughter on the front row between Emily and myself. Softly, the judge inquired her name. Daughter said she didn't like her name, Amelia. The judge requested her preferred name. Our daughter uttered Grace. Clearly, and steadily. Grace, like her great-grandmother, was her dream name. Judge nodded slowly and wrote on her papers. Her face tightened when she stared at Emily and me. She authorized the name change to Grace instantly. She signed and gave the clerk the order immediately. However, her voice was icy when she spoke. She stated she'd seen parents abuse children for 25 years as a family court judge. A child's name as a weapon in a divorce was one of the cruelest things she'd seen. She told Emily picking a name without her father's agreement was wrong. Her eyes told me retaliating with a worse name was worse. She said we prioritized our egos and wrath over our daughter. She said our actions hurt our daughter. We were ordered to take a child-centered decision-making parenting course. She gave us 60 days to finish and present proof to the court. She promised to personally supervise our compliance. She took another document from her stack. She also denied my emergency petition. She said I lied in court about Emily abandoning our daughter. She said Emily spent 3 hours at a spa without leaving anyone. She warned that lying in court files could lead to contempt proceedings. This time, she was letting it go because we'd made an arrangement, but she warned that manipulating judicial systems in the future may lead to jail time. She stated neither of us should appear in her courtroom again. She waved us off. Leaving the courthouse felt like a stomach hit. Emily was quietly crying beside me. Our kid grasped our hands and asked whether we were okay. I told her everything would be okay now that she was Grace, but I didn't feel okay. We got what we wanted, but the judge was right about everything. I wounded Emily with my daughter. Emily exploited our daughter to demonstrate her motherhood. Both of us were bad parents. Emily and I waited on the courthouse steps while John copied the signed order. None of us knew what to say. Though we won, it didn't feel good. Our daughter tugged on my hand and requested ice cream to celebrate her new name. Emily looks at me and nods. No one spoke as we went 2 blocks to the ice cream shop. Our daughter got chocolate chip and exclaimed over telling her teacher her real name. Emily and I ate little ice cream. Emily apologized for everything after our daughter went to bed. I apologized too. Sitting on opposite ends of the couch, we didn't touch. Within 7 days, the school updated records. The principal contacted to confirm the legal name change and promised a smooth transition. Our daughter was excited to come home from school on Friday. Her teacher told the class to call her Grace, her new name. She said she made 2 recess pals who wanted to play. Someone said Grace was a nice name. The teacher wrote home that our daughter seemed more confident and participated more in class discussions. She reported that the name change reduced anxiety. I watched our daughter change over 3 weeks. She grinned more. She chatted more at dinner. She offered to read bedtime stories. Her shoulders stopped tensing. But Emily struggled. I caught her saying Lila and halting. She slipped. And our daughter kindly corrected her. Emily would apologize and say Grace through tears. I saw her body ache every time. After our daughter corrected her 3 times that night, Emily shut herself in the bathroom and cried. I hesitated outside the door, unsure what to say. We had twice-weekly therapy. Emily finally cried at the name in one session. She felt like she was eliminating her most crucial moment. She stated giving birth had changed her, and picking that name was part of becoming a mother. The therapist listened and asked Emily if her motherhood was more essential than her daughter's personhood. Long silence from Emily. No, she replied. The therapist helped her recognize her birth in various ways. Emily may write, draw, or join a support group, she said. She advised Emily to separate her metamorphosis from her daughter's. They were different. My therapist focused on me in another session. She wondered why I retaliated so strongly. I said Emily had humiliated me, broken our agreement, and made me appear stupid. The broken trust was slowly restored. Every time Grace came to her instead of me, Emily looked relieved. I tried more to involve Grace in house decisions. I'd ask her what she wanted for supper instead of cooking. I'd let her choose Friday night movies. She valued small signs of her opinion. She seemed astonished, like she wasn't used to being asked. When we were reading before bed, she got quiet and glanced at me. Her name changes terrified her. She said she didn't know her role. Hearing her say that tightened my chest. I apologized for the ordeal. I blamed my anger at her mom for my wrong choices. Although she wasn't to blame, she hugged me and said it was okay since she was Grace and liked it. I clung to her and vowed never to hurt Emily again. Grace ran in from the bus stop waving construction paper 3 months after the courthouse hearing. She drew stick figures of us for a school family art project. I had brown hair and glasses. Emily had long yellow hair. Grace held both of our hands in the center. Our names were written in her careful kindergarten calligraphy with some letters backwards under each person. It stated Dad under my stick figure. It said Mom under Emily. Grace with a capital G was under her name. Emily and I cried together in the kitchen as we stared at the drawing. Grace seemed confused and asked if we didn't like her photo. Emily snatched her up and exclaimed, "We loved it. We loved it so much." I magnetized the photo to the fridge. Throughout the week, I stopped to gaze at the name in shaky letters, Grace. Just Grace. Emily and I attended weekly therapy. Our therapist offered us home exercises. Even silly decisions like towel color and lunch location had to be discussed before making them. Checking in about anything seemed odd at first. It gradually felt natural. We improved at listening, instead of waiting to speak. We said, "I hear what you're saying, and help me understand your perspective." It sounds cheesy, but it worked. We hadn't recovered from Lila. Our old self was gone, but we were building something more honest. We both know their current abilities. There was no pretending we were perfect, agreeable couples. We were trying to improve after hurting each other. Family dinners with our parents got easier. Mom and Dad started coming for Sunday lunches again. Emily's parents joined us. Initial dinners were strained, with guarded talk about weather and Grace's school. Once they witnessed us solving our challenges, everyone relaxed. My dad grabbed me aside one Sunday and said he saw our effort. He was proud of our perseverance. Emily's mother told her the same thing, but nobody forgot. My sister still joked about drug names. Mark occasionally shook his head and said weatherbottom. They turned the calamity into a family warning. When someone was going to make a unilateral decision, someone would add, "Remember the name situation." Everyone laughed. Shameful, but probably deserved. November saw parent-teacher conferences. Emily and I sat in little kindergarten seats as Ethan Green held Grace's folder at his desk. He noted her schoolwork and friendships had improved greatly. He reported she was happier and engaging more in class. We saw her reading scores had improved dramatically. He stated she was now a high-class reader. He was courteous and didn't mention her name, sobbing, or isolation issues. But his countenance showed relief that the matter was addressed. Our parents were probably the worst he'd met. He nodded and continued, "Grace was a wonderful kid." Emily gripped my hand as we left the conference. We both realized we nearly hurt our daughter. Emily showed me her writing a few weeks later. Grace's letter was saved to give her later, possibly in college or as a teenager. The letter conveyed Emily's view of Lila. She described feeling powerless during pregnancy and labor. She wrote about seeking one personal choice. She described her vision during contractions, and how vivid it felt. But then she apologized for not considering Grace's situation. She apologized for putting her feelings before Grace's. She apologized for years of hardship and shame. The letter was straightforward and painful. Emily cried as I read. After finishing, I praised her for writing it down. I told her it helped me comprehend her reasoning, but I still thought she was incorrect. She admitted she'd been wrong. She wanted Grace to know it came from a sincere place, not cruelty. The chat made me realize I needed to write a letter. After bedtime, I worked on it for a week. For retaliation, I wrote Grace about the sizzle and why. I mentioned how angry and humiliated I was when Emily changed her name without asking. I said I wanted Emily to feel powerless. I then blogged about my newfound knowledge. Anger, control, and hurting loved ones to prove a point were my topics. I discussed her weaponization and its wrongness. I wrote about my fatherly failures during those months. So sorry for adding to her anguish instead of protecting her. Sharing these letters in therapy changed everything. Our therapist made us read them aloud facing each other. Emily cried during mine. Through hers, I cried. Afterward, the therapist remarked this was the first time we'd both acknowledged our damage. She stated we had to acknowledge before moving on. In recent months, the therapist stated we'd made tremendous progress. We had done well on communication and collaborative decision-making, but she warned us that our habits could return under stress. Unilateral decisions, using grace as a weapon, prioritizing our egos over our family, these were patterns that felt natural to us now. She stated we had to battle them, especially when circumstances became tough. She advised us to continue therapy after healing. She said maintenance was as vital as repair. Emily and I agreed immediately. We both knew we'd almost destroyed everything. We wouldn't revert just because things felt better. Emily and I made a new family rule around the kitchen table that night. We wrote it in large letters on paper. Both parents must agree on important grace decisions. If we disagree, we table it until we reconcile. No exclusions or emergencies to go around others. No spiritual or visionary connections override partnership. They signed it like a contract. We posted it on the fridge with Grace's family drawing. Every time we entered the kitchen, it reminded us of our promises to each other and our baby. Grace ran in from playing outside 4 months after the courthouse hearing. Grace wondered whether she could take ballet classes like her neighbor. She was excited and described her pink leotard. Emily and I regarded each other across the living room. We were clearly thinking alike. Our unilateral decisions were typical of this moment. To maintain control, Emily would have signed her up without asking, or I would have declined. Instead, we asked Grace to allow us a few minutes to talk. We discussed logistics, cost, timeline, and compatibility in the kitchen. Our thoughts were conveyed. Both listened. We returned to Grace and said, "Yes, ballet sounded great. We'd look into classes this week." She squealed and hugged us. Though little, it felt big. Actually, we did well. A dull community center room with folding chairs and a table of homemade-looking but store-bought cookies hosted the parenting class graduation. Each parent's growth presentation was awkwarder than the last for Emily and me. A father discussed validating his adolescent daughter's sentiments instead of ignoring them. A mother cried after saying she quit using guilt as a parenting strategy. On our turn, the lecturer called us together and gave us similar certificates on rich cream paper. Emily clutched it carefully as if she cared. I folded mine in half for my jacket pocket. The instructor thanked us for finishing the program and noted our group communication had improved. Emily thanked her sincerely while I nodded and tried to look grateful. Over the next few weeks, Emily and I discussed baby names around the kitchen table. Conversations felt drastically different. Instead of making decisions, Emily proposed names and asking my opinion. I let her explain why she liked certain names and expressed my opinions. Family names, meanings, and how they sounded with our last name were discussed. None of us pushed or dismissed the other's views. We marked things off and added new possibilities to lists. Emily liked Olivia, and I thought it was nice but worried about popularity. Emily said it reminded her of a childhood bully, but she appreciated me suggesting Thomas. We giggled at internet celebrity baby names that were dreadful. Uniqueness wasn't worth hurting a child. We decided. Instead of fighting. The process was fun and collaborative. Emily felt heard one night but hadn't during Grace's pregnancy. She felt powerless and alone, so she took control. Respectful, not steamrolled. I had struck out to reclaim authority after being misled and humiliated. We realized how poorly we'd handled things and how much better it felt. We concluded we weren't ready for another child after a month of conversations. We recognized we were still practicing collaborative decision-making rather than planning a pregnancy during one of our name debates, so the decision was easy. Emily said she needed more time to trust our new patterns before having a kid. I agreed fully and wanted to make sure we could handle normal life stress before pregnancy and baby stress. These interactions had helped us practice the skills we were learning. We'd listened, established common ground, respected limits, and reached a choice without feeling overruled or discarded. Our therapist indicated this therapy would benefit us whether we had another child or not. She claimed these sessions would help us develop collaborative decision-making, which required ongoing practice. Grace entered first grade at her kindergarten school in September. I wrote Grace, her legal name, in every blank on the enrollment form. There was no record of Lila Mackenzie or Amelia Harper at the school. Her new teacher didn't know about the commotion before this new start. At our first parent-teacher meeting in October, the teacher said Grace was confident and well-adjusted, engaged in class and making friends effortlessly. Grace seemed confident and secure, without the fear or withdrawal typical of first graders. Emily and I thanked her without mentioning that our daughter was falling apart from an awful name a year earlier. Emily was grateful Grace would never remember the worst of what we put her through as she walked to our van after the meeting. I was glad, but I believed we shouldn't forget our mistakes to avoid repeating them. After Grace went to bed, Emily and I had a peaceful meal at home for our anniversary in November. We got takeout from our first date restaurant and ate at the kitchen table with candles Emily found in a drawer. We discussed how labels, control, and ego nearly destroyed our marriage. Emily stated she worried we would fail for months when anger and betrayal were too much. I said I'd wondered if we'd harm things beyond repair. We chose to work hard, rather than give up, or continue in our habits. We repeated our vows to each other and Grace at the kitchen table with cold Chinese cuisine and half-melted candles. We pledged to continue therapy, improve communication, and prioritize our family over ourselves. Emily clasped my hand across the table, and stated she was proud of our arrival. I returned her hand and stated I was proud of us. John Brooks emailed me a few days later wondering about our family. He appreciated checking in with old clients with challenging cases to see if the resolutions held up. I replied immediately to thank him for his candor during our conversation. I told him we had finished parenting classes, restored our marriage via therapy, and our daughter Grace was doing well. He refused to take sides and said we were both wrong, forcing us to realize what we were doing to our kid. John responded within an hour, stating he was delighted we took it seriously because many couples in similar situations didn't. He said parents spent too much time defending their viewpoints and forgetting family court was meant to safeguard children, not boost egos. He was glad Grace was doing well and wished our family prosperity. Grace inquired why her name was different one day in early December after school. She wanted to identify Lila after finding an old envelope in the recycling bin. Emily and I looked at each other and saw we agreed. We expected this conversation. I told Grace at the kitchen table that her mom and I had misnamed her when she was born. Emily took over and explained in simple words that we'd both picked names without talking, which had produced complications. We learned that parents must collaborate, listen, and most importantly, listen to their children. When Grace inquired if Lila was her real name, Emily responded yes for a while, but now it was Grace and would stay that way. Grace paused and stated everyone makes errors, but we rectified it. Emily accepted our explanation so easily that we both tightened our throats. Grace begged to play now, and we agreed. She hurried to her room, leaving us at the table reassured and humbled by her simple forgiveness. A few weeks later, I was collecting apples in the grocery store produce department when someone called my name. The county clerk who handled my emergency name change application was there with her cart when I turned around. She looked awkward and apologized immediately, claiming she should have asked more questions before filing. She felt terrible after learning she'd been tricked into letting me hurt my daughter. I stopped her and stated it wasn't her fault. I told her I'd lied to her and used the system and owed her an apology. She was astonished but relieved. So we talked about Grace's progress for a while. The cashier was delighted things worked out after I showed her a recent phone shot of Grace smiling during her ballet recital. After we parted, I held my bag of apples, grateful that strangers who'd been involved in my mess forgave. Emily shocked me by asking for help with something in the living room that week. She got a wonderful frame for Grace's school drawing of our family. We posted it on the wall near the couch for daily viewing. Emily stated she wanted it there to remind her what mattered. Grace and our family, not our egos or rightness. In the weeks that followed, Emily or I would point at that picture when we started bickering or attempting to control things and stop and reset. We communicated that we were reverting to negative habits. Grace's precise drawing of the three of us holding hands always reminded us of what we were safeguarding. In February, our couples therapist suggested monthly sessions instead of weekly. Emily and I looked surprised because it felt like a significant milestone we hadn't seen coming. The therapist was proud of our communication and joint decision-making improvement. However, she reminded us that strong relationships required constant effort. Not just crisis intervention. She said, couples who stopped working on their relationship after therapy often relapsed within a year or two. Emily and I committed right then to keep checking in with each other and prioritizing our family over our individual needs to be right. Our family was in a good place a year after Grace's courthouse hearing, where she became Grace. We still had disagreements and tough days, but we were honest and respectful, like never before. Grace was making friends and loving first grade without worrying about her name. Emily and I rebuilt trust through consistent effort and thousands of small choices to communicate instead of control. We'd learned the hard way that our daughter's well-being had to come before our egos every time. Our name war scars were still there and probably always would be. but they were reminders of hard lessons we'd learned. We were better parents and spouses after facing what we'd done to Grace, and changing instead of blaming and retaliating. I lost my baby and my mill made it public. But I exposed her affair of 8 years in front of everyone at the anniversary party. My ML announced my miscarriage over dinner, and I revealed her affair at her anniversary party. I was 14 weeks pregnant when I felt something warm run down my leg at work. I went to the bathroom and noticed blood soaking through my dress. I called my husband Ryan with trembling hands and said, "Something's wrong with the baby. There's so much blood. Come get me now." He said, "I'm on my way. Don't move." I could hear him grabbing his keys and running. By the time they got me into a room and hooked up to the monitors, our baby had passed away. The doctor used terms such as spontaneous and nothing you could have done. But all I heard was that the tiny heartbeat we saw on the ultrasound 4 weeks ago had stopped, and there was no medical reason for it. Matt sat on the edge of my hospital bed, holding his face in his hands and crying. And I reached for him and said, "I'm so sorry." And he looked up and said, "Don't. This isn't your fault." And he pulled me into his chest, and we stayed there until the nurse arrived to inform us of the next steps. We agreed not to tell anyone until we were ready. "I can't handle your mother right now," I told her. Ryan nodded and said, "I know. We'll tell people when you're ready. No one needs to know yet." I trusted him because I had no reason not to. And I forgot that keeping secrets from his mother, Lena, was impossible because she had the key to our house and could use it whenever she wanted. 4 days later, I was sitting on the kitchen floor, crying into a onesie I had purchased the week before, when I heard the front door open and saw Lena standing over me, grocery bags in her hands, and her lips pressed into a thin line of disapproval. "Well," she said, looking around at the tissues scattered on the floor and the empty ice cream container on the counter. "This is quite a scene." I wiped my face and said, "Lena, I wasn't expecting you." And she stepped over me to set her bags on the counter and said, "Clearly, you know, when Ryan told me you weren't feeling well, I assumed it was something minor. A cold, maybe, not a complete breakdown in the middle of the day." She turned to look at the onesie in my hands, her eyes narrowing. "Is that baby clothes? Why are you sitting on the floor crying over baby clothes, Rachel?" I didn't want to tell her anything, but she kept staring at me with that look she gives servers when her food comes out wrong. And the words came out anyway, because I was exhausted and empty, and all I wanted was for her to leave. "I lost the baby," I said, my voice cracking with the final word. 4 days ago, we weren't going to tell anyone yet. If you didn't know her well enough, Lena's face changed into something that almost looked like sympathy. She lowered herself to the floor beside me and grabbed my hands and said, "Oh, honey. That explains everything. I knew something was off with you lately, but I thought you were just being moody again." I said, "I'm not being moody. I lost my baby." And she squeezed my hands and said, I know. And I'm sure you're blaming yourself even though the doctor probably told you these things just happen sometimes, especially with first pregnancies, especially when the moth." She tilted her head as she looked at me. "You have been under a lot of stress, haven't you? Working all those hours, not taking care of yourself properly. I told Ryan months ago that you needed to slow down, but you never listened to me." I pulled my hands away and said, "The doctor said it wasn't anything I did." And Lena nodded slowly and said, "Of course he did. They always say that, but we both know you could have taken better care of yourself, eaten better, rested more. You're not exactly known for pudding, but what's done is done. No point dwelling on it now." I said, "Please don't tell anyone. I need time before the whole family knows." And she put her hand over her heart and said, "Sweetheart, I would never betray your trust like that. I swear on my marriage, this stays between us until you're ready. Though, I believe the family deserves to know eventually. They've been asking about grandchildren for years, and it's not fair to keep them in the dark simply because you're embarrassed." That Friday, she called and said she was planning a small dinner for us, because we needed to be surrounded by people we loved. She said it was just her immediate family. "You really need to get out of that house. Sitting around crying isn't going to bring the baby back." I said, "I don't think I'm ready for company." And she sighed heavily and said, "Rachel, this isn't about what you want. Ryan is struggling, and he needs his family around him right now. Or is this going to be like every other time when your needs come before his?" So, I put on a dress and let Ryan drive me to his parents' house, where 35 people were waiting in the den. I grabbed his arm and whispered, "You said immediate family." He said, I guess mom invited more people. Just get through it. Lena floated through the crowd in a cream dress. When she saw me, she rushed over and grabbed my face, saying loudly, "Oh, you poor thing. You look exhausted. Have you been sleeping at all? You have bags under your eyes." Everyone turned to look at me. Halfway through dinner, Lena stood up and tapped her wine glass, and the room fell silent. "I need your prayers," she said, tears streaming down her cheeks. "My son just lost his first baby, and I'm trying to be strong for him, but my heart is absolutely shattered." 35 people were staring at me. Lena sat back down, grabbed my hand, leaned in close, and whispered, "You should really smile. People are going to think you don't appreciate them being here for you." I knew right then that tomorrow morning, I was going to sit back down and force him to choose between me and his mother. Lena assumed I would remain silent because that is what I had always done. But she had just made the biggest mistake of her life. She wanted to play a grieving grandmother in front of 35 people. So I was going to make her explain why she had broken her promise in front of her son. For the first time in 6 years, I was not afraid of what would happen if I stopped being polite. I'll tell you exactly how the conversation went. For the first 10 minutes of the ride home, the car was silent. I stared out the window, waiting for Ryan to say something, to apologize, to admit that his mother had just done something terrible. Finally, he cleared his throat and said, "I know tonight wasn't what you expected." I laughed so hard because that was the biggest understatement I'd ever heard. "Wasn't what I expected. Ryan, your mother announced our miscarriage to 35 people after she promised she wouldn't tell anyone." He tightened his grip on the steering wheel and said, "She was trying to help. She thought you needed support." I turned to face him and said, "She thought I needed support or she thought she needed an audience?" He didn't respond. We pulled into our driveway, and he turned off the car and sat there, staring at the garage door. "I need you to apologize to her," he explained quietly. I was sure I'd misheard him. "Excuse me?" He turned to face me, wearing that soft expression he used when he wanted me to do something I didn't want to do. "You barely spoke to anyone all night. You didn't thank her for the dinner. You just sat there looking miserable, and now she's upset because she thinks you're mad at her." I opened and closed my mouth because I couldn't find words for what I was hearing. "I am mad at her," I finally said. "She told everyone about the baby after she promised she wouldn't. I have a right to be mad, Ryan." He sighed and rubbed his eyes. "She made a mistake. She got emotional, but giving her the silent treatment all night was cruel, and you need to apologize by tomorrow morning." I got out of the car and walked inside without saying anything. He followed me into the bedroom, saying, "Rachel, I'm serious. She called me crying on the way home. She thinks you hate her." I put on my pajamas and said, "Good. Maybe she should think about why." He looked at me as if I was speaking a foreign language. "You're being unreasonable. All she did was ask for prayers. That's what family does." I climbed into bed, turned off my lamp, and said, "If you can't see what she did wrong, then I don't know how to explain it to you." He stood there in the dark for a long moment before walking out, and I heard the guest room door close behind him. The next morning, I awoke to 20 text messages. Ryan's aunt called to see if I was all right after Lena expressed concern about my mental health. His cousin asked if I needed anything because she heard I wasn't dealing with the loss well. His other cousin said, Lena mentioned I'd been acting erratic and asked if I wanted to talk to someone professionally. I pulled away from him. "You want me to see a therapist your mother recommended so she can control that narrative as well?" He threw his hands up. "Mom knows a really good one from church, and honestly, I'm starting to agree with her. You're acting like everyone is out to get you. That's not normal, Rachel. That's not healthy." That night, he moved into the guest room. He said he needed space to think because I was refusing to apologize and refused to get help, and he didn't know what else to do. I lay in our bed alone, staring at the ceiling and thinking about how Lena had managed to isolate me completely in less than 4 days. My husband thought I was insane. The next morning, I saw that Lena had posted a photo of herself hugging me at the table with her eyes closed and her face pressed against my hair on Facebook. Her family and co-workers thought I was insane. She had used my worst moment to destroy every relationship I had, all while crying and asking for prayers. The caption read, "Please pray for my sweet daughter-in-law during this difficult time. She's struggling, but our family will get her through it." 250 likes, 50 comments about what an amazing mother-in-law she was, and a dozen people tagging mental health resources for me to read. I screenshotted everything and sent it to my best friend Danielle with the message, "Am I crazy, or is this insane?" She immediately called me. I told Danielle about everything: the dinner, the texts, the prayer group, Ryan's move to the guest room, and she was silent for a long time before saying, "You need to leave there. This woman is attempting to destroy you, and your husband is assisting her." I said, "I can't just leave. Where might I go?" She said, "You can stay with me, but Rachel, I am serious. What she is doing is not normal. This was calculated. She's preparing you for something, and you must figure out what it is before she finishes building her case." I thanked her, hung up, and sat in my kitchen, wondering how my life had fallen apart so completely in 4 days. I'd lost my baby, my husband, and my reputation, and Lena was out there collecting sympathy and prayers while I sat alone in a house that no longer felt like mine. I agreed to help set up Lena's anniversary party, but I wasn't going to fold napkins. She thought sending me into her house alone was safe because she'd already convinced everyone I was the crazy one, but women like Lena always have secrets, and I was going to search every room until I found something that proved who she really was. When she handed me those keys, she had no idea what she was giving me. 4 days after the dinner, Lena called and said she needed help setting up for her 30th anniversary party. "Kenneth is out of town until Thursday, and I can't possibly do everything myself," she said in that sweet voice that made me want to throw my phone across the room. "Will you come and help? It would mean so much to me." I said yes because Ryan was standing right there, and I knew that refusing would give her more ammunition. She'd tell everyone I was too unstable to help with a simple party, adding it to her list of evidence that something was wrong with me. So, Saturday morning, I drove to her house and spent 4 hours carrying boxes and ironing tablecloths while she supervised from the couch and pointed out everything I was doing wrong. "The napkins need to be folded into swans, not rectangles," she said without looking up from her phone. "And those centerpieces need to be on the west side of the room. The light is better there for photos." I nodded, adjusted, rearranged, and fantasized about walking out the door and never returning. Around noon, she sent me upstairs to get some extra chairs from her bedroom closet. "They're in the back," she called after me. "Behind the boxes. Make sure you don't mess up anything while you're looking." I climbed the stairs and went into the master bedroom, opening the closet door. It was massive, a walk-in the size of my living room, with shelves, drawers, and racks of clothes organized by color. I pushed past the dresses and moved some boxes, and the chairs were folded up against the back wall. As I was pulling them out, I knocked over a shoebox on the top shelf, and it fell open, spilling receipts everywhere. I knelt down to gather them, and that's when I realized what they were for. Jewelry. Expensive jewelry. A diamond bracelet from 3 years ago, pearl earrings from last Christmas, and a necklace that cost more than the car. I'd never seen Lena wear any of these things, and I was putting the receipts back when I heard her phone buzz from the nightstand in the bedroom, which she must have left upstairs when she went to answer the door earlier. I should have ignored it, grabbed the chairs, and gone back downstairs, pretending I never saw anything. But something made me walk over and look at the screen. The notification was from someone named John with a heart emoji, and the preview showed the first line of the text. "Last night was perfect. I can't stop thinking about you." My entire body went cold. John. I recognized the name. He was a deacon at Lena's church and had been attending family dinners for years. He always sat next to her, refilled her wine glass before anyone else's, and laughed a little too hard at her jokes. I told myself there had to be an explanation. Maybe it was a different John. Maybe the text was innocent and I was reading into it because I wanted to find something wrong with her. But my hands were already moving. I picked up her phone, typed in the passcode. I'd seen her enter 100 times at family dinners, and it opened immediately. I went to her messages, found John's thread, and began scrolling. "I miss you already. You're the only person who understands me. Kenneth does not touch me in the same way that you do. I wish I'd married you instead." 8 years of messages. 8 years of "I love you. I need you. You're my soulmate," and explicit descriptions of things that made my stomach turn. I kept scrolling with shaking hands and found photos of Lena in lingerie, which I'd never seen before, and John shirtless in what appeared to be a hotel room. I backed out of the messages, checked her photos, and discovered a hidden album with hundreds more, including photos from their anniversary trip to Napa, a family reunion in Lake Tahoe, and Christmas Eve 3 years ago, when she said she was tired and went to bed early. John had been buying her gifts that she couldn't wear around her husband. I went back to the closet and looked at the jewelry receipts, which were all purchased within a week of one of their anniversary trips. I found hotel rooms, restaurant receipts, and screenshots of reservations for places she'd told Kenneth she was going to with her girlfriends. I felt a shift inside me as I stood in that closet, surrounded by evidence of 8 years of lies. This woman had destroyed my reputation, turned my husband against me, announced my dead baby to 35 people, and then told everyone I was crazy when I got upset about it. And while she was preaching about faithfulness and family values while sleeping with the church deacon, I pulled out my phone and started screenshotting everything, the texts, the photos, the receipts. I worked quickly and methodically, saving every piece of evidence I could find in my own phone. Then I put her phone back exactly where I found it, grabbed the chairs, and walked downstairs, saying, "Found them. Where should I set them up?" Lena smiled at me from the couch and said, "By the windows. Thank you so much for your assistance. I know things have been difficult between us recently, but I truly appreciate you." I smiled back and said, "Of course. That's what family is for." She had no idea that I had just found everything I needed to destroy her. I spent the rest of the afternoon setting up chairs, hanging decorations, and watching Lena bark orders at the caterers while I pondered what I was going to do with the information I'd discovered. A part of me wanted to tell Kenneth right away. He deserved to know what his wife had been doing for the past 8 years. But another part of me knew that wasn't enough. Lena had publicly humiliated me, standing up in front of 35 people and announcing my miscarriage. Then spending 3 weeks convincing everyone that I was unstable. She didn't deserve a quiet conversation. She deserved to feel exactly what I had felt. Exposed, humiliated, and destroyed in front of everyone she wanted to impress. There would be a projector for the slideshow and a microphone for the toasts, and every person Lena had ever tried to impress would be in that room, watching her accept congratulations for a marriage she'd been destroying since before I even met Matt. The anniversary party was in 6 days, and 250 people were expected to attend to celebrate 35 years of faithful marriage. I drove home with my phone full of screenshots and a plan in my head. I had 8 years of proof saved to my phone, and I was finally going to show Ryan who his perfect mother truly was. Lena had no idea I found her burner while she was downstairs bragging about her faithful marriage. I waited for Matt to get home from work and sat him down at the kitchen table, saying, "I need to show you something, and I need you to actually look at it before you say anything." I applied my makeup slowly and carefully, thinking about what I was about to do. The USB drive was already in my purse. I'd spent the past 6 days organizing everything. Texts were organized by date, photos were organized chronologically, and a timeline was created to show exactly when each affair milestone occurred, and what lie Lena told Kenneth to cover it. I drove to the venue by myself. It was a ballroom at the nicest hotel in town, with crystal chandeliers and white tablecloths, and 250 guests, dressed in their Sunday best, ready to celebrate 35 years of what they thought was a faithful marriage. Lena noticed me the moment I walked in and dashed over with her arms outstretched. "Rachel, you came." She drew me into a hug and whispered in my ear, "Smile, or everyone will think you're having another episode." I smiled and said, "I wouldn't miss this for the world, Lena. Tonight is going to be unforgettable." She pulled back and looked at me with something suspicious in her eyes. But then someone called her name, and she floated away to accept more compliments on her dress, decorations, and lovely wedding. I took a seat at a table near the back and watched the room fill with people who had no idea what they were actually celebrating. Kenneth stood near the bar, looking uncomfortable in his suit. He had never liked big parties. He once told me that Lena planned these events for herself, and he simply showed up where she told him to. Ryan approached my table and sat down without looking at me. "I wasn't sure you'd come," he admitted quietly. I replied, "I wasn't sure either. But I decided I didn't want to miss your mother's big night." He looked at me with something hopeful in his eyes. "Does that mean you're ready to apologize in order to move past all of this?" I took a long sip of my champagne glass and said, "I think tonight is going to change a lot of things, Ryan. Let's just see how it goes." At 7, the program began. Lena had planned every minute. First, a slideshow of photos from their 35-year relationship. Following that, family and friends make toasts. Then Lena delivered a speech about the secret to a long-lasting marriage. Then dinner and dancing, and most likely more crying, praying, and thanking God for blessing her with such a wonderful husband. I looked through the slideshow and saw 35 years of smiling photos. Lena and Kenneth. On their wedding day. Lena is holding baby Ryan. Family vacations, holidays, and anniversaries. A whole life captured in images that told the story Lena wanted everyone to believe. The toast began. Ryan's aunt discussed how Lena was the glue that held the family together. A church friend praised her commitment to her marriage and faith. The pastor described her as a shining example of Christian womanhood, to which all young women should aspire. Then John stood up. I watched him approach the microphone, a glass of champagne in his hand and a smile on his face. He was tall and handsome, with gray at his temples and the assurance that came from years of people trusting him. I've known Lena and Kenneth for almost 20 years. He told me. And I can honestly say I've never met a more devoted couple. Their marriage is an inspiration. The way they support each other, the way they put their family first, the way they've built a life based on faith and love and commitment. He raised his toast to another 30 years of doing nothing but the best. Everyone drank, and I watched Lena dab her eyes with a napkin as John took his seat next to his wife, the same wife who had no idea her husband had been sleeping with Lena for 8 of the previous 20 years. Lena stood up and approached the microphone, and I knew she was going to give a speech about the secret to a long-lasting marriage, about trust and communication and never going to bed angry. I reached into my purse, felt for the USB drive, and waited. 35 years, Lena said. Her voice trembled from practiced emotion. I married my best friend 35 years ago, and every single day since then, I've woken up grateful to be able to spend my life with him. She looked at Kenneth through tears. We've faced challenges. I stood up, my chair scraped against the floor, and a few people turned to look at me. Every marriage does, but we've never stopped choosing each other, we've never stopped putting our family first, and we've never broken our vows to God and our families. Lena paused in mid-sentence, and her smile flickered as she noticed me walking toward the stage. Rachel, she called into the microphone. What are you doing? I climbed the 3 steps to the platform and approached her, saying, I wanted to add something to your speech, if that's okay. Lena's face changed several times in quick succession. Confusion, suspicion, followed by a smile that did not reach her eyes. Of course, sweetheart, what did you want to say? She stepped away from the microphone, and I took a step forward, looking out at 250 faces staring at me. Kenneth was seated at the head table. Ryan was frozen in his seat. John had already begun to stand, as if he knew something was wrong. I took the USB drive out of my purse and held it up for everyone to see. The slideshow was loaded, and all I needed was the right moment to end Lena's entire life. She had no idea the USB was already queued up behind her anniversary photos. With one signal to the tech booth, every text and photo would appear on the screen for 250 witnesses. I had complete control for the first time in our marriage. The moment has finally arrived. Before I could approach the projector, Lena's hand closed around my wrist. Her grip was tight, her nails dug into my skin, and her smile never changed. Rachel, honey. Let's go get some air. She spoke through her teeth. You look like you're not feeling well. I drew my arm away and said, I feel fine. Actually, better than I've felt in weeks. She leaned in and whispered. If you do anything stupid right now, I will destroy you. I'll tell everyone you're having a breakdown. I'll have you committed, and I'll make sure Chris never speaks to you again. I whispered back, you've already done all of that. What else do you have? Her smile cracked for a brief moment. She then collected herself and spoke loud enough for the nearby tables to hear. Of course, you can say a few words. We're all family here. She stepped back and gestured toward the microphone, and I could see in her eyes that she was calculating, trying to figure out what I could possibly do that she couldn't deny, what evidence I could have that she couldn't explain away. But before I could approach the tech booth, Lena grabbed my elbow and steered me down the hallway with an iron grip disguised as a loving gesture. We need to talk first, she hissed silently. She pushed me into a coat closet before closing the door behind us. And in the darkness, I finally saw her true face. No smile, no warmth, only cold calculation. I know you found something, she replied. Chris told me you looked through my phone. You've spent 3 weeks acting like a crazy person who can't handle losing a baby, and whatever you think you've got won't work. I've spent 35 years building relationships in this community and being the woman everyone trusts. I didn't lose a baby, I replied quietly. My baby died. There's a difference. Lena waved her hand dismissively. Same thing. The point is, no one is going to believe you over me. You could have video evidence, but they'd still think you faked it because I've already told them how unstable you've been, how paranoid, and obsessed with destroying me. She stepped closer, and I could smell her perfume mixed with champagne. So, here's what's going to happen. You're going to go back out there and smile and clap during my speech and act like a supportive daughter-in-law. And then you're going to go home and pack your things and file for divorce and disappear from my son's life forever. If you do that quietly, I won't tell anyone what really happened with your miscarriage. My veins began to bleed. What do you mean? What really happened? She smiled with the cruelest expression I'd ever seen on a human face. I mean that stress causes miscarriage. Everyone knows that. And you were so stressed, weren't you? Working all those hours, fighting with Ryan about having children when he wasn't ready. Pushing and pushing until your body gave out. We can find 44 point. She tilted her head. That's the story I'll tell if you make me. That you wanted a baby so badly you ignored the warning signs, that you kept working instead of resting. That you caused your own loss, because you were too selfish to slow down. I stared at her in the darkness of that coat closet and realized I was looking at someone who had no boundaries. Someone who will say anything and destroy anyone to protect themselves. Someone had already decided I was expendable the moment I became inconvenient. You know what the worst part is? I asked quietly. I actually thought you might love Ryan. I thought everything you did was a misguided maternal instinct. But you don't love anyone, Kenneth or Ryan. Not even John. You simply enjoy being worshipped. Something flickered in her eyes. Surprise. Perhaps. Or recognition. You have no idea what you're talking about, she said, her voice losing some of its confidence. I found the jewelry, I said. The diamond bracelet. The pearls. The necklace. And all of John's gifts that you are not allowed to wear around him. You keep them hidden in your closet like trophies, as proof that someone wants you. Her face paled in the dim lighting. That's what this has always been about, isn't it? Not love, not family, just making sure everyone sees you as perfect, desirable, and the center of everything. Lena's hand reached out to grab my throat, not hard enough to choke me, but enough to convey her point. You don't know anything about my life, she said angrily. You don't know what it's like to give everything to a family that takes you for granted, to smile, perform, and sacrifice for 35 years and still feel invisible. I drew her hand away and said, You're correct. I'm not sure what that's like because I would never do what you did to feel seen. I pushed past her, opened the closet door, and returned to the ballroom. She followed closely behind me, wearing that smile like armor. Rachel, wait, she said sweetly. You forgot your purse. I ignored her and proceeded directly to the tech booth. I handed the USB to the projector operator. Add this to the slideshow, I said. Play it when I give you the signal. He looked puzzled, but plugged it in, and I returned to the microphone. Lena was standing near the stage, staring at me with narrowed eyes. She still had no idea what I had. She was still confident she could spin whatever came next. She had no idea that everything she had created was about to crumble. I want to thank everyone for being here tonight, I told them. Despite my pounding heart, my voice remained steady. Lena has been talking about this party for months. 35 years of marriage, 35 years of faithfulness, 35 years of putting her family first. I paused to look at Lena. She was looking at me with that frozen smile on her face. But before we continue celebrating, I think everyone deserves to know the truth about what those 35 years really looked like. I gave a wink at the tech table. The screen behind me flickered. Switching from the wedding photo slideshow to something else entirely, the first image represented a text message. Last night was perfect. I can't stop thinking about you. The second was a photo of Lena and John in a hotel room with a 5-year-old timestamp. The third text read, I wish I'd married you instead of Kenneth. The room fell silent. I observed 250 faces processing what they were seeing. I saw John's wife stand up, hand over her mouth. I watched Kenneth's face lose all color, as he read the messages scrolling across the screen. I watched Lena's smile fade completely. These messages span 8 years, I said into the microphone. 8 years of lying, 8 years of cheating, and 8 years of Lena preaching about faithful marriage while sleeping with a church deacon. This is all a lie. She made it up. She's been trying to destroy me since the day she met my son. Ask Chris. Ask him what she's really like. She pointed at Chris, who remained frozen at his table. Tell them. Tell them she's crazy. Tell them she's been having a breakdown. Chris stood up slowly, and every eye in the room turned to him. He looked at his mother. He looked at the screen, which showed a photo of her and John in bed together. He looked at me as I stood at the microphone, holding the USB drive in my hand. Is it true? He questioned his mother. His voice was low, but everyone in the silent room could hear it. Have you been cheating on Dad for 8 years? Lena's eyes welled up with tears. Chris, baby, you have to understand. Your father hasn't touched me in years. John and I have a connection. It's not what it looks like. I still love your father. I just needed someone who appreciated me. And is it true? Chris went on. Yes or no? Lena sobbed. Yes. But it's not my fault. You don't understand what my marriage has been like. Your father is cold and distant, and John actually sees me. Chris turned and walked out of the room before she could finish. Lena screamed his name and began running after him. However, her heel caught on the stage's edge, causing her to stumble. She grabbed the anniversary cake display to steady herself, but it wasn't sturdy enough to support her weight. The whole thing tipped forward, and she landed face first in 3 layers of white frosting and fondant. For a moment, no one moved. Lena lay in the wreckage of her own anniversary cake, sobbing and covered in frosting, as 250 guests watched in stunned silence. Then, someone in the back began laughing. It spread like wildfire throughout the room, leaving half of the guests laughing and the other half filming with their phones. Lena pushed herself up to her knees. Frosting was dripping from her hair, and her designer dress was ruined, with mascara running down her cheeks like black rivers. She looked around the room at everyone who had spent years telling her how perfect she was and saw nothing but disgust, pity, and barely suppressed laughter. Stop filming! She exclaimed. Stop it right now. This is a private family matter. You have no right. You lost the right to privacy when you made my miscarriage public. That's what I said. Now everyone can see who you truly are. I stepped down from the stage and headed for the exit. John's wife grabbed my arm as I passed, saying, "Thank you. I've suspected for years, but I've never seen proof." I nodded and continued walking. Lena was screaming my name now. Rachel, Rachel, get back here. You cannot just leave. You've ruined everything. You destroyed my family. Rachel. I was almost to the door when Chris stepped in front of me. His face was pale, his eyes were red, and he appeared to have just been told that everything he thought he knew was false. How could you do this? He inquired. How could you humiliate her like that in front of everyone? I asked, feeling something cold settle in my chest. She announced my miscarriage to 35 people after promising to keep it a secret, telling everyone I was insane, and threatening to tell them I caused my own miscarriage. And you chose her. Every time you chose her. He shook his head. She's my mother. And I'm your wife. I was your wife, and you never once chose me. I reached into my purse and pulled out the burner phone I'd taken from Lena's closet the day I discovered the messages. I pressed it into his hand. This has everything. Every message, every photo, every lie she told your father for 8 years. I was going to show you privately. I was going to give you the chance to handle it as a family, but you told me I faked the screenshots. You told me I was crazy. You moved out and stayed with her and let her threaten me. I stepped around him toward the door. So I handled it the only way she left me. Lena was still calling out my name behind me. I could hear her sobbing, choking on frosting, and begging for help. I did not look back. I walked out of the ballroom, into the cool night air, and continued walking until I reached my car. My hands shook as I unlocked the door and sat in the driver's seat. I sat there for a while, staring at nothing. I just ruined my mother-in-law's marriage and reputation in front of 250 people. I'd recently ended my own marriage in the most public way possible. I had just burned down every bridge I had with the family I had married into 6 years before. I didn't feel guilty. I did not feel bad. I felt liberated for the first time since that dinner when Lena told 35 people about my miscarriage. I felt as though I could finally breathe. My phone vibrated. A text from Danielle. I just saw on Facebook that something happened at the anniversary party. Are you okay? What did you do? I responded, I'll tell you everything. Can I stay at your place tonight? She asked, already setting up the guest room. Get here safe. I started the car, pulled out of the parking lot, and drove to Danielle's apartment without looking back at the hotel, where my mother-in-law was still, covered in cake and crying about how I had ruined her life. She'd ruined mine first. I've just returned the favor. When my sister's fake cancer lie unraveled, she tried to destroy me. I exposed her lies and watched her world collapse. I exposed my sister's lies, and saw her life fall apart after she staged cancer to undermine my top 10 college goals. She is crying at my door 2 years later, and asks if we will ever be sisters again. My sister was prepared to ruin everything, including herself, in order to surpass me. I always made an effort to be best friends with Emily, my older sister, when I was growing up. I based my entire wardrobe purchase on her appearance. Additionally, I would start a hobby whenever she did. However, she began to view me as her greatest adversary rather than as my best friend. When she would return home with a running, dancing, or other hobby award, I would imitate her. The first person she told was me. She would then wave the award in my face and ask, "Bet you couldn't do this, could you?" Instead of crying or becoming envious, I would give her a tight hug and express my happiness for her. However, this only made her more irate, and she would push me away. At times, it was so intense that my whole body would drop to the ground. However, I didn't give up until my 14th birthday, when our parents gave me a pink, glittery bike that Emily had always desired. I hurried to her room and knocked on her door as soon as I opened the package. I asked her if she wanted to be the first to ride it after bringing her into the back garden and showing her what I had. "Sure," she replied, grinning broadly. She told me she wanted to ride it on the road, and since she was 17, I assumed she was old enough to do so safely. However, she didn't sit in the seat. Instead, she made eye contact with me and tossed it into the open road, where it was destroyed by a passing truck. My childhood came to an end when my heart broke. I made a commitment to never share with her my accomplishments or, for that matter, any updates on my life. Since Emily hadn't left for college yet, she overheard my parents discussing my second-place finish at the regional cross-country championships when I was 15. To my surprise, though, she asked to attend my awards ceremony rather than freaking out. I firmly believed that she was attempting to mend our friendship, so I enthusiastically agreed. The coach announced the winners on the big day, ranking them from lowest to highest. However, he never yelled my name because Emily abruptly fell to the ground before he could. Everyone turned to look at my family and inquire about her well-being. It wasn't until you could hear the ambulance sirens outside that she woke up again. "Oh, sorry, everyone," she said, startling everyone. "I just didn't eat enough food today." Everyone expressed their amazement at her well-being. All I did was roll my eyes. From that point on, I essentially concealed everything from my parents, sister, and my entire family. It undoubtedly made life more lonely, and it was difficult to resist the urge to run to my parents when I received good news. Then, at the age of 17, I was admitted to one of the top 10 universities. Before I did, my parents discovered the acceptance letter. As soon as I arrived home, my mother exclaimed, "Honey, we are so proud of you." They immediately began snapping numerous photos of me holding my acceptance letter to post on their social media accounts. And I allowed them to be pleased for me for the first time in years. I reasoned that there was nothing Emily could do to ruin it. Once more, though, I was mistaken because when I woke up the following day, my parents had stormed into my room and thrown everything I owned into black bin bags. My dad was crying, and my mom's voice was trembling when she said, "Your sister has just been diagnosed with stage 2 ovarian cancer. She'll need one room for her stuff and one to sleep in." I could tell right away that she was acting. All I needed was some kind of proof. Later that day, Emily grinned as she returned home. It's funny because I had seen a picture of her hair blowing in the wind on her story only a few months prior, and now she was completely bald. She did, however, lie down and sleep. Claimed that the cancer was wearing her out. I lured her into a state of delusional security by cooking her favorite meal that evening. I slept on the couch for 2 weeks before Emily threw a party to honor her own bravery. She invited some of the girls from my class as well as everyone we knew. Excellent. I used a fork to tap on my Fanta glass halfway through. She instantly recited a speech that I had heard her rehearse dozens of times in the bathroom mirror. "Emily, make a speech. We're so proud of you." I approached her and gave her a hug while she was in the middle of her fake tears. And I peeled off the bald cap as I was about to pull away. She had blonde hair that fell to her waist. Emily let out a scream. I thought my mother's lungs were going to burst from the force of her gasp. I put the TV on full volume, while everyone processed what was happening. I played a video I had taken of Emily rehearsing her speech in front of the mirror while she believed no one was watching. She stormed out of the house and drove off, refusing to confront her lies at last. I let my parents take care of bidding farewell to everyone as I went upstairs to my room. My mother slapped me across the face when I woke up the following morning. I just looked at her, my cheek burning, and asked, "How could you have embarrassed Emily like that while she's battling with cancer?" According to my mother, Emily told them that I had torn out her hair extensions, saying that she had spent thousands on realistic ones so that people wouldn't feel sorry for her because she was bald. By acknowledging that she could afford such pricey extensions, she didn't want to show off her wealth. My parents believed that story, which surprised me. They firmly believed that I had brutally revealed their daughter's cancerous hair extensions. The bounce in my step, attracting interested glances from students who were walking by. My recordings were gone when I got home that Friday. Each and every gadget had disappeared from its hiding places. There was nothing in the drawer beneath my desk. The outlines of dust indicate the locations of the recorders. My closet's box was empty. I couldn't even find the backup USB drives I had stashed in an old shoe. With her legs tucked under her, Emily was reading a magazine on the couch as if nothing had happened. Her fingers turned the pages of the magazine, one of those celebrity gossip rags, languidly. She didn't even look up from her reading when I asked her about them, claiming she had no idea what I was talking about. She sounded innocent, as if she had practiced this particular moment. The cloud backups were still there, but I was now suspicious. I changed all of my passwords that evening and enabled two-factor authentication. In case she gained access to those accounts as well, I even made dummy accounts with fictitious evidence. As I constructed layer after layer of digital protection, my fingers slid across the keyboard. I created security questions and password managers using information that only I would know, allusions to books Emily had never read, and locations she had never visited. Helen showed up Saturday morning looking worried and carrying a casserole. Her gray hair was freshly styled, and she wore her fine pearls, the ones she saved for special occasions. She gave Emily a hug and complimented her on her bravery, saying that her acting was on par with any performance I had ever seen. Emily raved about her treatment and how difficult everything was. At the appropriate times, she even succeeded in making her voice tremble. I bit my tongue so hard, I tasted copper as I watched from the kitchen. The casserole was still warm and smelled like comfort food from my childhood that I couldn't get. Later, after I had given my room to Emily, Helen asked to see it so she could help me reorganize. It was a cunning justification that would not arouse suspicion. I showed her everything on my phone when we were by ourselves. The timeline of lies I had painstakingly recorded. The screenshots. The recordings. Context and cross-references were added to each piece of evidence. Her jaw tightened as she heard Emily's cruel laughter, and her face darkened with every piece of evidence. When she learned that Emily was going to steal my college acceptance letter, she had to sit on my bed. We went over everything for an hour. Helen pointed out discrepancies that I had overlooked, such as Emily's claims that she had chemotherapy every Monday but was never ill on Tuesdays, or the fact that her medical records all shared the same watermark pattern despite supposedly coming from different offices. She demonstrated to me how the fonts and margins matched exactly. She even saw that the medical jargon was a little strange, as if someone had looked up terms online instead of copying them from actual documents. Her eye for genuine medical documentation was honed over the years she worked at a law firm that handled medical malpractice cases. Helen claimed to have spoken with my parents, but we needed to plan ahead. They would become defensive and shut down entirely if we were too forceful. When people were emotionally invested in a lie, confrontation could backfire, as she had witnessed with her own siblings. She recommended holding off until dinner, when everyone would be more at ease. With my stomach roiling with anxiety, I agreed, despite the fact that waiting felt impossible. Helping Mom in the kitchen and listening to Dad's work stories, we spent the afternoon acting as though nothing had changed. Emily was performing at her best during dinner. She sighed about how the treatment had reduced her appetite as she pushed food around her plate. Cutting the chicken into tiny pieces for maximum impact, she had taken precisely 3 tiny bites. My mother leaped up from the table and offered to make her something else right away. With a heartfelt voice, Dad rubbed her shoulder and remarked on how strong she was. With all the fake sympathy, the dining room felt oppressive. Helen began casually. She inquired about Emily's course of treatment and the hospital she was visiting. She asked in a conversational tone, as if she were inquiring about the weather. Regarding privacy and her desire to avoid overloading everyone with information, Emily provided evasive responses. Helen persisted a bit longer, adding that she might be able to get assistance from a friend who worked as an oncologist. She even took out her phone as if she were prepared to connect at that very moment. Emily dabbed at fake tears to hide the twitch in her eye. Although her team was taking care of everything, she said she was grateful for the offer. Emily's chair scraped loudly on the floor as she had to use the restroom right after Helen asked for the oncologist's name so she could send a thank you card. Playing up her weakness, she walked slowly while supporting herself with one hand by following the wall. Helen glanced at my parents while she was gone. She inquired as to whether they had truly attended any appointments with Emily. Emily stated that she needed to be independent, so my mother acknowledged that they hadn't. She twisted her napkin in her lap with an embarrassed expression. Emily was shielding them from the harsh reality. Dad continued. He clenched his hands on the table. He didn't even know he was carrying tension, as evidenced by the whitened knuckles. Helen showed them my proof and took out her phone. They initially turned their heads away like kids avoiding veggies because they didn't want to look. Helen persisted, methodically going over every screenshot and recording. She arranged them in a polished and convincing presentation. When my mother heard Emily laughing about tricking them, her face turned white and her hand went to her mouth. In 30 seconds, Dad's face changed from incredulity to horror to anger. When Emily returned, we were all staring at her. The grandfather clock in the hallway was the only sound to break the deafening silence. She burst into tears as soon as she heard that we were banding together against a cancer patient. She accused me of using AI to fake the recordings when that failed. Then, as her lies grew more desperate and outrageous, she claimed that I had given her drugs to force her to say those things. A house of cards collapsing in real time. Each new excuse ran counter to the previous one. The weight shift caused my dad's chair to creak as he slowly got to his feet. He asked her directly if she had cancer. He had caught me smuggling cookies, and his voice sounded just like it did when I was younger. Emily tried crying again, but he simply asked the same question in a firm, steady voice. At last, she blew up. She yelled that we all admired my accomplishments more than she did and that my foolish college acceptance had captured her parents' interest. Years of bitterness spilled out of her mouth. The truth erupted in a torrent. She acknowledged that she was lying about everything, but blamed us for making her feel invisible. I received all the credit for imitating her, even though she had been the older sister for years. Her face twisted with years of repressed anger. She claimed that the only time she felt strong was when she destroyed my bike. She even acknowledged minor details that I had never suspected. Concealing my library materials to avoid penalties. Telling embarrassing lies about me to students at school. My essays are being removed from the family computer. My mother began to cry. She heard deep, shuddering noises that rocked her entire body. Dad had to grab the edge of the table and sit back down as if his legs gave out. The wood moaned as he held it. In case Emily later attempted to refute the confession, Helen captured the entire exchange on her phone. As I watched my family disintegrate, I felt numb, as if I were floating above the scene. In the middle of such devastation, the unfinished food on the table seemed ridiculous. But Emily wasn't finished. Screaming that I had ruined everything, she lunged at me. When my mother attempted to step in between us, her fingernail snagged her arm. When blood trickled down Mom's wrist, everyone's astonishment was finally broken. Like tiny roses, the red drops spread out when they hit the white tablecloth. Mom seemed unable to understand what had happened as she gazed at her arm. Dad took hold of Emily and yanked her away. She was wailing and yelling about how much she detested me, how my birth had stolen her life, and how all of my accomplishments had served to defame her. Her voice was raw and primal, releasing years of anger in one terrifying outburst. Sensing the mayhem through the walls, the neighbor's dog began to bark. As Dad held Emily, Helen dialed 911. Her legal education kept her focused as she delivered the speech in a composed manner. The paramedics arrived to take my mom's arm. But they also took Emily. They were concerned that she might injure herself because she had worked herself into such a state. Her voice reverberated down our quiet street as she continued to scream that this was all my fault as they led her away. Neighbors looked through curtains as porch lights flickered on. After that, the house felt deserted. Mom required antibiotics and sutures. Although the scratches were deep, the doctor said they would heal without any problems. They efficiently and gently cleaned and bandaged her arm. Dad silently drove her home. The car engine's hum is the only sound. We were all at a loss for words. As we pulled into our driveway, the streetlights caught the hospital bracelet on Mom's wrist. My parents sat me down to apologize that evening. They claimed that the cancer story had shocked them. They never questioned it. They ultimately enabled their daughter's lies because they wanted to help their ill daughter. When Mom mentioned slapping me, she sobbed and gently touched my cheek. It was a tender, remorseful gesture, very different from that day. Not to offend them, but to let them know that this wasn't new. I told them about everything Emily had done over the years. The staff at the library knew me by name, and coffee became my best friend. After being observed for 3 days, Emily returned home. Twice a week, she had to go to therapy. According to the therapist, she displayed antisocial traits and symptoms of narcissistic personality disorder. She set reasonable expectations by warning us that it would take years of work to address. She handed us leaflets on enabling behaviors and family dynamics. Without saying sorry, she returned to her previous room. We made unseen barriers in our common areas by avoiding one another entirely. She had looked right through me as if I weren't there when we passed in the hallway. That was okay with me. Years ago, I had given up on ever having a sister. The house seemed to be divided into two distinct worlds that coexisted under one roof. She was still attempting to harm me. Though, one day, I saw her going through my college documents in my room. She claimed she was only borrowing a pen when I confronted her. However, I saw that she had been squeezing my acceptance letter, as it was crumpled. The official seal was irreparably wrinkled. My skin crawled at the invasion of my personal space. That evening, I put a lock on my door. My parents understood the need without my having to explain, so they didn't object. They understood that while Emily dealt with her problems, we needed boundaries. Mom even tested each deadbolt's strength before helping me choose a strong one from the hardware store. That lock's click turned into a sound of security. The months that followed were tense. On good days, Emily would help with the dishes and laugh at TV shows, appearing almost normal. She would then experience setbacks where her anger returned. Recovery wasn't linear, as her therapist cautioned us. In addition to being patient, we had to defend ourselves. Family meals turned into workouts and cautious maneuvers. I began storing everything significant in a safe. Every night, my laptop, papers, and even sentimental objects went inside. I couldn't risk another attempt at sabotage, even though it felt extreme. I was able to concentrate on my studies because of the safety. My birthday, which Emily had always hated, was the combination. It was like taking back something just by picking those numbers. My acceptance was finally confirmed by the college. The admissions board acknowledged my candor and said they understood the circumstances. They even provided tools for coping with trauma in the family. Reading that email made me cry. Waves of relief swept over me. My future was safe once more. The way ahead is obvious. I allowed myself to get excited when prom season arrived. My friend Ben asked me to go as friends after I found a lovely dress on sale. It was nice to have something routine to anticipate. I even noticed that I was humming as I worked on my homework. Happiness from the past is returning. Like a promise of a single ideal evening, the dress hung in my closet. I was applying makeup on prom night when I heard a crash. My dress was on the ground, covered in what appeared to be bleach. The cloth was ruined. The blue material was covered in large white patches. Emily's bathroom door closed the hallway with a click. My nose was burned by the chemical odor. I felt the excitement ebbing away as I stood there in my slip, gazing at the ruined dress. Instead of screaming, I called Nancy instead. Bringing her daughter's old prom dress, she drove over. Although it was green rather than blue, it fit flawlessly. I tried not to cry while Nancy did my hair. She meant it when she said I looked lovely. She gently pinned each curl with her hands. As if she had anticipated my need for rescue, she even carried matching jewelry in her purse. No one seemed to mind that my dress wasn't what I had planned for prom. Ben and I danced until our feet ached. I forgot about Emily and the mayhem at home for several hours. I simply got to celebrate with my friends like any other adolescent. Silver streamers and sparkling lights transformed the gym. We replaced the staged smiles and family portraits with real ones in dozens of pictures. Emily was in the living room when I arrived home. Her expression darkened as she glanced at the green dress. She had been waiting for me to cry over the ruined dress, I realized. She hurried off to her room, clearly disappointed, when I grinned and said, "I had an amazing night." Her attempt to harm me had, for once, completely failed. Her therapist scheduled a family meeting for the following week. Emily had confessed to the dress incident and multiple other acts of sabotage, she said. In order for Emily to concentrate on healing without distractions, the therapist suggested a more rigorous program, possibly residential treatment. She clarified that the existing strategy wasn't operating quickly enough. My parents felt conflicted. They were concerned about sending Emily away even though they wanted to help her. The therapist clarified that everyone needed time apart to heal at times. She handed them brochures, glossy pages full of recovery promises, for a number of programs that focused on personality disorders. Testimonials from families who had found serenity through separation were displayed in each facility. I heard my parents fighting that evening. Dad felt they had let Emily down by not seeing this sooner, but Mom wanted to try the residential program. Regarding who was at fault, they argued back and forth. I tried to concentrate on my homework while wearing headphones. Calculus problems are hazy through my tears. Even through my music, their raised voices could be heard. Emily must have heard them too, because she declared the following day that she would attend treatment. She expressed that she was sick of constantly feeling angry. She didn't appear to be planning anything. For the first time in years, she appeared truly worn out. Her eyes were shattered by dark circles. Something hollow seemed to have taken the place of the fight in her. The next Monday, we took her to the facility by car. It was 2 hours away, encircled by gardens and mountains. The employees appeared to be firm but kind. They clarified that family therapy sessions would take place once a month for at least 9 months. The structure appeared less like a hospital and more like a retreat. In the parking lot, other families were bidding farewell, each with a burdensome tale to tell. Emily ignored me and gave our parents a farewell hug. That was fine with me. A tearful reconciliation wasn't necessary for me. All I wanted was for her to get assistance and stop bothering me. I watched the facility vanish in the rearview mirror as we drove away, feeling lighter than I had in years. The mountains appeared serene, as if they could contain and change all of our family's suffering. Without her, the house was quiet. I spread out my belongings fearlessly and returned to my room. During our quiet dinners, my parents and I had genuine conversations. With genuine interest in my responses, Mom began to inquire about my day once more. On some nights, we even played board games and rediscovered how to function as a 3-person family. I threw myself into the activities of my senior year. I began tutoring underclassmen in math and joined the yearbook committee. Now that I was accepted to college, I could finally enjoy my time in high school. I had to practice everything twice because of him. Nancy hosted a farewell party for me that included all of my favorite foods. Before I left for school, the treatment center called to discuss a special family session. Emily had something significant to share, they said. On a Saturday, we drove up. The summer growth had turned the mountains green. The structure no longer seemed so intimidating. In the garden areas, family members sat and conversed quietly. Emily appeared healthier in the session room. Her skin had returned to its natural color, and she had put on weight. Her hands trembled a little as she read from a piece of paper. It was a sincere apology. She described particular instances and admitted how they had wounded me. Every memory, the dress, the laptop, the bike was scrutinized. She claimed to have been diagnosed with borderline traits and narcissistic personality disorder. That was an explanation rather than an excuse. She was learning how to control her feelings without causing harm to other people. As she talked, the therapist gave her a supportive nod. We all sat in silence for a while after she was done. She was not forgiven by me. The therapist said that was all right, but I thanked her for the apology and added, I hope treatment kept helping. That was all I could give right then. It was impossible to rush or coerce forgiveness. Everybody had a different healing timeline. We went to a local cafe for lunch. Emily arrived under a staff member's supervision. She did eat the soup that she had ordered. We discussed safe subjects like the weather and movies. I showed her the email when she inquired about my roommate assignment. According to her Facebook profile, the girl seemed pleasant. It was a quiet drive home. In the front seat, my parents continued to look at each other. Mom concluded by saying that they were pleased with my self-management and that I had demonstrated maturity beyond my years. I owed Emily nothing. Dad continued. Whatever my feelings were, they were legitimate. I was packing 2 weeks prior to college when I discovered something odd. In my desk drawer is a small, wrapped box. A necklace featuring my birthstone was inside. Emily had ordered it from the craft program at the treatment facility. According to the receipt, I stared for a long time at a small note that read, "For your new beginning." I packed it, but I never wore it. I might or might not do so in the future. Even though I wasn't quite ready to accept it, the gesture had some significance. I carefully wrapped it in tissue paper before putting it in my jewelry box. Little steps led to progress. The day of move-in was chaotic. Dad refused to let anyone else carry anything until his back began to ache. My room in the dorm was rearranged 3 times by Mom. Chloe, my roommate, and her parents looked on in amusement. Our room felt like home, even though by the evening it looked like a Bed Bath & Beyond explosion. It was more difficult than anticipated to say goodbye. The parking lot was where Mom ugly sobbed. Dad continued to check the car tires and clear his throat. I committed to texting every day and calling once a week. Before I did, Nancy sent a care package, which arrived first. Tea, cookies, and a note expressing her pride. College fulfilled all of my expectations. Classes are challenging but fascinating. Pizza fueled late-night study sessions. My roommate and I bonded over the awful food in the dining hall, and we became good friends. I made more friends when I joined the running club. I felt free because no one was aware of my family's drama. I felt strange missing the first family therapy session. After that, Mom called to tell me everything. Emily was doing well, assuming accountability on her own initiative. She had begun assisting the younger residents with their first adjustments. It was referred to as significant progress by the therapist. I was happy to be far away, but I was also relieved. Over Thanksgiving break, I returned home. The house seemed calmer and different. In addition to hosting game nights with friends, my parents had redecorated a few rooms. They appeared lighter and happier, as though they had been holding their breath for years before finally letting it out. Mom prepared enough food to feed 20 people. For Thanksgiving dinner, Emily was permitted to have a home visit under supervision. She appeared anxious as she entered. Conversation began slowly as we all sat at the table acting like strangers posing as family. She seemed genuinely interested in my major in biology and inquired about my classes. No disparaging or competitive remarks. She assisted with plate clearing after dinner without being asked. Emily asked if she could say something when her mother brought out the pie. She expressed gratitude to us for persevering in her. Stated that, although it was difficult, she was determined to improve, even though she was aware that she had caused us great suffering. Dad grabbed her hand and gave it a squeeze. The visit felt like progress, but she returned to treatment that evening. I waved from the porch, but I didn't give her a final hug. Little steps. Healing wasn't linear. According to the therapist. Even though there would be good and bad days, at least we were making progress. More changes occurred during winter break. Emily transferred to a transitional housing program after completing the first phase of treatment. She began taking online classes at a community college, and found a part-time job at a bookstore. She seemed to benefit from the structure. She had to live up to expectations and the rules. The therapist discussed reintegration during another family session. Emily could visit more frequently, have dinner once a week, and attend family gatherings with notice, but she wouldn't move home immediately, possibly never. Boundaries were necessary for everyone to feel secure. We were assisted in writing them down by the therapist. I returned to college with a cautious sense of optimism. During Parents' Weekend, my parents came to visit and got to know all of my friends. Mom took pictures of everything, including my messy dorm room, which made me feel ashamed. My college sweatshirt was worn everywhere by Dad. They appeared content, incredibly joyful. No longer pushing it. The spring semester went by quickly. I received an invitation to join the honors program after making the dean's list. The letter was framed by my parents. Nancy sent flowers as a token of appreciation. Emily even texted to express her pride. Every accomplishment felt completely mine now. There isn't a shadow over it. Not worried about reprisals. When I returned home over spring break, I discovered Emily had been there multiple times. Dinners were going well, according to my parents. She was practicing emotional control and accepting responsibility in therapy. Her work ethic was praised by the manager of the bookstore. Little triumphs, but still victories. When Mom gave updates, she spoke in an impartial tone. That Wednesday, we had dinner together. I told Emily about my research internship when she inquired about my summer plans. She inquired about the project and said that sounded impressive. Genuine inquiries rather than searching for vulnerabilities to take advantage of. She said I'd do great when I mentioned that I was nervous. The dinner ended quietly. She thanked her mother for cooking and assisted with loading the dishwasher. Said farewell without being strange. My parents gave me a hopeful look after she left. It wasn't great, but it wasn't bad either, so I said it was fine. Fine was sufficient at times. More stability arrived with summer. I immersed myself in my research and thoroughly enjoyed it. During their visit to the lab, my parents attempted to comprehend my protein folding project. Emily maintained her employment and continued her therapy. Every other week, we gathered for family dinners. With practice, conversation became easier. She asked if we could speak in private one evening. Like when we were kids, we sat on the back porch. She acknowledged that she couldn't return the years she had stolen from me, but she still wanted to improve moving forward. I told her I was grateful, but it would take time, possibly forever, to earn her trust. I understand, she said. We had one last family session before the sophomore year began. Emily had made great strides, according to the therapist, but she would require continued assistance. She was able to control her reactions and identify her triggers. Although the personality disorder would never go away, She had control over how it affected other people. Everyone had put in a lot of effort to get here. I felt at home when I returned to college. Even though my family wasn't flawless, it was healing. Emily occasionally sent texts with everyday content, such as songs she enjoyed or books she had read. When I felt like it, I answered. No pressure in either case. We were discovering a new rhythm that suited everyone. The sophomore year presented both new possibilities and challenges. I formally announced my major and began working with a professor on my research. Every week, my parents called to give me updates. Emily was doing well and attending more classes. In her therapy group, Baby Steps Toward a Normal Life, she had made some friends. Emily had her own apartment, a studio close to the bookshop, when I returned home for winter break. She actually prepared the dinner when she invited us over. Nobody objected to the overcooked pasta. She proudly showed us her space. Everything is tidy and well organized, demonstrating a new beginning. We awkwardly exchanged Christmas gifts. I received a gift card to my favorite store from her. Secure and useful. For her therapy work, I got her a journal. We tried, but it was safe, too. That made a difference. Mom snapped pictures of us seated on the couch. Not friendly, but not at all at ease. The remainder of the break went smoothly. Family dinners went off without a hitch. Emily showed up at my high school friend's party and acted appropriately. Even Ben's awful jokes made her laugh. We both responded that our relationship was complex but getting better when someone inquired about it. It felt sincere. One afternoon, I assisted her in moving some furniture. We were alone in her apartment. We worked silently while she turned on some music. After we were done, we sat on her new couch while she made tea. She said that even though she knew she didn't deserve the chance, she was thankful that I was giving it to her. I told her about my classes and friends from college. She listened without comparison or interruption. She offered to help when I mentioned that I was having trouble with organic chemistry. It turned out that she had successfully completed it at a community college. We reviewed my notes for an hour. She gave clear explanations and was patient. I informed my parents about the tutoring that evening. They looked at each other in surprise. Mom thought that was fantastic. My father reminded me to set limits. I acknowledged that, but if everyone remained healthy, perhaps boundaries could gradually change to allow for greater connection. Flexibility was crucial, according to the therapist. The spring semester got off to a fresh start. I texted Emily about her homework in chemistry. She sent practice problems and videos that were helpful. I received $1. Math room. B+. $1 instead of a C. She said that helping me felt good, as if she was making a positive contribution, and I thanked her. We established a routine for once. Monthly video calls to review challenging concepts and weekly texts about school. She never insisted on making more contact than I did. She didn't feel guilty when I didn't reply for a few days. Instead, she waited until I was ready. It felt important that boundaries were respected. Our relationship had stabilized by the end of my sophomore year. Functional but not close. We could converse without ulterior motives and share space without conflict. She attended my academic awards ceremony and gave me a sincere clap. Just support, no drama or scene. I studied abroad in Spain that summer. Emily gave me travel advice and assisted me with packing. Before everything fell apart, she had spent a semester overseas. Her advice on staying at home and dealing with culture shock worked well. At the airport, we said our goodbyes with hugs. Real, but brief. Mom shed tears of joy. Everyone, including Emily, received postcards from me. She later told me that she had saved them in a box. She wanted to see pictures and hear stories when I returned. She inquired about the research I had conducted there, recalled specifics from earlier discussions, behaving for once like a typical sister. With graduate school applications imminent, junior year arrived. Emily offered to edit my personal statements. I agreed after hesitating. She offered insightful criticism without attempting to undermine anything. Even found a few typos that I had overlooked. She assisted me in practicing for interviews. Helpful and constructive. She had changed over the years of therapy. Not into an ideal person, but into someone who could work without hurting other people. She still had occasional jealousy issues. When I told her good news, I would see glimmers of the former Emily, but she would correct herself and apologize. Real change requires real work. She was truly thrilled for me when the acceptance letters began to come in. No fictitious mysterious illnesses or cancer diagnoses. Just congrats and inquiries about the program I should enroll in. When the time came, she even offered to help me move. I was grateful for the offer, but I said we'd see. In preparation for the future, senior year went by quickly. Emily attended the graduation without drawing attention to herself. I sat with my parents and applauded when it was appropriate. Gave me a card with a sincere message expressing pride in my achievements and took pictures when requested. In fact, I thought she meant it. We spent more time together that summer than we had in years. She drove me to IKEA for furniture, assisted me in finding an apartment in my new city, and put together bookcases without complaining. At times, we even chuckled. No forced or premeditated laughter, just spontaneous responses to amusing situations. She asked if we could become real sisters someday the night before I moved. Not right now, but later. I said perhaps that I wanted to think it was possible, but I couldn't promise anything, after enough time had passed and trust had been restored. That was fair, more than she truly deserved, she said. Together, we loaded the moving truck. My parents are trying to hide their emotions. Emily is helpful and realistic. She gave me a framed picture of us as children before everything went wrong as a small gift after everything had been packed. We both smiled at the camera, sisters who had no idea what lay ahead. I hung it in my new apartment so it was visible, but not overt. A reminder that forgiveness was achievable even if it took years, that people could change, and that families could recover from severe trauma. I would look at the picture while studying because it was facing my desk. Two young girls who were not given what they deserved. These days, Emily and I text frequently, not every day, but consistently. She tells me about her classes and job. I tell graduate school stories. On the ashes of what was destroyed, we are constructing something new. Despite its imperfections and fragility, it belongs to us. Perhaps that's sufficient for now. I can see how far we've all come when I look back. Years of therapy, work, pain, and growth have followed that awful party where I took off her bald cap. My parents are getting better at seeing. Emily is learning how to live without causing destruction. I'm learning how to defend myself while remaining receptive to new possibilities. Our family isn't what it could have been. There is too much damage for that. However, we are the family that we have chosen to be. Healing but scarred. Cautious, but optimistic. The only thing anyone can do is to take things one day at a time. And that's sufficient for now. My parents gave my sister everything, including the inheritance, but she ran away with a freeloader. Now they expect me to care for them in exchange for money. My parents have always given my sister everything, including the inheritance, because they have always given her preference over me. This includes being the recipient of everything. On the other hand, she ran away with a slacker friend who used up all of her money in a short amount of time. They are at the point where they want me to care after them in exchange for a particular sum of money. As I was growing up, it was clear to me that my parents had a favorite child, and Emily was the child that they favored the most. Both of my parents had a favorite child. She was their little princess, the one they truly adored, and the one who, in their opinion, was incapable of doing anything wrong. She was their little princess. It looked as if their entire world revolved around her, and they greeted everything she did with admiration and praise. She was the center of their universe. They would simply explode with pride and happiness whenever she smiled at them, regardless of whether it was a tiny success at school or something as simple as her smiling at them personally. This was the case regardless of the situation. On the other hand, I was the oldest child by a large margin, and my parents were completely different from me in every way. In the event that Emily's requirements were met, I would be provided with whatever it was that I required. Even in the case that I encountered an issue, I did not consider it to be a top concern. There were many occasions when I had the sensation that they were ignoring me. From the beginning, Emily and I never harbored any animosity toward one another. This was never the case. Despite the fact that I had genuine feelings of affection for her, it was difficult for me to feel any kind of animosity toward her. Despite the fact that it is not unusual for siblings to experience feelings of animosity or envy in situations that are comparable to ours, I have never considered her to be the adversary. On that particular occasion, I was only her younger sister. Without a shadow of a doubt, there have been instances in which I have found myself wishing that matters were otherwise. I wish that I were not always the one who was pushed to the side, the one whose feelings and needs were put on the back burner. It would be good if I were not always the one who does this. To put that into perspective, I was conscious of the fact that Emily was not to blame for the circumstance. She did not choose to be the favorite by any stretch of the imagination, just as I did not seek to receive less attention than I deserved. For the purpose of demonstrating how much my parents favored Emily over me, I will provide you with a few examples. To give you an idea of how much they favored Emily, here is a little explanation. Every year, on her birthday, we would go to Disneyland. It was the place that we would go to celebrate her birthday. An entire day would be spent having fun, experiencing excitement, and making memories that will remain with you for the rest of your life. It was something that Emily always looked forward to, and my parents made sure that it was a particularly special event to celebrate. Emily's anticipation was unwavering. On the other hand, when it came time for my birthday, there were no elaborate surprises or lavish outings planned for me. Nothing like that. Another option would be for us to simply go out to dine at a restaurant in the area. This would be the alternative. It was quite evident that there was a distinction between the two. On the other hand, the celebration of my birthday was more of a requirement that they needed to accomplish, whereas the celebration of Emily's birthday was seen to be an important occasion. My parents have always made Emily's participation in extracurricular activities their first priority. This has been the case throughout our whole relationship. They made the decision to provide ballet lessons to daughter rather than tennis lessons for me, despite the fact that they only had sufficient funds to cover the after-school activities of one of their children. The fact that I was so good at tennis was the aspect of the scenario that I found to be the most frustrating. Even though I had the potential to go far in my playing career, my parents did not place a high value on my ability to play. This was despite the fact that I had the talent to play. Rather of wasting time on something that they perceived to be nothing more than a game, they suggested that I focus more of my attention on my academics. They believed that this would be more productive. The truth of the matter is that they simply did not want to put money into me as an investment. For the most part, Emily's academic achievement was not particularly noteworthy, in spite of the fact that she never received a grade that was higher than a B. She continued to act as if it was irrelevant. I remember my parents gushing over her accomplishments, telling her how proud they were of her, and even occasionally presenting her with presents or a special treat to show their appreciation. This was something that they would do with each and every report card that she brought home. In my opinion, the circumstance was completely different from what I had anticipated. In spite of the fact that I had achieved the second slot, I did not receive any praise, enthusiasm, or prizes. In fact, I was not even offered any prizes at all. Not because my parents were concerned about my achievements, but rather because they wanted me to set a good example for Emily, who is my younger sister. I was always expected to obtain high ratings. This was not because they were concerned about my successes. In the event that I was unable to meet the high expectations that they had established for me, I would be subjected to reprimands, lectures, or the feeling that I had let them down. In spite of the fact that I exerted a great deal of effort, my achievements were never acknowledged in the same way as Emily's were brought to light of the spotlight. Because I was an adult and had relocated to a different location in order to attend college, my parents did not offer me anything in the way of financial aid. As a result of their belief that I was capable of handling everything on my own and that I was self-sufficient enough to do it, they anticipated that I would take out student loans and figure things out on my own. On the other hand, when it was time for Emily to enroll in college, my parents did not hesitate to cover all of her fees and fulfillment of all of her criteria. She was still young and unable to deal with the burden of a loan, which was the point that they took into consideration while making their decision. My impression was that this was terribly unjust, as if I did not deserve the same aid merely because I had developed the ability to take care of myself. I felt that this was a situation that I did not deserve. I had pretty much accepted the fact that this was just the way things were in our family at that point, despite the fact that it was frustrating. I had come to terms with the reality that this was the way things were. Emily was fortunate enough to receive a brand new car as a gift on the occasion of her 21st birthday. My parents were filled with pride as they handed her the keys to the car. It was not necessary for her to have made a request, begged for it, or provided evidence that she needs it. It was simply handed to her without any consideration or inquiry being made regarding it. In the meantime, when I needed a car for my part-time job when I was attending college, I had to ask my mother a number of times before she finally agreed to allow me borrow her old, beat-up vehicle. I was able to ask her for permission to borrow her vehicle. Even though it was not in very good condition, I felt grateful to have anything at all. I was thankful that I had anything at all. The difficulty stemmed from the fact that the car had a history of experiencing frequent failures. Sometimes I would find myself stranded on the side of the road, feverishly trying to get it to start again. There were occasions when I would find myself in this situation. I requested my parents for aid with repairs on multiple occasions, but they never agreed to supply it. My father always told me that if I wanted to learn how to drive, I had to find it out on my own. This was the piece of advice that I would take from him. Consequently, whenever the automobile was not running correctly, I had no alternative but to take the bus to work, regardless of how uncomfortable it was for me to do so. This was the only course of action I could take. It did not matter whether it was freezing cold, pouring rain, or extremely hot. What was important was that I had to find my own way through the mountainous terrain. The fact that it was difficult for me was never taken into consideration by my parents, despite the fact that it existed. Once my maternal grandparents had passed away, my mother was the recipient of everything that they had left behind on their estate. A significant quantity of money was represented by the sum. In addition, despite the fact that I had never anticipated that I would be the beneficiary of any of it, I was as startled by the events that took place after that. She made the decision to go on a vacation that would only include her and Emily, rather of spending the money on something that would have been significant for the entire family. Emily was the only person who would be traveling with her. None of it was even brought to my attention at any point. After seeing Emily's postings on social media, I became aware that they were genuinely going to depart. I had no idea that they were about to leave. If one were to look at the pictures that she had uploaded, one would see that she and her mother were seen dining at a luxurious resort when they were there. As a result of my surprise, I decided to ask my sister about the location of this piece of information. She was left to read what I had to say. When I saw those posts, it stung in a way that I can't even begin to describe. I could not put it into words. However, the travel itself was not the only thing that took place. It was the awareness that they had not even contemplated asking me to the event that was the specific source of the problem. At a later point in time, when I questioned my mother about it, she offered me weak reasons for her actions. She stated that she had made some last-minute plans with my sister, and that both of them were doubtful as to whether or not I would be available to go. She also stated that she was uncertain about whether or not I would be able to go. Moreover, my mother stated that she has always felt a closer connection with Emily than she does with me. She has always felt this way. She went on to explain that this is due to the fact that my sister is more similar to her, and she assumed that I would not mind as much if she did this. I was so upset to hear my own mother say something like this that I instantly started crying when I heard it. It was very difficult for me to hear her say something like that. Although I exerted a great deal of effort to become a member of the family, I eventually came to the fact that I would never be able to fully integrate into the group, know of how hard I tried. When my mother and father found out that their daughter Emily had graduated from college, they immediately became happy. They treated it as if it were the greatest accomplishment in the entire world, and it was as if she had accomplished something that no one else in our family had ever been able to do before. Nothing else in our family had ever been able to do before. Emily received a half of the inheritance that belonged to my grandparents without any limitations attached, since my mother was so satisfied with herself that she handed it to her without any restrictions. She told her that she could use the money for anything she wanted, whether it was to buy a new car, go on a trip, come up with a business idea, or simply to take joy in life. She said that she could do whatever she wanted with the money. Emily received a significant gift that enabled her to provide herself with a comfortable financial cushion as she was in the process of transitioning into adulthood. On the other hand, all that I possess is nothing. She was living her life in accordance with her own self-imposed standards, without giving any consideration to the effects that this would have on them. My mother and father were now forced to face the reality of what they had brought into existence, despite the fact that they had always made excuses for her. Over the course of many years, they had provided her with all she needed and protected her from the repercussions of her conduct. And now, when they were finally in a situation where they required her to perform according to their expectations, she simply refused to do so. Things took a turn for the worst when Emily met someone online and fell head over heels in love with him. This was the moment when things began to go from bad to worse. This person, Alex, exemplified the very definition of a deadbeat throughout his entire life. He was without a job, without the will to pursue anything, and did not have any specific objectives for his future. It would appear that the only thing that he was concerned with was getting Emily to send him money, and she complied with his request. Everyone else was aware of the fact that he was taking advantage of her, but it did not make a difference to them who was aware of it. My parents and I made numerous attempts to have a chat with her, warning her that he was merely taking advantage of her, but she refused to listen to us. There were many occasions when we tried to have this conversation. On each occasion that we brought it up, she would become defensive, and at times even irate, alleging that we were not understanding what she was saying. She would do this because she believed that we were. According to her, the actions that she was taking did not constitute an act of stupidity. One may say that it was a real affection. Regardless of how much Alex asked for, Emily never wavered in her will to always be there for him and provide for him. Additionally, she would send him money for things that he did not actually require, such as new clothes or video games, in addition to making sure that he had enough money to pay his rent and buy food. Even though she continued to rely on my parents for her financial support, the fact that the bequest was the only source of her fortune was irrelevant. She was still dependent on them. She had the ability to fulfill Alex's desires in any way he desired, regardless of what it was. Suddenly, my mother and father were forced to witness another person taking advantage of their daughter, despite the fact that they had treated her like a princess throughout her whole existence. Emily would not speak a single word of criticism against him, regardless of how many times they attempted to intervene on his behalf. Due to the fact that she was under the assumption that providing assistance to him was a display of her dedication to him, she was hesitant to admit the reality of the situation. And then, about 2 months ago, Emily made the unexpected choice to run away and marry Alex. She did this without making any preparations in before. This came as a complete and full shock to everyone. There was no proof, no previous conversations, and nothing else that would have suggested that she had even been considering taking such a huge step. That would have been a complete and utter falsehood. However, all of a sudden, she was nowhere to be found, despite the fact that she had been living at home as she had done in the past. Her decision to tell our parents about it did not come until after the event had already taken place. When she made a video call to us while she was on her honeymoon, we were taken aback and our expectations were challenged. She announced with a great deal of pride that she and her new husband Alex were going to embark on a voyage around the world together, and that they were going to be the ones to pay for this fantastic experience. They intended to make use of the inheritance that belonged to my sister, or at least whatever was left of it after it had been put to use. The money that my parents had thought she would spend for something responsible, like a house or a solid future, was now in her possession. My parents had assumed that she would utilize the money properly. In contrast, she had every intention of spending it on her husband, who had been unfaithful to her throughout their marriage. My parents are typically really angry, which is something that you can certainly understand. A mother was especially furious about the situation. At that moment, she believed that she was the only person who could genuinely comprehend her daughter. For many years, she had been the recipient of my parents' favoritism, and had had all of her wants fulfilled. She had been their favorite child. According to their point of view, she had simply thrown everything away on a man with whom she had just a fleeting familiarity. At this point in time, I believe it is safe to state that things have not been the same since that time. There was a time when my parents went to great lengths to make sure that Emily was happy. Having said that, they have only recently started to become aware of the consequences that their acts would have. All forms of communication with her have been tightly restricted with no exceptions. The manner in which my parents interact with me has shifted, and I have come to the conclusion that this is due to the fact that they no longer see my sister as their favorite kid. It seems as if all of a sudden people are checking in on me, expressing interest in going out to lunch with me, and making an effort to try to get me involved in activities that they had never been interested in doing before. My mother used to rarely recognize my existence unless she needed anything, but these days she calls me just to strike up a conversation. Formerly, she would hardly notice my existence at all. Ever since she made the decision that she wanted to go shopping, she has been calling me each and every time she makes the decision. It had been years since I had witnessed Grandma and Emily going on shopping trips together, and I had been excluded from the experience. I was surprised and disappointed. She acts as if it is normal for her to include me at this point, as if we have always enjoyed this kind of connection. She acts as if she has always wanted to include me. In addition, my father is getting in touch with me more frequently to inquire about my employment, my health, and whether or not I have any requirements related to anything. In a similar vein, dinners with the family have developed throughout time. They used to create arrangements without taking into account my schedule in any manner, shape, or form in the past. The last thing that anyone was thinking about was me. It was never a given that I would be invited, but I was invited whenever it was convenient. On the other hand, at this stage, they plan dinners for the family based on my availability. They are going to make sure that I am able to go. They are going to inquire about my availability before making any preparations, and they are going to suddenly act excited about my appearance. That is a unique occurrence, and it is almost unnerving. Things will be different even on a social level. You may expect this. When they are invited to events, such as weddings or family get-togethers, they anticipate that I will accompany them. This includes going to the events with them. In a manner that gives the impression that they have always been concerned about my presence, they add that it will be a pleasure to have you there. When Emily was present, on the other hand, they never bothered to inquire as to whether or not I desired to attend the event. For all intents and purposes, It appears as though they have already decided to develop a substitute for my sister. In spite of the fact that there is a portion of me that is skeptical, there is also a portion of me that is eager to accept this change in order to finally get the attention and care that I had longed for when I was a youngster. The fact that Emily was no longer accessible to play the part of their ideal daughter raises the question of whether or not this was purely a matter of convenience. However, in contrast to Emily, they predict that I will also work for them. I will be working for them. Recently, when my father fell ill, my mother was unable to provide any support to him because she suffers from a poor back. This prevented her from being around to help him. Without making any inquiry, they immediately anticipated that I would take over and take care of him from that point on. When my father was in the hospital, they wanted me to pay him as many visits as I could, almost as if it were my responsibility to be there each and every day. They wanted me to be there as much as I could every day. When Emily was the one they surrounded themselves with, they never forced her to put them first, despite the fact that they had the expectation that I would put them first above all other considerations. My parents then had a conversation with me during the holiday season that seemed to be of enormous consequence. This conversation took place after the previous one. It was communicated to me that they had arrived at the conclusion that they would be granting me a portion of the inheritance that my mother had received from her grandparents. This was the same money that they had earlier come to the conclusion that they would not give to me. The fact that my mother had already given my sister half of it is something that must be kept in mind at all times. As a consequence of this, she expressed a wish to confer onto me a share of the resources that were open to her. In a conversation with me, my mother revealed that she and my father had the conviction that they ought to have always provided me with the money from the very beginning. It was their hope that I would be able to use this inheritance to make clever investments or to purchase a new automobile for myself now that it had been passed down to me. They were of the opinion that my car, which was 2 years old at the time, had fulfilled its purpose and that it was time for me to upgrade. I, on the other hand, was completely and thoroughly taken aback. Up until this point, my parents had never shown me anything, even quite like to the level of generosity that they have shown me. Over the course of several years, Emily had been the recipient of generous gifts and financial support, but I had been reminded on a regular basis to be self-sufficient and to take care of myself financially. Naturally, I had some reservations about the circumstances. I turned my head to look at them and asked, "Why are you suddenly being so nice to me?" At that very moment, they affirmed that they were being entirely honest with me. After everything that had happened with Emily, my parents let out a sigh and asserted that they had come to the realization that it was essential for them to gain knowledge from their errors. I continued by saying that they would never be able to trust her again because she had willingly spent all of her money in order to flee and marry a person who was completely unreliable. He said that this would be the reason why they would never be able to trust her again. Since of this, they had come to the conclusion that they would be better off entrusting the money to me since they were confident that I would invest it in a manner that was more responsible. This was in contrast to the alternative of providing her with additional funds, which she would only throw away. After looking at me, my mother informed me that in return for their generosity, all they wanted was for me to become their temporary favorite child. She said this to me as she stared at me. This was spoken by her while she was looking at me. As if it were something that was the most natural thing to say. She uttered it in such a casual manner that it seemed quite natural. According to her perspective, this meant that I should pay attention to what they had to say, be there for them, and take care of them now that they were becoming older and had no one else on whom they could rely. She also said that I should be there for them. Dad responded by saying that he had always been aware that I was the more responsible of the two of us, and that he had high expectations for me, expecting that I would not let them down in the same way that Emily had. He also added that he had always been aware that I was the more responsible of the two of us. As I sat there, trying to make sense of what I had just experienced, my eyes were locked on them. I was trying to make sense of anything. Hearing them say so supplied me with confirmation of what I had already suspected to be true. Love was not present in any way. The admiration that was shown was not genuine. It appeared as though they were attempting to bribe me into taking care of them, but this was only the surface level of the situation. Their golden child, Emily, had been snatched away from them. Emily was their only child. At this point, not only did they want me to assume her place, but they also wanted me to pay attention to their requirements. There was no intention on their part to make up for the way in which they had treated with me in the past when they offered me financial assistance. It was not because they were feeling guilty about the fact that they had ignored me for each and every year throughout their entire existence. However, the reason for this was that they needed something or someone from me just at this particular moment. I was being offered these things. But there were restrictions attached to them that I needed to fulfill. They were looking forward to receiving something in return, which included my respect, my presence, and my concern. In my capacity as a human being, they did not accord me any significance. It was about making sure that they had a safety net for themselves in light of the fact that Emily was no longer around to provide it. I was suddenly made aware of something that was upsetting to me at that particular moment. There was never a significant shift in the way my parents behaved. My worth was not something that they suddenly became aware of. It was a gradual process. Due to the fact that Emily did not live up to their expectations, they made the decision to change their personal choice. Consequently, at this point in time, I was nothing more than a backup plan than anything else. I have no question in my mind that I could have turned down the money that was offered to me. Without a doubt, I was able to voice my problems with the situation. I had the ability to call them out on their hypocrisy, point out how they had ignored me for years, and tell them exactly how I felt, but I chose not to do any of those things because, to tell you the truth, there was no purpose in doing any of those things. It appeared to be highly improbable that they would suddenly acknowledge their mistakes and give an apology for their actions. It was quite improbable that they would understand how unfair they had been in the end, even if they did eventually come to that realization. I therefore came to the conclusion that the best course of action would be to merely take what they were offering. There had never been a time when my parents had offered me any form of financial aid. Throughout my entire life, I had been the one who was self-sufficient, the one who had to work hard and fight for everything, whereas Emily had been the one who was given freebies. At the age of 20, my sister was showered with costly gifts, including free college tuition, a brand new automobile, and 50% of the inheritance that my grandparents had left to her. She was also given a brand new car. In this case, the question is, what did she do with it? Almost immediately after she escaped, she used all of the money to buy things for herself and her partner. Through this period of time, I had exerted a great deal of effort in order to get everything that I possessed, and my parents had not offered any support. My mother and father had already provided her with more than she could ever require over the course of her life. In the event that they eventually came around to the concept of giving me something, who was I to say no to whatever they proposed? As a consequence of this, I made the decision to withhold my voice and instead accepted the money. The expectations that my parents have of me, on the other hand, have only grown more stringent since that time. With each passing day, it is almost as if they believe that they have a larger right to me than they did before. Although she is totally capable of driving on her own, my mother is dependent on me to drive her around all the time. I am the one who is responsible for her transportation. In the event that I decline, she will immediately remind me that despite everything I have provided you with, you are unable to even bother to do this one basic thing for me. She will do this without thinking about it. She acts like the money she gave me was some kind of lifelong contract, binding me to her every whim. My dad is no different. He now expects me to handle everything for him, paying his bills, ordering things online, filling out paperwork, making appointments, fixing things around the house. If he needs anything, he calls me first, as if I'm his personal assistant rather than his child. It is frustrating because, although I did anticipate that they would occasionally call me for assistance, I never anticipated that the entire burden would be placed on my shoulders. These were never things that they asked Emily to do, and she was never expected to be responsible for anything. However, with me, it seems as though they believe that I owe them my time and effort simply because they have finally decided to acknowledge me. This is something that I did not anticipate happening. And I hate it. On top of managing my own life and work, I now have to constantly think about my parents and their endless demands. It's exhausting, overwhelming, and incredibly unfair. I never asked for this money, but now it feels like they only gave them to me so they could use them as leverage. To make things even worse, yesterday my mom fell down the stairs. She had to be taken to the hospital, and the doctors ordered her to remain in bed rest for at least 2 weeks. Now, my father called me and asked me to move in with them so that I could take care of my mother around the clock. I was completely taken aback by this request. I told him that although I could visit her every evening, there was no way that I could just drop everything and move in to take care of her full-time. After 5 years of long distance, my fiancé's transfer brings us together, but his ex harasses me, and my mom wants me to move for co-parenting. In order for my fiancé and I to finally be able to live together, she won a transfer. In addition, his son made the decision to relocate with us, but his ex-wife continues to harass me. Additionally, my own mother has suggested that I relocate to be closer to them in order to facilitate better co-parenting. 2 years after my late husband passed away in a motorbike accident 5 years ago, I, who was 38 years old, met my fiancé, who was 40 years old. Both of us live in different states, but we became acquainted through a work relationship. If we traveled, we would be approximately 10 hours apart. In an effort to make the most of our time together, we occasionally take shorter commuter flights. Both of us reside in close proximity to airports. Although the majority of our relationship has been based on long-distance communication, we do make an effort to meet up at least once a month and communicate via text and phone whenever we are not involved in activities with our friends or at work. After going through a terrible experience, I am thankful that I was able to discover love again, and my fiancé has been an incredible companion. There is a son, 15 years old, that my fiancé has from a prior relationship. His relationship with my stepson's mother ended when my stepson was 9 years old. I believe that he is wonderful. Aside from the fact that he is very close with his father, he has been supportive of our relationship. The most significant problem has been his mother. During the past few years, his mother has been in and out of court, and I can't even begin to describe how bitter she is. She and my fiancé have been in and out of court. The relationship between my stepson and his mother is strained. Because she is hostile toward me, the few occasions that I have had the opportunity to meet her have been unpleasant. The mother of my fiancé claims that she was just interested in his financial gain, but I don't really care about that. She made an attempt to harass me on social media a few years ago, telling me that I ought to move aside so that my stepson's parents can be together. In addition to that, she attempted to convey to me that he would never marry me, similarly to how he never wedded her. As soon as we announced our engagement a year ago, she became furious and made an attempt to obtain full custody of my stepson. Because my stepson did not want to live with her, he petitioned his guardian ad litem to have her custody decreased, and his request was granted. This resulted in the situation being a failure. Following that, he has made the decision to just pay her a visit for a few hours on a single Saturday of each month. The moment she mentions his father, he will depart. Although he is obligated to take her phone calls, he will hang up on her if she attempts to accuse him of something or dispute with him. To the greatest extent that I am able, I evade all of it. It is between my stepson's ex-girlfriend, and my fiancé. The only thing I do is make an effort to show my fiancé and stepson that I love and support them. My fiancé has finally received a transfer that he has been waiting for, which will make it possible for him to move in with me. In the event that my stepson desired to continue attending the same school and spend time with his friends, my fiancé made the offer to either live with his mother or with my fiancé's sister. It was my stepson's decision to relocate and live with us. I reside in an area where there is a pretty strong STEM school that is willing to take him in the middle of the school year. He also said that he can FaceTime his pals. The transfer is scheduled to take place during the final 2 weeks of the month of December. The mother of my stepson has made an effort to prevent him from moving in with us. An accusation has been made by her that my fiancé has turned him against her. My fiancé has kept a record of every interaction and every word of encouragement that he has offered in an effort to assist his son in repairing his relationship with his mother. He was allowed to move into my home from out of state after the judge gave his approval. I have been subjected to yet another round of harassment by his ex-partner as a result of this. She sent me messages from a variety of social media identities, telling me that I had damaged her family, and that if I truly loved my stepson, I would relocate closer to them so that they could co-parent. I voiced my displeasure to my mother, but she actually took the side of my fiancé's ex-boyfriend, stating that she has every reason to be worried because her son is leaving the house. In order to avoid disrupting the routine of my stepson and to assist my fiancé in repairing his relationship with his mother, my mother advised that I examine the possibility of relocating to a temporary living situation that is located closer to them. Due to the fact that I was born and raised in this town, I have never had any deep-seated urge to relocate since I adore it. In addition, I have no intention of ever leaving my house. Because of this, I feel obligated to inquire as to why Aita has not given any thought to the possibility of moving closer to them. Comments in which the operator has responded to the first comment. The teenager, who was 18 years old at the time, made the decision to relocate despite the fact that he had the choice to either reside with his aunt or with his mother. He has filed a petition to reduce the amount of time he spends with the girl, and he either leaves or hangs up on her while she is out of pocket. Remarkable maturity in the face of a challenging circumstance, especially for someone of such a young age. The court has given its blessing for him to relocate away from her, and he maintains regular phone contact with her. If he wants to see her or spend holidays or breaks with her, are there any conditions that he must meet? The NTA. Oh. The judge came to the conclusion that he is fully capable of taking charge of his own schedule. In order for him to have the opportunity to spend time with his friends during his breaks, the idea is to send him to visit his aunt. However, my fiancé has informed him that he will be required to stay with her for a few hours, just like he has been doing on Saturdays all week. The second comment. Stepsons. You are. Do not have a spouse in their life. How did you come to have a stepson? Oop, we are going to get married the following year, and he continues to tell people that I am his stepmother from time to time. Please comment 3. NTA. It seems as though the ex is completely insane. Despite the fact that this marriage has been over for a number of years, she refuses to acknowledge it. Oh my goodness, it's true that they never tied the knot. Bring it up to date. No major news to report at this time. Please accept my sincere gratitude for the kind sentiments that everyone has shared. A great number of you were quite reassuring and brought up things that were in fact valid. The only actual news I have is that my fiancé's lawyer sent a cease and desist letter to my fiancé this afternoon. Since we will refer to her as Judy, we will refer to him as Nathan. X. The only way for Judy to get in touch with Nathan regarding any concerns she may have regarding co-parenting is through their co-parenting app. My stepson is also available for her to engage in communication with. Under no circumstances is Judy permitted to get in touch with me. Else, a restraining order will be filed against her. Since Sunday, I have not received any feedback from her. You and I had a conversation about it. I expressed to her that I was a little bit dissatisfied with the fact that she had a great deal of compassion for my ex-girlfriend's fiancé but none for me. She acknowledged that she does not really care for my fiancé, and that she has been under the impression for a considerable amount of time that he is trying to take advantage of me. The custody struggle is another thing that she is suspicious of, and she is concerned about me being involved in the drama. On the other hand, she did express regret to me for not being more in support of me. The fact that it is my life and she does not have to agree with every choice I make is something that she did mention. She stated, even if she is not my fiancé's biggest fan, she will remain respectful for my sake. Since I am here, I will address some common questions. When I wrote my initial post, I was agitated, and it was a kind of stream of consciousness, so I wasn't clear on certain things. I will answer some common questions. I figured I could take a moment to paint a clearer picture. To begin, my fiancé's mother, who we will refer to as Amelia, is a wonderful woman to me. However, she did not like my fiancé's ex at all. She and I have a wonderful relationship. She loves her grandson, and that relationship is the only reason she is civil toward the ex. But Amelia has a lot of suspicions about Judy's behavior. She is convinced that Judy was after his money and that she got pregnant in order to trap my Nathan. Although I don't really believe that to be true, Amelia is convinced that this is the case. I am aware that Judy and Amelia have had disagreements on multiple occasions regarding a variety of topics, including parenting. 2. My stepson, who we will refer to as Elijah, is very enthusiastic about the prospect of transferring to a school that focuses on science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, STEM. Elijah is currently enrolled in a private school in his area that focuses on science and technology. He is very interested in computer programming and already knows 4 different programming languages. Since I am a website user experience designer, I have also taught him what I know. The fact that the STEM school in my area is one of the best in the region, and possibly the country, is the primary reason why he wants to live here with me. The school does not typically accept students in the middle of the school year, but they made an exception for Elijah. If he had wanted to stay, he would have had other options available to him. He is very mature for his age. In order to put an end to the legal battles that have been going on between his parents, Elijah has been deemed responsible enough to make his own decisions regarding where he lives. However, he is still required to live with a parent or legal guardian until he reaches the age of 18. This is not exactly emancipation, but it is considered to be the case if his mother continues to cause trouble. He is still living with his father, but he is free to see and do whatever he pleases, and the court will not really step in. To put it simply, it was to prevent Judy from using the courts as a weapon and from trying to scream about parental alienation. That is about all I know and understand. And I am sure that it is not the full story. As I have stated before, I try to stay out of it while being loving and supportive. Although he is too old for me to mother, I want him to know that I am there for him. 4. Someone brought up an important point. Nathan and I are not married yet. We are going to get married in June of the following year. I refer to Elijah as my stepson because he tells people that I am his stepmother, but nothing is official as of yet. I came to the realization that perhaps we ought to be careful when using those labels because it could potentially cause problems because nothing is official yet. Regardless of the circumstances, Elijah is overjoyed for us. If he hadn't been, I don't believe I would have felt comfortable taking our relationship to the next level. However, he has always been a wonderful child, and I adore him. Nathan was supposed to be promoted 1 year ago, and we were going to move in together sooner, but things went south with Elijah's mother, and then his work wasn't able to promote him in a timely manner. 5. Because Elijah is so mature, Nathan wanted to give him the choice of where to live. Nathan wanted to give Elijah the opportunity to make his own living arrangements. It became clear that if Nathan left, Judy was going to go out of her way to make it difficult for Nathan to see Elijah and came up with a lot of baseless accusations. Between that and his work, Nathan's promotion was delayed by 1 year. The original plan was that Nathan would see Elijah every other weekend. Nathan wanted to give Elijah options on where he wanted to live because he never intended to abandon his son. He would still be an involved father, and Elijah really does not have a rebellious bone in his body. Additionally, they would FaceTime every day and spend all holidays and summers with us while living with his mother. However, this arrangement did not work out, and Nathan needed to stay. Believe me when I say that we are concerned about his lack of a rebellious spirit. His entire life revolves around computers, making websites, and programming. Thank you for being supportive and understanding. I hope that I have clarified everything a little bit. I am not sure if there will really be a reason for me to update. Perhaps I will update after they move in and after we get married. I am not going to tell you that I will do that, but I am grateful that you listened. Comment where the original poster has responded. Comment 1. That's all I got. Wait, sister. You didn't tell us about the large security team you hired for your wedding. Oop. Lol. It's unnecessary. I hope my mother isn't the type of person who would cause a scene. Comment number 2. My initial instinct was really the insane ex-boyfriend. Oop. She is excessively preoccupied with trying to satisfy her current boyfriend and getting drunk. Next story. Boyfriend says college is a scam and thinks all college girls make explicit videos. He's convinced I'm cheating, and now wants to get me pregnant to trap me even though I don't want kids. So, I'm planning my exit before this gets worse. This is probably an odd issue. I, 26, F, and my boyfriend, 25M. We've been together for 8 months and it's been fun for the most part. But when he brings up subjects that involve higher education, he constantly puts down the idea of going to college, claiming it's a waste of money and a scam. I point out the necessity for there to be college, like doctors, etc. And he says that that's different. I asked him if it's an issue with costs instead of the idea of pursuing more education, and he said that you don't learn anything real in college. You can learn more by college, EO. He is aware that I am a college graduate and that I have put in a lot of effort to get to where I am today. However, he will make comments such as some people do not have the same opportunities as you do or the resources. I went to a community college before going to university, and it helped me save a lot of money. I do not bring up these topics. It has become a more and more frequent topic, and it has gotten under my skin. The money I did spend either came out of my own pocket or financial aid. I was working in retail part-time while going to school full-time. I have a career and my life has been fantastic, and I love my job. He has a high school diploma and he works at a job that works for mentally and physically handicapped people. He had to get certifications to work at his job and to get promotions. Right now where he is at, he would need a degree to get another promotion, and I don't know if he is projecting his resentment about that onto me, but it's been annoying the hell out of me. I brought that up and he denies it and says that he's happy where he is at work-wise. For your information, I don't care about what he does as a job as long as he's happy. I make enough money to be comfortable on my own. He has made comments in the past that I would run off and marry a doctor over him because they make more money, and I have had to reiterate time and again that money isn't a deal breaker for me. This all has made me sit and think about the nature of our relationship. He does have insecurities, like if I don't text him back within a certain amount of time, he thinks the worst. I told him that he was crazy and that even if I had a large number of sexual partners in the past, it would not have any impact on our current relationship. He became paranoid that I had a vast sexual history because I went to college. He even thought that there was a porn tape of me out there because, according to him, all college girls do that. I have been in a relationship with him for 2 months by this point. As a boyfriend, he is a hypocrite and a paranoid individual. Earlier today, he made a comment about wanting to get me pregnant so that even if we broke up, a part of him would still be with me. I have only been with 2 people, while he has been with 8. I don't really feel happy anymore. He was a good friend, but as a boyfriend, he is terrible. What the heck? I was like, I don't want kids. And he started insisting that I change my mind, and that when I am pregnant, I will feel differently. Thankfully, this was over the phone via text, or else I would have walked away from him immediately. Did I just let crazy stick its dick in me? Thankfully, I have always insisted on protection until we both got tested for sexually transmitted diseases. I would buy the condoms, and I am currently taking the pill. I suppose this is a combination of venting and needing advice. We have mutual friends, so it is awkward to bring all of this to them. The negative aspects of this relationship are outweighing the positive aspects. It has only been 8 months, and this kind of stuff is coming to light. What would be the best way to end this relationship and run away without causing a significant amount of backlash? In my previous 2 relationships, one of them ended in a mutual breakup, and the other one ended with my significant other coming out as gay. If it does end up being dirty, what is the most effective technique to deal with it? I am delighted to inform that I ended my relationship with my ex-boyfriend yesterday. I phoned a mutual friend who is closer to me than he is, and I asked her to sit in the car with me when I ended my relationship with him. I am grateful to each and every one of you for your encouraging comments. I read through each one, and it has helped me strengthen my resolve. When he walked to my car, I stepped out and broke the news to him that I wasn't interested in continuing the relationship. He didn't take it very well and began to rant and yell loudly about how he just knew I was cheating on him and seeing someone else on the side. I was apprehensive, but having my friend there made me feel safer. I called and asked him to meet us at the local park. I was apprehensive, but having my friend there made me feel more secure. How I never loved him and that he just knew that I was a CNT because I didn't rush into the relationship at the speed he wanted me to. Apparently, moving in together at 3 months equals showing you love someone. I thought I would get emotional or angry, but somehow I kept grounded and told him that his erratic behavior and demeaning attitude is what turned me off. She began to spout whatever. You just used me, yada yada. I gave him back the only property he left at my house, which was a DVD of Guardians of the Galaxy, and I said my goodbyes and wished him luck. The fact that he did not respect my wishes to not have children was the breaking point for me, and it was also the realization that I was not a broodmare who was destined to be pregnant and barefoot in the kitchen. After that, he demanded that I return any gift that he had given me during the course of our relationship. I told him that I would not be returning any of the gifts, that I would be keeping my box set of Downtown Abbey, and that because it was a gift, it was legally mine. My friend and I left, and she was surprised by his irrational and paranoid behavior. Among our mutual friends, he is the kind of guy that everyone likes. The voicemails and texts that he left were pretty nasty, and I texted back that if he contacted me again, I would consider it harassment and go to the police. I was not going to go off about how he was a terrible person because that would bring me down to his level. I bought my friend takeout as a thank you, and 2 hours after I got home, I guess it really sank in that we were done. From that point on, I started getting calls, texts, and messages on Facebook. I got a message on Facebook. I blocked him on FB and marked his number as spam on my phone. It was quiet until late last night when I got a text from an unknown number, either from someone else's phone or he used an app to get another number. And it was a picture of him getting a something from an unknown female. I knew it was him because he has a scar on his lower abdomen that's several inches in length from a surgery years ago. I wish I could say that I publicly embarrassed him by posting the picture on Facebook or sending it to his mother, but I didn't. I don't know what the laws are for revenge porn in my state, and he's just not worth the risk. Additionally, I don't believe the girl in the picture was aware that she had her picture taken, and her eyes were closed. She does not deserve to be publicly humiliated because of what a mentally unstable ex-boyfriend did to her. This morning, I changed my number and gave it out to only a select few. Also, I do have a security system in my house and 2 surveillance cameras for my front and back doors. Yay for previous burglary paranoia. The front has a view of my lawn and driveway, and my back has a view of my entire backyard. If he attempts any type of vandalism or shows up to my house, I would get it on tape. It's been quiet. I decided to call in ill today in order to give myself a Amy day. I'm going to treat myself by making some purchases on Amazon and eating some Thai food. I would like to express my gratitude to every one of you for writing such wonderful comments. My daughter blamed me for her dad leaving. So I walked out. 2 weeks later. She called me crying after learning the truth about his abandonment. My daughter claimed that I was the cause of her father's departure, so I also left her. After working 2 shifts, I was preparing coffee when my 16-year-old daughter Sophia entered the kitchen wearing a costume for a party that I had never sanctioned. I'm going to Lily's house. Her mom said I could sleep over. Her expression changed to something I hardly recognized as she said, "It's a school night. You have a test tomorrow." Lily's mom trusts her. "You're so controlling. No wonder Dad couldn't stand living here." I poured myself a coffee. With tears welling up in her eyes, she came closer and said, "Sophia, it's true. You drove him away. Everyone knows it. I heard Lily's mom say it. You're impossible to live with." I ought to have maintained my composure. Instead, I ought to have provided an explanation. I felt hurt and tired, and I made the worst possible statement. "Fine. You want me gone? I'll give you some space." I drove to my sister's place after grabbing my keys. I assured myself that I only needed one night to get my thoughts straight, and that I would return in the morning. However, Sophia didn't text, call, or do anything else. So I waited. She was unaware of what I had shielded her from. Prior to his departure, her father depleted the savings account. To keep us in our home, I had worked double shifts on those nights. The real reason he vanished, which had nothing to do with my impossibility and everything to do with his meeting a younger person in a different state. I would give her a more compassionate account. That her father simply needed room. That people can grow apart at times. I believed I was keeping her safe. Perhaps I was simply shielding myself from that discussion. Her Instagram account revealed the entire story on day 4. Party photos and remarks on her sense of freedom. An unfamiliar boy put his arm around her shoulder. On the 6th day, the text began. I answered them all in the same manner. "Where's the permission slip for the field trip? Do we have laundry detergent? The school called about my test. Can you call them back? You can handle it." She broke on day 10. At $11:30. Mathram PM $. She called me in tears. She had attended a party that had spiraled out of control. A few older children appeared. It became ominous. She had locked herself in a restroom. "Mom, please come get me. I'm sorry. Please." I forced myself to ask the question even though my gut told me to rush to my car. Quietly, I found his number online. "Did you try calling your dad? He now has a young boy and a new family. Last week, he shared pictures from Disneyland." She had never disclosed to me that she had researched him. He didn't respond when I asked, "Did you call him?" He simply stated that her voice cracked when I texted him. He advised me to ask my mother whether there was a reason he gave up his rights. I had already reached for my keys. She was seated outside a house I didn't recognize on the curb. Her face was smeared with mascara. Without a word, she got into the car. We didn't talk as we drove home. She sat at the kitchen table and gazed at her hands when we entered. "I didn't know he signed away his rights. I never told you." "Why?" "Because you were 12. Because I wanted you to believe your father loved you. Even if he couldn't show it. Because I thought the truth would hurt more than the lie." Glancing up at me, she said, "You let me blame you for years. You let me think you were the problem. I thought I was protecting you. From what?" She broke down once more and said, "From knowing my dad didn't want me." I grabbed her hands across the table and said, "I already knew. Mom. I just didn't want to believe it. It was easier to be mad at you. I'm sorry I left this week. That wasn't fair. I was hurt and I handled it wrong. I'm sorry. I said you were the reason he left." She gave my fingers a squeeze. "You're not. You're the reason I'm okay. You're the reason we still have a house and I have clothes and someone shows up to my volleyball games. I'll always show up." She dried her eyes and said, "I know. I think I always knew. I just didn't want to admit that the parent who stayed was the one who actually loved me." For a long period, we sat across the table holding hands without speaking. She is now 18. When I enforce curfew, she continues to push boundaries and roll her eyes. Like any other mother and daughter, we argue about clothes, boys, and screen time, but she has never again held me responsible for her father. And she always says the same thing when she leaves the house, regardless of how irritated she is with me. 3 words, "Love you, Mom." All I ever needed was that. Not perfection, not an apology, just the assurance that she knows exactly who will be there for her when she returns. Her father sacrificed her life. However, she now recognizes the difference after I provided her a home. I heard noises coming from the kitchen when I woke up the morning after our conversation. Sophia was preparing scrambled eggs at the stove when I stepped in. She had my favorite coffee mug on the counter and toast in the toaster. When I walked in, she continued to stir the eggs in the pan without giving me a look. When they were finished, she slid it across the table to me and placed it on a plate with 2 pieces of toast. She told me everything I needed to know with a tiny smile that fell short of her eyes. We were going to be all right. Over the course of the following several days, our relationship began to feel different. She had never asked me any questions before. Sincere inquiries concerning matters I had concealed from her for years. She inquired about the savings account her father had drained one evening while I was paying the bills at the kitchen table. I put down my writing and turned to face her. The truth was what she deserved. Before he went, I informed her about the math BBS, $17,000 he had taken. How I had been putting cash aside for our emergency fund and her college fund. How I had to start over from scratch after he wiped it out 4 days before he vanished. I informed her of the additional shifts I had taken on. I offered to work extra hours and miss meals so she could get new volleyball shoes. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she listened. She didn't ask questions or interrupt. She merely listened as I described how I had restored what he had wrecked. She inquired about the divorce a few days later. The true tale, not the simplified version I'd been telling her for years. I sat down with her and told her about her father's online meeting. How, when I was working double shifts, he talked to this other woman for months. How, without telling me, he planned his entire departure and made promises to her. He simply departed when Sophia was 12. While at school, she packed a bag and took a car to a different state. No conversation, no warning, just gone. When I told Sophia, she started crying. She claimed that she had always questioned why he never paid her a visit or called, and why he consistently failed to remember her birthday. It wasn't something she did wrong, she realized now. It was because he decided to leave. She thanked me for allowing her to visit and introduced herself as Ella Pritchard. I liked her right away. She looked at him. Her posture was correct. She appeared at ease yet respectful. Instead of gossiping about other children, I heard the girls discussing their arithmetic assignment as they went to Sophia's room to finish their homework. An hour later, Ella's mother arrived at the door to collect her after a car drew up outside. We spoke in the doorway for a few minutes after she identified herself as David Pritchard. She exuded warmth and a sense of stability. Ella had been chatting about Sophia all week, she said, and she was happy that the two children were now friends. Before she went, we swapped phone numbers. Sophia entered the kitchen as I was preparing dinner after they had left. She wanted to know my opinion about Ella. She seemed like a really kind person. I told her. Sophia grinned and remarked that Ella was unique among her friends, that she genuinely cared about her studies and had objectives, and that she inspired Sophia to improve. I congratulated Sophia on making healthier friendships. She gave me a brief hug before returning to her room. It was 4 months later. On a Thursday afternoon, I received a call at work from the school counselor. Concerned that anything was awry, I went outside to answer the phone. Rather, she informed me that she was phoning to offer her congratulations to both of us. In every subject, Sophia's grades had considerably increased. Her grades have improved from primarily C's and D's to A's and B's. She was turning in all of her assignments on time and participating more in class, according to her professors. This type of turnaround was unusual, according to the counselor, who wished to recognize Sophia's and my hard effort. Then she told me another thing. As a freshman, Sophia had made the varsity volleyball squad. At their school, that seldom ever occurred. Sophia was promoted from junior varsity because the coach was so satisfied with her growth and commitment. I hung up after thanking the counselor. I spent a few minutes sitting in my car before returning inside to complete my shift. Sophia was in the kitchen preparing a snack for herself when I arrived home that evening. The counselor had called, I informed her. With the peanut butter jar in her hand, she froze. After observing her face go through around 5 distinct emotions, I grinned and told her how pleased I was of her. She put the jar down and gave me a tight hug. Because she didn't want to let me down if she couldn't keep up, she stated she had been afraid to tell me about varsity. I assured her that I fully believed in her ability to keep up. I did something I hadn't done in more than a year the following weekend. I was off from work for 2 days. Just a typical weekend spent at home with my daughter, no additional hours or double shifts. We slept until 9:30 on Saturday morning. After that, we dressed and headed to the shopping center. Since everything in the stores we typically passed were too pricey, we tried on outfits there. We just purchased a few items that were on sale, but it was nice to peruse without having to keep an eye on the time. During our lunch at the food court, Sophia informed me about her classes, friends, and the persistent approach from a male in her English class. We visited Target after lunch to get snacks and a new lamp for Sophia's room because her previous one had broken. Around 4:30, we arrived home and changed into cozy attire. We cooked popcorn and Sophia selected 3 films from our streaming queue. We watched movies on the couch that evening, laughing at the clumsy speech. We didn't discuss anything serious. We didn't have in-depth discussions or work through our emotions. We simply coexisted in our living room, going about our daily lives in harmony. Sophia dozed off with her head resting on my shoulder at around midnight. I didn't want to move and wake her, so I sat there for a little longer. I have been striving to do this. My daughter felt secure enough to lie beside me on Saturday evenings, but there were no extravagant gestures or dramatic reconciliations. While I was filing bills at the kitchen table on Monday night, Sophia approached me. After a minute of standing in the doorway, she asked if she could speak with me about anything. I ordered her to sit down and shut down my laptop. She picked at her fingernails while sitting across from me. She then inquired as to whether we could all afford family therapy. According to her school counselor, it could help us develop even greater communication. She stated that although she was aware of the financial constraints and the high cost of therapy, she believed it would be worthwhile. I looked at her a moment. Even though things were already so much better, my 6-year-old daughter was taking the effort to strengthen our connection and asking for treatment. I told her that I thought it was a terrific concept and that we could make it work. She appeared relieved. For the next 3 days, I called various clinics and therapists. I eventually located a sliding scale clinic across town that charged according to income, but the majority of them were much above our means. I scheduled a meeting for the next week. Sophia thanked me 3 times after I told her. She appeared anxious but enthusiastic. I was anxious as well. However, I had the courage to follow through if my daughter had the courage to seek for assistance. On a Tuesday night, we had our first therapy session. The clinic was housed in an ancient structure with fluorescent lights and a torn carpet. We were greeted by the therapist in the waiting area. She had glasses, a warm grin, and was younger than I had anticipated, possibly in her early 30s. We followed her back to her office, where she took a chair across from us, and we sat on a couch. The meeting got off to a clumsy start. We were at a loss for words. We were asked by the therapist why we were there and what we wanted to gain from the session. I let Sophia respond first. She expressed her desire for improved communication, her fear that we might make the same mistakes again after fighting so hard to change things, and her want to avoid reverting to old habits. I then discussed my desire to help Sophia learn how to listen better, to ensure that she always felt heard, and to provide her with the means to communicate her emotions without fear. After listening to us both, the therapist began teaching us some fundamental communication skills. She encouraged us to try expressing our emotions without placing blame by starting sentences with our sentiments, rather than making allegations about the actions of the other person. At first, it felt strange and robotic, but by the conclusion of the lesson, we were both improving. The therapist recommended monthly sessions to sustain our development before we departed. Both of us concurred. Sophia remarked that it wasn't as horrible as she had anticipated as she made her way to the car. I concurred. Having an impartial person guide us through our relationship felt really fantastic. 4 weeks later, we had our second therapy appointment. The therapist began by inquiring about the state of affairs at home. We both agreed that things were going well. I took a big breath and stated something I had never said out before when she asked if there was anything in particular we wanted to work on. I explained to her that part of the reason I had been working double shifts all the time was to avoid having tough conversations at home, that dealing with the conflict between Sophia and me was more difficult than being at work, that I had put off dealing with our issues because I was tired. Sophia gave me a startled expression. Then, she also made an admission. She claimed that pushing me away seemed safer than running the risk of being abandoned again. That it would be less painful when I finally left, like her father did. If she kept me at a remove. She claimed to have been putting me to the test, determining the extent to which she could push before I gave up on her. Something in my chest exploded when I heard her say it. I extended my arm to grasp her hand. I assured her that even if she tested me for the rest of her life, I would remain. We worked through these admissions with the therapist's assistance. We had both been defending ourselves in ways that, as she pointed out, actually made matters worse. Vulnerability, not distance, was the source of that true safety. We were both crying a little by the conclusion of the session, but it felt nice to cry, like letting go of something we had been holding on to for too long. In late spring, Sophia's volleyball team advanced to regional championships. With games every Saturday and Sunday, the tournament took place across 4 weekends. I planned my employment so that I could go to every game. I traded shifts with co-workers. I requested favors. I managed to make it work. I was reminded of why I had worked so hard to keep our family together as I watched Sophia compete in those championship games. She was doing well. She walked confidently and joyfully across the court. She gave her teammates high fives. She yelled encouragement. Before giving up entirely, she wanted to know that she had tried everything. I asked her what she wanted to tell him. She expressed her want to share with him the impact of his desertion on her. She wanted to know if he would be open to a relationship of any type, even if it was just sporadic emails or phone conversations. I assured her that I was in favor of whatever choice she chose and that she was free to contact him if necessary, but I cautioned her to keep her heart safe and to be ready for the chance that he wouldn't reply or that his response might be devastating. "I understand," she responded, nodding. I was requested to assist her in writing the email. "Yes," I replied. We worked on it jointly for the next hour at the kitchen table. She wrote about her life, her feelings, and her achievements. She questioned him candidly about why he had left and if he had ever considered her. The email was measured and cautious. It did not accuse or place blame. All it asked for was the truth and the potential for a relationship. She showed it to me once more after it was done. "It's perfect," I told her. She inhaled deeply before pressing the submit button. Her father did not respond for 2 weeks. During those first several days, I watched Sophia's expression droop every time she opened her laptop and checked my email nonstop. Although she never mentioned checking her mailbox, I could tell by the way she looked at the screen and swiftly closed it. She discovered me folding laundry in the living room on day 12 and took a seat beside me on the couch. Without glancing at me, she grabbed up a towel and began folding it. She claimed that she wasn't shocked that he hadn't responded. She claimed that in order to avoid living her entire life wondering what might have happened, she wanted to give it one final go. I had never heard her speak with such maturity and steadiness. I expressed my pride in her handling of the situation. She gave a small smile and continued folding the towels. Her father didn't reply until day 18. Sophia received the email while she was at volleyball practice. She sent me a copy of her initial email, and his reply appeared in the same thread, so I saw the notification on my phone. I didn't open it. I waited until she got home and found out for herself. At 7 o'clock, she entered the room, left her workout bag in the hallway, and made her way directly to the kitchen table where her laptop was resting. Her breath caught while I was preparing dinner. After reading it once and twice, she glanced up at me. Tears already running down her cheeks. She swiveled the laptop in my direction. There were 4 sentences in the email. He claimed to have moved on with his wife and started a new family. He claimed that it was unhealthy for all parties to look backward. Although he wished her well, he stated that he believed it would be best if they did not communicate. He just used his first name when he signed it. For 25 minutes, Sophia sobbed in my arms. I just held her and rubbed circles on her back, exactly like I used to do when she was younger, while her entire body trembled. She dried her eyes and remarked, "At least now she had closure." As she eventually withdrew, instead of constantly wondering, she stated she was relieved to know for sure. She reopened her laptop, erased his contact details from both her phone and email, and shut it off. She eventually put it down and appeared lighter in some way, as if she had been holding something heavy. That evening, we had dinner together and discussed about volleyball practice rather than her father. During training, she chuckled at a statement made by one of her teammates. For the first time in years, the conversation felt effortless and natural. I began to notice minor shifts in Sophia's communication style over the course of the following several weeks. Rather than merely beginning conversations without saying hello, she called me mom more frequently. Rather from the teenage humiliation I had grown accustomed to, Sophia introduced me as Ella's mother with this tone of genuine pride one afternoon when Ella came over to study. "I put a lot of effort into taking care of us both," she informed Ella. Ella grinned at me and told me that her own mother had remarked on how amazing it was that I handled everything by myself. For me, these little changes were crucial. Requested Reds is currently available on Spotify. Look at the link in the comments or description. They demonstrated to me that Sophia now grasped what I had been attempting to explain to her for years. On a Tuesday in late October, I was born. Since Sophia had school and I had to work, I didn't have any specific expectations. She was seated at the kitchen table with a wrapped box in front of her when I got home that night. Her expression was one of tense excitement, as if she was eager for me to open it. I took my bag and took a seat across from her. She motioned for me to open the box after pushing it in my direction. A framed picture of us from her volleyball championship match was inside. Her arm was across my shoulders, and we were both grinning broadly. At the bottom of the frame was an inscription that said, "To the parent who stayed, I love you, Mom." Before I had even finished reading it, I began to cry. Sophia informed me that she had purchased it with money she earned from babysitting. She stated that she wanted me to have a memento that expressed her gratitude for what I did. I gave her a huge embrace and gave her a dozen or so thank yous. "I'm welcome," she added with a laugh, "and happy birthday." The following morning, I put the picture on the wall in our kitchen, so that we could both see it from the table. I was filled with thankfulness every time I passed it or sat down to eat because of that picture. It served as a reminder that being in the moment was more important than being flawless. It served as a reminder that all of the sacrifices and multiple shifts had been worthwhile. It served as a reminder that Sophia at last saw me clearly, not through the prism of Lily's mother's rumors or her father's desertion, but rather as the person who consistently picked her. After a few weeks, Sophia began questioning me about aspects of my life unrelated to being her mother. She asked me what I wanted to be when I was her age one evening, as we were traveling home from her volleyball practice. I informed her that I had desired to become a teacher. "Why didn't I become one?" she asked. I explained that I had to start working straight away to support us after becoming pregnant with daughter shortly after high school. After a minute of silence, she inquired as to whether I had ever regretted not attending college. I told her straight out that I didn't regret her, but I wished I'd had the opportunity. The chat felt different from our normal exchanges, and she nodded, saying, "Maybe I could still go someday." She saw me as a complete person with goals and passions that went beyond simply looking after her. For a little moment, my gut constricted. An old fear, attempting to come to the surface. However, when I took a close look at my daughter, I saw someone very different from the girl who had attended that party a year prior. By now, I knew Ella well, had hung out with her and David at team dinners and volleyball matches. I had faith in Sophia's judgment beyond all else, and in both girls. Without hesitation, I replied, "Yes." I realized that I was no longer afraid when she gave me a hug and hurried off to prepare her overnight bag. I sat in our peaceful home that evening while Sophia was at Ella's, waiting for the anxiousness to strike. I kept anticipating getting anxious or restless, checking my phone every 7 minutes, or imagining the worst. However, none of that took place. After preparing dinner and watching a movie, I went to bed at a respectable hour. I have total faith in my daughter. I had faith that she would call me if she needed anything, and that she was capable of making wise decisions. The fear that used to overwhelm me every time she left the house was so different from the tranquility I experienced. Together, we had created something genuine, a solid enough base for me to stop worrying. Sophia had this excited expression on her face when she got home from school a year after our kitchen table reconciliation. She informed me that she had written a paper about the parent who influenced her the most for her English class. Her teacher phoned me at work a few days later. After 22 years of teaching, the teacher claimed that Sophia's essay was the most poignant thing she had ever come across. As an illustration of effective personal writing, she requested permission to read it aloud to her other courses. With trembling voice, I consented, and Sophia showed me the essay when I came home that night. Sitting at our kitchen table, I read about our 10-day separation, the terrifying party, the moment she realized her father had really abandoned her, and discovering that love is more about showing up every day than making big gestures. After reading every phrase while crying, I gathered my daughter into my arms and gave her a firm hug. We discussed choosing a frame that matched the one surrounding her championship photo and getting the essay printed at the coffee shop downtown. After Sophia drove us to the store the following afternoon, we spent 25 minutes examining various frames, until we discovered one with the same dark wood finish. She assisted me in marking the location of the nail and measuring the wall space when I got home. While she made sure the frame was level, I held it up against the wall. After hanging it up, we both took a step back to examine our work. Sophia was seen mid-jumping at the net in the championship picture. The essay, which told a different kind of triumph narrative, was sitting right next to her team's celebration behind her. Two frames that depicted our shared identity now hung on our kitchen wall. Not only as mother and daughter, but as two individuals who had mastered the art of mutual honesty. Something settled in my chest as I ran my fingers along the essay frame's edge. A gentle pride that was more concerned with survival than with perfection. 3 weeks later, Sophia learned that her coach had put her forward for a leadership award when she returned from volleyball practice. The winners would give brief acceptance speeches at the ceremony, which would take place in front of all the teams and their families in the school gym. At our kitchen table, Sophia rehearsed her speech, reading it to me twice and asking if I understood crucial portions. I watched other students get medals for their academic and athletic achievements while sitting in the bleachers on the night of the presentation. After that, Sophia's name was called. She turned to face the audience after accepting her prize from the coach and approaching the microphone with a composed yet anxious appearance. After expressing gratitude to her coach and teammates and sharing her personal definition of leadership, she turned to face me in the stands. In some way, her voice became louder but quieter. She said that by working double shifts, attending every game, and persevering through difficult times, her mother had shown her what true strength looked like. Before she was even done, people began applauding, and I had to wipe my eyes since I hadn't anticipated her saying anything like that. Sophia found me in the parking lot after the wedding, and I gave her such a strong hug that I felt like I might never let go. It had been 17 months since the week I had left, since the terrifying party and the talk at the kitchen table that made all the difference. I heard my name spoken when I was comparing pasta prices at the grocery store. When I turned back, Lily's mother was standing by her cart, appearing uneasy. She claimed that she had been wanting to speak with me for some time and that she owed me an apology for her remarks regarding my parenting and divorce. She expressed regret for any hurt she had caused and acknowledged that she had propagated rumors without knowing the whole truth. As I stood there, gazing at this woman, who had made my life more difficult during an already terrible moment, I held my box of spaghetti. A part of me wanted to let her know how much harm her remarks had caused, and how Sophia had made those accusations against me during our biggest argument. However, I was sick of harboring animosity that just caused me pain, and I was sick of blaming and being angry. I wished she had learnt to keep her mouth shut and informed her that I accepted her apology. Knowing that I no longer had to harbor that resentment made me feel lighter in some way as I shoved my cart past her and completed my shopping. I had come to terms with the fact that she didn't care about our private lives back then or now. Sophia informed me a few days later that she had met Lily at the school behind the lockers. For a few minutes, they had engaged in casual chat regarding teachers and classes. Nothing sentimental or profound. According to Sophia, it was simply different from their previous friendship, and not particularly strange. When we were doing dishes together that night, Sophia brought it up once more, and expressed her gratitude for having chosen new companions, in light of everything that had transpired. She had discovered that true friends don't push you to make risky decisions, lie to your parents, or sneak out to parties. True friends are more concerned with your future and safety than they are with having fun right now. I gave her a plate to dry and informed her that, despite the fact that it was a frightening experience, I was proud of the lesson she had learned. She agreed and remarked that Ella and her other volleyball pals had taught her the value of true friendship and that she wouldn't trade them for anything. We had a conversation about new freedoms and obligations as Sophia's 18th birthday drew near. Since she was becoming older, I could understand her desire for a later curfew. On weekends, we decided to start at 11 instead of 10:30, but only if she continued to receive B grades or higher. We also needed to discuss the cost of auto insurance because she wanted to start driving as soon as she received her license. I explained to her that I couldn't afford the entire increase based just on my pay after showing her the figures. Sophia promised to obtain a weekend part-time job to help pay for it, perhaps babysitting for neighbors or working at the coffee shop by the school. We shook hands as if we were business partners after I promised to match whatever contribution she made. It felt like we were making progress when we established these limits together rather than me merely dictating rules. Rather, we were creating something based on respect for one another rather than dominance and disobedience. I came to see that this was the essence of partnership, the organic flow of cooperating to achieve a common objective. Not the grandiose speeches or extravagant displays, but the peaceful morning after, when everyone cleaned up and found happiness in the little things. Even though it was nearing summer, Sophia served us both hot chocolate when we finished sweeping the floor and loading the dishwasher. I reflected on how far we'd come since that awful week 2 years ago, when everything fell apart as we sat at the kitchen table with our cups, happy but drained. Sophia passed her driver's test on her first attempt 4 weeks later. I gave her such a strong hug that she smiled and instructed me to take a deep breath when she ran out of the DMV, waving her new license in the air. I immediately gave her the keys when she asked if she could take us to her volleyball practice that afternoon on the way home. With firm hands, she checked her blind spots twice, carefully adjusted the mirrors, and pulled out of the parking lot. She drove with a mixture of pride and fear that I think all parents have when their child gets behind the wheel. However, she was cautious and self-assured, using her turn signals, adhering to the speed limit, and maintaining both hands on the wheel as I had instructed. She asked how she was doing, and gave me a big smile when we arrived into the gym parking lot. I meant it when I told her that she drove better than half of the grown-ups I knew. I experienced a change in myself as I watched her enter practice with her gym bag, looking so mature and competent. She was no longer my little daughter. She was starting to earn my true admiration and respect. As usual, we continued to think about everyday topics. No matter how many times I instructed her to clean her room, it remained untidy. She attempted to negotiate later curfews and resisted screen time limits. She put off doing her schoolwork till the very last minute and then worried about deadlines that she might have easily completed. However, there was a fundamental shift in the way we addressed these disputes. They didn't devolve into days of icy silence or unrepentant harsh remarks. We debated, argued, and occasionally raised our voices before moving on. These superficial disputes couldn't break the foundation beneath it, since it was so strong. We both understood that we were on the same team and that we loved one another. We had learned to distinguish between the little things and the important things, so even when we disagreed about the rules, our arguments were settled in a matter of hours rather than weeks. And it was always the same thing that mattered most. No matter what, we were always there for one another. Sophia always stopped at the door to speak those 3 words before leaving the house. Whether she was upset with me because of something I said or a rule I imposed didn't matter. Even if we had just concluded our argument about her untidy room and her use of her phone, it made no difference. She would go for the doorknob, grab her workout bag or backpack, turn around, and say it. She would occasionally say, "Love you, Mom," with a smile, a grudging nod, or an eye roll. But every time she said it, I smiled because it meant more to me than any apology or justification could. They implied that she was aware that I would be around when she returned. They indicated that she had enough faith in our foundation to go, believing that it would still be strong upon her return. They indicated that she had at last come to understand the distinction between a parent who kept their word and one who didn't. That awful week when I drove to my sister's place and left Sophia to fend for herself had been 2 years ago. It had been 2 years since she had called me in tears from that party, terrified and alone, discovering the hard way that her father had moved on without her. In retrospect, I could see how that week had forced us both to face our vulnerabilities. Before we could create something genuine, the protective lies I had been saying had to go. Before she could truly love me, the resentment she had been harboring had to be let go. We have created something more powerful than before. Something founded on integrity, mutual respect, and the everyday decision to support one another. Not only during the major events, but throughout all of the little, everyday ones that truly comprised a life. Sunday morning breakfast preparation. Traveling by car to the volleyball practice. Talking about plans for college while folding clothes. These were the instances that demonstrated that love didn't require extravagant displays. It was about being there consistently, even when it was difficult, tedious, or inconvenient. As I stood in our kitchen, I gazed at the essay she had written for English class, and the framed picture from her volleyball victory. Both were displayed on the wall where we had our pivotal discussion that evening 2 years prior. Sophia was seen in the picture mid-serve, powerful, focused, and totally at her best. Her path from an angry adolescent to someone who realized that love required more than just saying the words was detailed in the essay. Even though I had committed the final line to memory months earlier, I read it again. I used to believe that I had failed in some way because of her father's absence. My father gave me life, but my mother gave me a home, and that made all the difference. That he would have stayed if I had been better, different, or more. But as I stood here and took in everything we had created together, I realized what Sophia had found out before me. He killed her. I gave everything else to her. And now she knew the difference. Truly grasped it in a level that beyond words. So did I. Well, that wraps up whatever this was. If you stayed until the end, I assume curiosity got the best of you. Might as well come back next time and see if I top it. I found out that my girlfriend was texting my brother, which made me feel betrayed. Then, he proposed to her to prove that I stole her. After a number of years, my brother broke up with my fiancée because he was bored. As evidence that I had stolen her, he proposed to her over the weekend, when we were eating dinner together as a family. For the entirety of his existence, my brother Ethan has been the most cherished child. What he desired, he was able to have. Any and all of his actions were excused. To the point that he would go to any lengths to outdo me in every aspect of life. He detested the concept of me possessing anything that he did not own. As we were younger, he was able to persuade my parents to give him permission to use my car whenever he pleased. This was due to the fact that he had smashed his own automobile, and they did not want him to feel awful about it. After years of being subjected to that abuse, I decided to cut off all communication with him as soon as I moved out. My ignorance at the time prevented me from being aware of the fact that Ethan had a brief relationship with a woman named Rachel. They had barely been together for about a month when he decided to break up with her because he was bored and didn't want to commit to a relationship. The two of us never actually met. And he never brought her up. I returned back to my hometown a few years later, and it was a pure and utter coincidence that I ran across Rachel in a bar. She was without a doubt the most stunning and brilliant woman I had ever had the pleasure of meeting. As soon as we met, we were a perfect match. And we began dating not long after that. For a number of months, until things became more serious and I finally introduced her to my family, I was completely unaware that she was Ethan's ex-girlfriend. I showed my parents some images as we were eating dinner, and when Ethan was given the phone, he suddenly lost all sense of reality. In addition to demanding that I quickly end my relationship with his ex-girlfriend, he began yelling that I was a terrible brother for dating his ex-girlfriend. I did not agree. I asked Rachel about it, and she verified that they had a brief relationship. She went on to explain that he was the one who ended things because he did not want to commit to this relationship. I was under the impression that Ethan would ultimately get over it. And after a few weeks, he stopped bringing it up in conversation. In my mind, we had already passed it. This past year, I celebrated Rachel's birthday by taking her out to supper that included both of our families as well as her closest friends. I lowered myself to one knee and made the proposal. She responded with a yes. The situation escalated once more in front of everyone, with Ethan shrieking that I was rubbing it in his face the entire time. Immediately, my sisters and I removed him from the situation, and the rest of the night passed without him being present. After that, I didn't see Ethan for a period of 3 months. I assumed that he avoided making direct contact with me, which was something that I, in all honesty, appreciated. Suddenly, out of the blue, he extended an invitation to Rachel and me to meet his family for supper at his apartment. Due to the fact that my parents and sisters were also attending, we decided that it would be safe to show up and agreed to do so. There was nothing special about the dinner. Following that, we proceeded to the living room to have a conversation, and everything appeared to be in order. The conversation had been going on for about 35 minutes when Ethan got up and announced that he had something to say. He gave a lengthy speech in which he expressed his happiness at the fact that his family was present for such a significant occasion. After that, he lowered himself to one knee, retrieved the most inexpensive ring I have ever seen, and proposed to Rachel that they should get married. It was completely silence in the room. With a terrified expression on her face, Rachel instructed him to put it away and stand up. The man did not move. He continued to stare at her while holding the ring out in front of her as if he was expecting her to accept his proposal. Ethan was being grabbed by my father, but I was able to get to him first. I struck him before I even had a chance to comprehend what I was doing. While he was prostrate, I struck him once more. While my father was pulling me off the ground, Ethan remained on the ground and held his face. As he looked up at me, he explained that he was just trying to demonstrate to me that Rachel had never been particularly interested in me and that she was only with me in order to exact revenge on him. Have retribution on him for something that I can never comprehend. In order to prevent the situation from becoming even more serious, my parents hurried Rachel and me out of the apartment. They gave their word that they would confer with him. I have not received a single word from either Ethan or my parents since that supper, which has been 5 days since it took place. As for Rachel, she has been very quiet. Even though she insists that she is okay, I can sense that she is experiencing some kind of distress. I awoke at 4 o'clock in the morning the night before, and she was not in bed when I found her. During the night, I discovered her sitting in the kitchen, gazing at her phone the entire time. In response to my inquiry as to what she was doing, she instantly locked the screen and was silent thereafter. I didn't put any pressure on it. Following her departure for work this morning, I checked the phone records that were associated with our family plan. Over the course of the past 5 days, she and Ethan exchanged a total of 52 text messages. They have not yet been opened by me. It's not entirely clear to me whether or not I want to hear what they have to say. I am staring at my phone for 25 minutes, as I am sitting in my car outside of our apartment complex. On the screen, the records of the text messages that Rachel and Ethan have exchanged are displayed, and there are a total of 52 messages. The act of scrolling through the timestamps causes my hands to quiver. Since that supper, they have carried on a conversation on many occasions each and every day. As I discovered her in the dimly lit kitchen at 4 o'clock in the morning, she was sending him a text message. I can see it in the records right there in front of me. 4:17 a.m. 4:21 a.m. 4:34 a.m. The texts continue to be received until approximately 5 o'clock in the morning. When I scroll through the other days, I notice that the pattern is the same overall. In the morning, in the afternoon, and in the late night, there are messages. They have been in frequent communication with one another, but she has never given me any information about it. I finally make myself get out of the car because I know that if I continue to sit here and try to escape this situation, it will only become worse. My legs are beginning to feel weak as I make my way toward the entrance of the building. The reason I choose to take the stairs rather than the elevator is because I require additional time to determine what it is that I am going to say. As I make my way to our floor, I am able to detect the aroma of coffee being brewed inside our apartment. The fact that it is so routine causes my stomach to turn. I enter the building after unlocking the door. Rachel is currently preparing breakfast while standing at the stove. In addition to her hair being pulled back into a messy bun, she is wearing an old sweatshirt that I wore in college. She smiles at me while looking over her shoulder as if everything is entirely normal, as if she hasn't been surreptitiously texting my brother for the past 5 days in a row. As I make my way to the counter, I position my phone so that it is facing down between us. She resumes her previous job of flipping pancakes. Just before I speak, I give her a few seconds of my attention. In the span of 5 days, you have sent Ethan a total of 52 texts. With the spatula suspended in the air, she stops moving. Her face becomes quite pale. Despite the fact that the pancake on the griddle is beginning to flare up, she does not move to turn it. It is in real time that I observe her making the decision to either lie or come clean. The opening and closing of her mouth occurs twice before she utters a single syllable. At long last, she puts the spatula down and then switches off the fire in the stove. It is true that she has been texting Ethan, but she insists that it is not what I believe it to be. She claims that he has been sending her lengthy messages in which he expresses his regret and describes how he has ruined everything. According to her, she has been attempting to convince him to leave us alone. Her phone is retrieved off the counter, and she proceeds to unlock it. She retrieves the messages and displays them to me in front of me. As I go through, I notice that he is sending paragraphs the majority of the time, while she is sending very brief comments, urging him to stop. On the other hand, I notice other messages. Messages in which she inquires as to the reason behind his attempt to propose to her. The messages in which she inquires as to whether or not he genuinely had feelings at the time. Messages in which she was inquiring about the meaning of his statement that she was just with me in order to exact revenge on him. It has come to my attention that she has been secretly looking to my brother for either clarification or validation. I tell her that I could understand her desire for closure. But that going behind my back to get it from Ethan feels like a betrayal. Especially considering that he had just attempted to disgrace both of us in front of our entire family. On the other hand, immediately, she takes a defensive stance. She accuses me of being overly controlling. It has been communicated to me that she is permitted to engage in talks without disclosing every single item. She suggests that perhaps none of this would be taking place if my family wasn't in such a state of emotional turmoil. The more sentences she says, the louder her voice becomes. I have to tell her that is not right. I let her know that she was aware of how much the proposal stunt that Ethan carried out upset me. Yet she still decided to engage with him. In spite of the fact that she is trying to find closure, she claims that I am making this about me. To me, reaching a conclusion does not necessitate sending dozens of covert text messages at 4 o'clock in the morning. The conflict quickly becomes more intense. We both are saying things that we do not intend to say. I am never going to want to deal with issues that arise within my family, she says. I bring up the fact that she is constantly in need of support from other individuals. We continue to go back and forth until neither of us is paying attention longer. In the end, she is able to get her keys off the counter. She claims that she requires some time to reflect on whether or not she wants to marry into this turmoil within the family. Before I get a chance to answer, the door slams shut behind her. While I am standing in the kitchen, surrounded by the aroma of charred pancakes, I listen to the sound of her car starting up in the parking lot in the distance. It has been 3 hours. I make 4 attempts to call her, but she does not pick up the phone. After cleaning up the kitchen, I dispose of the pancakes that have been burned. I am sitting on the couch, staring at my phone, and I am curious about whether or not she will return. After that, Grace makes a call. I tell her that I am not interested in another ambush in which they make excuses for Ethan, and she responds by saying, Mom and Dad want to have a family meeting tonight without Rachel being there. This time, she assures us, things will be different. Ethan reportedly came to their house yesterday, crying about how I had ruined his life by snatching his ex-girlfriend. She claims that he was upset about this. According to Grace, our parents are finally beginning to have an understanding of how manipulative he is being. I am not holding my breath, but I confirm that I will be present. In the evening, I make my way to the residence of my parents. In spite of the fact that Ethan is not present, the tension is high as the mother serves coffee with trembling hands. The father begins by stating that they have been exerting a great deal of thought over the dynamics of the family. Over the years, he says, they have come to the realization that they may have been too tolerant with Ethan. The phrase too lenient doesn't even begin to capture the decades of tolerating his entitled conduct, and I nearly find myself laughing it out. I maintain my silence and allow him to proceed. When he is not able to get what he wants, Ethan has always been tough to deal with, according to Mom. She claims that they attempted to justify their actions by stating that he was their first child, and they did not want to undermine his self-assurance. It was yesterday when he came over crying about me kidnapping Rachel that she really recognized how crazy he has gotten, according to her. It is stated by her that he had a genuine belief that Rachel was his, and that I stole something that was rightfully his. According to Dad, they have come to the conclusion that Ethan should visit a therapist. Due to the fact that he is still largely dependent on them at the age of 32, they are making it a condition that they continue to provide him with financial support. I explained to my parents that, although having Ethan go to therapy is a good idea, it does not address the underlying problem. Over the course of my whole existence, they have put his sentiments ahead of mine. That pattern will not be eliminated by a single talk. My argument is supported by Grace, who then goes on to provide concrete examples from our upbringing. She brings to their attention the time when they allowed Ethan to do whatever he wanted with my automobile after he had crashed his own. In addition, Sophie explains that she has been avoiding family gatherings for a number of years since it has become intolerable for her to watch them play with baby Ethan while ignoring everyone else. A change occurs in the discourse when the father inquires about Rachel and whether or not we are still engaged after everything that has transpired. As a result of my discovery that she has been surreptitiously texting Ethan for several days, I must confess that I do not know. In spite of the fact that the messages appear to be generally harmless, the secrecy gives the impression of a breach of trust. You can tell that Mom is in a lot of pain, as a result of the fact that his proposal stunt was obviously a manipulative power move rather than genuine feelings. She expresses her hope that Rachel is not actually contemplating Ethan. In order to have a conversation with someone who is not involved in the dysfunction of the family, I drove to the residence of my friend Ben after the family meeting. Ben, who has known me since we were in high school, has witnessed the decline of my relationship with Ethan over the course of our time together. Throughout the entire conversation, he does not interrupt anyone. Next, he poses the challenging question to me. Regardless of what the messages say, do I have faith in Rachel, or has Ethan's intervention ruined the relationship to the point where it cannot be repaired? A night spent at Ben's apartment is transformed into a quiet cup of coffee. Neither does he press me for answers that I do not possess. To the point when my eyes begin to burn, I collapse onto his couch and stare at the ceiling. My phone vibrates with a lengthy message from Ethan at almost midnight. He claims that he is aware that he has made a mistake. According to him, he never really wanted to have Rachel back. Seeing me happy was simply too much for him to bear, especially considering how empty and pointless his own life was. He acknowledges that he has been envious of me for many years due to the fact that I was able to break away from my family and establish my own life, whilst he persisted in attempting to live up to the expectations of being the golden child. Through the use of the proposal stunt, he was attempting to demonstrate that he could still have whatever he desired. In the moment that Rachel turned him down, he became aware of how pitiful he had become. Grace receives a snapshot of the message that I have taken. She gives me a call right away and cautions me not to allow his pathetic explanation distract me from the fact that he made a conscious effort to persuade me to back out of my engagement. She says, "This is classic Ethan, waiting until he faces consequences to suddenly become self-aware and vulnerable." I know she's right, but despite everything, a part of me feels sad for Ethan. That makes me angry at myself for still caring. Rachel arrives home the following morning looking as though she hasn't slept through the night. While we are seated at the kitchen table, she confesses that when Ethan began sending her text messages apologizing, a portion of her wanted to comprehend the reasons behind his cavalier abandonment of her many years ago. It's not because she wants him back. Rather, it's because his rejection hurt her sense of self-worth. And she never found answers to her questions. His most recent communications brought to light the fact that he had dumped her because he was frightened of making a commitment and she was becoming too serious. She is able to see that it was never about her not being good enough, which is a significant contribution. I tell her that I understand the desire for closure, but that it hurts me that she sought it in secret rather than talking to me after she had already asked for it. In her apology, she adds that she was concerned that I would interpret her actions as indicating that she had affections for Ethan, when in reality, she was merely attempting to heal an old wound. Trust and communication are topics that we discuss for hours on end. The pledge is that she will not have any further chats with Ethan or anybody else in private. If there is something that she has to work through, she will involve me in the process along with her. Because of Ethan's intervention, we have decided to put off the planning of the wedding until we have re-established the trust that was broken. In spite of the fact that we are still engaged and committed to one another, we both acknowledge that it would be a mistake to be married at this time because everything seems to be in a state of instability. She recommends couples counseling as a means of resolving the family drama and the communication problems that have arisen. Because I want our relationship to endure this and emerge even stronger than it was before, I agree here. After 4 weeks of couples counseling, our therapist assists us in seeing that Ethan's behavior has brought to light fissures that were already present in our relationship. Throughout my entire life, I have witnessed my family placing Ethan at the forefront of their priorities. The rejection that Rachel experienced from Ethan made her abandonment issues from her childhood even more severe. It is brought to the counselor's attention that Ethan is not the one who caused these issues. It was merely the pressure that he applied that brought them to light. The way we approach healing is altered as a result of this, since we are now addressing our own personal traumas rather than simply pointing the finger at Ethan. Grace claims that Ethan has begun therapy, as our parents had required, and that he is, for the first time in his life, taking the treatment process seriously. It is said that his therapist told him that he possesses characteristics that are a result of being overpraised when he was a child. His need for constant validation is causing harm to the people around him, and he is attempting to comprehend how this affects them. Even while I'm not quite convinced that Ethan is capable of making a change, Sophie insists that at least he's making an effort, which is more than he's ever done before. After a month has passed since the catastrophic dinner, Ethan approaches Grace with the request to meet me for coffee in order to express his regrets in person. Rachel urges me to give him a chance to explain himself, but I'm not entirely convinced about it. She claims that harboring anger is more detrimental to me than it is to Ethan. However, she is right. It is my knowledge that a single apology will not solve everything, but I'm willing to meet him in a neutral coffee shop with the understanding that it will be a beginning anyhow. For the very first time in his life, Ethan seemed to be displaying a true sense of humility. In his apology, he does not offer any justifications or attempt to downplay the gravity of his actions. He freely admits that he has been a subpar brother. Our connection was tainted by his feelings of envy. The deception surrounding the proposal was nasty and deceitful. He claims that his therapist is assisting him in comprehending the fact that the favoritism of our parents caused harm to both of us. It was me who was neglected, and it was him who never learned to take responsibility for his actions. It is not immediately clear that he is requesting forgiveness. Simply a chance to gradually develop trust over the course of time. My response to Ethan is that I am grateful for the apology, but before I can trust him again, I need to know that he has truly changed. To put that into practice, I need to cease being manipulative toward Rachel and respect the boundaries I have set with her. In addition, he adds that he is working with his therapist to get his own life in order, which includes obtaining a job that is not financed by our parents, moving into his own apartment, and developing an identity that is distinct from being the golden kid. There is a glimmer of hope that we might one day have a genuine brotherly relationship, and this is the first time in years that I have experienced this feeling. Rachel and I are in a much better place now, 3 months after the proposal episode, as a result of constant counseling and honest communication. A new wedding date has been decided upon for the fall of next year, which will provide us with more time to strengthen our foundation and ensure that we are getting married for the appropriate reasons. Despite the fact that my relationship with my parents is still tense, they are making legitimate efforts to treat all of their children in the same manner and to admit the mistakes they have made in the past. Ethan is able to fulfill his commitments and secure a position as a sales manager at a small business. On the other side of town, he relocates to a little flat. In the beginning, he begins a relationship with a new woman named Olivia. Olivia is unaware of our family history, and treats him as if he were a regular person rather than the golden kid. The last time Grace saw Ethan, he appeared to be more content and grounded than she had seen him in years. However, rather than presuming that he has undergone a total transformation, we are all exercising caution. At the Thanksgiving dinner that takes place 4 months later, the dynamic inside the family feels different in ways that are subtle but significant. Instead of focusing the conversation on Ethan, Mom and Dad make an attempt to inquire about the lives of everyone else by asking them the same questions. Ethan himself is more reserved and thoughtful, rather than taking the initiative to dominate the conversation. Whenever Ethan's father makes a toast to the family, he adds his own toast, which is directed directly toward Rachel and myself. In addition to wishing us happiness, he expresses his regret once more for attempting to destroy our engagement. When Rachel gives my hand a gentle squeeze under the table, I have the realization that everything is going to be all right. Rather than being tainted by the drama that has been going on in our family, Rachel and I are planning our wedding for November of next year, and this time the enthusiasm feels pure. Ethan has been able to establish appropriate boundaries, and he is even assisting his father with some of the preparations for the wedding. Instead of competing with me, he is taking it as an opportunity to show his support for me. Even though the relationship with my parents is certainly never going to be perfect, the fact that they are making an effort is more than I could have hoped for. During this difficult time, Rachel and I were able to improve our communication skills and develop a deeper level of confidence in one another. My mom called me the backup daughter my whole life. At my engagement dinner, she said my sister deserved my fiancé more. Mom always nicknamed me the backup daughter. At my engagement dinner, she suggested my sister deserved my fiancé more. Since childhood, Sophia, my older sister, has been the golden kid. She was beautiful, smarter, and more talented, and my mother told me every day. My mom asked why I couldn't be like Sophia, who received consecutive A's, when I got a B on a test. My mom thought my soccer attempt was sweet, but she reminded me that Sophia was a volleyball state champion. My parents liked my fine college, but not the Ivy League Sophia went into. My entire childhood was spent as the backup daughter in case the real one died. I left at 18 and stayed away for years. I met Ryan after building my life and career. Ryan fulfills all my dreams. He likes me as I am and is nice and supportive. He proposed 5 months ago, and I accepted immediately. To celebrate, we had an engagement dinner with both families. Charlotte reassured me that having my mother there would be fine and might be a fresh start. The first hour of supper at a fine restaurant went smoothly. My mother behaved well and complimented my clothing, shocking me. Sophia arrived late. She arrived in a too formal white outfit and began discussing her promotion. When Sophia entered, my mother's eyes brightened up as usual. Sophia's achievements dominated the following 25 minutes. I attempted to get back to the engagement, but my mother kept bringing up my sister. My mother stood and suggested she might toast. I hoped she would eventually compliment me. She lifted her glass and said Ryan was a great man and pleased for him. She then looked at Sophia and remarked it was too bad he met the wrong sister initially. She laughed like a joke but continued. Sophia would have suited Ryan better, she said. Sophia was prettier, more successful, and more deserving of him, she added. She stated she hoped Ryan realized what he was getting with me but that upgrading was still possible. Silence fell across the table. Ryan's parents appeared shocked. Ryan looked like he wanted to disappear. Sophia just sat there smiling like she agreed with everything. The heat in my face made my hands shake. 24 years of being told I wasn't good enough returned all at once. I got up and informed my mother I had something to say. I informed her I saw her, Sophia texts 2 months ago when I set up her new phone. Each text about me behind my back was visible. My mother called me embarrassing. Sophia said I was outperforming Ryan. Mother mumbled that I misinterpreted. Sophia thought I was dramatic. Ryan got up and told them to go. My mother sobbed and said I was wrecking the family. No, I said. She damaged it. 24 years ago, she said I was never good enough. After they left, Hannah's mother hugged me and said I handled it better than they did. That wasn't all. My mother doesn't know I screenshotted every message. The family group chat with our aunts, uncles, cousins, and grandparents will get an exciting update. I wait 20 minutes in my car outside the restaurant, lingering over the send button. Our family group chat has screenshots waiting. Nothing can be undone after I transmit. My hands are still shaking from the confrontation, yet I feel clearer than in years. My breath fogs the windshield and my palms are cold on the steering wheel. Again, I read the screenshots. Every nasty text is there. My mother called me embarrassing. Sophia said I outperformed Ryan. Their black and white strategy for tonight. Press send. The message reaches 40 relatives. The screenshots show every harsh text between my mother and Sophia, including the plot to have Sophia flirt with Ryan tonight. In seconds, read receipts appear. 13715. My phone buzzes with messages. The screen flashes repeatedly. I watch the notifications pile up, but don't open any. Someone calls. Then another. My phone is silenced and placed in the cup holder. Ryan finds me in the parking lot and silently takes the passenger seat. My phone is gently turned off by him. I cry while he clutches my hand. To ensure our safety, his parents drive us home. I sit on the couch thinking about what I did as Hannah's mother pours tea. Her inquiries are absent. She touches my back in little circles while sitting next to me. Ryan and Clara's father converse quietly in the kitchen. Just the deep rumble of their voices, not the words. Hannah's mother stays in our guest room. Next morning, I turn on my phone. 200 alerts. That figure makes me queasy. Hannah's mother is awake and helps me sort texts. She sits next to me on the couch with her reading glasses and tells me which family members support and attack me. Uncle. She apologizes for not protecting me and stops justifying my mother's actions. Her voice cracks as she says she should have been braver. 3 cousins from my father's side start a group chat without my mother, Sophia, or Grandma. They recount my mother's criticism of me over time. She mentioned things at family gatherings I didn't attend. My relative says my mother claimed I was lucky to have a job given my poor ability. Another relative recalls, my mother said I embarrassed the family by not being as accomplished as Sophia. Her malice is worse than I thought. My mother texts me rage-filled guilt trips, calling me ungrateful. She claims I humiliated her in front of the family. She wants the communications be deleted and apologized. She threatens to visit my residence if I don't react. Ryan alters our door code and instructs building security to keep her out. He calls when I'm reading texts and describes my mother physically. Sophia texts Ryan directly to try something new. She apologizes for the misunderstanding and requests a private conversation to resolve it. Charlotte immediately screenshots and gives me her message. So he disables her number without responding. He's unhesitant. First call from father 3 days after supper. His voice is tired. He thinks my mother was emotional but concedes her dinner speech was improper. Please investigate family therapy. He says. I refuse to fix something my mother doesn't think is broken. His silence lasts. He hangs up after saying he understands. Ryan's best friend Ethan brings takeout. Ryan's parents alerted half his family about the situation, so they're following it. His mother had a poisonous sibling and breaking touch was the finest decision she ever took, according to Ethan. Validation from non-family makes me less crazy. Ethan shares his mother's boundary-setting journey over supper. My first laugh in days comes from him. Rebecca texts me 3 days after Ethan leaves. She requests coffee. My mother made excuses to keep us away for years, so I haven't seen her. She agrees to drive 2 hours to me. Meet in a small cafe near my apartment. Although Rebecca looks older, her grin is warm when she hugs me. She gets us lattes, and we sit by the window. She says she witnessed everything in the group conversation and reached out. She claims she's seen my mother mistreat me from childhood. Someone accuses another of poor parenting. Another person recalls a 10-year-old wedding that ached. Anger and blame dominate the conversation. Ryan eventually turns off my phone's notifications. He says to stop reading tonight. Knowing my grandmother is protecting my mother after everything she saw makes me ill. Ryan orders takeout and we watch a movie, but I can't quit worrying about my phone messages. I get a letter 4 days later. The envelope has my mother's writing. Thicker than I expected, my stomach lowers. After sitting on the couch, I open it. In my mother's neat cursive, 6 pages fall out front and back. She's devastated I won't return her calls. She says the dinner toast was a joke and I misinterpreted it. She claims I'm misremembering my upbringing and that she's always loved both her daughters equally. She said she was tough because she wanted me to succeed. She mentions helping me with homework or driving me to soccer practice, like it erases everything else. Sophia is distraught by my actions and I'm killing our family, she writes. She claims I'm selfish and nasty for not forgiving her. The letter repeats the manipulation in numerous ways. Never apologizes for her words. She never apologizes for her dinner comments. She accuses me of being oversensitive and carrying grudges. The last page says she'll forgive me if I openly apologize to her and Sophia in the family group chat. She signals lovingly. Like nothing she wrote cruel, Mom. My hands shake after reading it twice. Anger grows in my chest till I up and move. I grab my keys and inform Ryan about walking. He offers to join me, but I need solitude. I walk around the block 3 times in the cold to calm down. My mother still doesn't get her mistake. The victim mentality persists. The letter worsens everything. Ryan finds me on the couch staring at my phone that night. I sit next to him, and he asks if I want to go away for the weekend. He suggests driving somewhere peaceful and not checking our phones for a few days. Constant notifications and family problems weary me, so I agree immediately. We pack up the next morning and drive 3 hours to a mountain B&B. Small and pleasant, with hiking trails nearby. We travel through the woods the first day without discussing my family. Charlotte points out interesting birds and trees. We sit on rocks along a stream to listen. The second day, we hike to a valley-wide overlook. We observe clouds, while eating sandwiches we packed. My phone is always in my bag. I can think straight without the buzzing and messages. I realize how much energy I've spent my life striving to please my mother. I made every decision considering her opinion. Every success seemed empty knowing she'd compare it to Sophia. Wanting her praise shaped my career. On that hilltop, staring at the view, I realize I'll never get what I want from her. She won't view me as I need. The thought should hurt. But it's soothing. I'm done trying. Charlotte holds my hand and we sit until sunset. On the way home, I feel lighter. Distance showed me that my mother's opinion doesn't define me. Back in the apartment, I turn on my phone. New messages await me. Some are from my Uncle David, but most are from the family group chat. He's seeking a skilled mediator for a family meeting. He told me about a family conflict therapist. He writes that we can resolve this if everyone sits down and talks honestly. Though he means well, the idea tires me. Calling back. I thank him for attempting to help. I decline to sit with my mother and Sophia. He sounds sad. He acknowledges that families are hard but dislikes seeing them split apart. I claim I didn't tear things apart. I'm finally responding to my mother's years-old act. He pauses before saying he understands. He says the invitation stands if I change my mind. His promise is to always be there for me. I appreciate his effort, but a mediator won't help. My mother would use it to victimize herself again. My call ends with David, encouraging me to take care of myself. I swear. I receive an Instagram message from an unknown account. The profile image is blank, and the username is random. Characters and digits. I almost delete it without reading. But something compels me look. Her message says she heard everything from common friends and wants to reconnect. Megan, my high school best friend, sent it. After graduation, she went to college across the nation, and we lost touch. Though I haven't thought about her in years, her name brings back sleepovers and late-night chats. We schedule lunch after I message her. She chooses a restaurant between our wetter apartments. She jumps up and hugs me when I enter. Though she appears different, she laughs the same. We order food and discuss the past 7 years. She discusses her employment, residence, and dating. She mentions my mother. She always believed my mother was nasty as a teenager. She recalls coming to my house and seeing my mother laud Sophia while ignoring me. She recalls a school competition where I placed second. My mother lamented that I couldn't be first like Sophia. Megan wanted to say something but didn't know how. She was a child when my mother scared her. She regrets her timidity. Nothing she could have done. I say. 3-hour conversation and phone number exchange. I pledge to keep in touch this time. Seeing her again feels like discovering a part of myself I forgot existed. 2 days after lunch with Megan, a new Instagram account messages me. The messages say Sophia is the true victim. Her narrative states I turned the family against her and she never sought to hurt me. According to the messages, she followed our mother's lead and didn't know what to do. I scanned them for an apology or acknowledgement of her actions. No substance, just excuses and blame. The account says she's in therapy and self-improvement. She hopes to repair our connection. The tone is off. She sounds like she's reciting a screenplay about what I want to hear. She's not understood for her harm. Every message is screenshotted and added to my phone's behavior folder. I block the account. Another user with the identical profile photo messages me within an hour. I block it too. Sophia persists, but I'm done giving in. Our Saturday dinner hosts are Ryan's parents. His mother makes pot roast and his father sets the table with lovely dishes. Ryan's mother requests a private conversation after dinner. While Ryan and his father clean the kitchen, we go to the living room. Some boundaries are good and appropriate, she argues. She advises that my mother may escalate before accepting them. My mother doesn't handle loss of control well, she says. Schedule weekly appointments. Left her office feeling less bad about all I've done. A specialist says I'm doing well. That's more important than imagined. Elizabeth contacts me 3 days after my last therapy appointment to invite Ryan and me to dinner on Saturday. She claims it'll be her, Michael, and their 2 kids. No conflict, just family. I agree before overthinking. Charlotte takes us to their suburban home on Saturday. As we enter the driveway, my hands shake. This is the first family gathering since the engagement dinner, and while I trust Elizabeth, old patterns make me apprehensive. Michael opens the door and hugs us. Teenagers Hannah and Tyler wave at us from the living room. House smells like cooked chicken and garlic. Elizabeth comes out of the kitchen washing her hands on a towel and hugs me longer than intended. She whispers thanks for coming. Dinner is normal like never before in my household. Talking about work, school, and kids' sports teams. No one mentions Sophia or my mother. Nobody compares or backhandedly comments. Elizabeth stands with her wine glass when dessert arrives. She wants to toast my engagement like I should have at the restaurant. Ryan is blessed to have me, she says. She responds, I deserve someone who sees my worth. Hannah and Tyler lift soda cups, and everyone drinks. I blink frantically to avoid sobbing when my throat tightens. Family should feel like this. Family contacts increase over the week. Alicia, my second cousin, writes me a long message about her mother. Alicia says her mother always favored her brother and made her feel unimportant. We chat for 2 hours over coffee. She knows the strange guilt of separating from a parent, even if they damaged you. She says she went through the same thing 5 years ago and found happiness after stopping to heal the relationship. We exchange numbers and agree to talk. Uncle from my father's side texts me support. 2 more cousins post heart emoji comments on my old images on social media. I'm developing a family that sees me as a person, not the backup daughter. It's like beginning over, but better. I'm amazed that my relatives now appreciate me. The bar was so low before. Phone rings while making breakfast. Caller ID shows my grandmother's number. I almost don't answer, but curiosity wins. She speaks immediately when I answer. She worries about my mother's health. She says my mother went to the doctor with chest pains due to stress. When my grandmother says I'm to blame for not forgiving, her voice shakes. I breathe and speak calmly. I deny responsibility for my mother's health. You can't manipulate me with health scares anymore. Grandmother gasps like I said something terrible. She calls me cruel and says families forgive. I remind her that family members should also respect each other. She cries and asks how I got cold. I tell her I learned boundaries from therapy, not coldness. I end the call before she finishes. My hands shake, but I'm happy I didn't give up. Wedding magazines cover our kitchen table as Ryan and I sit. I cried when his parents offered to pay for the wedding. We start a guest list. Ryan records his family and friends. I list Elizabeth, Michael, Rebecca, my father, and other relatives who offered genuine support. The list doesn't include my mother. Neither does Sophia's. Ryan asks if I'm sure. I concur. He squeezes my hand and whispers, okay. We tally the names, and decide the wedding is small, maybe 45 guests. Ryan wonders if that concerns me. It feels right, I say. These individuals care about us. Making these choices feels strong, not sad. I'm not inviting out of duty or fear. I decide who celebrates with us. Email. Notifications appear on my phone at work. I neglected to block Sophia's work email. The subject line states, I'm sorry. I open it despite knowing not to. She describes her therapy in 3 paragraphs. She now recognizes that our mother's favoritism made her rely on being the greatest at everything. She says she never learned true relationships because she was too preoccupied pleasing our mother. She wants to be sisters and wishes to re-establish our friendship. Read twice. The entire email emphasizes her struggles. She discusses her anguish, therapy, and realizations. She never apologizes for particular actions. She doesn't smile when our mother says I'm not good enough. She never says she'll flirt with Ryan. Not my hurt, but her victimhood in the email. I close without replying. I don't give her closure, because she wants it. Our next session involves writing a letter to my mother with Dr. Miller. A border letter, she calls it. It takes several revisions to get it right. The letter says, I won't see my mother until she apologizes for the harm she caused me throughout my life. It lists examples without being cruel, and asks her to stop blaming me for her own actions. Dr. Miller reads the 1-page, single-spaced letter and nods. She says it's clear and firm without being mean. We print it and I sign it. I take it to the post office and send it certified mail so my mother can't say she never got it. The counterwoman asks if I want insurance. I almost laugh. My mother's response comes 3 days later, but not in a letter. She posts on Facebook about how she's a devoted mother being punished for loving both her daughters equally and that some children don't appreciate parental sacrifices. She's heartbroken and doesn't know what happened. The post gets 15 likes and a dozen comments from people who don't know the full story. Several family members who weren't in the original group chat message me asking what's going on and request the screenshots of my mother and Sophia's text. 3 relatives respond within an hour saying they had no idea things were this bad and they're done making excuses for her behavior. My mother's Facebook post stays up for 6 hours before she deletes it. I screenshot it first. Ryan tells me to come home early from work on Friday. He won't say why, just that I need to be there by 5. I leave at 4:30 and drive home nervous. When I walk in, he's wearing a nice shirt and has a weird smile. He tells me to change into something comfortable and then we're leaving. I ask where we're going, and he says surprise. 20 minutes later, we arrive at his parents'. I recognize the cars in the driveway as Ryan opens my door and leads me to the backyard, where Elizabeth and Michael are with their kids. Rebecca is there, and Ryan's best friend Ethan came with his girlfriend. My father is uncomfortable but present near the food table. Our lunch list includes my father, my aunt, Elizabeth and Uncle Michael, Rebecca and Megan, Hannah's family, and 45 other names, all of whom make me happy. The next Tuesday, I see one of my mother's friends in the produce section. She spots me before I can turn down another aisle, and walks over with a tight smile to ask how I'm doing in that fake concerned voice people use when they're just fishing for gossip. I tell her I'm fine and try to move past her, but she steps in front of my cart and says she heard about the engagement dinner and my mother's heartbreak. She looks at me like she expects me to apologize or defend myself, but I look her in the eye and tell her my mother broke my heart for 24 years and one uncomfortable dinner doesn't compare. If she's so concerned about my mother's feelings, maybe she should ask her why she thought it was okay to tell me my sister deserved my fiancé more. The woman's mouth opens, but nothing comes out. I push my cart past her and leave feeling proud of myself for not apologizing or shrinking to make her comfortable. My hands shake while I finish shopping, but it's adrenaline. I'm learning to defend myself without feeling guilty. In my next therapy session, I tell my therapist about the grocery store interaction and my father reaching out. She listens carefully and then asks how I feel about losing my mother permanently. I say I don't know because I'm not sure I ever had the mother I needed. She nods and says I'm mourning the relationship I needed, not the one that existed. I've been waiting my whole life for my mother to become the parent I deserved. But that was never going to happen. She says it's normal to grieve the parent I wish I had while accepting that the real relationship was harmful. Realize it would look like the life I'm building now. Megan calls me that weekend and asks if I want to meet some of her friends. She's having people over for dinner, and thinks I'd like them. I agree, even though I'm nervous about meeting new people who might have heard about the family drama. Megan introduces me to 6 other women her age, and nobody asks about my family or brings up anything uncomfortable. We eat and talk about work, shows we're watching, and places we want to travel. One woman tells a funny story about her terrible boss, and another talks about marathon training. Their questions about my job and wedding plans are genuine, and nobody compares me or makes me feel like I need to prove myself. The conversation flows easily, and I realize I've been so isolated by family drama for years that I forgot what normal friendships feel like. After leaving that night, I have 3 new phone numbers and plans to meet 2 of them for brunch next weekend. I text Megan to thank her and she says she's glad I came and that her friends liked me. On Monday morning, a delivery person brings a huge bouquet of flowers to my office. My coworkers gather around as I read the card, which says, "She forgives me," in my mother's handwriting. I stare at it for a moment and then laugh out loud. She forgives me like I did something wrong, like she's the bigger person for overlooking my terrible behavior. When my coworker asks if everything is okay, I tell her these flowers are from someone who doesn't understand that forgiveness works both ways. I find a nursing home 2 blocks away. I donate the bouquet to their activities coordinator during my lunch break. She's thrilled, and says the residents will love fresh flowers in the common room. I don't text my mother or call to say thanks, and the silence feels powerful. Ryan asks if my mother sent anything else that evening, and I tell him about the flowers. He shakes his head, and says he can't believe she still doesn't get it, but I think she finally does. She just doesn't want to accept it. 2 weeks later, Ryan's mother calls to invite us to dinner. When we arrive, his whole family is there, including his aunt and uncle and some cousins I haven't met. His mother pulls me aside and asks if they can officially introduce me as their future daughter-in-law at a family reunion. I say yes and thank her for thinking of me. 3 weeks later, Ryan's extended family warmly welcomes me to the reunion. His grandmother hugs me and says she's heard great things about me. His cousins ask about the wedding and want to see venue pictures. One of his aunts pulls me aside and tells me she can see how happy I make Ryan, and that's all that matters to his family. Nobody asks invasive questions about my family or makes me explain anything. I spend the afternoon talking and laughing with people who chose to welcome me into their lives. When we leave that night, I tell Ryan his family is amazing, and he says they think I'm amazing, too. For the first time, I'm part of a family that wants me there. I'm sitting at my desk one afternoon and realize I haven't checked my phone for messages from my mother or Sophia in days. The constant vigilance I lived with for months has faded without me noticing. I used to wake up every morning and look at my phone, bracing myself for manipulation or guilt. I tell my therapist that evening in therapy, and she smiles and says, "This is what peace feels like, and I should pay attention to how different my life is without their toxicity." I tell her it feels like breathing easier. My therapist says, I've done the hard work of setting boundaries, and now I'm experiencing the reward of that work. She reminds me that peace doesn't mean excester. Nothing bad will ever happen. Just that I'm no longer in crisis mode. I'm grateful for my progress and lighter life as I drive home. Elizabeth calls 2 weeks later to invite Ryan and me to supper. She says only she, Michael, and a few other family members will support me through everything. She says she's considering introducing a new ritual for our family members who value healthy connections. She sounds thrilled when I say I'd like to come. Saturday night dinner at her house. Rebecca and 2 other cousins I haven't seen in years are there when I arrive. Everyone hugged me and said they were proud of me for opposing my mother. We eat lasagna and garlic bread without mentioning my mother or Sophia unless it supports my boundaries. Elizabeth raises her glass and proposes quarterly meetings. We're the respectful family. Everyone agrees, and I found something I didn't need. Family dinners should feel like this. Instead of anxiety and comparisons, relaxed and laughing. Ryan and I celebrate our 1-year dating anniversary 3 days later. He takes me to our first date restaurant and orders the same cuisine. He informs me over dessert that he's been pondering about my changes in recent months. He loved me more after seeing me stand up for myself at the engagement dinner because he recognized my strength. I told him I was afraid creating limits would alienate people, but it really improved relationships. He grabs my hand across the table and says, "That's exactly what happened. Protecting myself didn't cost me love. It just cleared out the fake love to make space for the real thing." I agree and am glad for his support. A week later, Emily, a distant cousin, messages me on Facebook. She lives 3 states away, so we've only met at huge family functions. She said she heard about my mother's situation through the family grapevine and wanted to contact her. In her family, her brother is the favored and she's always been treated like she doesn't matter. She requests advice on how to handle it. I reply about treatment, limits, and understanding that you can't make someone value you if they don't. After an hour of messaging, she praises me for being honest about how hard it is. Using my grief to help others feels unexpectedly significant. I record some of our conversation and show it to my therapist at our next appointment. She grins and adds, "This is part of my healing." 2. A few days later, my father calls to offer coffee. He seems nervous and fatigued when we sit. He started going to therapy himself and won't speak more, but my boundary letter made him recognize certain things. He says he enabled my mother's actions for decades and pretended it wasn't horrible. He confesses he failed to safeguard me as a child. I appreciate his responsibilities even if it's too late to undo the past. If he maintains my rules about not discussing my mother, I agree to continue our monthly coffee dates. He accepts and we finish our coffee discussing his garden and my work. Sophia emails my work address 2 weeks later. Though the subject line states final message, I read it out of curiosity. She says that she understands I don't want a relationship with her and won't contact me anymore. She wants me to be happy and is moving on. There's no particular apology for her actions. I just hope things work out. I read it twice and erase it without reacting. I'm not responsible for her closure or happiness. Her inability to apologize for her acts tells me everything about her change. Ryan and I spend all Sunday afternoon on our wedding guest list. After putting it off because it would be complicated, we sit down and go over everyone. Finally, 45 persons are listed. His family, my father, Elizabeth, and Michael, Rebecca, and a few supporting relatives, our close friends, and my therapist, who's helped me heal, are all invited. Ryan feels the list is significant. These are folks we picked, or who chose us, not obligation guests. The list feels correct, and I don't feel terrible about who's missing. Next week, I write my wedding vows. Not generic promises, but personal and honest. I write about forming a family on respect and love, choosing each other every day, and improving ourselves. Ryan starts crying midway through our rehearsal dinner practice when I read them. His parents hug me after I finish, and his mother says she's honored to be part of my new family story. The father of Hannah says they've always wanted a daughter, and are pleased it's me. His family's acceptance surprises me because it's so different from my upbringing. Hannah's mother contacts me upset 3 weeks before the wedding. She says my mother wrote to their house to persuade me to invite her to the wedding. Page after page, the letter describes how hurt she is and how she deserves to be there as my mother. Hannah's mother reads me a few words over the phone, and every sentence is manipulated. I thank her for telling me, and we decide she'll write back that she shouldn't interfere in our decisions. Hannah's mother says she'll respond tomorrow and supports my restrictions. I'm grateful his family protects my decisions without my request. Rebecca calls me a few days later to offer motherly duties on wedding day. She claims she'll watch for my mother's uninvited arrival and handle it. Ryan and I discuss it and hire venue security just in case. The wedding security business says they deal with unwelcome guests more often than people believe, and will make sure no one crashes who isn't on our list. Knowing I'm safe lets me enjoy my wedding instead of worrying about my mother. Rebecca texts me later that night to say she'll always support me, and I believe her. I wake up cheerful and enthusiastic the week before the wedding, not anxious. When I get ready for work, I realize I'm not prepared for anything to go wrong or someone to ruin the day. That afternoon in therapy, my therapist says this is what happens when you're not continually bracing for criticism or rejection. Says, I've done the hard work of removing toxic people from my life, and now I get to experience what peace actually feels like. I'm marrying someone who loves me exactly as I am. I'm surrounded by people who celebrate me instead of tearing me down, and I don't have to perform or prove my worth to anyone. The relief of that realization makes me emotional in the best possible way. Elizabeth's house smells like vanilla and flowers as I arrive for the bridal shower. Women have gathered in the living room to rejoice with me, not out of necessity. Rebecca embraces me at the door and whispers that she helped Elizabeth prepare everything, causing me to cry, instead of worried. I wake up peaceful on wedding day. Rebecca and Megan bring coffee and bagels to my flat after Ryan went for his parents' place to get ready with the guys. It's quick and pleasurable to shower and start my hair with them. Rebecca's disastrous first date last month and Megan's puppy eating her shoes make us giggle. No competition or stress. They both help me put on my dress by working the little back buttons. Finally, looking in the mirror, I feel beautiful without being told. The outfit fits well and Charlotte's mother's bracelet sparkles. Rebecca shoots a million shots, and Megan becomes tearful, and I understand this is how wedding preparation should feel. No one is comparing me, criticizing me, or making fun of me. 3 women celebrating a good occasion feels perfect. The ceremony site is perfect for Ryan and me. We had 45 people in a tiny yard with flowers and chairs. My father nervously changes his tie, while we wait in the back room for the music. When we walk down the aisle, he extends his arm, and we enter the sunlight. Ryan, who is up front with the officiant, starts crying when he sees me. My father walks gently to savor the moment. He leans down and whispers, proud of me, halfway down the aisle. For once, I accept a family member's compliment without looking for hidden criticism or waiting for the other shoe to drop. I can see my father crying as he hugs me before passing me off to Ryan at the front. The ceremony is wonderful and simple. The officiant discusses love and commitment before Ryan begins his vows. His voice shakes as he swears to always value me, even when I don't. Be my family after my biological family failed me and prove every day that I deserve love just as I am. Half the guests are crying at the end, and I'm barely holding it together. I fulfilled my promises to improve things together. Ryan kisses me after the officiant marries us, and everyone applauds. The reception is in the same garden with glowing string lights. Michael toasts after we eat, speak, and dance. He says the strongest families are chosen, not born into. And how watching me set boundaries and build a life on my own terms has influenced family members to reassess their relationships. He adds, this room full of people who actually love me is more like family than any holiday gathering ever was. Many nod in agreement. I forget about the missing people when Ryan and I dance to our first song. My mother and Sophia aren't on my radar or likely to wreck things. I'm present with the folks that express their love by actions, not words. My mother's absence doesn't dampen delight. It shields me from criticism and allows me enjoy the day. Charlotte's parents locate us by the dessert table at night and hug us. His mother feels she gained more than a daughter-in-law today. The differentiation of her daughter matters more than I can describe. I thank his father for welcoming me entirely and that they're proud to call me family. I'm creating a new family story where I'm cherished and celebrated, not compared to others, and my mother's tale about me being the backup daughter doesn't matter. I feel lighter than I have in years as Ryan and I say goodbye to the last visitors and travel to our hotel before our journey tomorrow. Ryan and I spent the first few days of our Hawaii honeymoon lounging on the beach and ignoring family drama. However, one evening while viewing the sunset, we discuss our future parenting styles. Ryan says our kids should feel loved and supported. And I concur immediately. We promise not to compare siblings or play favorites and to recognize each child's unique skills. I tell him our children would never wonder who is loved more and will break my mother's cycle of favoritism and comparison. Using my pain to improve feels like the ultimate victory over my mother's legacy. Like I'm turning all that hurt into something healing and protective for the next generation. During the honeymoon, I realize I no longer define myself by Sophia or my mother. I don't compare myself to my sister or my mother while defining myself. I'm no longer backup daughter. Just being myself is enough. Instead of my mother's judgment, my inner voice tells me I'm worthy as I am. One morning, I look at Ryan sleeping beside me and reflect about our life together and am grateful for every hard decision that brought me here. Setting limits lost me relationships, but helped me become someone I enjoy. My father's number rings 3 months after the wedding while I'm at a coffee shop. He says he needs to talk and his voice is quieter than usual. He claims to have separated from my mother and moved into a motel. After a time, he says that witnessing me establish a life without her poison helped him realize how much her actions harmed his happiness. He sounds exhausted but relieved. Like he's dropped something heavy after years. I promise not to pressure him on his long-term choices. So I'm delighted he's taking care of himself. We talk about nothing important for 20 minutes more. Normal discourse without my mother's influence. I sit with my coffee after we hang up and think this is what happens when you stop accepting abuse. Other folks notice it too. My therapist assesses my development over the past few months at my usual therapy visit the following week. Since I have such tremendous self-worth, she offers monthly sessions instead of weekly. She tells me that healing isn't a straight line, and I'll still have bad days, but my work has made my mother's voice not rule me anymore. I can accept criticism without feeling I deserve it. I can set limits guilt-free. Accepting love without conditions is possible. I leave her office and walk to my car, proud of my transformation from the lady who apologized for being. Ryan and I host our first apartment holiday dinner in November. His parents, my father, Aunt Elizabeth, Uncle Michael, Rebecca, Megan, and Ethan, are invited. I cook as Ryan sets the table in the morning, and when everyone arrives, warm voices and laughter fill the flat. Nobody compares me to others. No one insults with compliments. Elizabeth brings me a pie and hugs me in the kitchen, saying she's glad I'm doing well. The chat between my father and Hannah's dad about golf on the couch is relaxed. Ethan makes everyone laugh with a Ryan's college story, and Megan helps me take dishes to the table. While eating and talking, someone suggests a game after dinner, making the evening feel warm and comfortable. Family should feel like this. People who want to attend, not must. You're celebrated, not tolerated. I see folks at the table that choose to be here and understand I have what I always wanted. An entire year has passed since the engagement dinner that altered everything. I wake up next to Ryan in our apartment and think about how my life has changed. My hubby loves me unconditionally. My in-laws treat me like their daughter, not a burden. My selected family of relatives and friends celebrates my victories and supports me during tough times. More importantly, I have my own approval. I know my worth and don't need my mother to confirm it. Her view used to shape my self-image, but now it's just noise. That realization's independence is worth every painful talk, boundary I had to create, and connection I had to end to find calm. I'm no longer backup daughter. Just being me is enough. My MIL asked my husband and me to have only 2 children because she was concerned about the feelings of her daughter, who has struggled with infertility. My husband, James, and I have a 4-year-old boy. Our house is decent sized and 25 minutes from the hospital. James and I have been together 8 years, married 6 years. His mother, Sarah, was usually with us. She calls often, brings food, and offers to watch our son. Mostly, I liked her involvement. I never found her overpowering, although James reported that she sometimes became involved in other people's problems. I ignored it because she had never hurt me. Sarah has 2 kids. James is younger. Her 6-year-old daughter Rebecca married Michael 9 years ago. Rebecca and Michael had tried to conceive for 7 years. None of their 5 IVF cycles worked. 3 years ago, Rebecca informed me during a family dinner. She cried as she described how exhausting and expensive the procedure was, and how defeated she felt after each failure. I listened and offered support without interfering. I told Rebecca discreetly, before telling the family about my second pregnancy. A bistro near her office served us coffee. I told her the news and asked her to hear it from me before a family gathering. She embraced me and congratulated us. A few months later, she helped me choose nursery paint colors. She spent all Saturday afternoon at our house holding samples against the wall and recommending a green shade. I never thought she resented me or James for having kids. On my 4th postpartum day, Sarah visited the hospital. James got us meals in the cafeteria. Sarah entered with a diaper and baby clothing gift bag. She sat in my bedside chair and cooed over the infant. She asked about my recovery and the nurse's care. The first 25 minutes were normal. Her tone altered when she shifted in her seat. She wanted to discuss something serious with me. After adjusting the cushion behind my back, I waited for her. She stared at the bassinet infant and then at me. She remarked James and I were lucky to have 2 healthy children, which not everyone gets. I nodded, unaware of her meaning. She leaned forward and advised James and me to limit ourselves to 2 children. Confused, I blinked at her. She kept going before I could reply. She felt it wasn't fair to Rebecca that James and I had children so effortlessly after years of struggle. She stated Rebecca was too nice to say anything, but every pregnancy announcement upset her. Sarah stated someone had to speak up because Rebecca would never. I sat watching her. I inquired whether Rebecca told her anything. Sarah waved her hand dismissively and said Rebecca didn't need to say it. Anyone paying attention might see it, she added. She stated Rebecca sobbed to sleep some nights and deserved a family without being reminded of what she didn't have. Sarah stated she wasn't mean but that someone should consider Rebecca's sentiments. I told her our family decision was between James and me. Sarah grew stern. She stated I was selfish and families should help each other. She asked for our consideration. Not much. Keeping quiet, I maintained that our family planning decisions were confidential. She stood up, grabbed her bag, and hoped I would consider her words. Then she left. James returned 12 minutes later with food. My response was delayed. I half ate my sandwich and glanced at the wall. Asked if I was okay. I told him his mother had just been there and that she had said something unusual. Put his food down and inquired what happened. Exactly as I remembered, I repeated the exchange. His face changed from perplexed to enraged in 4 seconds. He started typing on his phone. I inquired about his activities. He texted Rebecca to verify this. I advised him to wait until we got home. I didn't want him to text when unhappy. I saw his jaw clench during the visit after he put the phone down. We brought the baby home 4 days later. It was uncommon that James's parents didn't visit. Sarah usually offered to hold the baby while I showered or rested when we returned home. The silence was noticeable. James texted Rebecca 4 days after we returned home. He invited her to talk. She phoned him an hour later. When James called, I was folding laundry in the living room. Putting it on speaker let me hear. What was happening? Rebecca wondered. James described Sarah's hospital remarks. Long pause on other end. Rebecca replied that she didn't understand him. She denied telling Sarah to stop having children. She denied ever considering that. Was she sure? James asked. Rebecca's voice rose. She said she was sure and wondered why Sarah would say that. Rebecca indicated she would call back. She hung up. James and I gazed. He wasn't sure what to think. I suggested waiting to hear from Rebecca. She called 4 hours later. She sounded different now. She discovered something after reviewing her emails and messages. Sarah spoke for her for months or years, but she didn't realize it until now. Rebecca stated that other cousins had stopped bringing their children to family functions. She believed it was a coincidence, but now she wondered whether Sarah directed them not to. She said her Aunt Lily apologized for announcing her daughter's pregnancy at a family meal 7 months ago via email. Rebecca didn't understand Lily's apology, which perplexed her. She said that was good and glad for her cousin. Lily never mentioned it again. Rebecca also alleged Sarah posted about her infertility on social media. Rebecca repeatedly urged Sarah to stop sharing her sensitive medical information, but Sarah persisted. She wrote extensive posts about watching her kids suffer, and people offered sympathy and support. Rebecca felt uncomfortable, but she didn't push back since she didn't want to look ungrateful for her mother's concern. Rebecca was asked by James what to do. Rebecca said she would personally address Sarah. She promised to call later. James assured her we were available for assistance. Rebecca thanked us and hung up. Rebecca visited Sarah the next day. James offered to go with Rebecca, but she preferred to do it alone. That night, she called. The talk went poorly, she said. Sarah claimed she was protecting Rebecca. Because Rebecca was too kind to speak up, someone had to. Rebecca said that wasn't her call. Sarah sobbed and insisted she was being a good mother. Rebecca stated a decent mother would respect her limits and not post about her misery on Facebook. Rebecca was ungrateful, Sarah said. After sacrificing so much to assist Rebecca through IVF, she believed Rebecca was turning on her. Rebecca said she never requested such support. Sarah said we were influencing Rebecca and trying to turn her against her mother. Rebecca ended the call. Next day, James called his mother. Sarah didn't reply. He left a voicemail for her to call him. She didn't. A text was sent. No reply. This lasted 4 days. Finally, Sarah texted that she wanted space, and that we heard her. James said they needed to discuss what happened. Sarah didn't reply. A week passed. Where was Grandma? Asked our son. James said she was busy. I received James's Aunt Elizabeth's mails. She wondered if Sarah was okay after posting vaguely on Facebook about being betrayed by her children. I emailed James the post screenshot. It said mothers give everything to their children and get nothing in return. The comments were full with folks sorry she was struggling and asking what happened. Elizabeth called me 3 days later. She wanted to tell me something. She stated Sarah had done this before. Elizabeth said Sarah would create problems where none existed so she could fix them. Elizabeth stated it lasted decades. She recalled 16 years ago when Sarah told Elizabeth's family her son was troubled and needed help. A family member unexpectedly visited his flat to check on him. He wasn't sad. He was fine. He was annoyed that everyone thought he was broken. Sarah mistook his comment about being fatigued from work and created a crisis. Elizabeth stated Sarah took James's cousin's engagement announcement similarly. Sarah said the relative was rushing toward marriage and needed a sense check. The cousin married after 6 years of courting. There was no rush. Sarah wanted to save her from a mistake. Elizabeth tried to talk to Sarah about it before, but Sarah always stated she was looking out for everyone. I asked Elizabeth why she was telling me now. She claimed Sarah had gone too far this time and needed to be stopped before she harmed more relationships. She stated Rebecca contacted her crying the night before, claiming she didn't know how to handle her mother. Elizabeth stated she would back Rebecca. After the kids went to bed, James and I discussed it. He was unaware of his mother's behavior. He used to think she was overprotective, but now he disagreed. I inquired about his plans. He thought the family needed boundaries. He promised to discuss it with Rebecca. Rebecca visited our house 4 days later. She brought Michael, her spouse. We sat in the kitchen while the kids napped upstairs. Rebecca reflected on everything and realized Sarah had been managing her life without her knowing. She mentioned she had been in counseling for a year to explore her infertile feelings. Her counselor suggested she be around babies and youngsters to recuperate. Rebecca wanted to be our children's aunt, but Sarah's interference was making it harder. Michael also observed it. He said Sarah would call Rebecca continuously to ask how she was doing and jumped to conclusions if Rebecca didn't answer. He stated Rebecca was exhausted managing her mother's anxiety and her own. He stated they had discussed low touch before. But Rebecca felt guilty. Rebecca wanted to give Sarah clear boundaries. She wanted James to sign it to show Sarah their unity. James concurred. They drafted the message on Rebecca's laptop for an hour. Sarah was no longer authorized to represent Rebecca to anyone. Sarah was instructed to delete Rebecca's medical posts on social media. Sarah was barred from family functions until she respected these rules. The note suggested they would stop talking if Sarah broke these rules. The message was sent overnight. Sarah responded in $12, Mathram, Min, $. She said they were cruel and she didn't deserve it. She claimed they punished her for helping. Rebecca didn't reply. James didn't reply. Sarah sent 4 more urgent messages in the next hour. She threatened to never talk to them again if this was how they treated her. Then she claimed she couldn't believe they left her. She said she was erasing Rebecca's baby photos from her residence because Rebecca didn't like her. James turned off his phone. Rebecca followed suit. We sat silently for another hour while Michael was at our place. He stated Rebecca had prepared for this, but it still hurt. He promised to look after her. That night, they left at 12. Update 1. After sending the boundaries message, Sarah didn't contact James or Rebecca for 3 weeks. She then texted the family that James and Rebecca were unfairly excluding her from her grandchildren's life. She requested that her family contact us to stop disciplining her. Jim's uncle called the next day. Sarah seemed upset, but he didn't know what was going on. This was explained by James. His uncle paused, then stated he wasn't surprised. He stated he'd noticed Sarah's behavior for years but never spoke out because it wasn't his place. He claimed he'd tell the family what was going on. Elizabeth called a family gathering without Sarah. It happened Saturday afternoon at Elizabeth's house. I watched the kids while James went. He returned 4 hours later, saying it was eye-opening. Sarah overstepping or speaking for them without permission was a common story. The incident began when James's cousin Olivia falsely claimed Sarah had told her boyfriend's parents that Olivia was breaking up with him. Another cousin stated Sarah informed his employer that he was seeking for a new job when he wasn't, almost getting him fired. Family members sent Sarah a unifying message. They felt her actions were detrimental and she should accept responsibility. They adored her but couldn't keep going. They gave her 2 options. Accept her interactions with individuals would be restricted or cease speaking for them and respect their boundaries. Sarah replied again on Facebook. This time, she wrote about how her children had turned the family against her, and how she was blamed for caring too much. She stated mothers were constantly blamed for problems and she was weary of being villainized for protecting her loved ones. Over 150 people commented, most of whom didn't know the story. They advised her to keep tough, and that her kids would regret this. Rebecca called me after seeing the post. She called it quits. She tried to offer Sarah an opportunity to rectify things, but Sarah preferred to be the victim. Rebecca blocked her mother on all social media and stopped replying. She admitted it was difficult, but she needed to protect herself, as did James. He unfriended Sarah on Facebook and blocked her number. He found it bizarre but necessary. He waited for her to apologize or confess her wrongdoing, but she never did. She always talked about how hurt she was, not how her actions hurt others. Sarah came to our house 3 weeks following the family gathering. I was home alone with kids. James worked. I watched her automobile enter the driveway through the glass. She exited and approached the front door. I didn't answer her knock. Again, she knocked louder. She called out to me to open the door. Just to see her grandchildren, she said. Telling James what was going by SMS. He said not to open the door and left work early. Sarah waited 25 minutes on the porch. She continued knocking and calling. She stated she knew I was inside and being ridiculous. I locked the door and stayed in the rear with the kids. James entering the driveway ended her stay. He stepped out of his car and urged her to leave. She claimed she deserved to see her grandchildren. He told her to accept the consequences of her choices. She sobbed and said he broke her heart. He remained silent. He passed her and entered. She waited a few minutes in the driveway before driving away. James explained the scenario to police non-emergency line. While the officer suggested we could file a report if she returned, she fled when asked, so they couldn't do much. James wanted it recorded in case it escalated. The officer noted the information and advised her to call back. That night, Sarah emailed James. She didn't comprehend his treatment of her. She stated she was rewarded for always putting her children first. She prayed he would realize his mistake before it was too late. She didn't mention Rebecca. In the following week, Rebecca altered her locks. She mentioned Sarah had her house key, and she distrusted her. A camera was mounted on their front porch by Michael. Rebecca felt silly taking safeguards against her mother. But she didn't know what else to do. Elizabeth informed James that Sarah had been phoning her daily to get James and Rebecca to forgive her. Elizabeth told Sarah that wasn't her job, but Sarah didn't listen. Elizabeth considered barring Sarah since the calls were too much. James and I debated recontacting. I doubted it would alter anything. He agreed. Sarah had been given many chances to apologize, but she had always declined. He claimed he couldn't keep expecting she'd change. Son asked about Grandma again. James informed him adults occasionally disagree and need space. Our son questioned if Granny was furious at us. James stated Grandma needed to work on several things before visiting again because it was complicated. Our son accepted and resumed playing with his toys. Update 2. Letter from Sarah to our house. It arrived by mail on Tuesday. I recognized her handwriting on the envelope to James. James opened it at the kitchen table. The letter was 4 pages. Read it over his shoulder. The first page was about her missing us. She described how her house felt without her grandchildren. Her daily thoughts and prayers were for our reconciliation. The second page described her longtime efforts to be a good mother. She recounted her childhood help for James and Rebecca. She wrote about her sacrifices for their well-being. On page 3, things changed. She said she understood we were upset with her but thought we overreacted. She said all mothers made mistakes, and we were unfairly judging her. She said we would forgive and move on if we loved her. She said family should always stick together. The fourth page focused on Rebecca. Sarah wrote that Rebecca was always sensitive and she couldn't help protecting her. She never meant to overstep. But watching Rebecca struggle with infertility was the hardest thing she'd ever done. She apologized if she went too far, saying it was out of love. She ended the letter by hoping James would reconsider the boundaries, and waiting for him to contact her. James set down the letter and stared at it. Though it was Sarah's closest apology, he said it wasn't enough. He claimed she was apologetic for our feelings, not her actions. She didn't realize her wrongdoing, he said. The letter was photographed and sent to Rebecca. She phoned him an hour later. She was furious over the letter. Sarah was still making it about herself and her feelings, she claimed. She was frustrated that Sarah had spent years convinced Rebecca she couldn't manage babies, and now she was using that against her. Rebecca claimed her counselor helped her create boundaries. Her counselor cautioned her Sarah might guilt her into backing down. That's what the letter intended. Rebecca claimed she wouldn't reply. She stated Sarah could write 150 letters but nothing would happen unless she took responsibility. James stayed silent too. He filed the letter and didn't mention anything. Sarah wrote again 3 weeks later. This was shorter. She replied she had no other solutions. We refused to forgive her after she apologized. She stated we were stubborn and she was weary of trying. She stated we could cut her out of our lives, but she wanted us to know we were giving up, not her. James threw that letter away without showing me everything. He said it was repetitive. He was sick of her guilt tripping. Around this time, I discovered I was pregnant again. Before this happened, James and I had discussed having a third child and decided to go for it. I immediately thought about how Sarah would react when I got the positive test result. I also thought it didn't matter because she wasn't in our lives anymore. James and I agreed not to discuss the pregnancy online. In person, we told close friends and relatives. We requested they not share the news on Facebook to avoid Sarah finding out. Rebecca was among our first to know. She embraced me and congratulated us. She claimed intent. We heard from Elizabeth weeks later. Sarah had asked the family about our lives, she explained. Elizabeth told Sarah she didn't know anything, which was accurate. Sarah became convinced that the family was concealing something. Elizabeth claimed Sarah accused her of conspiring to exclude her. Elizabeth stated she was close to terminating contact because the chats were exhausting. James's cousin Olivia contacted him about the same time. She stated Sarah asked her to spy on us and report back. Olivia stated she told Sarah no and wouldn't participate. Sarah said Olivia betrayed her. Olivia blocked Sarah's number to avoid tension. Sarah left the family group chat, which grew increasingly active. More people told Sarah their stories. Several family members had been suffering with her behavior for years but never spoke about it to avoid trouble. Now that everything was public, people felt more comfortable discussing it. Michael proposed a coffee date with James. Cafe near James's office was where they met. Since cutting Sarah off, Michael said Rebecca was doing better. He remarked, Rebecca looked lighter, like a weight was removed. He claimed she was upset but no longer anxious about the issue. He said their home life improved since Rebecca wasn't spending hours on the phone handling her mother's emotions. James shared your sentiment. He hadn't realized how much mental energy he was wasting thinking about Sarah's thoughts and words. He stated not having her in every part of his life was strange at first but now felt natural. Another letter from Sarah followed a month later. This time, she sent childhood photos of James and Rebecca. She described each recollection on the back of each photo. She described taking James to school on his first day. She covered Rebecca's 10th birthday party. She concluded by asking how the youngsters in these images could grow up to treat her this way. James examined the photographs intently. He remembers those pleasant times. He claimed that didn't influence Sarah's grown-up actions. He returned the images to the envelope and placed it in the drawer with the first letter. Update 3. Now 8 months pregnant. We're having another boy. Our oldest boy turned 5 and our daughter is almost a year old. We have a routine without Sarah that works. Sarah tried to contact us again 7 weeks ago. She wrote nothing this time. Instead, she visited James's office. He came down for lunch while she waited in the foyer. He turned and returned to his office when he noticed her sitting there. He told building security she wasn't supposed to be there. She was removed by security. She didn't object, but she urged them to inform James she wanted to chat. James didn't return to the lobby that day. She emailed him later that night. She apologized for visiting his workplace, but she was desperate. She said she tried everything but failed. She said she would do anything to fix their relationship. James didn't reply. Rebecca got a similar email. Sarah missed her daughter and wanted to fix things. After reviewing everything, she realized she had made mistakes. She offered to listen if Rebecca would talk. Rebecca sent her counselor the email and asked for advice. She was free to choose, but her counselor advised caution. Rebecca remained silent. Elizabeth reported that Sarah had ceased Facebooking. Her profile was live, but she hadn't posted in a month. Elizabeth wasn't sure if Sarah was self-reflecting or finding a new way to get compassion. An uncle contacted James a few weeks ago. Sarah requested his mediation of her talk with James. The uncle informed Sarah that wasn't his job and that she needed to talk to James directly and respect his boundaries. Sarah became outraged and accused the uncle of bias. He refused to take sides yet wouldn't force James to do something he didn't like. Our oldest son stopped asking about Granny. I don't know if he forgot about her or accepted her absence. Regardless, he seems all right. He video calls James's dad weekly. James's father divorced Sarah 16 years ago, but they've kept in touch. He wasn't surprised by Sarah's behavior and praised James for setting boundaries. Rebecca dined with us last weekend. She and Michael helped us build the baby's crib. Rebecca announced that she and Michael had stopped IVF while we built it. After much discussion, she said they were comfortable with no biological children. She said they would consider adopting in a few years, but for now they were focusing on their love and life together. Cut off from Sarah helped her make that decision, she said. When Sarah repeatedly brought up her infertility and made it her life, Rebecca found it harder to move forward. After Sarah left, Rebecca felt like she could breathe and figure out what she wanted instead of what others expected. Michael stated they were getting away on weekends and reconnecting. Both of them benefited, he claimed. Rebecca grinned at his statement. Not in years had she looked so relaxed. Sarah hasn't responded in 4 weeks. I don't know if she's accepted it or planning something else. James thinks he's ready either way. We saved all letters and emails for documentation. We've advised the family to notify us if Sarah contacts them about us. Elizabeth said Sarah asked her last week if we were having another. Elizabeth said she told Sarah didn't know. Sarah stated she thought we were and that she was being kept from her grandchildren. Elizabeth didn't confirm or deny. She shifted the subject. Without Sarah's calls and visits, the house is quiet. It's unusual, occasionally, but mainly serene, says James. We don't seek reconciliation. We're not waiting for a meaningful apology. Just moved on. Our son starts preschool next month. Daughter beginning to walk. We're expecting our third child. These are crucial presently. Sarah chose and we chose. That concludes it. Move on to the next story. Story 2. After I informed her I was on a work trip, my date uploaded my photo on a dating blacklist. She told me. After months of singlehood, I believed I'd found someone great. Now she's bothering my coworkers. My picture is on a gossip website, and half my friends think I'm a serial dater. I work in pharmaceutical sales, which requires me to travel to hospitals and medical offices across the Northeast. The job pays well, but it makes dating difficult. I'm on the road at least 1 week a month, sometimes more. My friends disagree on how to handle this. Laura thinks Jessica's actions were inappropriate and could damage my reputation. I liked Jessica before all this. We had a connection I hadn't felt in a long time. After my last relationship ended, I wondered if I'd ever find that spark again. With Jessica, I felt it immediately, but now everything feels tainted. Lisa, my other close friend, thinks these groups are necessary for women's safety. Jessica has apologized and seems genuinely remorseful, but I can't shake the feeling that this is a major red flag. Why would she post my picture on a site like that after I'd been completely transparent about my job and travel? And if she's this insecure after one date, what would a relationship be like? First, thank you to everyone who commented on my original post. I received hundreds of messages, many from men who've had similar experiences with name and shame sites. It seems this is happening more often than I thought. I'm not Mark, Jason, Tyler, or any of the other names people messaged me about. Some commenters said Laura betrayed some woman code by showing me the post. Laura and I have been friends since elementary school. Her loyalty is to me, not to a gossip website. She saw my picture and told me, as real friends do. I was also criticized for not understanding the purpose of these sites, which began as a way for women to warn each other about dangerous men. However, many have become gossip forums that violate people's privacy. The cat Rachel wanted me to adopt had 3 legs and needed special care. I sympathize with the cat situation, but I travel too much to properly care for any pet, let alone one with special needs. I hope the cat found a good home with someone better suited to care for it. After thinking, I decided to meet with Jessica at a coffee shop near my apartment last weekend to discuss everything. Jessica apologized again for posting my picture and then lying about it. She explained she had severe trust issues after her ex-husband, not boyfriend, cheated on her with multiple women throughout their marriage. Jessica told me she deleted the post the morning after our phone call before I asked her to and showed me her phone with the deletion confirmation. She also said she'd never participated in private message discussions about me and had asked the group administrators to remove all comments related to my post. I asked why she didn't ask me if she had concerns. We had communicated openly up to that point. She admitted she acted impulsively after her friends questioned my travel timing. Instead of talking to me, she sought validation from strangers online. Jessica said she's been in therapy since her divorce, but she stopped a month before we met. She's now back to weekly appointments. I appreciated her honesty and her efforts to address the underlying issues. As we talked, I noticed Jessica checking her phone. When I asked why, she said she was checking for new comments about me. I said this was obsessive and unhealthy. She put her phone away but seemed anxious without it. Near the end of our conversation, Jessica suggested we try again. Maybe a second date with a clean slate. She promised nothing like this would happen again and said she felt we had a real connection. Part of me remembered the chemistry we had on our first date. The conversation flowed so naturally and there was definitely a physical attraction. Those feelings don't come often. After the coffee shop, I spent the weekend thinking about what to do. I spoke with Laura and Lisa again. Laura still opposed, giving Jessica another chance, citing the breach of trust. Lisa, who initially defended the site's purpose, now agreed Jessica's actions were excessive but thought people deserve second chances. Yesterday evening, Jessica texted me asking if I'd decided. When my phone buzzed with work emails or friend messages, I imagined her wondering if I was talking to other women. Trust had cracked before we'd built anything substantial. I called Jessica to explain my decision, saying I thought she was a great person with trust issues, but didn't think the time was right. Jessica cried and asked me to reconsider, saying she'd never felt such an immediate connection with someone. She described my bookshelf and living room artwork, which made the conversation uncomfortable. I never invited her to my house, so she only knew these details from the private messages she claimed not to have read. When I pointed this out, she quickly changed the subject. After nearly an hour on the phone, I firmly but kindly ended the conversation and wished her well with her therapy. I suggested that healing might be more important than dating right now. Jessica sent me a lengthy email this morning with screenshots of the entire name and shame post thread, including all comments and private messages, many of which she had selectively shown me earlier. Some of the details were more personal than I expected. Women made intimate guesses about my body, my bedroom skills, and my finances. Jessica's email asked for all the details so I could understand why she was worried. But it felt more like an attempt to make me feel vulnerable. Like she did when her ex deceived her. I haven't responded. I blocked her number and email address, and asked Laura to check the site periodically to make sure my picture doesn't reappear. Dating in the age of social media and warning websites is complicated. I'm taking a break from dating apps to focus on work. After 2 months, I wish I could say the situation has improved, but things have escalated in ways I never expected. 2 weeks ago, I represented my company at a pharmaceutical conference in Boston. A woman asked me at a networking reception, "Are you the name and shame guy?" I was devastated when she said she recognized me from my photo and was friends with a commenter. The conference was in a different location, 3 hours from where I reside. The woman wasn't hostile. She seemed amused, but the encounter left me feeling exposed and vulnerable in my professional environment. When I returned home, I found something even more disturbing. An anonymous account on a professional networking site had contacted several of my colleagues and clients, claiming I had mistreated women. 2 clients asked my boss about these allegations. Thankfully, my manager knows me well and dismissed the claims, but I had to explain everything, including the name and shame post and my single date with Jessica. The timing made Jessica the obvious suspect, but I had no proof. Following her disturbing email with screenshots, I blocked her email and phone number. 4 days later, Rachel, the woman from last summer who tried to get me to adopt her sister's cat, texted me to meet to discuss the situation with Jessica. Rachel apologized for her negative comment on the original post. She explained that after our date last summer, she was going through a difficult time because her sister was moving abroad and couldn't take the cat. She projected her frustration onto me and admitted her comment about me having anger issues was fabricated. As the school nurse, Rachel knew Jessica, who was a teacher. Rachel said Jessica had a history of obsessive behavior with men she dated. The school administration had spoken to Jessica multiple times about contacting student parents outside of professional contexts. Rachel showed me screenshots of a private group chat where Jessica discussed contacting my workplace and monitoring my social media with fake accounts to make me regret rejecting her. I asked Rachel why she told me this. She said she was looking for a home for another rescue cat, which is usual for her. She saw Jessica's posts about me in this private group and recognized my name. Rachel felt guilty about her earlier comment and wanted to warn me. Rachel and I ended up talking for over 3 hours. I followed his advice and met with our HR director privately yesterday. She was understanding and noted the situation. In for mining, and what you threw made it have a, and to mention, and for munchin'. He also suggested documenting everything and possibly filing for a restraining order if Jessica's behavior continued or escalated. Laura says my picture and comments on the name and shame site have disappeared. The site administrators apparently purge content after a certain period. Or perhaps Jessica finally deleted everything as she promised. Since blocking Jessica, I haven't seen or heard from her, but I feel watched. Twice in the past week, the same car parked near my apartment building when I left for work and returned. It could be a coincidence, plenty of people in the building have visitors. This situation has reminded me of the value of long-term, trustworthy relationships. Laura and my other close friends have been incredibly supportive. I'm still taking a break from dating apps, but I met someone interesting at a friend's dinner party last weekend. Update 3. It's been 2 months since my last update. And I think this will be my last post about this situation. A lot has happened, and I want to give those who have followed my story closure. We exchanged numbers, but haven't made plans yet. The good news is that Jessica hasn't contacted my workplace or spread rumors about me, and the suspicious car I mentioned in my last update belongs to a new resident in my building. Paranoia sometimes makes us see connections that aren't there. I received an unexpected email from Jessica's therapist a month ago with her written permission. The therapist explained that Jessica was working through significant divorce issues and had recognized her behavior toward me was inappropriate and harmful. She wasn't asking for reconciliation or forgiveness, just acknowledgement. Jessica's therapist didn't say much about her treatment, but she said she was working on anxious attachment and trust issues. She hoped I would acknowledge receipt and wish her well in her recovery. The therapist thanked me and assured me this would be the last contact. Rachel then invited me to a fundraiser for the animal rescue organization she volunteers with. I went out of curiosity and enjoyed it. Rachel introduced me to her boyfriend of 3 years, which explained why she wasn't romantically interested in me after our date last summer, and we formed an unexpected friendship. She's passionate about animal rescue but otherwise normal and funny. The name and shame website has been interesting. The site that featured my picture changed its verification and moderation policies after a local news station interviewed several men and women who had been affected by false or misleading posts. Members must now provide evidence of concerning behavior before posting someone's information or image. Professionally, things have settled down completely. My colleagues no longer receive anonymous messages, and my company elected me regional sales manager last month. My boss cited my professional handling of recent personal issues as a factor. I went on a few dates with Kelly, 33F, an architectural engineer who has a refreshingly straightforward communication style. After 3 dates, we both agreed we were better as friends. No drama, no games, just honest adults recognizing compatibility issues. We still text about mutual interests. Last week, I created a new profile on a different dating app with more extensive verification procedures. I've had a few conversations, but no dates yet. I'm cautious about dating now, but I'm not letting one bad experience rule me out. This experience has taught me the most about boundaries and trust. I've learned to be more selective about who I let into my life without becoming cynical or closed off. I've also grown to appreciate long-term friendships built on mutual respect and trust. Thank you to everyone who gave advice and support. Some asked if I would ever give Jessica another chance if she completed therapy and showed real change. The answer is no. Not because I don't believe people can change, but because some bridges once burned cannot and should not be rebuilt. I drove myself to the hospital with no one to help, alone in labor at 9 centimeters dilated. My husband was MIA. And after 12 calls to my mother-in-law, I got no response. I contacted my mother-in-law 12 times while in labor, but she ignored me because she was at a restaurant with my sister-in-law for their weekly mother-daughter date. My husband missed our baby's delivery. My sister-in-law indicated she didn't care if the baby died when we challenged them. My husband, Thomas, 34M, and I, 32F, had our first child 8 weeks ago. I'm writing this because I can't believe what happened and need independent feedback on whether I overreacted by shutting off Thomas's family. A large downtown Seattle company employs Thomas as a corporate lawyer. He works outrageous hours. Sometimes 60-75 hours a week, especially with big sales. We knew it was bad timing when I got pregnant because he was closing a huge merger that would take months. However, we were delighted and thought it would work. My family lives in ND. Bellevue, where Thomas's family lives, is 45 minutes distant. His sister Claire is 33F, and his mother Elizabeth is 58F. Elizabeth quit banking early and now does charitable work and spin classes. Claire is a part-time marketing consultant with a flexible schedule. The issue began in my third trimester. Thomas told me one July evening that the transaction was nearing completion. He'd need to work or travel practically constantly for 2 months, until my due date in mid-September. Although he looked unwell, he said this deal would launch his career for the next decade. Telling him I understood. Even though that worried me, I understood. We planned. For hospital transportation, Elizabeth would be my backup. She volunteered instantly when Thomas asked. She promised to keep her phone blaring $24, $7, and drop everything to fetch me. Thomas added her number to my phone favorites. We discussed the proposal at an early August family dinner. Elizabeth seemed happy to be needed. She kept repeating she couldn't wait for her first grandchild's birth. Claire attended that meal. She mentioned that she'd love to help, but she was preparing a large vacation in October and wanted to conserve energy. Elizabeth said Claire shouldn't worry since she had everything handled. I thought it unusual that Claire appeared annoyed by the whole exchange, but I ignored it. My due date was Wednesday, September 20th. Thomas told me he'd be in meetings all day Wednesday for the final merger signing, but he'd have his phone and run out the door if I phoned. The infant had different ideas. I got up at 6:30 a.m. on Friday, September 15. With cramping. I ignored them and continued my morning. Timing contractions by 9:30 a.m. They were strong but erratic. After calling my OB, the nurse urged me to watch them and come in when they were 6 minutes apart. At 11:30 a.m., things picked up. Tensive contractions occurred every 8 minutes. I called Thomas first. He remained silent. I texted him to call me quickly because I was in labor. Then I called Elizabeth. After 5 rings, her phone went to voicemail. I called to say I was in labor and needed her immediately. I called again. Voicemail again. Voicemail. I tried 6 more times in 25 minutes as contractions worsened and grew closer. Every call went to voicemail. I contacted Thomas again. No response. I texted him in uppercase that Elizabeth wasn't replying and I needed him now. No reply. Contractions were 6 minutes apart. Thomas worked hours, leaving me home alone without a car. As I leaned on the kitchen counter, I remembered I had to drive. I grabbed Thomas's garage-stored backup car keys with shaky hands. Only because I had to pull over twice due to contractions do I remember the drive. My white knuckles were from squeezing the driving wheel hard. Never before had I made such sounds. I ran a red light without realizing it until I was through the junction. I noticed a police cruiser at a gas station 3 miles from the hospital. Honked as I entered. The cop arrived and I said I was in labor and couldn't drive. Another officer drove my car while he put me in his cruiser with the lights on after calling for backup. They took me to the hospital and within 6 minutes. The ER team rushed me upstairs after one look. Already $9, math room CM dollar dilated. After that, everything happened fast. A nurse told me I was doing well while holding my hand. I screamed for Thomas. I recall the doctor telling me to push. I had our son at $3, C.05, math room, P.M. dollar. I was shivering and crying when the nurse laid him on my chest. Thomas's voice came from the corridor. He entered the room 3 minutes later, breathless, with his tie and shirt untucked. In a conference with his phone on mute, he didn't receive my texts until 3. He ran out of the office and drove madly there. He held me and the baby and apologized repeatedly. He asked his mother's location. I told him I didn't know she never returned my calls. His face transformed completely. He grabbed his phone and called her in the delivery room. She responded first ring. I heard her happy voice on the phone. Thomas asked her where she was and why she hadn't answered my calls. A pause. She then explained she and Claire had gone to their customary Friday lunch place and put her phone on quiet because they were having fun. She assumed I'd call closer to the due date as first infants are often late. She was disconnected by Thomas. He stared at the infant and then at me, attempting to absorb what his mother said. The nurses needed to continue inspecting me and the baby, so we didn't talk about it, but I could see his furious jaw clenching. The hospital received Elizabeth and Claire at 9 p.m. I was in recovery. With shopping bags and perfect hair, they entered. Elizabeth's hair was blown and groomed. Claire appeared to have had her nails done because she kept staring at them while talking. When they saw the baby, Elizabeth cooed about how perfect he was and how sorry she missed the birth. She said traffic was bad and her phone died. Standing behind her, Claire scrolled her phone. She glanced at the baby for 2 seconds before saying I looked sleepy. Thomas got up from my bedside chair. They were told to leave. Elizabeth looked astonished and stated she arrived. Thomas repeated loudly. He demanded that they go because they chose lunch over his wife's safety and his son's delivery. Claire grumbled. I was fine, and the baby was fine, so what was the big deal? First-time moms always overreact to everything. Thomas backed away when Elizabeth sought to touch his arm. They had 30 seconds to depart or he'd contact security. They left. Elizabeth cried in the hall. Claire shouted about Thomas's drama. Our outside hospital security guy asked if we were okay. Thomas closed the door after thanking him. We spent 3 days in the hospital. Elizabeth probably called Thomas 15 times. He remained silent. She texted, asking why he was upset. Claire texted that I was turning Thomas against his family. Thomas blocked both. Thomas sat me down at home to tell me something. He contacted Elizabeth's sister, his aunt in Portland. He learned from the aunt that Elizabeth and Claire had been having Friday lunch for nearly 6 years. They went to the same upscale restaurant every Friday at midday for 3-4 hours, then shopped or got their hair or nails done. The aunt said everyone in the family knew not to bother them on Friday afternoons for mother-daughter time. I asked Thomas if Elizabeth knew when she became my backup. Yes, he said. He told her the baby might arrive any day within 2 weeks of the due date. She said she understood and would help. I reported what happened in our extended family chat. I didn't exaggerate or omit. I explained the timing and asked if I was upset. Divorced from Elizabeth, Thomas's dad contacted immediately to express his horror. Thomas's uncle said Elizabeth was usually selfish, but this was worse. 2 of Thomas's cousins said Elizabeth skipped crucial events too. Claire and Elizabeth departed the group conversation. They started texting me immediately. Elizabeth wrote chapters about her mistake, but I was harsh by telling everyone. Claire texted me that I was overdramatic and trying to steal Thomas from his family. After I didn't react, Claire texted that I was a stranger who didn't understand their family. Thomas installed Ring doorbell cameras and modified our locks. He doubted they wouldn't show up unannounced. 5 days after we returned from the hospital, Elizabeth and Claire arrived. Around $11. 0. Mathrame. $. Hearing screams from the front porch while upstairs with the baby. I saw the Ring notification on my phone. On our doorway. Thomas came to the door and told them to leave. Elizabeth sobbed and longed to see her grandson. Claire yelled at me for manipulating and controlling. Thomas denied them entry and closed the door. They left after 12 more minutes of doorbell ringing on the porch. The noise woke the baby, and I spent an hour putting him back to sleep. Our neighbors brought food. The couple next door delivered lasagna, and said they heard shouting and came to check on us. The family across the street gave us diapers, and suggested to ask if we needed anything. People checking on us helped. Betty, Thomas's Portland aunt, drove up the following weekend. She watched the baby for 3 days while I recovered. She said Elizabeth had been contacting her nonstop to persuade Thomas to forgive her. Betty stated she informed Elizabeth she was on our side and that her actions were inexcusable. I'm writing this because I don't know if I'm unreasonable. Elizabeth constantly trying to contact family. She sent a lengthy email yesterday stating she erred but family should forgive. Claire wrote, I'm tearing the family apart over one mistake. But I keep thinking about driving myself to the hospital while having contractions. I keep thinking about how the baby could have been born in the car or at home with no one there. I keep thinking about how Thomas missed the birth because his mother chose a restaurant reservation over being available like she'd promised. Thomas claims, we're not overreacting and he's done with both of them. I understand his stress. He hardly mentions it. But I can see he's digesting the notion that his mother prioritized a weekly lunch tradition over her first grandchild's birth. So, am I wrong? Should I welcome them back in or keep our distance? Update 1. I was surprised by the response to my first post. Thanks to all who responded. I realized I wasn't crazy after reading the comments. Lots has happened since I posted. Thomas and I agreed to meet with Elizabeth and Claire one time to set limits the day after my announcement. We had Thomas's Aunt Betty here for support. Coffee shops in neutral territory were where we met. Elizabeth looked like she'd cried for days. Being there annoyed Claire. Thomas explained the terms while we sat. He said we needed to know why they did what they did before reuniting. Elizabeth immediately cried and blamed herself. Claire checked her phone. Thomas bluntly asked Elizabeth why she put her phone on silent when I could go into labor any day. Elizabeth glanced at Claire and Thomas. Fridays were their only consistent time together, therefore she and Claire valued them. She told herself that first infants are always late and that I'd definitely go into labor on or after my Wednesday due date. I asked her why she didn't notify us. She wasn't available on Friday so we could change plans. That stumped her. She maintained that it would be all right. Then Claire spoke. She remarked Elizabeth and she revered Friday afternoons. She said they'd been doing it for 4 years, and that was the only thing that got Claire through her divorce. I should have avoided Friday labor, she said. Thomas inquired about her sincerity. Claire stated she meant it. She stated the pregnancy had disrupted enough family occasions and was inconvenient timing. She tired of everything being about the baby. Betty asked Claire to define that. Claire claimed that since I got pregnant, every family event was about me and the baby. She stated Elizabeth used to spend more time with her, but now everything were about grandmotherhood. She said my early labor destroyed her and Elizabeth's day off. I asked Claire whether she understood that I or the baby could have perished. She shrugged, saying hospitals cater to that. She stated I got to the hospital fine, so she didn't understand. Thomas rose. He informed Claire she was sick and should prioritize. Claire said he'd changed since marrying me and that I'd turned him against his family. Elizabeth tried to calm everyone. She suggested we take a break and try again in a few months. Betty said not for months. She claimed Elizabeth's daughter's lunch date versus infant safety attitude said all about her morals. Betty was a cruel elderly woman without children, Claire said. She couldn't grasp family ties. We departed. Thomas was quiet the whole way home. He immediately ordered more security cameras for the backyard and side gates on his computer when we returned home. He doubted Claire. Elizabeth called Thomas from an unblocked number while I fed the baby that night. He replied on speaker. She stated she needed to tell us but was scared. Thomas inquired about her topic. After the coffee shop encounter, Elizabeth reviewed her September 15th phone records at home. She stated she checked my call timestamps. She said her phone wasn't silent. She stated Claire took her phone and turned it on airplane mode at lunch. Thomas wondered why Claire did that. Elizabeth stated Claire confessed when she approached her. Claire said she'd seen my calls on Elizabeth's phone when she was in the restaurant toilet. Claire grabbed the phone and put it on airplane mode. She removed call notifications before Elizabeth returned to the table. Elizabeth said Claire said she did it because she was tired of my getting attention. She said Claire had complained for months about Elizabeth's pregnancy limiting her availability. She claimed Claire wanted to teach me not to assume Elizabeth would always be available. I was speechless. Thomas asked Elizabeth why she hadn't told us sooner. Elizabeth stated she only found out because she never questioned if her phone was on quiet as she remembered. Betty's words made her realize Claire had been acting unusual all day, so she checked after the meeting. Thomas asked Elizabeth whether she knew that Claire purposefully endangered me and the baby. Elizabeth could scarcely speak from crying, saying she knew. She said she and Claire had fought for 2 hours. She said Claire laughed and said I and the baby were okay. Elizabeth was unhappy over what? Thomas informed Elizabeth, this didn't affect our relationship. He stated she still agreed to be my backup but went to lunch anyhow. It was Elizabeth's failure to be available when promised that caused the problem, not Claire's behavior. Elizabeth asked for babysitting. She admitted she'd erred, but she was his grandmother. Thomas declined. He suggested she needed time and space to think out why she'd allowed Claire's behavior for so long. His call ended. Thomas's dad called 2 days later. He said Elizabeth called crying and told him everything. He stated he drove to Elizabeth's and confronted Claire. He stated Claire instructed him to leave it alone and everyone was overreacting. He stated he warned Claire to stay away from us or face legal penalties. Betty contacted that weekend to say she'd heard from other family members that Claire had been posting on social media about Thomas and I withholding her nephew from his grandma over a misunderstanding. She uploaded screenshots of her apology text to Thomas. She removed her slurs and felt the situation was overdone. Thomas's relative called Claire out on her posts via comments. My initial Reddit post was shared. Claire deleted everything and concealed her accounts. We believe things were calming. One night at $2. 0 Mathroom. A.M. Our Ring doorbell camera detected front porch motion. I heard the alarm on my phone while feeding the baby. Claire was on our porch when I checked the camera. She stood gazing at the door. I awoke Thomas. Both of us viewed his phone's camera. Claire turned and walked back to her car after about 6 minutes. She drove away from our house after 12 more minutes in the automobile. Thomas reported the incident the next morning via non-emergency police. The officer who gathered the information advised us to document and consider a restraining order if it continued. Thomas sent himself Ring footage via email and kept it in a folder. That weekend, Betty drove up again. She retired after 20 years in mental nursing and worried Claire would break down. Elizabeth's actions, social media posts, an overnight visit to our house were warning flags, she stated. She said compulsive attention seekers like Claire might become explosive when they feel disconnected from their primary source of validation. Thomas installed house-wide motion sensor lights. Our neighbors inquired about our well-being. We told them we had family troubles and wanted to be careful. The neighboring husband offered Thomas his cell number and said to call anytime, day or night. Although Claire hasn't spoken since that night, Elizabeth keeps contacting Thomas to sit down again. She says Claire is her daughter and can't be cut off. But she wants to stay in our life. Thomas has ignored her texts. I expected to feel better once we knew the facts. I feel numb. I keep staring at the infant and thinking about how Claire made Elizabeth ignore my calls. I keep wondering what may have gone wrong on the hospital drive. Thomas barely slept. He checks the cameras several times a night, even when there are no warnings. He claims he should not have trusted his mother with such a vital matter. Betty advised us to quit blaming ourselves and focus on family. Elizabeth and Claire made their own decisions, not ours, she remarked. She said our only responsibility is to raise the baby safely and lovingly. People wondered what occurred after the initial post, so I'm updating. I wish I had better news. Wish I could say we sat down and collaborated. Unfortunately, some things are unsolvable. Some things reveal people's true selves. He gave her 7 minutes. She requested entry. He declined. She stood on the porch and told him everything while I watched through the house's camera. She said she had gone through Claire's room while Claire was out 4 days after Claire arrived at our house at 2 a.m. A notebook was under Claire's bed. She said. Claire wrote about the baby in the notebook. Elizabeth found the entries disturbing. Claire wrote about how the baby ruined everything. She wrote that if the baby hadn't been born, things could return to normal. She wrote of ways to make the baby disappear so Elizabeth wouldn't obsess about being a grandma. Thomas inquired if Claire had threatened our son. Elizabeth agreed. She stated she confronted Claire about the journal that night. Claire yelled at Elizabeth for overreacting. Their fight was yelling. Claire stated Elizabeth picked us over her daughter. Elizabeth advised Claire to get help. Claire left with a bag. Elizabeth reported 4 weeks without Claire's reply. Claire didn't return calls or texts. Claire didn't answer the door when Elizabeth drove to her apartment many times. Elizabeth reported Claire missing to the police, but they stated she was an adult and there was no proof of criminal play, so they couldn't help. Thomas questioned Elizabeth why she waited 4 weeks to tell us. Elizabeth hoped Claire would return so they could treat her. She was afraid we wouldn't let her see the baby if she told us. Her fear of Claire's actions prompted her to inform us now. Thomas showed me the discussion ring footage inside. We promptly reported the incident to the police. Our 2A.M. porch footage of Claire was shown to them. We informed them. Elizabeth's notepad comment. The officer suggested a restraining order and noted it in the system. Next day, we filed a restraining order against Claire at the courtroom. The judge issued a temporary order and scheduled a 3-week hearing. Our address was required on the form. Thomas was frightened. But the clerk claimed it was necessary. It happened 5 days after we sought the restraining order. It was 3 a.m. My kid cried and I got up to nurse him. The nursery was dark save for the little bulb when I heard something outside. It sounded like distant shouting or conversation. I opened Ring on my phone. The front porch camera caught Claire at our door. She was shouting, but her distance from the microphone obscured the sounds. Her mouth moved and arms waved. She looked wild. She had messy hair and slept in her clothes. I hurried to our bedroom and woke Thomas. He accessed the camera stream on his phone. We observed Claire vanish from the front porch camera. Thomas turned to the backyard cam. Nothing. He switched to side gate camera. She was trying to open the gate. Lock held. Thomas dialed 911. He informed them that someone was trying to break into our house and that she was under restraining order. The operator indicated police were arriving. We heard glass break. From the nursery. Thomas hurried down the hall. I carried the baby and followed him. The nursery window broke. There was glass everywhere. Claire threw a brick or rock through it. The shadows obscured her going through the window. Thomas yelled that she leave. She was halfway through the window, bleeding from the glass. She screamed. She said we stole her mother. Everything was good before the baby, and she needed to mend it. Thomas pulled her arm through the glass to force her out. She screamed and fought him. She had blood everywhere from her injured hands. I left the room with the infant and called 911 from the corridor. She was inside the home, I said. I heard more yelling and struggling. I heard sirens. The police moved up the street. Claire must have heard them because the yelling turned to tears. Thomas had pushed Claire through the window and held her on the nursery floor when the officers arrived. She was crying, wounded, and confused. Officers seized control. I remembered one from September 15th when he drove me to the hospital. He inquired about our health. Thomas agreed, but she had to be arrested. Claire was handcuffed. Still crying, she wanted her mother back. The blood from glass cuts prompted an ambulance call. Paramedics bandaged her hands while she was handcuffed. Officers stated she'd be guarded in the hospital and jail. They required us to provide formal statements at the station in the morning. While we boarded up the damaged window with plywood, one officer lingered. They left as the sun rose. Neither of us slept. We sat in the living room with a baby and didn't chat. Elizabeth rang Thomas at 8 a.m. Police contacted her as Claire's emergency contact. She was crazy. She inquired about our safety. We were all right physically, but Claire was going to jail, stated Thomas. Elizabeth stated she feared this might happen. She stated she should have told us about the notebook earlier. She should have notified us immediately, remarked Thomas. He claimed she endangered our son by waiting. He refused to hear from her again. His call ended. We visited the police later that morning. Presented our statements. Claire was charged with attempted burglary, criminal trespass, and restraining order violation, according to the detective. Given her mental state, he predicted a psychiatric evaluation. He stated the district attorney will discuss legal processes. The house was deserted when we returned. Disaster continued in the nursery. The floor was covered in blood and glass. After seeing us pull in, our neighbors came over. They helped Thomas clean as I brought the baby to our bedroom. The neighbor couple said they heard sirens and panicked all night. They requested we notify them of any needs. That afternoon, Betty called. She said the family told her. She advised us to leave the house. She told us to pack bags and come to Portland to stay with her as long as needed. With so much trauma in the house, she suggested we needed room to process. We drove to Portland the next day. We arrived a week ago. The infant is okay. Thomas is suffering. He barely eats. He routinely checks his phone for police updates. He regrets not splitting off his family sooner. Betty sits with him and says it's not his fault. He couldn't have known Claire would do this, she says. Mental illness can emerge years later. She warns. He can only focus on keeping us secure, she says. The detective called yesterday. He said Claire saw a hospital psychiatrist. She was incompetent to stand trial, according to the psychiatrist. A long-term psychiatric center will treat her. The criminal charges would be halted awaiting her treatment. He said. He stated the restraining order stands. Elizabeth keeps calling Thomas. Not responding. She's called Betty too. She needed to realize that her daughter is sick and her grandson's family needs distance, Betty said. Elizabeth understood, but she's lost both her children and doesn't know how to deal. Betty stated Elizabeth should consult a professional, not us. Thomas's father apologized for everything by phone. He believed he failed Claire as a father by not noticing the indications earlier. He admitted to failing Thomas by not shielding him from his mother's problems. Thomas said that wasn't his job. His dad wants to meet the baby when we're ready, if we're okay, Thomas answered. Maybe eventually. We're going back to our house tomorrow. He hired a company to replace the nursery window and paint the room. He wants anything that reminds us of that night gone. He's also installing a full security system with cameras on every door and window and police-connected alarms. No idea what's next. Claire may never recover. I doubt we'll ever feel safe at home again. Thomas may never forgive his mother for not alerting us sooner. I know we'll prioritize our son. We'll safeguard him as he grows up. We will ensure that no one from Thomas's side of the family hurts us again. Final update. I wasn't going to update, but folks have been texting for closure. Here it is. We moved. The only time we returned to Seattle was to pack. Thomas listed the house 3 weeks after we returned from Portland and sold it in 4 days. We lost money on the transaction to get out soon, but neither of us cared. We bought a smaller Portland house 12 minutes from Betty. It's safe and in a friendly area. Our neighbors have kids. Our neighbor has a son-aged child. Feels different from Seattle. Feels manageable. Thomas took a job break. His firm was accommodating. They would maintain his position for 7 months and let him work remotely when ready. Early December saw him work from home part-time. He believes employment helps him forget what occurred. Claire remains in mental care. We obtain updates from the DA. The doctors claim she's been diagnosed with various problems I won't disclose here to avoid armchair diagnosis and stigma. What matters is her treatment. Despite the ongoing criminal accusations, the DA stated her mental health suggests a plea offer with continued therapy rather than jail time. We told the DA we're good as long as the restraining order continues in place and she can't visit us. Elizabeth stopped phoning after moving. Betty informed her we'd moved from Seattle and weren't telling Thomas's relatives. Elizabeth said she understood and respected our choice in a late December email. She said she was going to therapy to understand her position. She stated she'd be open to touch again if we were ready, but she wouldn't push. Thomas didn't reply. Thomas's dad respects. He texts us every few weeks to check in. Thomas provides quick updates. His dad sent a Christmas card with a gift card and a note saying he hopes to meet his grandson when we're ready. We haven't decided, but Thomas suggests next year. Extended families formed camps. Some think we overreacted by moving and isolating everyone. Some argue we didn't go far enough and should have charged Elizabeth for delayed notebook disclosure. Thomas only communicates with Betty and his dad after leaving the family group chat. My family celebrated Thanksgiving outside. My mom helped with the baby for 3 weeks. I could breathe for the first time since everything transpired. She asked few inquiries. She assisted me and let me speak. The child is 5 months old. Healthy and reaching his goals. He doesn't know what happened. His parents, Great Aunt Betty, and peaceful Portland house are all he knows. We want it that way. People keep wondering if we'll reconcile with Elizabeth, or let Claire back in if she's well. No, indeed. Thomas and I discussed it extensively. We concluded risk wasn't worth it. Even if Claire stabilizes and Elizabeth resolves her concerns, the damage is done. They're untrustworthy. After seeing their actions, we won't put our youngster in danger. Some find that harsh. Others believe family should be given second opportunities. Here's my opinion. Your family should protect you. When family threatens you, makes you drive yourself to the hospital in childbirth, or breaks into your house at night, they stop being family. People you used to know hurt you. That thought challenges Thomas more than I do. Raised to value blood ties above all else. Relearned what family means. He now believes family is built, not born. He says, our family is us, our son, Betty, and his dad. If he can find a safe place, that's enough. We're not going back to Seattle. We're not maintaining relationships with people who enabled what happened or who think we should get over it. And we're not placing ourselves in situations where we have to be on guard. We're choosing peace over obligation. The Portland house is quiet. We have a small circle of trusted people and safe routines. The baby's room has white walls, blue curtains, and a window that looks out onto a tree. There's no broken glass, blood on the floor, or history of harm. Thomas sometimes wonders what his life would be like if he had seen the warning signs earlier. If he had known that his mother's need to please Claire was toxic, and that Claire's jealousy was more than sibling rivalry. He feels stupid for not seeing it. He's not stupid, and I tell him you can't prepare for people you love to hurt you or when someone will cross a line you didn't know existed. Betty says we did everything right, we set boundaries and enforced them. We protected our son when it mattered most. We can Argus Reese's man. We can port place laugh, we can place laugh. She says, good parents do that. Not sure if we accomplished everything right. I know we did our duty. I know we selected our son above others. That's the update. We're good, healing, going forward, and doing it without our attackers. Story 2. During home renovations, I found pre-signed separation papers and a strange note from my husband hidden beneath our floorboards. The truth left me questioning everything I thought I knew about our marriage. Yesterday started like any other Thursday. We've been married for 6 years and together for almost 10. I'm Sarah, 32F, and I've always thought we had something special. James is caring, attentive, and makes me feel valued. He plans surprise dates, brings home my favorite desserts when I've had a bad day, and texts me random jokes to make me smile. We've been trying for 7 months to have children. We bought our first house 4 years ago, a small but charming 1,940 seconds bungalow that needed some work. Since I left my marketing job 9 months ago, James earns enough at his engineering firm that we agreed I could take time off to make our house ours. Yesterday, I decided to refinish the original hardwood floors in our upstairs hallway. The previous owners had carpeted them, and I'd been putting it off because it seemed daunting. I started by pulling up the carpet in the far corner, where I noticed a noticeable difference. One board was slightly raised, and when I pried it up, I found a metal lockbox tucked into the floor joists. It wasn't locked, but inside were legal documents, and a sealed envelope with James's handwriting that said read when needed. I shouldn't have opened it. I know that now, but finding a hidden box beneath our floors made my heart race. I opened the envelope first and found a letter clearly written by James to himself. It made my blood run cold. James, when you read this, your suspicions were right. Your loving marriage with Sarah has fallen apart. I don't know what happened. Maybe she found someone who makes her happier. Maybe you weren't enough. Maybe the love faded. All those memories you treasured with her will have to be forgotten. She's leaving or you're making her leave. You stupid, worthless, delusional fool. You never deserved her in the first place. You should have known this would happen eventually. Or did she betray you? She promised to be faithful, but she let another man into her life and bed. She chose him over you. Let her go. Forgive her. Your anger will destroy you. James, you'll survive this. My hands shook when I set the letter down. Listen to that song from our first date to remember happier times. Then get some sleep tomorrow, hit the gym, call your lawyer, and start rebuilding. I then looked at the legal documents. They were separation papers prepared by a law firm I'd never heard of, with both our names filled in except for signatures. I sat on the half floor, surrounded by carpet tacks and dust, staring at these papers that ended my marriage. That morning, James kissed me for a long time before leaving, told me he couldn't wait to see my floor progress, and promised to pick up dinner on his way home. Why did these papers exist? Why was this letter hidden beneath our floors? When had James written this? Had he been planning to leave me all along? Was this just a backup plan? My mind raced through every conversation, ever. James is everything I wanted in a companion, therefore I didn't understand why this was coming from. James has always been emotionally restrained. He never talks about his feelings, so when we started dating, I had to adjust to his communication style. Instead of long, deep conversations about emotions, he showed his love through consistent, thoughtful gestures. The letter's tone changed from resigned sadness to blistering self-hatred to strange calm acceptance. It sounded nothing like the James I knew, who was confident, level-headed, and secure. I tried calling him at work, but he didn't answer. I texted asking when he'd be home, trying to sound normal. He replied he'd be home by 7, followed by a heart emoji. So casual. So normal. While I sat surrounded by evidence that he had prepared for our marriage to end, I spent the afternoon in a daze. I gave up on the floor project and paced around the house, looking for signs of unhappiness in his eyes I might have missed. We looked happy in every picture and in love. Around 6:30, I took the box downstairs and put it on our coffee table. I waited on the couch. I was too confused and shocked to cry when I heard his key in the door at 7. He called out my name as usual, but I didn't answer. He entered the living room with takeout bags, his smile disappearing when he saw the box on the table. He froze, dropping the takeout bags on the floor. We stared at each other for several seconds, his face drained of color, and I saw pure terror in his eyes for the first time. I asked him to explain the box, papers, and letter, and if he wanted to leave me. If he thought I was cheating, I asked why he would hide something like this instead of talking to me. James sank into the armchair across from me and wouldn't look at me. After what seemed like forever, he started talking. He said he created the contingency plan 7 months ago after several triggering events. Over dinner, his father, Richard, casually mentioned how James was always anxious, and how they tried to toughen him up. James tensed beside me but said nothing. Later, when we were alone, I asked James about his childhood. For the first time, he opened up about his father's unpredictable temper, and his mother's emotional distance. James told me he learned early to hide his emotions and project confidence even when he felt insecure. His parents' divorce when he was 13 was preceded by years of fighting and his mother's affair, which his father detailed in excruciating detail. His parents' marriage unraveling, despite appearing solid to outsiders, planted a seed of doubt about relationships that never fully went away. I realized our entire relationship has existed alongside his unspoken fear that history would repeat itself and that I would leave him for someone else like his mother. I was most moved by James's explanation of why he hid the box under the floor. When he was 14, shortly after the divorce, he found a similar box in his mother's closet while looking for a baseball glove. Inside were letters between his mother and the man she left her father for, letters from 3 years before she left. The floor hiding place wasn't random, it was directly related to his childhood trauma. He created his contingency plan and hid it like his mother hid her affair. In his anxious mind, he was preparing for a betrayal he subconsciously expected to occur. At James's request, I attended his therapy appointment yesterday. His therapist explained that James has relationship anxiety due to childhood attachment issues, trauma complicated by obsessive thought patterns. The Reddit forums likely triggered and reinforced these anxieties, creating a fear feedback loop that led to the contingency plan. I asked about the self-loathing language in his letter. The therapist said it represents his internalized voice of criticism, likely modeled after his father's treatment of him. James nodded in agreement, unable to speak as tears fell from his face. On the drive home, James told me something that broke my heart. We sat in the car in our driveway for almost an hour as he shared more fears and anxieties he's hidden from me throughout our relationship, like how he checks my phone when I'm in the shower to calm his anxiety. How he rehearses what to say if I tell him I met someone else. How he sometimes drives home during lunch to make sure everything is normal. I'm still processing all of this. I feel heartbreak for James, anger that he had so much from me, and guilt that I never noticed his struggles. We've agreed to weekly couples therapy along with James's individual sessions. His therapist recommended someone who specializes in rebuilding trust and improving communication. The floor project remains unfinished. I can't bring myself to work on it anymore. The exposed section with the missing board is covered with a rug. James offered to hire someone to finish it, but I think we should finish it together when we're ready. For now, we're taking things day by day. After decades of hiding his anxieties, I can see how hard it is for James to be more open about them. I still love him, and I'm committed to working through this together if possible, but I know we have a long road ahead. For the first time in our relationship, we're seeing each other fully, flaws and fears included. Update 2. Much has changed since I found James's contingency plan 4 months ago. I want to thank everyone who shared their experiences in the comments of my previous posts. Reading about similar situations helped me feel less alone during this difficult time. The biggest change is that we've learned James has had undiagnosed OCD and anxiety for most of his life. After several sessions, his therapist identified the patterns: intrusive thoughts about me leaving, compulsive checking, hidden preparation rituals, and extreme distress. When the box was discovered, this diagnosis was a relief for both of us because it gave James a name and framework and opened up more treatment options. His daily anxiety levels have decreased since starting medication and therapy. Our couples therapist has been helping us develop new communication patterns. James is learning to express his fears instead of hiding them, and I'm learning to reassure him without feeling smothered by his anxiety. Each evening, we have a structured, supportive check-in time to discuss concerns. Last month, James's therapist helped him realize the full extent of his father's emotional abuse. Richard had convinced James that his mother's affair was James' fault. James's fears about our marriage were rooted in this devastating belief that if James had been a better son, his mother wouldn't have needed to find comfort elsewhere. After this revelation, James decided to set stronger boundaries with his father. We had dinner with both his parents separately. His mother apologized for how her choices had affected James and admitted she should have protected him more from Richard's manipulation after the divorce. His father's dinner was more difficult. When James calmly explained how Richard's words and actions had hurt him, Richard became defensive and dismissive. James kept his cool when Richard told him to man up and stop blaming his childhood for imaginary problems, but he decided to take a break from his father until Richard admits his mistakes. On a positive note, James has stopped browsing the infidelity and relationship subreddits. His therapist showed him how these forums were triggering his OCD cycles and anxieties. He's found healthier online mental health communities instead. 7 weeks ago, we returned to the floor project. James insisted on replacing the floorboard where the box was hidden. We discussed having children while working on the floors. Before all this happened, we'd been trying to conceive, but we've decided to pause those efforts until James feels more stable with his treatment and we've had more time to strengthen our relationship. My part-time contract job with my former employer was unrelated to our situation, but I was starting to miss the creative challenges of marketing work. And it's been healthy to have something outside the house to focus on. His therapist agreed that adding parenting stress right now could overwhelm our progress. Last week, James's brother Tom visited from across the country. Tom is 6 years older and had moved away for college when James was still dealing with their parents' divorce. He was shocked to learn about James's experiences and their lasting impact. Tom told me unusual family stories, including how their father had been paranoid during his marriage to their mother, accusing her of affairs years before she had one. This was uncomfortable, but important. James could see how he had unconsciously adopted some of his father's worst tendencies despite desperately trying to be different. Last month, I worked late on a project with a male colleague and James's anxiety spiked dramatically. He didn't accuse me, but I could see the fear in his eyes when I came home each night. Instead of hiding it, he talked to me about it and worked through it with his therapist. This experience has changed us both. James is more authentic than the carefully controlled person I married. There's vulnerability where there was a polished facade and honesty where there were secrets. It's like meeting a deeper version of the man I've loved all along. I'm more assertive about my needs, and more aware of subtle signs of trouble. James is learning that exposing his fears doesn't make them come true. The hidden box forced us to confront issues that might have festered in our marriage for years. Update 3. It's been exactly 7 months since I tore up our hallway carpet and found the hidden box. This will be my final update as our life has settled into a new normal that feels both familiar and completely different. James continues his therapy and medication, which has made a huge difference in his daily life. He describes it as the constant background noise in my brain finally being turned down. He still has anxious days, but he has better coping mechanisms. James said, "I'm going to be a different kind of father than mine was." His therapist has been helping him overcome parenting fears and break generational emotional damage. We've kept in touch with James's father, who denies his actions, but Richard recently started dating a woman who required him to attend a few therapy sessions as a relationship requirement. He reluctantly went, but it seems to have sparked some self-reflection. During our last brief visit, he awkwardly admitted that he may have been hard on James as a child. It's not the full accountability James deserves, but it's more than we expected. James's relationship with his mother has deepened. She's become an unexpected source of support, checking in on his mental health progress and sharing her therapy journey after the divorce, which has helped James see that healing is possible even decades after trauma. Our house is finally finished, with the kitchen backsplash installed last weekend. It feels like ours now. Built on honesty, rather than secrets. We've talked about the symbolism of tearing everything down and rebuilding it stronger. The biggest change is in our communication. James no longer hides his anxiety. When it arises, he tells me, "I'm having a hard day and need reassurance." Sometimes it's more specific. When you mentioned your colleague's divorce, my mind started spinning worst-case scenarios about us. I realized I had been walking on eggshells around James's emotions even before discovering the box, intuitively sensing his anxiety but never addressing it. Now, I don't hesitate to point out when his OCD patterns seem to be intensifying or when his father's critical voice seems to be influencing his self-perception. Our first real vacation since everything happened was a weekend trip to the coast last month. While walking on the beach, James told me that for the first time in his adult life, he's not constantly waiting for disaster. He's learning to live in the present. On that trip, we scattered the ashes of his letter to himself in the ocean as a ritual to release his fear. I watched the paper dissolve into the waves and felt closure. Our marriage isn't perfect. We still have disagreements and challenges. The pregnancy has brought new anxieties for both of us. The box beneath our floor forced us to confront the hidden cracks in our relationship, which was painful but necessary. What looked like betrayal turned out to be deep-seated fear. By addressing that fear directly, we've built something more resilient than before. I sometimes wonder what would have happened if I had refinished a different floor or never noticed the slightly raised board. James's anxiety and trauma might have shaped our relationship for years or decades in ways we didn't understand. Finding the box was the worst and best thing that happened to our marriage. It broke the illusion of perfect understanding but allowed something more authentic to grow. Thank you to those who followed our story and offered advice and support. Your shared experiences helped us through the darkest moments. Bringing secrets into the light is terrifying but transformative for those facing similar relationship challenges. As we prepare to become parents, I'm grateful that our child will grow up with a father who's confronted his past, and a mother who's learned that real love sometimes means uncovering difficult truths. We'll confront whatever comes next without secrets under the floorboards. After my father's death, my family became toxic. I took a job offer, uncovered my mother's financial misdeeds, and gained custody of my brother. Have you ever felt like your own family is purposefully sabotaging your future? That is exactly what I am currently dealing with. I'm 23 female, and my mother, 46 female, and sister, 20 female, have just forced me to decline a great job offer at a major tech business in San Jose. I am still trying to digest all that has transpired. Let me paint you a picture of how we arrived here. 2 years ago, my father died in a vehicle accident on his way home from work. He was the type of father who never missed any of my coding competitions or academic events, even when he was overburdened with work. Every Sunday morning, we had this custom where he'd cook his famous pancakes, which were simply regular pancakes with chocolate chips, but he was so proud of them. He'd tell us stories from his college days while flipping them and cracking us up with his bad dad jokes. Prior to the accident, our family life was not perfect, but it was stable. My parents had troubles, as do all couples, but they balanced each other out nicely. Dad was the calm, analytical kind who could settle any issue with his careful reasoning, whereas Mom was more emotional and impetuous. They made it work, and our home felt secure and predictable. Everything changed following Dad's death. It wasn't simply the evident loss. It was as if our entire family dynamic had collapsed. Mom became emotionally dependent on my younger sister, Sophie, or perhaps the other way around. Regardless, they created a tight, even smothering bond that made me feel like an alien in my own family. Sophie became the focus of Mom's universe, and I was consigned to the role of the responsible one, expected to give up everything for the benefit of the family. I should talk about Sophie. Even before Dad died, she was always the most theatrical member of the family. I was the quiet kid who spent hours coding in my room, while she was the social butterfly who required constant attention. Dad used to balance Mom's tendency to accommodate Sophie's every desire, but now he was gone, there was no one to provide a reality check. Their relationship evolved gradually but unmistakably. Sophie's little crises escalated into family emergencies. When she didn't make the cheerleading squad in her senior year of high school, her mother let her miss class for a week and maxed up a credit card on comfort items. When she didn't get into her first choice college, Mom spent 2 weeks calling administrators and even applying for a loan to make a donation to the institution. Meanwhile, I tried to keep everything together. I maintained a 4 gigapascals in computer science, worked part-time at the university's IT department to help with costs, and cared for my younger brother, Lucas, 10M. Lucas is such a sweet kid. He's the only one who still sees me as a real person, rather than a tool to be utilized when necessary. I graduated from college this year with a computer science degree, and against all chances, I received an incredible job offer from one of San Jose's top IT businesses. The interview process was harsh, with 6 rounds of technical interviews, coding challenges, and behavioral tests. I prepared for months, staying up late to learn algorithms and data structures while also fulfilling my family responsibilities. When I received the offer letter, I couldn't believe my eyes. The base salary was $math BB Phi, $125, $0, plus a signing bonus and stock options that made my head spin. This wasn't simply a job, it was an opportunity to establish a legitimate career and possibly even aid my family financially. Once I was established, I could finally repay all of my student loans, which Mom couldn't co-sign for because she was too busy paying off Sophie's shopping bills. But last week, Mom walked into my room with that expression on her face, the one that implies she's going to deliver a bomb that will destroy everything. She sat on my bed, took up the plush penguin Dad got me for my 16th birthday, one of the few things I still have from him, and said, "Emma, we need to talk about your job offer." My stomach fell quickly. She went on to tell me that Sophie was struggling with her first year of college and wanted to take a vacation. She apparently has anxiety and needs to return home. This entails additional expenses, which Mom cannot handle alone. She advised me to ignore the San Jose offer and seek a local job instead so that I could help with the finances and care for Lucas. Sophie's worry manifests itself mysteriously whenever things go wrong for her. Last month, she had no trouble performing in a 3-hour dancing showcase, but when her teachers wanted her to attend morning courses, she got crippling social anxiety. She can spend hours at parties with her friends, documenting everything on Instagram, yet she supposedly has panic attacks when it comes time to study for examinations. I tried to reason with Mom. I spent hours showing her my financial plans, explaining how I could send money home after I was situated, and even offered to help Sophie get resources for her purported mental health difficulties. But Mom would not hear it. Family comes first. She kept stressing, as if my desires and goals were not important to the family's well-being. The worst thing was that Sophie was in her room, uploading images of her recent buying binge on Instagram while I was talking with Mom. The same sibling who claims she is too anxious to complete college spent hundreds of dollars on new clothes and makeup. I saw the receipts in her email. Yes, we have a family computer. She spent $math BB $576 at Sephora last week. That's more than I've spent on groceries in 2 months. When I pointed this up to Mom, she became defensive. Sophie is sensitive. She needs these things to feel better, she told me. You've always been the strong one, Emma. You can handle disappointment better. That's when it dawned on me, being the strong one in this family meant being the one whose feelings and dreams were unimportant. The following days were a flurry of anxiety and desperate planning. I contacted my college advisor, who was outraged by the scenario but couldn't provide much assistance. I called the company's HR department to explain my predicament and request additional time, but they could only extend the deadline by a few days. Without family assistance or a co-signer for an apartment contract in San Jose, my options were quickly dwindling. I even attempted to appeal to Mom's sensible side. I produced a detailed spreadsheet demonstrating how my San Jose salary will benefit the family more in the long run than a local job paying half the amount. I looked for local therapists that could help Sophie cope with her anxiety while still allowing her to attend school. I volunteered to schedule regular video conversations with Lucas to keep involved in his life. Nothing worked. How did Mom respond? "Your father would be so disappointed in you for being so selfish." It stung more than anything else. Dad was the one who bought my first computer, stayed up late to help me debug my first programs, and always encouraged me to dream big. Using his memory to control me seemed like a new low. That's when something unexpected occurred. My uncle, James, 42, Dad's younger brother, arrived abruptly at our doorstep yesterday. He's always been the cool uncle who pays attention, but we hadn't seen much of him since Dad's burial. He'd apparently been trying to call Mom for weeks, but she was ignoring him. He looked at my face and knew something was amiss. While Mom was preoccupied with Sophie's current crisis, she was crying because someone had unfollowed her on Instagram, Uncle James, and I sat on the back porch, where Dad used to educate me about stars on clear evenings. I told him everything, the job offer, Mom's demands, Sophie's spending habits, and how I felt like I was letting my future slip away. Lucas came out to join us as I was talking, cuddling up next to me as he always does when he notices I'm sad. He's very smart for a 10-year-old, whereas Sophie looks like her mother and is dramatic. Lucas inherited his father's calm intelligence and empathy. Since Dad's death, he has been my primary source of genuine affection in this house. Instead of simply sympathizing, Uncle James had a determined expression in his eyes, similar to how Dad would appear when he was solving a problem. "Your dad would never have wanted this for you," he replied, his voice firm yet gentle. Then he made me an offer that would change everything. He has a guest home near his business in a city about an hour from San Jose, and he's prepared to let me stay there for free until I get established. He even offered to co-sign any required loans. While we were conversing, I received a text from my probable future manager at the IT company. She stated she was impressed with my interviews and was excited to have me on the team. They are working on several cutting-edge AI initiatives that are completely aligned with my interests. Reading that message while sitting next to the sole adult who seemed to care about my future felt like the universe was sending me a signal. For the first time in weeks, I felt hopeful. However, when we informed Mom about this possibility, she exploded. The transition was sudden and frightening. She transformed from the passive-aggressive manipulator I had become accustomed to into someone I hardly knew. She accused me of leaving my family, called me selfish, and then dropped a bombshell I didn't see coming. "You're just like your father, always putting yourself first." Uncle James intervened immediately, telling Mom she was out of line. He reminded her that Dad had worked himself to the bone to provide for this family. Taking a late shift at work, the one he was driving home from when he was involved in the accident to pay for Sophie's dance classes. The dispute that ensued was heated, with Sophie joining in to call me selfish, and Lucas crying in the corner. The things Mom said during that dispute indicated a lot about how she truly regards me. Apparently, I was always troublesome, even as a child. My emphasis on academics over socializing was abnormal. Even my decision to study computer technology, rather than something more appropriate for a girl, was proof of my defiance. It seemed as if years of animosity had finally been released. I'm currently sitting in my room, surrounded by half-packed boxes. Uncle James insisted I start packing just in case, while I figured out what to do next. On one side of my laptop screen, there is a job offer letter, and on the other, there are San Jose apartment ads. The deadline is tomorrow, at 5 p.m., Pacific Standard Time. Uncle James is downstairs, ready to assist me if I decide to move out. But Mom's warning to cut me off completely if I leave still rings in my ears. Lucas left a note under my door a few minutes ago in his shaky handwriting. He wrote, "I love you, Emma. Dad would want you to be happy." I'm trying not to cry while writing this. I realize this is long, but I needed to get it out. I understand that this is tricky, but am I wrong in wanting to take advantage of this opportunity? Should I give up my work to keep the family at peace, or should I accept Uncle James's offer and risk losing my connection with Mom and Sophie? I've spent my entire life being responsible, dependable, and willing to make sacrifices. For once, I want to choose myself, yet guilt is consuming me. What if Mom is correct? What if I'm being selfish? I will provide an update after I have reached a decision. My hands are shaking so terribly that I can hardly type this. If you've read this far, I appreciate it. Any advice would be greatly appreciated. Thank you for the overwhelming reaction. I read every remark, even if I can't respond to all of them. Uncle James is assisting me in evaluating my alternatives, and I will provide an update as soon as possible. Update 1. In the first place, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who provided favorable feedback on the previous post I made. Because of your comments, I was able to determine what course of action to take. I made the decision to accept the job offer and seek assistance from Uncle James, but what transpired after that was not what I had anticipated. Following the conclusion of my decision, I got up early the following morning to start the process of moving my stuff. I was surprised to find that neither Mom nor Sophie were talking to me. I was taken aback when I saw that my laptop had vanished from my desk. It was in Sophie's room that I found it after a frantic search for it. She made an attempt to send an email from my account that rejected the work offer I had received. To my great relief, she was not aware of the two-factor authentication system that I had established. When she was confronted, Mom stood up for her. All Sophie was doing was attempting to safeguard our family, she explained to me. It was at that precise instant when I realized I had made the intelligent choice. While Mom and Sophie watched from the window, Uncle James assisted me in loading everything into his vehicle. They did not even come down to say farewell to me. Lucas was the only one who came out to give me a hug, and he tucked his favorite action figure into my pocket while whispering, "Good luck." On the way to Uncle James's house, there was a considerable amount of tranquility. He did not coerce me into communicating. Rather, he simply let me evaluate everything while my preferred indie rock station, which was playing softly in the background, was playing. When I needed to get my thoughts organized, I would go on rides with my father. This brought back memories of those times. While settling inside the guest house, I experienced an odd sensation. My studio is a little space, but it is perfect for me because it has a small kitchen and a workstation that is located near the window. Uncle James had previously prepared a workstation for me, complete with 2 monitors, and I was able to use it. Your dad would have wanted you to have the right setup. According to what he said, while I was in the process of organizing my documents for the new job, I experienced the most profound shock. An old envelope was found in the briefcase that my father used for work. In the storage area, Uncle James had placed it. Letters from Dad to each of us children were contained within, and they were meant to be opened when we reached the age of 25. Because of all that was going on, I needed to have some kind of connection with him, even though I know that I shouldn't have opened mine so early. The letter brought about a complete change. Father spoke on his own experiences with the pressure that he felt from his family when he was younger. Despite the fact that his parents had planned for him to take over their small business, he ultimately chose to pursue a degree in engineering instead. At his letter, he expressed his delight at my interest in technology, and expressed his desire that I would have the courage to pursue my goals, even if it involved making choices that were potentially challenging. On the other hand, the envelope contained other documents, which were bank statements emanating from a second savings account. I was completely unaware of the account that my father had established for my future schooling. It had sufficient funds to pay the cost of education for at least 2 years. There was a noticeable change in Uncle James's expression when I showed him these. After making a number of phone calls, he came to the realization that Mom had, in some way, gained access to this account after Dad had passed away, and had completely depleted it. Yesterday was the first day of my new job. I was surprised to find that the projects are much more intriguing than I had anticipated. The staff is wonderful. I was personally introduced to everyone by my manager, who also took me around the office. During lunch, she mentioned that she had been rooting for me ever since my interview, particularly when I solved a particularly challenging coding problem in an innovative way. She said that she had been pulling for me. Since my departure, my mother has not stopped calling, leaving voicemails that range from accusations of guilt to expressions of anger. Sophie vented her frustrations on social media by writing a lengthy rant about how I had forgotten about the family. At this time, I have blocked both of them. For me to be able to concentrate on my new beginning, I require space. My Uncle James assisted me in opening a bank account that is distinct from my mother's, and I am currently receiving instruction on how to become financially independent from a coworker who also provides seminars on personal finance. In addition to this, I am investigating the many forms of therapy that are covered by my new health insurance. What is most difficult is the absence of Lucas. During the time that Mom is attending her nightly yoga practice, we engage in a video chat every night before he goes to bed. When I volunteered to assist him with coding a straightforward game for his science project, his eyes lit up with excitement. He had been telling me about his project with science. Whenever I am experiencing feelings of guilt, I continue to read the letter that my father sent. One phrase in particular stands out as particularly courageous. Sometimes the bravest thing you can do is choose your own path, even when others try to hold you back out of their own fear. I still have to make some contributions to the college fund, and Uncle James is helping me to collect information on those contributions. In the event that I obtain additional information, I will publish another update. At this point in time, I am concentrating on acquiring the skills necessary for my new job and constructing my new life one day at a time. Update 2. 3 weeks have passed since the last time I provided an update. My apologies for the delay. However, in order to feel comfortable disclosing what I found, I would first need to conduct a comprehensive investigation and seek legal advice. The college fund that I described finding in Dad's papers is something that you may remember. We have spent the past few weeks attempting to figure out what happened to that money, and Uncle James has been my partner in this endeavor. What we found out was even more terrible than we had anticipated. What we found out was that Mom had not only accessed one account, but she had also systematically drained multiple accounts that Dad had set up. This was discovered with the assistance of Dad's former bank colleague. A college fund for me, a second fund for Lucas's future education, and even a general emergency fund were all emptied within a few months of Dad's passing. All of these funds were used to cover expenses such as college expenses. The previous week, my mother wrote me a lengthy email. She made an effort to get ahead of the story, which was an indication that she was aware that we were conducting an investigation. A half-hearted apology for possibly being too harsh was included at the beginning of the email. Nevertheless, as time went on, the email started to become something quite different. In her letter, she stated, "There is something about your father that you need to know. During the time that I was carrying you, he was having an affair." More information was included in the email, including how she found out about the affair, how her father begged for forgiveness, and how she graciously accepted him back. As a result of the fact that I brought up memories of that trying period in her life, she explained that this was the reason she had never been around me. In conclusion, she suggested that if I discontinued my investigation into the accounts, we might concentrate on healing our relationship. However, I declined her offer. Here's the thing, her account did not make any sense at all. In the process of searching through Dad's old records, my Uncle James and I came across an unconventional item. In reality, Dad was working double shifts in order to pay off Mom's credit card debt throughout the time that Mom was making allegations that he was having an affair. During our investigation, we came across old credit card bills where Mom had made all of the big charges from that time period. When we discovered that Dad's previous email address was still active, that was the moment that took us by complete surprise. We came across years of email between his attorney and himself, in which he expressed his concerns regarding his mother's spending habits. For the purpose of his children's futures, he had been keeping meticulous records, protecting assets, and opening separate accounts for each of them. It was not that he was having an affair, rather, he was striving to protect us from the irresponsible spending habits of our mother. The emails also revealed a heartbreaking truth. Dad had planned to leave Mom, but not for another woman. Rather, he was concerned about the impact that she would have on us children. It was only 2 weeks before he intended to file for divorce when the accident took place. I brought all of this information to the attorney who Uncle James suggested should handle the case. It was shocking to her. According to the evidence, the actions that Mom took with the money after Dad passed away were not just unethical but also illegal. For the purpose of gaining access to accounts that she was not authorized to access, she had manufactured fraudulent documents. In addition, the attorney found something that was concerning: Sophie's purported college fees, which Mom explained as the reason why she was looking for my assistance. The vast majority of that money was spent on extravagant shopping extravaganzas and other luxury items. While Sophie was supposedly too anxious to attend lectures, we found credit card transactions that indicated purchases at high-end merchants, spa treatments, and even a concealed spring break vacation to Cancun. All of this occurred while Sophie was allegedly making these purchases. I made a point of documenting every costly purchase, luxury vacation, and shopping spree that Sophie made while browsing through her social media posts, which took me many hours. The period of time matches precisely with the time when Dad's accounts were depleted of their funds. Not only was Mom permitting Sophie to behave in a certain way, but she was also financially supporting it with funds that were legally supposed to be for all of us. As far as the attorney is concerned, we have a strong case of financial fraud. A clear image of systematic theft and deception is created when the data that Dad left behind, in conjunction with the paper trail of Mom's activities after his death, is taken into consideration. At this moment, my primary concern is over Lucas's situation. Even now, he continues to reside in that poisonous environment, where he watches his mother and his sister Sophie spend money that ought to be used for his future. The alternatives that we have for getting custody are being investigated by Uncle James. The attorney is of the opinion that we might have a case, especially considering the financial misdeeds that have occurred. The reason I have not yet answered Mom's email is because the attorney has told me to refrain from having any kind of direct interaction at this time. However, Mom and Sophie must have realized that something is wrong because they have begun a social media smear campaign against me. They are presenting me as the ungrateful daughter who left her family in order to pursue a high-paying career in technology. The reality is that the news of Dad's imminent divorce has been both upsetting and reassuring to me. The fact that Dad passed away before he could protect us from Mom's toxic behavior is a source of sadness, but it is also a source of validation since it demonstrates that he was aware of what was going on. It was not impossible for him to be manipulated and abused financially by his mother. He was making a concerted effort to put a stop to it. I am currently filling out all of the necessary paperwork for the legal case. Throughout the entirety of this process, Uncle James has been an incredible help to me, spending many hours assisting me in constructing our case. In spite of the fact that my job is going well, my coworkers have been understanding of the fact that I require periodic personal time in order to deal with everything. When it comes to moving forward with legal procedures, the upcoming weeks will be quite important. I will provide another update as soon as I am able to, but for the time being, I need to concentrate on establishing our case and maintaining my emotional health throughout this process. Due to the fact that my employer's health insurance plan included therapy, I started going to see someone to assist me in processing everything. The fact that Dad was not the adversary in Mom's story is at least something I am now aware of. To the very end, he made an effort to be our hero. Update 3. In the past half a month, there has been a whirlwind of court proceedings, changes in life, and choices that have been finalized. Beginning with the unearthing of Dad's hidden letter, our lives have been completely transformed as a result of this discovery. Due to the substantial evidence that we possessed, the court case proceeded forward quite swiftly. Specifically, the judge was worried about the progressive depletion of Lucas's education fund that was being administered by Mom. The evidence that was the most incriminating came from Mom's meticulous record-keeping. She had documented every illegal transfer in her personal planner, and she had most certainly never expected anyone to find out about it. In the courtroom, when Mom was finally confronted with the proof, her facade was finally broken. In her confession, she admitted to everything, including the fabrication of documents in order to get access to Dad's accounts, the waste of insurance monies, and the systematic concealment of financial information. The judge's decision was uncomplicated. Any and all funds that had been misappropriated would be returned in full, along with interest. There are currently criminal accusations being brought against Mom for fraud. The manner in which Sophie responded was instructive. Rather than showing sympathy for her mother, she instantly removed herself from the situation and asserted that she had no idea where the money for her shopping spree got from. When the court ordered her to return all of the things that she had purchased with monies that had been plundered, her ambitions of becoming an Instagram influencer were destroyed. The acquisition of custody of Lucas was the most major achievement, with the financial agreement being the least crucial. As a result of the judge's recognition of Mom's history of financial abuse and deception, as well as evidence of her ongoing harmful behavior, she gave me interim custody of the child, with Uncle James serving as a co-guardian. A week ago, Lucas moved in with me, and the difference between the two of us is immediately noticeable. In addition to smiling more, he is sleeping better, and he is enthusiastic about the coding projects that we are working on together. My professional life has fast-paced in ways that I never anticipated. Because of my initiative, senior management has taken notice of me, and as a result, I have been promoted to the position of team leader. My employment and income were both consistent, which was a significant factor in the decision about custody of my child. One more attempt at persuasion was made by Mom, who promised that she would forgive everything if I withdrew the accusations and returned Lucas. Following the presentation of recordings of her threatening phone conversations, her attorney gave her the instruction to cease. Since she was compelled to return her expensive dress, Sophie's popularity has been on the down, despite the fact that she has been making passive-aggressive postings about manipulative members of her family and betrayal. Following the depletion of the funds, she has decided to move in with a friend rather than continue living with her mother. Throughout all of this, Uncle James has been my firm support. He has assisted Lucas in setting up his new room, is in the process of locating a wonderful school in the vicinity, and has even established a new college fund for him, which his mother is unable to access. We have dinners together as a family every week, and during those meals, we talk about the happy memories that Dad has, which are finally healing after years of being manipulated. The inn has turned into our permanent residence. We collaborated on the creation of science posters and flowcharts for programming, and they are now displayed around Lucas' room. At his new school, he has joined a robotics club, and his enthusiasm reminds me of my father from my childhood. I decided to analyze everything by going to therapy, and it is assisting me in coming to the realization that none of this was my fault. My father made an effort to safeguard us, and now I am carrying on what he embarked upon. Looking back at my initial post, I can't believe how far we've come from almost giving up on my goals to now fully accomplishing them while providing Lucas with the safe and secure home he deserves. I can't believe how far we've gone. The true nature of Mom and Sophie was exposed, but the loss of them provided us with something more valuable, the truth and the freedom to be ourselves. If you find yourself in a position similar to this one, you should trust your gut instinct. If something does not feel quite right, it most often is. The family that you choose to be a part of might sometimes be more crucial than the family that you are born into. It is because of you that I was able to conduct study even while my entire world seemed to be falling apart. The support and encouragement I received from you gave me the confidence to fight for justice, not just for me but also for the memory of Lucas and Dad. Our lives have been changed by you. My parents called me a failure and threw me out. What they didn't know was that I had built an empire worth millions. 3 weeks later, I took control. Ethan is my name. As a 3-4-year-old, I can tell you that having money does not automatically protect you from family strife. Since I left college at the age of 18, I have been employed, starting my own company from the ground up. My parents believed that I was making the worst error of my life at the time. My mother warned me, "You'll never amount to anything without a degree," as she stirred her coffee as if she were trying out for a soap opera. My dad dismissed what I said with his typical grunt of assent. They were unaware that I had already launched my first internet business, a specialized e-commerce site that would eventually develop into a network of businesses that brought in millions of dollars annually. However, all they saw at the time was a careless, innocent child who didn't want to put in much effort. Our family was never tight. My parents were the kind that valued status and looks. Their pride and pleasure was my older sister, Rachel, a corporate lawyer with a spotless LinkedIn profile, seasonally appropriate designer purses, and the kind of calculating, chilly assurance that could silence a room. They showcased her accomplishments to their relatives and friends. The cautionary story was me. They had been able to sneak insults under the appearance of concern every time I came over for supper. My dad would inquire, laughing, "Still doing that little internet thing?" As though it were a passing fad, similar to collecting comic books. With a courteous smile, Rachel would remark, "You know, it's never too late to get a real job." I ignored it for years. I reasoned that there was no use in self-defense. In any case, they wouldn't believe me. To be honest, I was preoccupied with starting a business from scratch. It requires all of your resources, and I lacked the stamina to prove myself to those who had already concluded that I was a letdown. I therefore had a tranquil life. I didn't boast about how much money I made. I didn't say that I could afford to travel anywhere in the world at any time or that, at the age of 29, I had paid cash for my own house. I simply went home to the life they thought I didn't have, smiled through the family dinners, and put up with their remarks. One wet Thursday night was the tipping moment. My mom texted me to ask if I could help with something, so I went to my folks' house. My dad was pacing the living room when I arrived. Rachel was smirking as if she already knew I was in trouble while she sat on the couch with a glass of wine. With her arms folded, my mother stood by the hearth as though she were going to break some terrible news. "Ethan," began my dad, "we've been talking. You're 34 years old and it's clear this online nonsense isn't going anywhere. You've had enough time to figure your life out, but you're still wasting your potential." I saw my jaw getting tense. "What exactly are you getting at?" He halted his pacing and gestured to the door. "You've been living in that apartment for years, and you're still here asking for help with small things. We can't keep enabling you." Bewildered, I blinked. "Enabling me? I've never asked you for money." "Not once." Rachel chuckled briefly. "Oh, come on, Ethan. You've been coasting. You think anyone believes you're making a living off your little business? It's sad, honestly." With a strong voice, my mother intervened. "We've decided it's time for you to stand on your own 2 feet for real. No more coming here when you need help. No more expecting us to bail you out." Stunned, I gazed at them. "I don't need you to bail me out. I'm doing just fine," my father spoke out. "If you're doing so fine, then you can prove it by surviving without our help at all. In fact, you can leave now. Go live in the streets if you have to. Maybe that will wake you up." With the exception of the rain pounding the windows, the room became silent. I looked at Rachel, who was enjoying her wine as if it were a show she had been anticipating all week. I could feel my chest getting hotter. But I made myself maintain my composure. They believed they were giving a tough reality check. They assumed I would plead. Perhaps make a commitment to improve. Or land a legitimate job. They were unaware that I could use my savings to purchase their home 3 times over. I grabbed my coat off the chair and put it on. "All right," I answered quietly, with a faint smile. "If that's what you want." I interrupted my mother before she could say anything more hurtful. I closed the door behind me as I left. I saw my image in the rearview mirror as I climbed into my car, a black sedan they thought was a second-hand model that I had just about managed to acquire. I wasn't upset. I was unharmed. Because I knew something they didn't and that they would discover in a way they would never forget, I was almost amused. And knowing that their entire perception of me and of themselves would be destroyed in 4 weeks, I drove off into the night as the rain continued to pour. It was oddly silent for the first week after they kicked me out. Not silent on an emotional level. Though silent in the sense that there were no calls, texts, or follow-ups from them, I had a lot of ideas racing through my mind. Even though I didn't anticipate an apology, I kind of hoped they would at least ask how I was doing. Nothing. I felt like I had been completely removed from the family roster. Although the term home office doesn't really capture it, I worked from home during those days. With floor-to-ceiling windows and a study stocked with leather-bound volumes I'd accumulated over the years, It was a contemporary penthouse with a city view. I was constantly reminded of how far I had come from the child they once labeled a failure by the skyline that stretched into the distance as I sat at my desk. By the second week, I began to hear clues from common acquaintances that Rachel and my parents were worried about me. Not anxious about my health, but troubled enough to shake their heads and let people know that I'd finally reached my lowest point. It seems that my mother had informed her church acquaintances that I was now living out of my car due to the failure of my small online endeavor. It seems that Rachel told a friend from high school that I was finally learning the hard way how to live. Not all they were doing was portraying me as a failure. The story was being actively constructed. My cousin Ryan, one of the only family members who had always treated me equally, texted me one evening. "Ryan. Hey man. I overheard something tonight. You okay?" Me? Define okay. "Ryan, your mom was telling people at dinner that you're basically homeless. She said, you'll probably come crawling back soon." Me? Interesting. Ryan. Also, Rachel made a joke about maybe letting you do odd jobs for her firm when you're desperate enough. She said, you'd look good fetching coffee. I took some time to look at that final message and allow the words to fully register. It was not unexpected. Even though Rachel had been making those types of jabs for years, it felt different to hear them now that I had been expelled. It was similar to witnessing someone burn a bridge you had previously made the decision to never cross again in order to ensure it was gone. When the third week arrived, I made the decision to attend my folks' Sunday dinner. Not as a visitor. As an observer, I was not invited. Since my departure, Ryan had indicated that these dinners had become a weekly routine. I arrived in my vehicle. This time, it was my other vehicle, the one they were unaware I possessed. A beautiful silver coupe that naturally attracted attention. In order to avoid them seeing me come, I parked a few homes down. I could see them through the dining room window from the sidewalk. Rachel is seated next to my parents, who are grinning at the head of the table. It was an animated conversation. Plates are filled, wine glasses raised. I could picture the screenplay. My parents were beaming as Rachel talked about her most recent case, and then, just as she should have, she mentioned how ungrateful I had been, and how I had wasted my potential. I had lost my anger. No, I sensed something sharper and colder. There was more to this than just me abandoning their home. This has to do with their attempt to improve their own image by portraying me as a cautionary tale. Because it made them feel superior and in control, they were rewriting my life as a failure. 2 days later, my mother called to beg for a favor rather than to make amends. She spoke in a light, even contemptuous tone. "Next weekend, your father and I will need your assistance moving some old furniture. Ethan, sweetheart. You should have the time because you don't have any other obligations." To stop myself from laughing, I had to bite the inside of my cheek. "I apologize, but I'm occupied." She let out a sigh as if I were intentionally being challenging. "What are you busy with?" "Work." She laughed a little. Knowingly. "Your business." "Of course. Try to find time for your family. Shall we? One day you may need us." I became aware of how deeply ingrained their arrogance was at that point. They sincerely thought that when life finally crushed me, they would be my safety net. The idea that I might not require them was beyond their comprehension. It had been years since I needed them. Nevertheless, a tiny part of me chose to cooperate for a short while longer despite their denigration of me. Because the impact wouldn't be nearly as satisfying as it could be if I told everyone now. No. I would allow them to continue to dig themselves further into the hole they were creating by hurling insults and fabricating stories. Because I wanted the truth to hit them so hard when it did come out that they would never be able to get over their disgrace. And much sooner than they had anticipated. That moment was approaching. I had become somewhat detached and peaceful about the whole thing by the time the fourth week arrived. I was no longer having trouble sleeping because I knew exactly where I stood with them. However, they managed to reach a new low just when I believed I had witnessed the worst of their petty behavior. It began with an email from my bank on a Thursday morning. Unusual account activity is the subject line. Attention must be given right away. I initially believed that it might be a phishing hoax, but I was frozen when I went into my account. From one of my older accounts, 2 sizable withdrawals totaling more than math BBS, $80 had been made. Although I no longer used the account frequently, it remained open since it was linked to a joint savings plan that my parents had set up for me when I was a teenager. Years ago, I had intended to close it, but I had forgotten. Both withdrawals were from a bank 2 blocks away from my parents' home and were identified as in-person transactions. I initially tried to come up with a plausible rationale. Perhaps identity theft, or a banking blunder. However, my stomach fell when I called the branch and received the information. The teller had a vivid memory of the withdrawal. She claimed that on both occasions, my mother had entered, claimed that I had given her permission to access the money for a family emergency, and left with a cashier's check. I'm not sure if the crime itself or the fact that she had done it so carelessly, as though my money was hers to steal whenever she chose, made my hands shake more. I didn't immediately give her a call. I had to relax. And I wasn't at that moment. Rather, I gave Ryan a call. I told them, "You're not going to believe this," as I described what had occurred. A long pause ensued. "I believe I know where that money went, Ethan." "Where?" I said hesitantly. "Rachel and Ryan recently made a down payment on a brand new, high-end SUV. She boasted that the family had given it to her as a thank you for all of her hard work." The words were like freezing water to me. Treating me like a failure was insufficient. In reality, they had cheated on me in order to give Rachel something. My mother had physically gone into a bank, taken money out of my account without my consent, and sent it directly to the golden child, possibly while convincing herself that it was totally acceptable. I took a car to my folks' house that evening. I stayed out of the house. I parked across the street and sat there gazing at the warmly illuminated windows, not yet prepared for the confrontation. I could see them in the living room inside. My mom was snapping a picture, which she will likely post online, as Rachel held up a pair of car keys. My father was smiling and giving her a shoulder clap as if she had just received a prize. I recall the sensation in my chest changing. But I can't recall how long I sat there. I had been prevented from moving too far up until now by a thin, lingering thread of loyalty. However, that thread snapped clean as I saw them celebrate with my money. My mother texted me later that week. "I hope the savings account hasn't disturbed you. Your sister needed assistance. And it was just sitting there. One day you'll earn more money. Family comes first." I spent a lot of time looking at that message. There was only a haughty, even condescending explanation, no apology, and no admission that it was stealing. I didn't respond. I didn't have to, because something inside of me changed from silent endurance to icy resolution at that very moment. This was no longer about showing them how successful I was. The purpose of this was to demonstrate to them that the bridge they destroyed wasn't just destroyed. It had been swapped out for a stronghold they would never again approach, and they were going to find out just what that meant. The air around me felt heavier after the SUV incident. It was like the atmosphere before a storm. Not that I was falling under it. I no longer felt burning, impetuous anger. It was a more subdued type of weight, the kind that lodges in your bones and prevents you from forgetting. I kept what had transpired from other people. Not buddies, not coworkers, not even business associates. I had no desire for pity. To be honest, I felt ashamed that I had put myself in a situation where they might easily take advantage of me. I was expected to be intelligent, cautious, and strategic. They went straight through that account, though, because I had left it open like an unlocked door. I withdrew from everything for the following few weeks. I stopped going to some meetings. I turned down several social invitations. To avoid having to respond to inquiries about my family, I even skipped a quarterly networking event that I had never missed. I was shut up in my penthouse, letting the silence envelop me, while I pretended to be engaged with major work. I wasn't depressed, at least not in the sense that most people associate with that word. I continued to get up early, work out every morning, and maintain the seamless operation of my businesses. However, I had a raw, almost hollow feeling inside. It was like seeing the same movie over and over again with the same ending every time I thought about my parents and Rachel. Their inside joke uses me as the punchline. One evening, while sipping a glass of whiskey at my kitchen island, I browsed through old pictures on my phone. There was one from 6 years ago, where I was partly in the picture and half off to the side, with my parents and Rachel grinning for the camera in front of a rented beach home. When they invited me that year, they had neglected to explain that the vacation was already scheduled and completely booked. Rachel got the master suite, and I ended up sitting on a couch in the living area. I became increasingly aware of something as I continued to gaze at that image. This was nothing new. The public humiliation, the theft, and the lies. It was merely the latest episode in a tale that had been unfolding over my whole life. I had always been expected to make concessions, give more than I received, and discreetly take in whatever they threw at me. Perhaps this explains why they were so certain they could steal my money and get away with it. They assumed I would pout for a while, perhaps ignore them, but then return for the following Sunday meal as if nothing had occurred. My thoughts began to change at that point, not in the direction of promptly confronting them. I had no intention of coming over and demanding my money back. No, I began to consider time, leverage, and how much better the outcome would be if I destroyed their entire self-concept rather than just calling them out. It was a delicate first step. In order to ensure that there was no remaining vulnerability for them to take advantage of, I had my attorney discreetly begin the process of locking down every account, property, and asset in my name. Simultaneously, I contacted a private person who was an expert in obtaining financial and legal documents that were not readily available to the general public. I informed him that I needed a complete financial picture of my family. I felt that the information will be helpful in the future, not because I needed it right away. I could see the irony. I kept her card in my wallet, but I didn't confirm anything at the time. It wasn't yet time. In the meantime, I was receiving updates from my financial contact, and the image they provided of my family's circumstances was instructive. I was surprised to learn how little money my parents had saved for retirement. Despite having a well-paying work, Rachel was deeply in debt due to a combination of poor investments and an unfulfilled desire for luxury. She had surreptitiously taken out a second mortgage on her condo last year, and the first costs were barely paid by the SUV, or at least the down payment they had stolen from me. Knowing wasn't the only satisfaction. They were at risk. This implied that my future actions would have more than just an emotional impact when the time came. It would be palpable and useful. On the surface, however, I avoided contact. The family continued to have Sunday dinners, talk about me in the past tense, and perpetuate the myth that I was drifting away from reality. However, I started to hear tiny cracks appearing in their assurance through mutual contacts. It seems that a friend of Rachel's had seen me in the middle of a meeting with a bunch of well-dressed executives at a posh hotel in Singapore. The hairdresser for my mother reported that she had heard someone discussing a CEO by the name of Ethan closing a huge deal abroad. They were beginning to hear the rumors, and even though they avoided me directly, I could see the tension and interest growing. I took my time. I didn't want to waste power on an early confrontation because power is best displayed in moderation. No, I wanted them to be unsteady and question everything they believed to be true until the day I completely turned the tables on them. And it wouldn't just be about disproving them when that day arrived. It would be about permanently altering the relationship and ensuring they knew without a doubt that whatever part they believed they played in my life was over. The problem with revenge is that it has nothing to do with speed. It has to do with accuracy. You don't just attack when you have the opportunity. You wait until your action is so flawless and seamless that it cannot be reversed or disregarded. My contact had finished compiling the information by this point. And what I had been suspecting for months was verified by what I saw on paper. For the most part, my family's appearance of stability was smoke and mirrors. My parents were about to have to downsize, but they wouldn't openly acknowledge it. I had underestimated Rachel's financial predicament. High-interest loans, a lease on that SUV she could hardly afford, and maxed-out credit cards. On her second mortgage, she had even begun to miss payments. However, I was particularly interested in one piece of information. A letter regarding an early investment in a small property development company that had been circling the drain for the past year was hidden in my father's financial documents. The worst part was that a loan for the business was personally guaranteed by my father. He would be responsible for the entire sum, far into the six figures, if it failed. According to the reports, it was approximately 3 months away from collapsing. I realized how to set the scene at that point. I didn't have to ruin their finances. I would appear vengeful if I did that. No, I had to let them walk straight into a situation where their preconceptions and haughtiness would cause them to fail, and I would be in a position they could never have envisioned. The editor of a business journal that I had met in Manhattan months earlier called me at about the same time. She wanted me to be the focal point of her underappreciated entrepreneur's feature. A multi-page spread with expert images, not just a brief article. My entire story, with a focus on the early years when I was told I wouldn't succeed. I instantly agreed, but I had one requirement for her. The release date had to coincide with the month that my father's failed investment was scheduled to fail. Just as everything was coming together, I was presented with an unforeseen chance. An offer was made by a real estate investment company I had previously worked with. They required a reliable source of funding because they were purchasing troubled assets from smaller developers. They were giving me first dibs on the deals because I had previously been one of their top investors. I nearly burst out laughing when they sent me the list of properties. My father's struggling real estate company held a block of partially constructed townhomes that were sitting there in the portfolio, marked in red as high risk. I didn't immediately commit. I studied the documents, asked questions, and discreetly positioned myself so that, should the company fall, as the report predicted, I could purchase the entire project through the investment firm for a little portion of its worth. That meant I would be the owner of the project without ever having to deal with my father directly, in addition to his firm losing the project. The nicest part is that, on paper, it would appear to be just a wise business decision on my part. No overt assault, no identifiable grudge. I stayed away from the family while those things were happening, but I made sure my name continued coming up in their discussions. Ryan told me that my mother had asked him whether I had been fortunate because she had heard that I had been traveling abroad in first class. Apparently, Rachel had questioned a mutual acquaintance about whether I was genuinely doing better or perhaps putting on a show. Their curiosity was eating away at them, and I knew that curiosity would soon give way to shock. I wasn't merely assuming a position of authority. They had no idea we were playing on the board until I was ready to take possession of it. And when the time came for me to move, it would be visible, indisputable, and timed to arrive just when they needed me. Everything I had been putting in place over the previous 6 months was arranged like dominoes, ready to fall in order. When the month finally arrived, I just needed to tap the first one. On the first Monday of each month, the business magazine feature was available for purchase. The cover had my face on it. A polished suit, a skyline background, and a big title. From uncertainty to control. Everyone was proven wrong by the self-made visionary. My family wasn't specifically mentioned in the story, but it wasn't required. The story was obvious. Despite being undervalued by those closest to me and told I would never succeed, I had secretly amassed an enterprise worth tens of millions of dollars. The timing was impeccable. In a matter of hours, the article was making the rounds on social media, in business groups, and even in LinkedIn circles that my sister frequently visited. My phone kept buzzing that same day. I received congratulations from coworkers, longtime friends, and even faraway strangers. And just in time, my mother sent me the text I had been anticipating. "We noticed the magazine, Ethan. We didn't realize how large things had gotten for you. You have our admiration. Feeling proud?" Like a sour pill, the words lingered in my head. They had been stealing from me and been dismissed for years, but suddenly they were proud. I didn't respond. My father's real estate development business formally fell behind on its debt 2 weeks later. The real estate investment company I had partnered with immediately rushed in to buy the project at a deep discount when the bank made fast decisions. As anticipated, I was able to acquire controlling ownership of the entire development using my funds. On paper, it seemed like just another wise purchase. In actuality, without my father's knowledge, I held the deed to his greatest possession. Before moving forward, I had to wait 3 days. Then, at a neutral venue, a posh restaurant downtown, I had my assistant set up a meeting with my parents and Rachel. Under the pretense of discussing a business prospect, the invitation was sent. They were also ready to accept, considering their abrupt change in attitude following the magazine article. They were all grinning when they got there. For the first time in years, my mother gave me a hug. As if we were longtime business associates, my father shook my hand. With a voice full of a civility I had never heard from her before, Rachel complimented my suit. I slipped a folder across the table midway through the main course after we placed our dinner order and engaged in light chat. The ownership document for the development they had been holding onto as their major investment was contained within. As he read it, my father's smile wavered. "This is our property," he murmured softly. "Correction," I said in a composed tone. "It was your property. It's mine now." In startled stillness, they gazed at me. I simply stated the facts without raising my voice or gloating. Their business was in default. The project had been offloaded by the bank. I had purchased it lawfully from a reputable company for a reasonable price. I described it as exact, emotionless, and definitive, much like a surgeon might describe a clean cut. My mom's face turned red. "How could you, Ethan? How could I?" I interrupted, slightly hardening my tone. "The same way you walked into my bank account and took my money without permission. The same way you gave it to Rachel like it was yours to give. The same way you kicked me out of your house and told people I was homeless. I just learned from the best." Rachel's mouth constricted, but she remained silent. With his gaze flickering between the papers and my face, my father reclined in his chair. He appeared small to me for the first time, not in terms of size, but rather in terms of presence. I rested my elbows on the table and leaned forward. "The difference between you and me is that I didn't have to lie or steal to make this happen. I played the long game, and now when this development turns a profit, and it will, not a cent will have your name on it. The clink of silverware from diners adjacent was the only sound coming from the table. They didn't quarrel. They made no apologies. The weight of what had transpired descended upon them like a thick mist as they sat there. Silently, I paid the bill, finished my meal, and got up. I said, "Enjoy your evening," in a courteous but somewhat informal tone. "Oh, and don't worry about the staff at the development site. I've already told them the change in ownership won't affect their jobs, just yours." With that, I left them seated in the cozy light of the restaurant's chandeliers as the harsh truth of their new place in my world began to set in. I didn't see the backlash coming so quickly. Ryan called me 4 days after that supper. He spoke softly, as if he was unsure whether to sound impressed or worried. His words? "Your parents are losing it. Your dad hasn't left the house in 3 days. Mom's been calling around trying to fix things, but everyone she talks to already knows you own the property. And well, people are talking." It turned out the story had spread beyond the family circle. My father's failed investment wasn't just a quiet embarrassment. It was public knowledge in their social sphere. The same people they used to boast to at dinner parties now whispered about how their reckless son had somehow outmaneuvered them in business. To make that happen, I didn't have to do anything. People enjoy a good twist, and this one was too good to ignore. Rachel's situation was not much better. Her SUV lease was up for renewal, and without my parents covering her emergencies longer, she had to downgrade to something modest. That was a social death sentence for a person whose reputation was based on luxury. Later, I learned that she had discreetly listed her condo for sale in an effort to pay off her obligations. In the weeks that followed, my parents contacted me twice. My mother texted me the first time, "Can we talk? We're still family." I disregarded it. My dad left a voicemail the second time. His voice was strained. "We need to find a way forward. You can't just cut us off like this." Without hearing the conclusion, I erased it. The problem is that I wasn't angry when I cut them off. I had just realized there was nothing to be saved. They had demonstrated their identity by robbing me, lying about me, and celebrating my alleged demise. I just answered back. However, I maintained my integrity throughout. The development endeavor started to make money a few months later. My portion of the returns was more than sufficient to make the theft they had perpetrated seem like a rounding error, and the townhomes sold more quickly than anticipated. Occasionally, as I pass by the finished site, I see families moving into the houses and children playing on the recently paved streets. It was now mine, created by my patience and their conceit. I didn't see them again at Sunday dinners. Actually, I never saw them at all. Occasionally, rumors made their way back through Ryan. How my parents sold their holiday home. In order to survive, Rachel had taken on additional cases at work, but these were only fragments of a life that was no longer relevant to me. My mother sent me a brief, nearly brittle email the last time I heard from her. "You've changed." After reading it again, I shut down my laptop. She was mistaken. I was still the same. I had just quit acting out the part they had written for me. And that night, when I stood on the balcony of my apartment overlooking the city, I understood it was the true triumph. The fact that they finally realized I didn't need them, their approval, or their idea of who I should be, was more important than the money, or the land. The last time I considered it, I grinned to myself and remarked aloud. Just once for my own satisfaction, I didn't just live in the streets. I bought the whole block. My husband thought he'd won the divorce until he realized the debt he just inherited. His attorney leaned in and whispered 5 words. Just 5. And Nathan's face, that smug, self-satisfied countenance I'd seen across the breakfast table for 17 years, turned absolutely white. His hands began trembling. The documents he had been eager to sign were shaky as leaves in a storm. I grinned for the first time in 3 years. But I am getting ahead of myself. Let me start from the beginning, because you need to know how we got here. How a woman who everyone thought had lost her mind played the longest, most patient game of her life. My name is Grace Turner. Operator name I Mathramem, $36 years old, and had been married to Nathan Grant until 3 months ago. 17 years of marriage. That's longer than most Hollywood romances, several small countries, and certainly longer than my patience should have allowed. But I am a stubborn woman. I got it from my granny. I met Nathan when I was 19. I had graduated high school early. Not because I was a genius, but because I was practical, determined, and really wanted to get out of my parents' home. Henderson and Price law firm hired me as a file clerk. Minimum wage, maximum paper cuts, but they were mine. By the age of 20, I had advanced to the position of legal assistant. I was adept at details, arithmetic, and keeping my mouth shut and eyes open. Nathan was 25 years old when we met at a client event. He was personable, ambitious, and had big goals of developing a real estate empire. He spoke about the future as if it had already happened, as if success was simply waiting for him to step there and grab it. He claimed he was going to develop something great. I offered to help him file the paperwork. Romance. Correct? We married when I was 21. I met Ethan when I was 22 years old. I continued to work part-time at the law company while raising our son, contributing to my 401k and saving every spare dollar. My grandma always thought that women should have their own money. She would stress that it wasn't secret money, but rather her own. Something no one could take. At the age of 25, Nathan's business finally took off. He requested me to leave the legal business and help him full-time. He wanted someone to manage the books, deal with clients, and coordinate with contractors, someone he could entirely trust. So I became his unpaid everything. Bookkeeper, office manager, client liaison, interior designer for model homes, marketing coordinator, and event planner. I did it all while raising Ethan, running our household, and keeping everyone fed and relatively content. My formal title was wife. My unofficial title included everything else. For 13 years, I dedicated myself to realizing Nathan's goal. And for 13 years, he received credit, prizes, and accolades. I attended every industry gathering as Nathan's wife. During each celebration, he acknowledged his staff, mentors, and vision. But they never got around to thanking me. Somewhere along the way, things changed. He began making judgments without consulting me. I started staying late for work more and more frequently. I began criticizing minor details, such as how I looked, the foods I prepared, and my lack of ambition. I was operating his entire back office for free while raising his son and keeping his life in order. But certainly not ambitious enough. Then, 3 months ago, he dropped the bomb. He arrived home on Tuesday evening. I was making dinner. His favorite, actually, because I seemed to be a glutton for underappreciated effort. He placed me down at the kitchen table, with this expression on his face. Not sad, not sorry, but businesslike. I want a divorce. He stated. Then I want the house, vehicles, business, and everything. You can keep Ethan. He spoke it as if he were ordering from a menu. I will have the assets. Hold the child. Thanks. Keep Ethan like if he were a leftover pizza, an annoyance who had been graciously allowed to stay with me. I simply stared at him. After 17 years of marriage, this is how it ended at our kitchen table, between the salt shaker and the butter dish, as if I were just another thing he was dumping. Nathan had been planning this for months, something I didn't realize at the time. He already had a lawyer, Samuel Brooks. Expensive and experienced. He'd been devising his getaway strategy while I was preparing meals and scheduled his dentist visits. I'd been taken aback by a man I'd trusted with everything. The next day, his mother arrived. Diana Grant, a woman who had treated me like a servant for 17 years, arrived with her neatly groomed hair and perfected sympathy face. She rubbed my hand and told me I should have worked more to keep him satisfied. Men have needs, dear, she murmured, as if she were explaining something complex to a sluggish kid. Diana's counsel on marriage was always amusing, given that her husband spent 7 days a week on the golf course, deliberately to avoid being in the same room with her. But, yes, I was the problem. The first week was a haze. Nathan moved me into the guest room. He had documents drafted, settlements proposed, and dates established. Everything was flowing so quickly that I felt I was drowning. Everyone saw a woman whose world had recently fallen. A wife is thrown aside after 17 years of service. A victim who was unprepared for what happened. But, here's the deal. Nathan had no idea, and no one else did, that I had discovered anything 3 years before. Something concealed in his own financial documents. He thought something had been concealed forever. And I had been silently and patiently preparing ever since. Before we continue, if you're enjoying this story, please subscribe and let me know where you're watching from and what time it is. I read every comment. Thank you. Return to the disaster. Within a week following the announcement, Nathan had entirely taken over. The guest room became my permanent residence in our former home. My closet went from walk-in to 2 small portions. He gladly let me keep. The message was plain. This is not your house anymore. Within 2 weeks, he began bringing her around. Megan Pierce, 27 years old, works for his company. Of course she did. She had the Instagram perfect appearance. Blonde highlights, flawless nails, and yoga trousers that cost more than my weekly groceries. She strode into my kitchen as if she owned it. I wore my grandmother's apron while preparing smoothies with my blender. She was younger than my marriage and my favorite purse, but she made delicious smoothies, so that's something. Nathan paraded her around like a prize. They would sit on my couch, watch TV, and eat from my plates. He wrapped his arm around her directly in front of me, as if I were furniture, and had already vanished. The shame became more severe with each passing day. First, he canceled my personal credit card. "We need to separate finances," he replied, seeming reasonable. Then the joint card. Then he advised that I find another place to stay while we straighten things out. I have my own home. And I was asked to leave. Diana came over to help me pack. And by help, I mean she sorted through my possessions and determined what I deserve to keep. Old clothing are fine. Some family photographs. My grandmother's recipe box. She hesitated on that one, as if she was pondering taking it for herself. What I was not permitted to take. Any jewelry Nathan had purchased for me over the course of 17 years. Any furnishings I had chosen. Anything with value. Diana emphasized that those were marital assets. And Nathan was entitled to them. She packed my belongings in trash bags, not in boxes. Garbage bags. I felt like I was being hauled away as trash. Through it all, I had one person I believed I could trust. Laura Bennett. We'd been friends since high school, for 22 years, through lovers, breakups, babies, and everything in between. She was the first person I called following Nathan's announcement. She was incredibly supportive, often checking in, asking how I was doing, and always willing to listen. She'd come over with wine and let me to cry on her shoulder. She said I deserved better. She told me Nathan was making a terrible mistake, but something seemed odd. Small things. At first, Nathan appeared to know my plans before I did. When I suggested to Laura that I was considering battling for the house, Ethan returned home the next day and said, "Dad told him it wouldn't work." When I told Laura I was looking at apartments in a specific neighborhood, Nathan commented that the area was too pricey for me. Then it clicked. Looking back, I should have noticed it years ago. Laura would always light up when Nathan entered the room. She'd compliment him too much and laugh too heartily at his jokes. She usually inquired about him first whenever we spoke. "How's Nathan doing? How's business going? Is Nathan happy?" She had carried a torch for my husband for 17 years. Nathan, who gathered admirers in the same way that some people collect stamps, understood just how to utilize it. He made her feel special and significant, unlike other women. He presumably hinted that they'd reunite after the divorce. He gave her just enough hope to keep her devoted. My best friend was his spy. 22 years of friendship were sacrificed for petty flirtation and hollow promises. Laura, at least, charged more. But the worst part was not Nathan. It wasn't Diana. It wasn't even Laura. The worst thing was Ethan. My youngster saw everything. The girlfriend, the grandma preparing my bags, and his father's dismissive attitude toward me. And Nathan was working on him, trickling poison into his ear every day. "Your mother is making this difficult. I simply want everyone to be happy. She's dragging this out. I'm trying to be fair, but she's not cooperating." Ethan began pulling away from me. Not furious, precisely, but distant and puzzled. He wasn't sure who to believe. And his father was quite persuasive. I could lose my house. I could lose my money. I might lose everything. I had spent 17 years building. But watching my son stare at me as if I were the problem. That was the knife. That was the wound that bled. I hired an attorney. Rachel Matthews was suggested by my former firm. 52 years old and sharp as a razor. I have no tolerance for foolishness. She assessed my circumstances and devised a battle plan. "You helped build this business," she remarked. "You're entitled to half of everything. The house, the company, the accounts. We fight." I stared at her for a long time. What if I do not want to fight? Na looked at me as if I had started speaking another language and recommended we send Nathan a thank you card and a fruit basket. She assumed I was broken, depressed, and too beaten down to speak up for myself. She had no idea. I relocated to a little flat with Ethan. 2 bedrooms, 1 bathroom, and a kitchen as big as my previous pantry. Half of our crates didn't fit. They were stacked in the corner of Ethan's room, like a memorial to how far we'd fallen. Meanwhile, Nathan shared images with Megan. New chapter, new energy. Blessed, he wrote. Diana said underneath, so happy for you, sweetheart, you deserve joy. My sister yelled, and raged. You need a shark lawyer. Take him for everything he's worth. Everyone had suggestions. Everyone assumed they knew what I should do. Everyone observed a woman who had given up, was unable to fight, and was allowing her husband to walk all over her. Everyone was mistaken. Here's the trouble with being underestimated. People cease looking at you. They stop being cautious around you. They quit keeping their secrets. And that is exactly when you will discover everything you need to know. 3 years. That's how long I'd kept this secret. That's how long I'd known the truth about Nathan Grant, and his gleaming, gorgeous, entirely fabricated empire. It began on a random Tuesday night, 3 years before the divorce. Nathan was working late again. By that point, he was always working late, but I had no idea what it meant. I was looking through the corporate books, reconciling accounts, and doing the unglamorous tasks that kept his business running. And I discovered something unusual. A transfer to an account I did not recognize, followed by another, then a pattern. Money was streaming out of our accounts to areas I'd never seen before. I dug deeper. I stayed up until $3.00. Mathram. A.M. Following the route. What I discovered made my blood run cold. Nathan had taken out loans against everything we owned. Everyone admired our gorgeous house, which had 3 mortgages. The original loan totaled Math BBS $400. 4 years ago, Math BBS $350 second mortgage was taken out. A third mortgage of Math BBS $350 was taken out 2 years ago. Total amount owed, Math BBS $1.3 million. The actual worth of the house is Math BBS $900. We were Math BBS $250 underwater on a home I assumed we owned fully. The business was significantly worse. Lines of credit were maxed out at T Math BBS $220. Back taxes are outstanding in the amount of Math BBS $90. Vendor debts total Math BBS $120. Loans for equipment totaling $80,000. Nathan brags about the company at every function. The company that was meant to be booming was drowning in debt totaling over $500,000. Even the cars were not real. All 3 were leased. With balloon payments coming due. We did not own anything. We just had some very pricey monthly obligations. I sat in my kitchen at $3.00. Mathram A.M. Surrounded by printouts. And performed the arithmetic. Total debt is roughly Math BBS $2.1 million. The total actual asset worth is approximately Math BBS $1.7 million. We were Math BBS $350 in the hole, possibly more. But where did all the money go? I kept digging. Over the next few weeks, I traced every transaction I could locate. And the image that emerged was awful. Cryptocurrency investments totaled Math BBS $200, all lost. Math BBS $80,000 was lost while gambling. I didn't know about this apartment. I rented for a woman I had no idea about. Math BBS $65. $0 for rent and furnishings. Lifestyle spending that never came home. Watches, suits, and excursions I was never asked to. An additional Math BBS $90. $0. My husband was not creating an empire. He was constructing a house of cards using borrowed cards that were also on fire. We looked wealthy in the same way that a mannequin appears alive. From a distance, it looks convincing, yet up close it is entirely hollow. My immediate instinct was to confront him, shout, weep, and demand explanations. But I knew Nathan. I'd been watching him operate for years. If I addressed him, he would try to manipulate me. He'd explain things away and make me feel ridiculous for questioning him. He'd undoubtedly find some way to blame me for it. Worse, if he knew I knew, he might try to seize my separate money as well. See, I had always kept a little something for myself. My grandmother's voice is in my head. A lady should have her own money, my IRA from my law firm days. I rolled it over after I quit, but I never touched it. By then, it had risen to around $math BBS $200, $0. That was my earnings from my job are considered separate property under the law. And then there was grandmother herself. She died when I was 28. And she left me math BBS $340, $0. Her will was specific. This money is for Grace only. I'd kept it in a separate account for 6 years, never combining it with Nathan's money and never spending it for household needs. My granny had her own account for 50 years. She would constantly say that it wasn't secret money, but rather mine. The smartest woman I've ever known. I had approximately math BBS $540, $0 that was entirely, legally, mine. So I did not confront Nathan. Instead, I shielded myself. I worked with my uncle, a retired accountant, to set up an irrevocable trust for Ethan. That trust held both my IRA and my inheritance. My name wasn't included as a beneficiary. Nathan's name was obviously not on it. It was about Ethan's future. College, a first home, emergencies, and it remained untouchable. I then documented everything. Every mortgage document, hidden account, every suspicious transaction. I printed copies and stored them in my sister's home. I stored copies in a safe deposit box. I saved everything on an encrypted drive. Then I waited. I knew Nathan would go eventually. Men like him are always doing this. They become bored, meet someone younger, or realize they deserve more. I just needed to be ready when it happened. 3 years of waiting. 3 years of watching him dig a deeper hole. 3 years of smiling at dinner parties while realizing our entire life was constructed on quicksand. I became extremely excellent at waiting and pretending I didn't see my husband was financially drowning us both. When Nathan ultimately sought for a divorce and demanded the house, vehicles, business, and everything, I almost laughed out loud. He was not asking for any assets. He was demanding a debt. He just didn't realize it yet. Back in the present, I sat across from Rachel Matthews and put 3 binders on her desk. 3 years of evidence, including every mortgage document, loan statement, and hidden account. She read silently for almost an hour. When she looked up, her countenance had entirely changed. You've known about this for 3 years. I waited for him to go. I knew he'd do it eventually. When he demanded everything, he demanded the entire debt. He just does not grasp it yet. Na reclined back in her seat. Her eyes lacked pity. The concern was gone. What replaced it was a sense of amazement. So, when you sign over the assets, walk away clean. He gets the mortgages, the business debts, the lease obligations, all of it becomes his sole responsibility. And your inheritance, your retirement account, separate property, never commingled, legally protected, sitting safely in a trust for my son. Rachel was silent for a long time. Then she grinned. A lazy and dangerous smile. Mrs. Turner. She began. I believe I owe you an apology. I thought you'd given up. I smiled back. Everyone thinks that. That's kind of the point. Na's expression changed from one of a lost cat to that of a chess grandmaster. I prefer grandmaster. Better outfit. The trap had already been built. The numbers were validated. The documentation was tight. All I had to do now was make Nathan believe he was winning. Nobody does gracious loser better than a woman who has been practicing for 17 years. The following 3 months were a masterclass in acting. I became exactly who everyone expected me to be. Broken, dejected, and barely holding on. I arrived to mediation sessions with burning eyes and shaking hands. I talked softly and hesitantly, like a lady who had lost her confidence. I requested so little that even the mediator appeared uneasy. I just want enough to start over. I explained during our second mediation. I am not trying to be tough. I know the business is his life's work, and I know the house means everything to him. I don't want to further divide our family. I asked for $1, math BBS, $55, $0 financial settlement. My personal items, and shared custody of Ethan. That was it. Nathan consented quickly. He undoubtedly expected me to battle for half of everything. That is what any reasonable lawyer would demand. Instead, I asked for crumbs. He gazed at me across the mediation table with almost pity, as if I were a wounded animal he was kindly putting out of its pain. I earned an Oscar or a Golden Globe for that performance. I was given the opportunity of a lifetime, and my only audience was my lying, cheating, soon-to-be bankrupt ex-husband. Nathan became more arrogant with each passing week. He stopped being cautious, stopped pretending to be the sensible one. He began informing everyone who would listen that I had not even fought. She just gave up. He informed his golf pals. Diana was much worse. I offered her a fair settlement, and she took it without a word. She brags at her book club, church group, and every social event she attends. Nathan is keeping everything. That woman received no monetary compensation. I'd always known she wasn't strong enough for my son. Nathan purchased a new watch for $math BBS 18, $0 to celebrate his imminent victory. I know because I noticed the charge on my company account. He was still spending business money for personal expenses. Still digging that hole deeper. He wore it to our next mediation session. Making certain I noticed. He also brought Megan to dinner at La Maison, the French restaurant where we had previously celebrated our 10th anniversary. He shared photographs on social media. He wrote, "Life is good when you're with the right person. The correct individual." He was referring to someone who was unaware of his obligation. Meanwhile, Megan had begun refurbishing my home, including new furnishings in the living room and new artwork on the walls. She even repainted my kitchen gray. She painted it gray. I spent 3 weeks selecting the sage green. 3 weeks of paint swatches, lighting tests, and drove myself insane trying to find the right hue. She then painted over it with builder-grade gray. Like it was nothing. Gray liked her personality and her future with Nathan after she discovered he was broke. It's actually quite apt. Laura continued to contact, posing as a friend and asking for information. I played along brilliantly. "How are you holding up?" She'd ask, her voice full of phony concern. "I just want it to be over," I'd tell her, my voice cracking slightly. "I can't fight anymore. I don't have the energy." Nathan would know within hours. I could almost see him relaxing, letting his guard down even more. Laura believed she was playing me. She was simply providing a messenger service. It's also not particularly pricey. However, while the adults were playing their games, Ethan was watching. And my son, my smart, perceptive, amazing son, began to see inconsistencies. He observed his father's new math BBS 18, $0 watch, but Nathan told him they couldn't afford the school trip to Washington, D.C. He also saw Megan's shopping bags piling up in the foyer, but Nathan complained about money being tight. He observed the contrast between the luxury his father projected and the justifications he kept making. Ethan came into my modest apartment one evening and sat at my second-hand kitchen table. He gazed at me with those serious eyes, so similar to his father's, but with something Nathan had long forgotten. Honesty. "Mama," he murmured quietly, "is Dad really wealthy?" I looked at my son for a long time. "What are your thoughts?" He remained quiet, processing. "I believe something is wrong. I believe he is pretending." I stretched across the table to squeeze his hand. "Just wait a little longer." My 17-year-old saw something was wrong before 2 lawyers and a qualified accountant did. I should charge his education fund for consultation fees. Behind the scenes, Rachel was meticulously planning our legal strategy. The main divorce agreement plainly stated that I was giving up all claims to marital property. Nathan would inherit the house, the business, and all of the vehicles. In exchange, I would accept a minor cash settlement and walk away. However, an amendment with a full liability disclosure statement was appended to the agreement. Every debt, mortgage, loan, and obligation is linked to those assets. When Nathan signed for all assets, he legally assumed all responsibilities. The mortgages would be his full burden. The business's debts would be transferred totally to him. The lease obligations for the autos would be his responsibility alone. Everything was there in black and white. Legal, proper, and destructive. Legal documents are like poems. Nah. He told me. Boring. Expensive poetry that can destroy someone's life. My fave kind. 2 weeks before the final hearing, Nathan's lawyer, Ho, called Rachel to express his concerns. "My client is assuming significant assets," Samuel explained carefully. "I'd like to request a full financial audit before we finalize everything," Rachel said, her voice remaining neutral. "Of course, we'll supply any evidence you require." But when Samuel presented this to Nathan, my soon-to-be ex-husband shut it down right away. "No audits," Nathan informed him. "I established that company. I know exactly how much it is worth. I am not paying for an accountant to tell me something I already know. Samuel pushed back. I strongly advise that we verify the asset valuations before you sign. This is a significant no. Nathan cut him off. Megan wants it done. I want this finished. No more delays. Samuel had been practicing law for more than 30 years. He recognized when a client was ready to make a mistake. He also realized he couldn't force anyone to follow his advice. He handed Nathan with a waiver, which acknowledged Samuel's recommendation for an independent financial examination, and Nathan's refusal to go against counsel's advice. Nathan signed without reading it. Never underestimate the ability of an impatient woman to make a man ignore the tiny print, just as he would sign anything else without reading it. Megan was worth millions to me in legal strategy. Anyway, the night before the hearing, Nathan texted me. Thank you for not making this ugly. I stared at the message for a long time. After 17 years of marriage, 17 years of growing his business, raising his son, and managing his life, he thanked me for not making things difficult for him while throwing me away. I replied back, I just want what's best for Ethan. What was best for him? His trust fund, his future assured, and a father ready to learn the most costly lesson of his life. Rachel called me Thursday evening at 9 a.m. Final hearing. Judge Emily Collins, are you prepared? I gazed around my modest apartment, at the used furniture, the unpacked boxes in the corner, and the tiny kitchen, which I had painted sage green to represent hope. I've been ready for 3 years. After 3 years of waiting, it finally arrived. I felt like a kid on Christmas morning, if Christmas morning included divorce court and financial retribution. Thursday morning at 9 a.m. Nathan would enter the courtroom expecting to collect his prize. He had no notion he was about to inherit a financial landslide, which he had signed for himself. The finest thing was that he had requested it in writing, with witnesses. If you've made it this far, you're probably expecting something good to happen. Click the like button if you want Nathan to get what he deserves. And if you haven't already subscribed, what are you waiting for? I have more stories where this came from. Trust me. Let's end this now. Thursday, April 17th, at 9 a.m., courtroom, 4B. I recall every aspect of that morning. The way the sunshine filtered through the tall windows, the aroma of ancient wood and floor polish, the hushed murmur of lawyers shuffling files. This was the official termination of their 17-year marriage, and where 3 years of patience would eventually pay off. Nathan arrived first. Of course, he was dressed in his nicest suit, a charcoal Armani that I had helped him choose for a client dinner 3 years earlier. His new watch caught the light as he shook Samuel's hand. He appeared confident and relaxed, like he was ready to seal a really good deal. Megan waited in the corridor. She wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but she wanted to offer moral support. I got a peek of her through the door. Perfect makeup, fancy bag, and she scrolled through her phone as if this were just another boring appointment. She wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but she wanted to offer moral support. I got a peek of her through the door. Perfect makeup, fancy bag, and she scrolled through her phone as if this were just another boring appointment. Diana Grant was also present, seated in the gallery. She dressed up for the occasion, possibly intending to take Nathan to a celebratory lunch afterwards. When I stepped in, she gave me a small smile like you give someone you've already beaten. I arrived a few minutes after Nathan. Simple navy dress, no jewelry, and hair pulled back into a low bun. I appeared exhausted and beaten, like a woman with nothing left to fight for. Perfect. I looked like someone who had given up on both life and fashion. Very convincing. Judge Emily Collins entered. I should definitely teach acting classes. Everyone rose. She was in her early 60 seconds, with silver hair, reading spectacles perched on her nose, and had served on the family court bench for 30 years. She had witnessed every trick, manipulation, and lie that divorcing spouses could throw at each other. Nothing astonished her anymore. She quickly studied the case paperwork before looking up. Turner versus Grant. Final dissolution hearing. I understand that the parties have achieved an agreement. Samuel was the first to stand. Yes, Your Honor. My client Nathan Grant is taking over all marital assets, including the family home, the real estate development company, and all associated cars. In exchange, Mrs. Turner gets a cash settlement of $math BBS $55,000. Rachel rose alongside me. That is right, Your Honor. My client agrees to give up all claims to these assets and accepts the suggested settlement terms. Judge Collins' eyes shifted to mine. She looked at my face for a moment, looking for evidence of coercion. I envisioned signals that I was being coerced into a horrible agreement. Mrs. Turner, she said, I need to make sure you understand what you're agreeing to today. You are giving up your right to considerable property, such as the family home or the stock firm you helped develop. Are you sure this is what you want? I kept my voice mild and slightly wobbly. Yes, Your Honor, I do understand. And you are freely entering into this agreement? Is no one putting any pressure on you? No, Your Honor. I looked down at my hands and then up at her. I really want my husband to get everything he has asked for. I want it to be over. The judge gave me another long look. I could virtually feel her internal conflict about whether to push harder, order a continuance, or shield me from what appeared to be a bad decision. However, I was represented by counsel. I answered clearly. I was an adult lady making her own decision. Very well, she responded last. Let us proceed. The clerk issued the final documents, page after page of legal language, with signatures necessary on every third page. Nathan signed eagerly, scarcely looking at what he was consenting to. He wanted it done. He wanted to return to his new life with his new partner and his newfound independence. I signed slowly and deliberately. Every stroke of my pen was meticulous and exact. This was the moment I had waited 17 years for. I planned to savor it. Nathan smiled as he looked across the courtroom at Diana. She nodded in approval. In the corridor, his phone buzzed, most likely from Megan providing him support. He checked his phone in court throughout his divorce proceedings. That is the type of man he was. Meanwhile, Samuel Brooks was doing what good lawyers do, examining the entire document package one last time. The main agreements have been signed, as have the asset schedule and settlement terms. He then reached the addendum. Disclosure of liability declaration. I observed his face as he read. The perplexity flashing across his features, as he flipped back a page and then forward again, as if praying he had misinterpreted something. He had not. Samuel's face became pallid. He leaned in closer, Nathan, attempting to be subtle. Sir, he muttered. We need to talk, Nathan said, still ecstatic about his win. Sir Samuel's voice became more agitated. Not now. We're almost done. You're assuming all debt, Nathan said, turning to face him. What? The liability disclosure? Samuel said quietly, papers rustling as he pointed. The mortgages, the business liens, it's all here. You're assuming personal liability for everything. For the first time, Nathan read over what he'd signed. I watched his eyes search the figures, and the color faded from his face. House's $math BBS, $1.3 million. Market value, $math BBS $900,000. The business has a collective debt of $math BBS $500,000. Vehicles with lease liabilities of $math BBS $120,000, math BBS $220,000 in additional personal obligations. Total debt is roughly math BBB s $2.1 million. The net value of all he just claimed. The amount is negative math BB s $350,000. He had not won the lottery. He had won the bill for it. Nathan rose hastily, his chair scrapping against the floor. This isn't correct. He looked at me, then at the judge, and finally back at the documents. She kept this from me. This is fraudulent. Judge Collins' voice was harsh. Mr. Grant, please sit down. These figures are false. Nathan insisted. His voice raised. She manipulated the paperwork. This is Mr. Grant. The judge's tone left no space for disagreement. He sat down, but his hands shook. His confident smile had vanished, replaced by something that looked like panic. Judge Collins examined the paperwork in front of her before looking at Nathan. Mr. Grant, I am reviewing the liability disclosure statement that is attached to this agreement. These are debts related with the assets you're claiming. Assets in your name, including your business and property. She fixed him with a steely look. Are you telling this court that you do not understand your own financial situation? Silence. Watching Nathan try to explain why he wasn't aware of his own debts was like watching a cat explain why there's a shattered vase on the floor. Fascinating, yet entirely unconvincing. Samuel cleared his throat. Your Honor, I should point out that I urged my client to perform an independent financial analysis prior to this hearing. He declined. I have documents. He showed the waiver Nathan had signed without reading, which stated in plain legal language that Samuel had advised a comprehensive audit, which Nathan had refused. Judge Collins reviewed it briefly. Mr. Grant was encouraged to verify these data. He decided not to. He signed a waiver recognizing his decision. She looked at Nathan. Is this correct? Nathan stared at the waiver, as if it were a snake that had just bitten him. Is this your signatu? Prolonged pause. ICS. Then you took this danger freely. Judge Collins spoke in a straightforward tone. You were given the opportunity to explore. You decided not to. The deal stands. Nathan looked at me, desperation breaking through his calm. You knew. His voice crackled. You were aware of the entire situation. I met his gaze gently. I was your bookkeeper for 13 years, Nathan. I knew everything. His visage shifted between emotions faster than I could count. Confusion, wrath, betrayal, dread, and then the one I had been waiting for. Realization. The realization that he had done this on himself. Nathan turned back to face the court and stated, I want to withdraw the agreement. I did not understand what I was signing. This is not fair. Judge Collins shook her head. Mr. Grant, you signed documents before this court indicating that you understood and agreed to all provisions. You were represented by a skilled attorney. You declined an extra review. Your wife didn't hide anything. These are your debts, mortgages, and responsibilities. She paused. The agreement is final. The gavel came down. Mrs. Turner, you have received your payout. Mr. Grant, you have the agreed upon assets and obligations. This marriage has been dissolved. I adjusted my outfit, and grabbed my handbag. Then I stared at Nathan one more time. He sat slumped in his chair, papers scattering in front of him, his entire world collapsing around him. You said you wanted everything except Ethan, I replied quietly. I gave you exactly what you asked for. I walked out of the courtroom, not looking back. In the corridor, Nathan's voice rose, yelling at Samuel, demanding to know how this happened, and threatening legal action. Samuel responded calmly. I advised you to seek an audit. I have it in writing. You refused. Megan's expression changed as I watched her listen through the glass doors. I saw her looking at Nathan. Really? Look at him. Look at him. And see anything different than the successful businessman she was expecting. She was gone before I got to the elevator, going quickly, heels clicking on the marble floor, and not looking back. Megan left faster than she entered my marriage. At least she remained constant. I strolled out into the April sunshine. The sky was blue. The air was warm. Behind me, my ex-husband was yelling at his lawyer about fairness and fraud, and how none of this was his fault. A fresh start awaited me, smaller than before, simpler, but entirely mine. The collapse occurred faster than I anticipated. Within 2 weeks, Megan had left the house, packed her belongings in the middle of the night, and left a note that said, "This isn't what I signed up for." The gray kitchen sat vacant. Within a month, Nathan attempted to sell the home. However, when you owe more than it is worth, there are no purchasers, only banks calling about missing payments and realtors recommending short sales. Within 2 months, the company began defaulting. Vendors filed suits. The line of credit was frozen. Nathan had spent the previous 17 years establishing this company. My 3-year-old company was falling into dust. Within 3 months, Nathan was meeting with bankruptcy attorneys. The man who had previously boasted about his empire was now considering which assets he could shield from creditors. The answer was practically nothing. Diana's perfect son was calling family members for loans and showing up at their homes with excuses and explanations. Nobody knew about the debt. Grace must have kept it hidden. I was deceived. But the documents revealed a different story. The mortgages were under his name. The loans, gambling debts, cryptocurrency losses, secret apartment, all of his choices, and signatures were in his name. Diana's Christmas newsletter that year was reportedly fairly short. Nathan is seeking new opportunities. Yes, opportunities exist in debt restructuring. Parallel conflicts end with beautiful symmetry. Laura called me approximately a week after the hearing. Her voice shook. I had no clue it was this nasty. I'm very sorry, Grace. I never meant for Nathan. And I didn't answer, reply, or provide her with the closure she sought. Certain bridges are not meant to be repaired. Some friendships aren't worth a second chance. 22 years of history were betrayed for a smile and bogus promises from a man who abused those around him. She called 3 more times before stopping. I guess she is still waiting for Nathan to notice her. She will be waiting a long time. Diana took a different method, going via Ethan. Tell your mother I was unaware of the financial troubles. Tell her I apologize for how I treated her. Tell her you want to discuss. Ethan glanced at his grandma, the woman who'd put his mother's possessions in rubbish bags, labeled his mother worthless, and blindly supported his father, and said, Mom's busy establishing her life. Ethan, my wonderful, smart, observant son, finally understood everything, not because I explained it to him, but because he figured it out on his own. He saw the court documents, heard his father's excuses, and watched Megan leave. Diana wanted forgiveness, and I wanted peace. Watch Diana scramble. Watch the whole facade collapse. One evening, about a month after the divorce, he sat with me in my small apartment, the one with the sage green kitchen, the one with the second-hand furniture, and the boxes finally unpacked. You waited 3 years, he said quietly. You knew all along and you just waited. I wanted to make sure you were safe, and I told him that whatever happened between your father and me, I needed to know you'd be okay. He was quiet for a moment, then hugged me, the kind of hug I hadn't gotten from my 7-year-old son in months. The trust fund was $math BBS, $550, $0 safe and untouchable. The kind that said, I understand. The kind that said, I'm proud of you. 7-year-old boys don't usually hug their mothers voluntarily, so I knew I'd done something right. My math BB, S55, $0 settlement went toward getting established first month's rent, security deposit, basic furniture that wasn't falling apart. I enrolled in interior design courses at the community college, a dream I had put on hold when I was 25 to help Nathan build his empire. It wasn't luxury, but it was stability, and the trust fund remained intact. Ethan's future included college and possibly a first home, a safety net that no one could take away from him. My first genuine client was Sandra, a 52-year-old lady who had recently ended a 30-year marriage. She was standing in her empty new apartment, looking forlorn, when she asked me, how do you start over? I paused for a moment, thinking about it, 1 room, 1 color, 1 day at a time. We painted her kitchen sage green, and she cried when she saw it. Happy tears. She said, the color of new beginnings. About 3 months after the divorce was finalized, Nathan showed up at my apartment, and I barely recognized him. He'd lost weight, not the healthy kind, and had dark circles under his eyes. His suit was wrinkled. His watch was gone, and he looked like a man who had been through a war and lost. He stood in my doorway, and for a moment, I almost felt sorry for him. I didn't know it was this bad, he said, his voice shaky. I made mistakes, I know that now, but I didn't mean for anything to happen. I leaned against my doorframe and looked at him. Can we talk? He asked. Maybe we can figure something out. I could. I don't know. Maybe we could. He couldn't even finish the sentence. This man I'd loved for nearly half my life, this man who had thrown me away like garbage, this man who was now drowning in the consequences of his own choices. He couldn't bring himself to ask for what he really wanted. Help. My help. After everything. You asked for everything except Ethan. I said calmly. You got exactly what you wanted. Grace, please. Goodbye, Nathan. I closed the door. He stood in the hallway for 10 minutes. I know because I watched through the peephole while eating ice cream. It was the best show I had ever seen. That evening, after Ethan had gone to bed, I sat in my small living room and looked at my grandmother's photo on the shelf. The recipe box was next to it. The one thing Diana had almost taken, the one thing that mattered the most. You were right about everything, Grandma, I said quietly. Know your worth. And never let anyone make you feel small. The apartment was quiet. Small, and nothing like the house I'd lived in for 17 years, but it was mine. Every paint color, every piece of furniture, every decision was mine, and I was free for the first time in longer than I could remember. Thank you so much for watching. More of my most fascinating stories are already on your screen. Click on one now and don't miss the greatest part. You'll enjoy it. See you next time. Mom fed me expired food while my golden brother ate like a king. Now she wants $9,000 a month for a retirement home. My mother fed me and my sister outdated food for 17 years while my golden kid brother ate fresh. She wants us to pay for her retirement home. My mother provided me and my sister expired food my whole life while my bigger brother Max got fresh food. I started at 7 and my sister Lily was 5. Mom's favorite was 2-year-old Max. He played football. Looked like Dad before Dad left. And got straight A's without trying. Saturdays were Mom's grocery day. Bring home bags of fresh meat, veggies, bread, and milk for the main kitchen. She then took out a bag for Lily and myself. Moldy bread, dense in cans, and milk 1 day old. The yogurt was expired. She put our food in the basement fridge and told us. The upper kitchen fed Max. Food came from the basement. She'd yell at us for taking Max's meals if we took anything from upstairs. Expiring lunch meat gave me stomach illness at 9. I gave up for 4 days. Mom felt I was overdramatic. Lily was sick from poor milk at 8. Mom stated she probably got sick during school. Mom explained that we were finicky eaters who only preferred aged cheese and fermented items when teachers wondered why our lunches smelled bad. Max brought friends home and Mom cooked steak dinners while Lily and I ate outdated soup in the basement. She told everyone we required special food for sensitive stomachs. But Mom didn't expect this. Frequently getting sick boosted my immune system. I never missed school until high school. Perfect attendance earned me scholarships. To make outdated products taste good, I learned to cook everything from scratch, obsessed with food safety, nutrition, and preservation. Full ride culinary school entry. Lily became a pediatric nutrition nurse. She wanted no child to experience what we experienced. Max peaked in high school, failed college, returned home at 24, and never left. He's 40 and lives with his mother, working part-time at a hardware shop. I was chief chef at a 5-star restaurant by 30. I opened my own at 35. Try Location Times Review. A full pediatric nutrition program is managed by Lily at the hospital. Mom was cut off when we turned 18. I haven't visited that house in 17 years. Mom never phoned or apologized. Last week, she visited my restaurant. No food, no congratulations. She needs cash. Max cannot support her longer. The house needs work. Her social security is inadequate. She wants me and Lily to buy a retirement house. A good one. She chose it in advance. $1 Math BBS. 9. Mathroom. 000. Mathroom. Mo. Dollar. She thinks Lily and I can divide it. Since we're successful. I reared you. She says. I housed you. You were fed daily. You should now look after me. I laughed in my restaurant. Fed us? She fed us trash and treated Max royally. John the sous chef looked worried. I dismissed him. Mom, I needed to check something in the kitchen. Instead, I called Lily, tell her to meet me at Mom's place tomorrow with her spouse. Then I called my lawyer friend David. Asked him to compose something special. Lily. Adam. David. And I visited Mom the next day. Max answered the door in his bathrobe at 2 p.m. The house smelled mildewy. Mom was discussing retirement home payment plans in the living room. David prepared the document I gave her. What? She asked. An invoice, I said. Lily's food poisoning, eating disorder treatment, and malnutrition-related dental work total $Math BBS 92, $0. Pay it, and we'll discuss retirement. She turned white, ranting about ungrateful kids and her sacrifices. Cut her off, Lily. Max ate like a king while you fed us old food for 17 years. You know what I found at 15? Your grocery bills. You intentionally bought expired food from a discount salvage store. Saving on daughter feeding so Max could buy name brand everything. Max appeared confused. Got expired food? Mom never told him. He believed we had particular nutritional needs for years. I showed him photographs from my phone. Remember your 18th birthday party with friends? Steak dinner upstairs. I and Lily ate expired canned ravioli in the basement. You heard from Mom about our sleepover. We spent the entire time downstairs. Max's face changed from uncertainty to terror. He regarded Mom. You fed them expired food? Mom's face went white, red, and white. Almost tripping, Max jerked back when she went for his arm. He stared at her like a stranger, which I'd never seen before. First, she opened her mouth but said nothing. Then the words tumbled together rapidly and frantically. She was just trying to be practical. She said, making tough decisions as a single mother with 3 kids and no help. The food was perfectly safe, she said. Just past some random date printed on a label that didn't mean anything. We were always so picky, turning our noses up at everything, so why waste good money on food we'd complain about? Max watched her with his mouth slightly open and his eyes widening. I'd never heard my sister sound so cold and done with everything. She pulled out her phone and started swiping through photos, holding the screen up to Max's face. Moldy bread with green and white fuzz on the crust. Bloated cans. Max gazed at each photo, his face turning paler with each swipe. Mom started talking harder, saying certain photos were phony, exaggerated, or out of context. Lily kept swiping, showing him more evidence of what we ate for 17 years. Max turned and ran for the bathroom, throwing up, and echoing through the quiet house. Mom yelled at us that we were dramatic, manipulating him, and turning her son against her with lies and made-up stories. David moved beside me, and I could feel his lawyer instincts kick in, probably cataloging everything Mom said for future reference. I spoke up, my voice steady, even though my hands were shaking. We have documentation of everything, I told Mom. Medical records from all the food poisonings she dismissed as dramatic. Hospital visits for Lily's stomach issues. Dental records showing malnutrition damage. David added that teachers noticed our lunches and remembered Mom's explanations about our supposed special dietary needs. Mom's face twisted ugly, her careful mask sliding away. Max returned from the bathroom looking like he might pass out. His skin was gray and he was breathing hard. He went straight to Mom and asked her if it was true. Did she buy our food from a salvage store on purpose? Mom didn't answer. She stood there with her mouth pressed into a thin line, her eyes darting between Max and the door like she was planning an escape. Adam spoke for the first time since we arrived. As a pediatrician, he said calmly, professionally, that he'd seen child neglect before. This was deliberate abuse because withholding adequate nutrition from one child while providing it for another showed favoritism and intentional harm. He was an outsider, she said, so he had no right to judge her parenting choices. He didn't know what it was like to raise 3 kids alone with little money. Adam didn't respond, just stood there with his hand on Lily's shoulder. Lily stood up and announced we were leaving. Mom's face went from angry to panicked as she talked about being homeless, having nowhere to go, and how we couldn't abandon her. Max asked how much money she saved in a quiet voice that cut through Mom's panic. Mom didn't answer the question. Her mouth opened and closed, but nothing came out. As we approached the door, she screamed. Ungrateful daughters, she yelled after everything she sacrificed for us. David opened the door and we left one by one. Max didn't follow us. Through the window, I could see him still sitting on that couch, his head in his hands, his shoulders shaking. Mom's voice followed us to our cars, getting more desperate with every step. After getting in our cars, I watched Lily collapse against Adam in the passenger seat. Her whole body shook with sobs that seemed to come from deep inside her chest. Adam wrapped both arms around her and held on while she cried into his shoulder. I stood by my car door, watching them through their windshield, and felt nothing. My phone buzzed in my pocket, and I pulled it out without thinking. John had texted asking if I was okay and if he should cook dinner without me. Seeing his name on my screen brought everything back to reality. I texted back that I needed an hour and would be there soon. David walked over and put a hand on my shoulder. He said he'd send Mom an official cease and desist letter, making it clear that any further contact would result in a restraining order. He then suggested we report the childhood abuse to Adult Protective Services. Not for prosecution since too much time had passed, but to create an official. I nodded and got in my car before he could see my face doing whatever it was doing. Lily was still crying when I drove past their car. I tried to ignore Mom's face and Max sitting on that couch for 2 days. On Tuesday, John returned to my office, looking uncomfortable before dinner service. Max, who was at the front, asked to talk to me. I told John to handle the kitchen and went out to find Max standing by the host stand looking like he hadn't slept in a week. His eyes were red and his clothes looked worn, and something in his face made me take him back to my office. He was going through Mom's financial records and found receipts from the salvage store where she bought our food from 20 years ago. He opened the folder and spread them out so I could see them. Rows and rows of expired meat, dented cans, and outdated dairy products. She saved over math BBS, $32.00 by feeding us garbage. He cross-referenced them with other receipts and found where the money went as sports equipment, college attempts, and car. Max started crying in my office. He cried so hard that his shoulders shook, saying he never knew and if he had known, he would have done something. I watched him fall apart and wasn't sure I believed him. He liked being Mom's favorite because he got fresh food, new things, and all her attention. However, his horror seemed real, like he was seeing his childhood from a different perspective and realizing he was standing on top of our suffering the whole time. I realized he was another victim of Mom's manipulation, using him as a weapon against us without his knowledge. I asked Max what he wanted from me. He looked up from his hands and said he didn't want anything except to understand why Mom did this to us, so I told him the truth. Mom hated having daughters. She saw Max as the continuation of Dad and Lily and me as burdens after Dad left. She had 2 kids she never wanted, and every time she looked at us, she saw the life she could have had with one. Max's face went even paler. He asked if there was a way to make this right, and I told him I didn't know. The childhood was gone, and no amount of apologies or money could restore those years of hunger, sickness, and fear in that basement, or the food poisoning, stomach problems, or shame of bringing expired food to school. Max nodded like he expected that answer, but it hurt to hear it. He was moving out of Mom's house because he'd already started looking for apartments, and had applications in at 3 places. His part-time job barely covered the utilities, and now he knew where his childhood was spent. I sat in my office for a while staring at those receipts on my desk after Max left. I called Lily and told her about the conversation. After a long silence, she spoke in a hard voice, reminding me that Max had 40 years to notice something was wrong and chose not to. He ate his fresh meals upstairs while we got sick in the basement and never asked why. She wasn't ready to forgive him just because he opened his eyes. The next week, Mom started calling my restaurant constantly. John brought me a stack of message slips with increasingly desperate voicemails from her. Some begged me to reconsider and help her with a retirement home. Some threatened to tell everyone how terrible daughters we were for abandoning our mother, while others rambled about how she'd sacrificed everything for us and this was how we repaid her. John started screening my calls without my permission. If it was Mom, he'd answer and tell her I wasn't available and hang up. On a Thursday afternoon, David filed the report with Adult Protective Services. The line cooks had started giving me sympathetic looks, and the servers whispered in corners when they thought I couldn't hear them. Everyone knew something was wrong with the boss and her family. My phone called the following Tuesday during prep work, and the caller ID showed a number I didn't recognize. I almost sent it to voicemail, but I answered, and the man on the other end introduced himself as Randolph Cross from Adult Protective Services. He told me that David had filed a report about Mom's past treatment of Em and Lily, and while they couldn't prosecute child abuse from decades ago, they wanted to talk to me about Mom's current situation and Max's while he was living there. He agreed to meet me at my restaurant after the lunch rush the next day. And he arrived at 3 with a worn leather briefcase and a suit that had seen better days but was clean and pressed. We sat in my office and I spread out everything I'd gathered on my desk. The medical records from all those food poisonings, each one noting my symptoms, and Mom's explanations that the doctors had documented with increasing concern. The salvage store receipts Max had found showing years of purchases of expired and damaged food. Randolph slowly reviewed each document, remaining professionally neutral, but I saw disgust in his eyes. He made notes in a small notebook, asking me about dates and details, whether Mom had any caregivers or support system. I told him about Max moving out, Mom's refusal to accept subsidized housing, and her insistence that Lily and I owed her an expensive retirement home. After going through everything, Randolph closed his notebook and looked at me. He said Max had already contacted them, providing information about Mom's mental state and financial situation. Mom had been getting worse since our confrontation, alternating between rage and self-pity. Max had documented all of Mom's calls and messages, kept records of them, and turned them over to Adult Protective Services because he was worried about her mental state. Randolph told me they would do a home visit to assess Mom's living conditions and mental health, but their main concern was making sure she had access to appropriate services. 3 days later, my phone rang while I was at home reviewing supplier invoices. He thanked me for taking the situation seriously and shook my hand before leaving, promising to contact me after they finished their assessment. Max's name appeared on the screen, and I hesitated before answering. When I did, his voice sounded lighter, like a weight had been lifted. He told me he'd found a tiny studio on the 3rd floor of an old building downtown with cheap rent because it was small and in a bad neighborhood, even though it was smaller than his bedroom at Mom's house. He could walk to work, and the landlord let him move in with just the first month's rent because Max had worked at the same hardware store for 10 years and had good references. He'd been there a week and was still getting used to buying his own groceries and cooking his own meals. I didn't argue with her because I understood where she was coming from, even though part of me thought Max deserved a chance to make things right. We sat there eating salads and talked about therapy. Lily said we both needed it, not together, but individually, to process what we were finally allowing ourselves to feel about our childhood. She'd found a therapist named Gregory Poditz, who worked with adult survivors of childhood abuse near the hospital and had evening appointments. She made an appointment for herself next week, and suggested I do the same. I pulled out my phone right then to call his office and schedule my first session. The receptionist was kind and didn't ask questions when I said I needed to talk about childhood trauma. She gave me an appointment for Thursday evening at 7 after my restaurant's dinner prep was done but before service started. 4 days later, Max texted me to meet with Lily and me. His therapist thought it would help him to hear directly from us how the abuse affected us to understand Mom's full scope. I called Lily immediately, and she was resistant at first, saying she didn't owe Max anything and wasn't interested in helping him feel better about his guilt. But I convinced her to give him one chance to listen, one meeting where he could hear our truth without defending himself or making excuse. She agreed if we met somewhere public and neutral and could leave any time without explanation. I texted Max back and suggested a downtown coffee shop that was always full of people working on laptops and having quiet conversations. We set it for Saturday afternoon at 2. Max was sitting at a corner table with 3 coffees ordered and waiting when Lily and I arrived. He looked terrible, like he'd aged 6 years in the 2 weeks since I'd last seen him. His face was drawn and pale, and his eyes were red like he'd been crying or not sleeping enough. He stood up when he saw us, but didn't hug or shake hands. Max didn't make excuses or try to explain anything. He just looked at us and asked us to tell him what it was like growing up in that house to help him understand what he'd missed all those years. Lily sat furthest from him, her body language closed off and defensive. I sat between them and wrapped my hands around the coffee cup he'd bought me, letting the warmth ground me. Lily spoke first, her voice steady but her hands shaking around her coffee cup. She described the constant stomach aches that became so normal she stopped talking about them and the school embarrassment when other kids asked why her lunch smelled funny and she had to make up stories about liking aged cheese. Her eating disorder began in high school, when she couldn't trust any food, even when she had fresh meals. She obsessively checked expiration dates and threw away anything that seemed off. Mom stood in the doorway once and told me I was being dramatic, that I probably caught a stomach bug at school. I couldn't move without my stomach cramping up. After Lily brought me water in a plastic cup and sat with me when Mom wasn't looking, I started smelling everything before I ate it. I sniffed, examined, and held bread up to the light to check for mold spots. Mom missed when she cut it off. I'd smell milk even though the date said it was still good because I learned those dates meant nothing in our house. Meal anxiety never went away, and even now at my own restaurant with the freshest ingredients money can buy, I sometimes check expiration dates 3 times. I wake up some nights tasting spoiled food that isn't there. Max sat still while I talked, tears running down his face and dripping off his chin onto his shirt. My therapist says it's a trauma response by my brain to protect that scared kid who never knew if her next meal would make her sick. After Lily and I stopped talking, he took a shaky breath, and his voice was broken and raw. He said he was so sorry, that he had no idea, and that if he'd known, he would have done something. His words sounded genuine, but I wasn't sure I believed them. He said he was going to confront Mom and demand she admit what she did to he. He needed to hear it from her own mouth, not from excuses and justifications. Lily's response was immediate and sharp. Mom would never admit wrongdoing, that she'd spent too many years justifying her actions to herself to suddenly develop a conscience. Mom had built a whole story in her head about being a struggling single mother who did her best with limited resources. She convinced herself that feeding us expired food was practical and smart, not abusive. Lily told Max he was setting himself up for disappointment if he expected a real apology or accountability, but Max shrugged and said he needed to try for closure. After 2 weeks, Max texted us that the confrontation with Mom had gone exactly as Lily predicted. Mom denied everything, saying we were exaggerating and misremembering our childhood. She blamed Dad for leaving, us for being expensive to raise, and the world for not giving her enough money to raise 3 kids alone. She said the expired food was fine, that expiration dates were just suggestions, and that we turned out healthy, so it wasn't that bad. Max said she got angry when he pushed back, accusing him of betraying her by believing our lies. She called him ungrateful after everything she'd sacrificed for him and yelled at him to leave her house if he was going to side with his sisters over his mother. But Max changed after that confrontation. He called me a few days later and his voice was clearer. He told me he finally saw Mom clearly for the first time and saw the selfishness and cruelty Lily and I grew up with every day. He understood why we couldn't have a relationship with her and why we cut her off the day we turned 18. Watching her deny, deflect, and blame others showed him how she'd manipulated him his whole life. He served her once, made her appear good, and gave her something to brag about. So when he questioned her or challenged her version of events, she turned on him like she usually did us. Mom's landlord phoned Max 3 weeks after our coffee shop discussion. Mom had listed him as her emergency contact on the rental application years ago. The landlord explained that the house needed major repairs that Mom couldn't afford, including 2 leaks in the roof, a broken furnace, and a dangerous electrical system. Mom had 30 days to make the repairs or move out. The landlord sounded frustrated but said he'd look into it. Max texted me right after the call, asking if he'd done the right thing. I told him Mom's housing situation wasn't his responsibility anymore. Randolph called me on Tuesday afternoon while I was preparing vegetables for dinner to say they'd finished investigating Mom's living situation and connected her with low-income senior housing resources. Mom qualified for a math BBS $300 a month subsidized apartment based on her Social Security income. Randolph said he'd personally walked Mom through the application process and helped her understand the benefits. He was optimistic that she'd accept the help. Mom refused the subsidized housing immediately. She called Randolph the same day and told him she deserved better than a cramped apartment in a building full of old people and the $9,000 retirement home she'd chosen with the fancy dining room, activities coordinator, and landscaped grounds. She said her daughter was obligated to pay for it because we owed her after everything she'd done for us. Randolph called me exhausted and frustrated, saying they couldn't force her into housing she didn't want unless she became a danger to herself or others. After 7 weeks of therapy with Gregory, I began to understand Mom's refusal to take responsibility. He explained that Mom's denial wasn't about me or Lily, but about her inability to face her own motherhood. Admitting she deliberately fed her daughter expired food while giving her son fresh meals would require her to see herself as abusive and cruel. Accepting the truth would shatter her self-image as a struggling single mother who did her best under difficult circumstances, and force her to face decades of choices she couldn't change. Gregory said some people would rather die defending their false narrative than face the truth about themselves. Max started coming to my restaurant every Thursday night about 7 to order whatever John advised and talk about food and cooking. Lily and I couldn't change that, no matter how much proof we offered. John enjoyed the company and would explain how he prepared different dishes, what ingredients worked well together, and why certain cooking methods worked better. Max told me one night that he was learning to cook properly for the first time in his life. Mom had always made his meals for him. And he had a background. He had always relied on her for food, never learning basic skills most teenagers learn. Now he was watching cooking videos online and practicing simple recipes in his tiny studio apartment kitchen, slowly building the skills he should have learned 22 years ago. Emily messaged me on Instagram 4 weeks after Max started his weekly restaurant visits. She introduced herself as someone Max had been seeing for a few months, and asked if we could meet to discuss the family situation. Max had told her everything, she wrote, and she wanted to understand the dynamics before getting more serious with him. John raised his eyebrows but didn't say anything. Emily was waiting at a corner table with 2 glasses of red wine when I arrived at a downtown wine bar on my next night off. She stood up to shake my hand and was tall, maybe 5'10", with short dark hair and direct brown eyes that looked at me without that fake sympathy some people give when they hear about abuse. She thanked me for coming and asked specific questions about our childhood and Max's role in it. I appreciated that she didn't play around or make small talk first. She listened as I explained the basement fridge, expired food, constant sickness, and Max eating fresh meals upstairs while we got garbage. Emily nodded and took notes on her phone, which seemed odd until she told me she was a social worker and documenting helped her process difficult information. She told me she'd been encouraging Max to keep his distance from Mom while trying to build relationships with Lily and me if we were open. She said Max talked about us constantly, about his guilt eating him alive, and about wanting to make things right even though he knew he couldn't change the past. Emily leaned forward and lowered her voice like she was sharing something private. Max had panic attacks, waking up at night thinking about how he benefited from our suffering. He'd been adding it up obsessively, she told me, trying to calculate how much of his life was built on our pain. Mom bought him sports equipment, college tuition, and a car with money she saved by feeding us expired food from the salvage store. I stirred my wine and thought about that before responding. I told Emily that Max was part of Mom's system. But he was also a kid who didn't know what was happening. Mom abused us by buying spoiled food and feeding it to her daughters while giving her son fresh meals. I called Lily the next day and met her for coffee near the hospital where she works. I told her about meeting Emily and what she said about Max's panic attacks and guilt. Lily stirred sugar into her coffee and stared out the window for a long time before speaking. She asked if I thought we were ready to have Max in our lives, not just him coming to my restaurant once a week, but as family. I didn't know if he was sincere about wanting to understand and change, But rebuilding trust after 32 years of him being mom's favorite while we ate garbage wasn't going to happen in a few weeks. Lily agreed and said her therapist had told her that healing from this kind of childhood takes years, not months, and Max would have to prove himself through consistent actions, not just words and guilt. We decided to stay open to the possibility but keep our boundaries firm and our expectations low. Max called me 2 months later, stressed, to tell me mom's house was going into foreclosure because she hadn't paid the mortgage. He'd warned her this would happen when she refused Randolph's subsidized apartment, but she didn't believe him. She apparently thought Lily and I would cave and give her money for the fancy retirement home she wanted. Max tried to convince Mom that we weren't going to change our minds and had been clear about our boundaries, but Mom insisted we were just being stubborn and would come around when we saw her lose everything. The bank had already started the foreclosure process, and Mom had maybe 62 days before she'd be forced out. A cash-buying investor bought the house at auction, giving Mom 32 days to leave instead of 62. Max helped her move to the subsidized senior apartment because he couldn't abandon her after everything, but he said he was keeping boundaries. The apartment was small but clean in a building with other seniors and close to a bus line. Mom complained the whole time they moved her stuff. Max said that her daughters had forced her into poverty and that she deserved better after raising us. Max didn't argue with her, but kept moving boxes and installing furniture until everything was done. Mom attempted one more manipulation. A week after moving, she sobbed and told Max she needed pricey therapy her insurance wouldn't pay. She needed $math BBS 12. $0 immediately, or she'd die, she said. He was her only hope after her unappreciative daughters left her. Max requested the doctor's diagnosis, treatment plan, and anything else to substantiate her claims. Mom was furious and told him to trust her without proof. Max insisted, but Mom had made it up and gave no explanation. She eventually admitted no illness. She lied to get money. Max's voice was shattered when he told me over the phone, like that final lie had destroyed his notion of Mom as a kind person who made errors. Max was changed by that falsehood more than earlier revelations. The next day, he called Mom to say he was going low contact and would check on her once a month to make sure she was fed and safe, but he needed time to heal after growing up in a manipulative and favoritistic atmosphere. Max stayed calm and ended the conversation as Mom shouted desertion and ingratitude. Afterward, he emailed me that it was the hardest thing he'd ever done, but the most essential, and that his therapist, Melene, had helped him understand that defending himself wasn't abandoning Mom. She was setting appropriate limits she should have honored years earlier. Lily and I had supper with Max and Emily at my restaurant 4 months after our disagreement at Mom's old house. I reserved a rear table to avoid interruptions from other customers and workers. All of us sitting there with menus we weren't reading, talking about weather and traffic was odd at first. Max tried to cook her dinner and unintentionally used salt instead of sugar in the dessert, Emily said. Something broke the tension. We laughed heartily, not courteous, but sincere, like you can't breathe. Max told another pasta burning story due to forgetting water. Lily said Adam tried to make her breakfast in bed and set off the smoke alarm. We laughed and talked for 2 hours at that table, feeling like we were developing something new that wasn't defined by our background or Mom's violence but by who we were becoming now. Max announced his news after dessert. He took general education classes at community college to get back into school, to get his degree. He stated he studied business management to develop a career rather than work part-time for life. Emily clasped his hand under the table, revealing a solid partnership. Someone who helped him improve rather than keep him trapped. Max stared at Lily and me and stated he couldn't fix the past or make up for his ignorance. While we suffered, he wanted us to know he was attempting to become a brother we might desire. Lily silently gripped his other hand across the table. The gesture convinced me to meet Gregory twice a week instead of once. He suggested EMDR for my 9-year-old food poisoning. Mom said I was dramatic when I vomited for 4 days. We sat in his office with the light bar, and I watched the moving dot with my eyes, remembering the bathroom floor, the taste of bile, and how my stomach squeezed so hard I thought it was tearing. Gregory asked me to score distress 0-10. Start at 9. We conducted eye motions and he inquired what happened. I pictured myself on that chilly tile floor, 7 years old, frightened I would die and nobody cared. Extra eye movements. The memory changed to me being successful and strong, contacting the girl to say she survived. After the session, distress dropped to 3. I left Gregory's office feeling like someone had lifted a weight I'd forgotten I was carrying. John said I looked lighter the next day at dinner. My old things were being sorted, and he nodded like he understood without explanation. 2 weeks later, Lily contacted me with a joyful voice I hadn't heard since we were youngsters. Her hospital began screening youngsters for dietary issues and nutrition neglect. She led the design, leveraging everything we did to discover youngsters suffering like us. She spoke quickly about training nurses to notice indications, connecting families with resources, and how early detection may improve a child's life. I listened to her explain screening questions, intervention techniques, and follow-up in my office. My sister was using our horror to protect other kids. After she breathed, I told her I was proud. She paused, then added she was proud of us for not letting Mom destroy us. Max texted me a few days later to bring Emily to meet Lily and Adam. He said he wanted his loved ones to know each other. I called to gauge her opinion. After a long silence, she indicated she was willing to accept Max into her life slowly, but he needed to work hard. I emailed Max that Lily agreed, and we planned supper for the following Saturday at a restaurant midway between them. When I hung up, I was proud of my sister for taking that chance and not allowing our history to make her so hard that she couldn't see Max's sincere attempts to improve. I received the letter at my restaurant on Tuesday afternoon. John brought it to my office with a worried look, stating it was personal. Instantly recognized Mom's handwriting on the envelope. Opening it made my hands shake. 3 pages of cramped writing claiming she was dying from an unidentified illness, wanting to make peace before it was too late, and urging me to call her so we could talk. The letter was deceptive and guilt-ridden, mentioning forgiveness, family, and time constraints. I emailed David photos of each page. His call came within an hour. He made touch with Adult Protective Services, who checked on Mom occasionally. Randolph said, Mom's recent exam showed she was healthy. She was lonely and still attempting to get our attention and money. After dinner, I stared at a blank sheet of paper at my desk for a long time. Finally, I started writing. I told Mom that I'd constructed a decent life despite what she did to me and Lily. I told her I was successful and happy, that I had people who loved me and a career I was proud of. I told her she had no place in my future until she really admitted what she'd done and got significant professional help. I didn't sugarcoat anything or pretend the abuse was less than it was. I also didn't write with rage, simply with honesty. When I finished, it was 3 pages long. I read it over twice, sealed it in an envelope, and mailed it the next morning. David asked if I wanted him to evaluate it first. I told him no. This was something I needed to undertake on my own terms. Weeks passed with no response from Mom. I checked my mail at the restaurant every day, looked at my phone, expecting a call or text. Nothing came. One morning, I woke up and realized I was okay with her silence. I didn't need her apology anymore since I'd given myself permission to move forward without it. The letter wasn't really for her anyway. It was for me, a method of closing a door I'd left open for too long. Gregory noted during our next session that this was a big step in my healing, learning to quit hoping for validation from someone who would never supply it. 2 years went by faster than I thought. Max finished his community college program and invited Lily and me to his graduation ceremony. We sat in the bleachers with Emily and Adam, watching Max walk across the stage in his cap and gown to obtain his associate's degree. When they yelled his name, we all got up and cheered. Afterwards, Max introduced us to his classmates as his sisters. There was pride in his voice as he uttered it. Genuine gladness in having us there. One of his friends noted that Max talked about us all the time, about how we'd overcome rough childhoods to establish great careers. Max seemed ashamed but thrilled. On the trip home, I told Lily that maybe we were actually becoming a true family, the kind we should have had all along. The culinary magazine interview happened 4 months after Max's graduation. They wanted to feature my restaurant as part of a series on inventive cooks. The interviewer asked about my inspiration for becoming a chef, what inspired me to pursue this vocation. I told her a highly edited version of the truth, about learning to cook from necessity as a kid, about turning something difficult into something beautiful. I talked about food safety and nutrition, about how cooking became my method of taking control when so much of my childhood felt out of my grasp. The story came out 6 weeks later with a full layout, featuring images of my kitchen and several of my specialty recipes. The response was overwhelming. People came out through social media sharing their own stories of using cooking to recover from trauma, of finding purpose through food. The magazine editor informed me that was one of their most shared articles that year. Lily's nutrition program hit its 1-year mark at the same time my article came out. She contacted me to share the numbers. 48 youngsters were identified and supported in the first year. The initiative has connected families with resources, offered nutrition information, and in 2 cases reported suspected abuse to the relevant authorities. Those two examples led to youngsters being evacuated from risky conditions and put with relatives who could care for them properly. Lily's voice turned husky when she informed me about those two kids. She said every child she helped was like saving our younger selves, like going back in time and giving the little girl in the basement the protection she deserved. I realized exactly what she meant. We were both wanting to make sure no other kid had to live through what we experienced. Max contacted me on a random Wednesday evening, his voice anxious and enthusiastic at the same time. He'd proposed to Emily, and she said yes. He wanted to know if Lily and I would be willing to come to the wedding. I answered him. Of course we would, that we'd be honored to be there. Then he posed the harder question. Did we think he should invite Mom? I took a breath and informed him honestly that it was his choice to make, but Lily and I wouldn't attend if Mom was present. We'd spent too long developing healthy boundaries to put ourselves back in her presence, especially at an event that should be pleasant and drama-free. Max was quiet for a time, then said he understood and he'd think about what he wanted to do. When I informed Lily about the talk later, she complimented me for being direct with Max about our restrictions. Kicked out at 19 for refusing to share my inheritance with my entitled brother. Years later, they begged me after he cheated and their business collapsed. I was kicked out of the house by my parents because I could not bring myself to share my inheritance with my brother who was entitled to it. Finally, after a number of years have passed, they are approaching me to ask for assistance because he cheated on his wealthy fiancée, and as a result, their business is failing. The reason my parents kicked me out of the house when I was 19 years old was because they discovered that my grandfather had left me a trust fund. They wanted me to split that trust fund with my brother, who was a golden kid, but I refused to do so. This happened 7 years ago. My grandfather had passed away just a few years before that, and he had left the trust fund to me as a surprise which I discovered on my birthday. I was surprised to learn about the trust fund. I was overjoyed as a result. However, it did not last for very long since my parents reached out to me just a couple of weeks after my birthday and told me that I needed to share the money from the trust fund with my brother. They said that by doing so, they would be able to cover the expense of sending him to college without any difficulty. When I was 19 years old, I made the decision to forego attending college and instead take a gap year in order to figure out what I wanted to do with my life. Consequently, it is not as if I did not require the funds from the trust fund for my own personal use. When I started college the following year, I would require it in the future, and I did require it at the time. I had no choice but to decline the offer because I was in desperate need of the money for both my present and my future. I believe that my brother has reached his limit. In no way did my parents come from an impoverished background. In the event that they desired to do so, they would have the financial means to send my brother to college. It was their own company that they ran. They were able to run it for a considerable amount of time, and it performed adequately enough for them to not require any additional assistance from anyone else. Consequently, I am perplexed as to why they felt the need to ask me and why they were so insulted when I denied their request. Nevertheless, they were quite furious when I refused, and after that, we got into a really ugly argument, and ever since then, we haven't spoken to each other. In spite of the fact that he is 3 years younger than I am, my brother has not communicated with me. This is not surprising given that my parents utilize him as a puppet for their own enjoyment. In any case, he used to be around back when we were on good terms with each other. One of the reasons I did not want to split my trust fund with him was because I do not even like the guy, and my parents have always preferred him. We never got along very well, and that was one of the reasons why I did not want to work with him. He was always treated better, and he received the most of the attention for himself. On top of that, I have always had the impression that he is more pampered and deserves more care than I do. During our most recent discussion, which was also the argument that we had, I made the accusation that my parents had a preference for him over me. They attempted to convince me that this was not the case by using a technique known as gaslighting. I am not, however, a fool. For a very long time, that had been the case. After all, I was aware of the truth, and I was not going to let myself be fooled by the lies. They accused me of a number of different things as well. They made the accusation that I was self-centered and without concern for my family. To put it simply, they are attempting to make me feel guilty for looking out for myself. On the other hand, I was aware that if I did not, no one else would. On account of the fact that my parents were entirely different from those of my brother, I do not have the same kind of parents that my brother did. As a result, I was aware that the actions I was taking would ultimately be beneficial to me, and they have been. Since that time, I have never once felt regret for delaying the release of the money. I have completed my schooling at a college level, earned a degree in business, and have been employed by a company that has achieved a moderate level of success for some time now. There is no communication between myself and my parents at all. Although we do see each other at family gatherings and other events, we do not communicate with one another. In addition, the fact that we do not have a mutually beneficial partnership is common knowledge. In addition, nobody brings them up in conversation with me. My cousins have been spreading stories that my family has not been doing well financially as of late, and I have been hearing these rumors. Evidently, since the epidemic, the company has not been able to fully take off the way it was expected to, and it has been rather challenging for them to do so. To add insult to injury, my brother doesn't really contribute anything to the cause either. This past year, he received his degree from college, and ever since then, he has not made any effort whatsoever to get employment. Despite the fact that, according to what I've heard, he has been engaged to his high school sweetheart for 2 months, he has been sitting and doing nothing but hanging out with his friends, going out to parties, and drinking. He has been doing nothing but sitting at home. To put it another way, it is what I have been hearing from other participants. In addition, my mother provided me with confirmation of it a few days ago. In other words, it would appear that my brother has made a single decision that has caused a great deal of trouble for them. And a couple of days ago, my mother picked up the phone and phoned me to let me know about it. It was a new number that she contacted me from, because I had banned all of the other ones. When I picked up the phone, she immediately began crying and apologizing, telling me that she was truly sorry for everything that had occurred in the past, and that she simply wanted to put everything aside and ask me for some assistance. She added that she was very sorry for everything that had happened in the past. Her explanation of the matter was quite clear. To put it simply, she and my father have been attempting to persuade the father of my brother's girlfriend to give them assistance in the business. So, let me tell you something. Ever since he was in his final year of high school, my brother has been in a relationship with this particular female. They were able to make it through the long-distance relationship despite the fact that she attended college in another state. Despite this, they have remained together throughout their time in college. And approximately 3 months ago, he made the proposal, and they went on to become engaged. Nevertheless, her father was not pleased with the fact that he was unable to find work. Moreover, he discussed it with my mother and father. In addition, my parents made the decision to exert influence over him and convince him to agree to make an investment in their company so that they could restore it to a healthy condition. And after that, they assured him that they were going to talk to their son, and that the fact that the company was making a comeback would serve as an incentive for their son to join them and begin working for them. And in this way, everyone would be content, regardless of whether or not her father approved of it. I don't know why, but the girlfriend of my brother is completely head over heels in love with him. She would never allow him to leave her side. That is, even if her father had a negative opinion of him. The arrangement was made in this manner. The future father-in-law of my brother was going to make an investment in the company and restore it back to a respectable position. After that, my brother was going to begin working alongside my parents, and eventually, he was going to inherit the firm. By doing things in this manner, he would be able to secure a secure career in the future, and my parents would also be able to make their business successful. Additionally, he and his fiancée would be content because there would be no issues with her father. This would make them happy. There was a situation in which everyone came out ahead. No matter how much a woman loves another guy, I don't think anyone in their right mind is going to stay with a guy who has been cheating on her for God knows how long. However, my brother had to go out of his way to make everything a mess for everyone because just a couple of days ago, his fiancée ended up breaking off the engagement. As a result, my brother had to go out of his way to make everything wrong for everyone. And it is a significant setback for him, because this young lady was willing to battle for her father, despite the fact that he was pretty much up to no good and was just another unemployed loser. She fought for him. I have to mention that because she fought for him. On the other hand, that was not sufficient for him to maintain his loyalty to her. It would appear that she made the decision to look through his phone a few days ago since she had been having misgivings for a couple of days prior to that, effectively ever since they became engaged. This is how she discovered that he had a number of dating applications installed on his mobile device. During that time, he was having conversations with a number of other ladies at the same time, and he was also in contact with a number of the girls that he had dated from his college days. In other words, this was not a more recent occurrence. Since he had departed for college, he had been unfaithful to her until he returned. Without a doubt, that marked the conclusion of the relationship. Due to the fact that my parents had rushed the gun, she decided to break off the engagement, and even the investment has been cancelled as well. This presents a significant challenge for them. Because they were banking on the investment coming through, they went out of their way to spend a lot of money, and put it into the business as soon as they had a verbal arrangement with the girl's father. They did this because they were expecting the investment to come through. Since it is not going to take place, they have wasted a significant amount of money for no apparent purpose. In addition, they are attempting to get my brother to go back to his fiancée and apologize to her in order to get her to return, but he has refused to do so for the time being. And now they are in need of my assistance because they just have to keep going in some way. In order to accomplish it, they require financial resources. In other words, they are relying on me. In addition, this is the reason why my mother ever called me in the first place. She was at a loss for what else to undertake. At the same time, I informed her that there is nothing I can do to help her because they have made a significant mistake. Furthermore, I have nothing to do with them. This is the most crucial point. For a very long time, I have not been involved with them in any sort of way. In light of this, there is no use in calling me. She made an attempt to communicate with me, but I ended the call and immediately blocked her. And ever since that time, a great number of members of the family have come out to me in an effort to convey to me that they are sincere in their desire to work things out with me and that they are in desperate need of my assistance. However, I do not feel obligated to communicate to them or even in any way assist them because during my entire life, they have never made me a priority in their lives. In addition, I do not have to fulfill the same obligation for them at this moment. As a result, I did not offer to assist my family with their financial matters. Bring it up to date. It has been a few days since I last posted on this site, and I would want to take this opportunity to express my gratitude to everyone who took the time to leave a comment. Many thanks to you. My decision was actually justified by the fact that I have remained steadfast in it and I have not communicated with them. The fact that they kicked me out was a very painful experience. In spite of the fact that I pretended that it was not a significant issue, the reality was quite different. I was unable to get over it for a number of years since it was so terrible. It did become quite fierce and ugly during the time when we were fighting for the very last time all those years ago. On the other hand, I never in my wildest dreams expected that they would very literally order me to leave their home if I did not intend to contribute to the trust fund sharing. That has remained ingrained in my mind. Never in my life will I forget about that. Therefore, regardless of how much problems they are now experiencing, that is something that they are going to be responsible for dealing with on their own. Because they never showed any concern for me when I was going through a difficult time emotionally. Not once, not even once, did they make an effort to get in touch with me throughout the course of the past 7 years to inquire about how I was doing and to inquire about what I was doing. They have never given me any consideration at all. Because of this, the only thing that mattered to them was my brother. And I can see that very clearly. And with regard to the remainder of my family, I am completely perplexed as to why they anticipate that I will assist my elder parents. We do not have a healthy relationship, as is common knowledge among everyone. Nobody is in the dark about what went wrong. In light of this, I do not believe that I owe anyone an explanation. If there are other individuals who are willing to assist them, then they should probably become involved in it themselves rather than expecting me to do anything at this time. Since I blocked them, no one has attempted to get in touch with me up to this point. Nevertheless, this has not prevented other members of the family from reaching out to me on multiple occasions, telling me that my family is in need of me and that I ought to put everything behind me in order to begin a new chapter with them. What I don't know is whether or not my parents or my brother have probably put them up to this, which is something that I really don't understand because it's not like I'm going to give in to the pressure and back them. Due to the fact that they are incorporating other individuals in this matter, it is going to only serve to further strengthen my opposition to them. And I find that to be really dissatisfying. I am aware of the fact that they are attempting to exert pressure on me to assist them in their situation. In addition, it appears to be really unjust because people ought to be aware of my perspective on the matter as well. Everyone ought to be aware of my point of view. They ought to be aware of the specific reasons why I've decided not to assist them. Also, I have decided what I will do. In the event that things spiral out of control, be certain that I will not hold back any of my declarations. I will certainly go public with this and make sure that people are aware that I am not going to accept it if things reach to the point where I am unable to handle them and if an excessive number of people begin to try to guilt trip me. At this point in time, it has not yet arrived at that stage. Despite the fact that I am still putting up with things, I am hoping that members of the family would come to the realization that I have my own perspective on the matter, and I do not wish to get involved in this mess. I have simply been turning a blind eye to everyone because I do not wish to be impolite and I do not like to get into a battle with anyone. The only thing I can do is hope that they get the message and stop being a nuisance to me. It is fortunate for me that nobody from the family that I genuinely like has bothered to get involved in this situation up to this point. I believe that they are aware of the fact that I do not wish to be a part of this trouble. People that are really close to my parents make up the majority of this group. As a matter of course, it was anticipated that they would inflict harm on themselves rather than being directed at me. And it's not like folks simply have a hazy sense about what happened to me and my family, they have clear knowledge of what happened. As I had stated at the outset of the conversation, people are aware of the specifics of what had occurred since my parents had gone around talking about it, attempting to portray themselves as the victims. That being said, it is not as if this circumstance is occurring for the very first time. At the time of our initial conflict, 7 years ago, the exact same event had occurred both times. They had informed everyone about whatever had occurred, and they had designated me as the person responsible for it. Furthermore, even back then, I had been informed by others that I needed to make things right with my family. At this very moment, the identical thing is taking place. So it's almost as if I'm experiencing déjà vu. However, the point is that I am not going to back down from this position. When I was under pressure the last time, I did not give in to it, and I am not going to give in to it this time either. This is the second update. Having said that, it has been 4 days since the last time I updated you, and my mother arrived to meet me last evening. The only person who has been attempting to get in touch with me up to this point has been my mother, and I believe there is a reason for his actions. Despite the fact that I did not have a healthy relationship with my family, I did have a soft spot for my mother back when we were on talking terms. I am not quite certain of this, but I do know that I had a sweet spot for her. In addition, I am able to declare that in comparison to my father and my brother, the only relationship I had that was satisfactory was with my mother, despite the fact that she was just as biased as my father was toward my brother. While it was a problem, it was not nearly as problematic as the connection I had with my father. On the other hand, I believe that she is the only person who has been getting in touch with me because of this particular reason. In any case, I opened the door for her when she arrived. But I told her that if she came here to seek for my assistance, and to demand that I get back in touch with everyone from the family, then there was no sense, and she may as well go back now since I was not going to do it either. I told her that there was no point in her coming here. I was not going to give in to the desires of any other person, especially considering that none of them had ever shown any concern for me up until this point. I then requested her to proceed, and she responded with a number of things, all of which I will later discuss. In the beginning, she expressed her deepest regret to me for the fact that she and my father had always put my brother ahead of me. She said that she was truly sorry for this. After hearing her recognize it for the very first time, it was a pleasant experience. Mostly due to the fact that I had been told during the entire process that I was just making things up, that there was nothing of the such, and that they loved both of us equally and treated us similarly. However, all of a sudden, the truth was revealed. Since the beginning, they had shown favoritism toward my brother. It was very reassuring to hear her say it out loud because they had always treated him better than I had been treated compared to everyone else. Additionally, she informed me that my father wanted me to know that he had not come because he was too embarrassed to show himself, which is the reason why he had not done so. In addition, he was the one who held the belief that this was their karma for the fact that they had treated me so poorly over the course of all these years, and had never even bothered to check on me in the intervening 7 years. He wanted me to know that he was also very sorry, and that he would like nothing more than to get back in touch with me and mend our connection. He recognized that he had really messed things up, but he wanted to make things right again. He wanted me to know that he was truly sorry. In addition, they reaffirmed that they did not require any kind of financial assistance from me, which was a second time that they stated this. They did not anticipate that I would do it either, and the only reason they wanted to make up with me was because they felt awful about everything that had occurred up to this point. She also informed me that my brother had moved out to reside with a couple of friends after a significant argument with the family, which explained a lot of things to me. She explained that my brother had stopped communicating with the family because of the argument. As a result, I spoke with her as to whether or if they were merely attempting to get in touch with me because they were aware that things had gone down quite terribly with my brother, and because they were not on speaking terms with each other, they required the presence of at least one son to be there for them. As a result, I was their alternate child. It was pretty offensive, and she attempted to reassure me that this was not the case, yet, I was certain that this was precisely what was taking place. In addition, I conveyed to her that I did not appreciate the fact that my father had dispatched her to apologize on behalf of both of them because it presented a very strange and impersonal feeling to me. One thing that he was too embarrassed to exhibit himself or whatever else it was the other item. Nevertheless, even in that case, he ought to have made an effort. It would have been more appropriate for him to come to my aid if he had truly apologized and if he had meant what he said. The only time they were able to show me that they were sorry and genuinely be there for me was during this particular instance. And even at this moment, they were making things difficult for themselves. My response to her was that I did not believe that he was overly embarrassed. It seemed to me that he was too proud to extend an apology in person. In addition, I was not going to accept an apology that was only half-hearted like this one. I expressed to her how truly appreciative I was that she had made an effort to communicate with me and had at least shown up. After that, however, I was unsure as to whether or not I wanted to get back to them at this very moment. As a result of the many things that had occurred over the course of the previous 7 years, I explained to her that I had acquired the ability to function without them. I don't even know if this is all genuine or not, and I don't want to get back in touch with them, start trying to fix our relationship, and then find out that they were only trying to use me as a placeholder for the son that they actually preferred. I don't want to come to that conclusion. For the simple reason that, let's face it, they only got in touch with me because they were having a disagreement with my brother. In addition, I was not going to be dealt with in such a manner. Even until this very moment, when they were attempting to make amends with me and express their regret, they continued to treat me as if I were a citizen of a lower social class. My perception was that it was not fair. In addition, if I'm being completely honest, I've gotten very acclimated to living my life without them by this point. Over the course of these 7 years, I have experienced a significant amount of personal development. I already have my own life. I am surrounded by them. There are things going on in my own life. It does not seem necessary for me to accept their apologies, and I have no problem with the fact that I will not be able to repair my relationship with them. At this time, I informed my mother that I did not want anything to do with them, and that I was not interested in coming over for dinner or anything else. I also declined to come over for anything else. My mother started crying, and she began accusing me of not caring about them at all, despite the fact that I was extremely polite about it and I tried my best to be pleasant about it. It was very difficult for her to come to me and apologize in person, but she did it nonetheless. The least I could do was at least explore the thought of attempting to make things right with them. She explained that she had found it very difficult to come to me and try to apologize in person. But even if I were to commit to that, I couldn't. Not to my liking was that. Consequently, I informed her that I had already made up my mind and that I did not wish to fritter away any more of our time together. It was not in my best interest to get into a confrontation with her, and I did not want to witness her crying. She told me that she was very unhappy in my behavior and that she was even more disappointed that this was how little I thought of them. I comforted her for a while. But then I told her that she had to leave, and finally, she did leave. However, before she left, she told me that she was surprised by how little I thought of them. If I'm being completely honest, it was their own fault, but I didn't say anything about it. They had shown me the kind of people that they were capable of being. It is therefore impossible for them to blame me for believing them and having a low opinion of them. They have to come to terms with the fact that what is occurring right now is all their own fault. Exactly, that is it. Because I am not the bad guy in this situation, I will not allow myself to be made to feel like one any longer. This is the third update. A couple of weeks have passed since I last had a conversation with my mother. And following that, the members of my family who had been reaching out to me and attempting to convince me to talk to my parents physically stepped up their attempts to encourage me to do so. And it was at that moment that I became even more convinced of the fact that my parents had been the ones who had put them in this position. Their whole intention was to take advantage of the family in order to coerce me into having another conversation with them. At some point in the future, I am very certain that their intention was to make a minor improvement in their relationship with me, and then they would initiate the request for the money. Unfortunately, that is not going to work for them since I am not going to cave in to any pressure that they put on me. It doesn't matter to me, as I've stated in the past. My main concern is for myself, because I am aware that they are not doing anything to protect themselves. In addition, I have reached my limit over the course of the past few weeks. I've reached the point where I've had enough of my family trying to influence me, as well as the rest of my relatives trying to coerce me into doing something that I'm not really eager to do. Therefore, whenever any of my relatives have texted me in the past few days trying to tell me that what I'm doing is not right and that I should take this opportunity and make the most of it and all that stuff, I have responded to them and told them that I have made up my mind and that I don't want to drag this out any longer than it already has been. As a result, I would be really grateful if they refrained from becoming involved in this matter because I do not wish to engage into a heated argument with the rest of the family on this matter. In regard to it, the majority of people have shown understanding. They had no additional attempts made. On the other hand, there are a few of them who are quite stubborn and who are close to my parents. They have argued with me and picked fights with me, but I have not given it any consideration. I have eliminated them from my contact list since I do not require this kind of nonsense in my life. If I'm being completely honest, the individuals that I'm removing from my life at the moment aren't even people that I care about that much. Due to the fact that they are members of the family's older generation, and since they are close to my family, I do not wish to have any interaction with them. They are all on my side, including the younger ones, who are my cousins. Furthermore, they have even provided me with some fascinating information about the situation. To give you an example, my mother has been lying about the fact that they are no longer communicating with my brother because he is still living with them and he hasn't even moved out or anything like that. I don't see why they would lie to me because it's quite possible that I would have discovered the truth at some point in the future. Taking into consideration the circumstances, it is evident that I would have learned the truth if I had consented to come over for supper. Furthermore, it would appear that I do not have an issue with my brother more than I do with them. This is the most apparent of the two. They really needed to come to terms with the truth that it was they who were the more significant issue, and not my brother. It goes without saying that I did not have a strong affection for my brother. Nonetheless, this was a consequence of the manner in which my parents dealt with me. It did not fall squarely on his shoulders. I don't comprehend why it is such a challenging piece of information to acquire. The fact that they lied to me was the most critical thing, because it completely destroyed any credibility that they had until that point. The realization that I had done the correct thing by not forgiving them and not getting back in touch with them was brought to my attention by the fact that they were going to utilize me for their own benefit in the long run. I am also very certain that they did not mean their apology or whatever else they were trying to say. As a result, I am quite relieved that I did not forgive them. Although I am unsure whether or not my mother actually meant anything that she said, I am quite certain that my father did not intend for him to show up, which is probably the reason why he did not even bother to show up. To tell you the truth, I believe that this is beneficial for all of us. They are not someone I want in my life, and I am certain that they do not want me either. It was merely my assistance that they required, but that is not what they are receiving. The fact that we are all familiar with each other's genuine appearances is, therefore, beneficial. Moreover, I am fairly certain that after this, they will not make any attempt to get in touch with me again, regardless of the circumstances. I was slapped and falsely accused of trying to seduce my sister's husband. My family believed the lies and blames me for an affair that never happened. Sophie approached me at my parents' backyard barbecue and slapped me across the face so hard my ear started ringing. Mommy says you deserve it because you're a whore. I stumbled backward and grasped the picnic table edge to avoid collapsing. Sophie stared at me and said, Mommy says, you deserve it because you're a whore. My cousin replied, what the hell? And my mother shattered her lemonade on the terrace. A 7-year-old had called me in front of my family, so everyone was staring at Sophie and then at me. I had no notion why. Sophie, I shook, why would you say that to me? Sophie didn't respond. She glanced at me with a childish expression, crossing her arms across her chest. My sister Emily and her husband Nathan stormed across the yard. Emily was the dramatic one in the family, slamming doors and screaming during disputes while I sat calmly and waited. She'd never looked that hateful before. She regarded me like decaying rubbish. Get away from my daughter. Emily grabbed Sophie and shoved her behind her back. Emily, what is happening right now? I ask. What did I do? I ask. My father responded, girls, let's take this inside and talk about it calmly. Emily didn't listen. I was her sole concentration. You know exactly what you did, Emily yelled. My birthday party last month. You waited until I was blowing out my candles, and then you followed my husband into the kitchen. I said, that's not true. Immediately. Shut up, Emily shouted. You pressed yourself against him. You whispered in his ear that you wanted him. You tried to shove your tongue down his throat, and when he pushed you off, you grabbed his belt and told him I would never have to know. My mother said, oh my God, Lily, behind me. The mob of family members seeing my life come apart whispered. None of that happened, I said. Emily, I swear to you, none of that happened. So, my husband is a liar? Emily said. Is that what you're saying right now? That Nathan just made all of this up for fun? Nathan grabbed Emily's shoulder. Babe, don't hurt yourself. He whispered. She's not admitting it. No, Emily turned him away. I want to hear her say it. I want to hear her stand there and call my husband a liar to his face. I checked Nathan, who was behind my sister with his jaw clenched and eyes on the ground. He shook his head slowly. He appeared traumatized. He looked like a man describing a non-event. Nathan is lying, I responded, cracking up. Emily, I would never do that to you. You're my sister. I've never even thought about Nathan that way. Don't say his name. Emily yelled. The texts, Lily. The pictures you've been sending him for months, begging him to meet up with you behind my back. When he kept saying no, you cornered him at my party and tried to force yourself on him. He showed me everything. What texts? I couldn't help weeping. What pictures, Emily? There are no texts. There are no pictures. None of this ever happened. I saw them myself, Emily added. I felt insane. I saw what you wrote to him. I saw what you sent him, so don't stand there and lie to my face. There were no texts. There were no images. Nathan has never received anything from me. Please, Emily, I pleaded. Nathan is the one who came on to me that night. He followed me into the kitchen and put his hands on my waist. He said you didn't appreciate him. I shoved him off and told him I would tell you everything. And he grabbed my wrist and said, no one would ever believe me. Nathan breathed heavily and looked up at me with tears in his eyes. This is exactly what I was afraid of. Babe. He hoarsely told Emily. I told you she would flip everything around. I told you she would try to make me the bad guy. I didn't want to say anything because I knew it would tear your family apart. But I couldn't keep lying to you anymore. Emily was crying, as did my mother. I watched my life fall from the middle. I called out, Mom. Turned to locate her by the broken glass. Mom, please. You know me. You know I would never do something like this. My mother's disappointment filled my chest. I think you need to leave, Lily, she whispered. Dad. I called, but he was already headed toward the house with a suspicion. I stood there surrounded by people who were meant to adore me, but none looked at me. Nathan was watching, and when Emily turned to bury her face in his chest, he grinned at me small, short, and private to let me know he had won. He hadn't. I wouldn't urge my family to believe me over a man who attacked me first. He merely thinks he won because he lied before I did. He doesn't comprehend. I'll expose him. His current confidence will be his downfall. His own words will des Nathan his story by week's end. I'll update. Sophie, my niece, approached me as I grabbed a burger from the grill at my parents' backyard BBQ and slapped me across the face, ringing my ear. I stumbled backward and grasped the picnic table edge to avoid collapsing. Sophie glared at me and said, Mommy says you deserve it because you're a whore. My cousin exclaimed. What the hell? And my mother shattered her lemonade on the terrace. Everyone stared at Sophie and then at me because a 7-year-old called me A in front of my family. Why? I had no idea. Sophie. I shakily murmured. Why would you say that to me? Sophie didn't reply. She glanced at me with a childish expression, crossing her arms across her chest. My sister Emily and her husband Nathan stormed across the yard. Emily was the dramatic one in the family, slamming doors and screaming during disputes while I sat calmly and waited. This much hatred had never crossed her features before. She regarded me like decaying rubbish. Get away from my daughter. Emily grabbed Sophie and shoved her behind her back. Emily, what is happening right now? I asked. What did I do? My father responded, Girls, let's take this inside and talk about it calmly. Emily didn't listen. She was all on des Nathaning me. You know exactly what you did. Emily fumed. My birthday party last month. You waited until I was blowing out my candles, and then you followed my husband into the kitchen. I said, That's not true. Immediately. Shut up, Emily shouted. You pressed yourself against him. You whispered in his ear that you wanted him. You tried to shove your tongue down his throat. And when he pushed you off, you grabbed his belt and told him I would never have to know. My mother said, Oh my God, Lily, behind me. I heard whispers in the crowd of family members watching my life fall apart. Emily, I promise to you, none of it happened. Emily asked, So, my husband is a liar? Is that what you're saying right now? That Nathan made this up for fun? Nathan approached and grabbed Emily's shoulder. Babe, don't do this to yourself, he said. She's not going to confess it. No, Emily shrugged. I want to hear her say it. I want to hear her stand there and declare my husband a liar to his face. I looked at Nathan, standing behind my sister with his jaw clenched and his eyes on the ground. He was shaking his head slowly back and forth. He looked sad and terrified. He looked just the way a man should appear while recalling something that never happened. Emily, I would never do that to you. You're my sister. I've never even thought about Nathan that way. Don't you dare say his name. Emily shouted. The texts, Lily. The photographs you've been giving him for months, urging him to meet up with you behind my back. When he kept saying no, you cornered him at my party and tried to force yourself on him. He showed me everything. What texts? I couldn't stop crying. What images, Emily? There are no texts. None of this ever happened. Emily responded. I saw them with my own eyes. I saw what you wrote to him. I saw what you sent him. So don't stand there and lie to me. No texts, no pictures. I had never sent Nathan anything. I felt insane. I said, Emily, please. Nathan came on to me that night. He followed me into the kitchen and put his hands on my waist. He said you didn't appreciate him. I shoved him off and told him I'd tell you everything, and he grabbed my wrist and said, no one would ever believe me. Nathan breathed heavily and looked up at me with tears in his eyes. In a shaky voice, he informed Emily, this is exactly what I was scared of, baby. I warned you she would spin everything around and try to make me the bad person. I didn't want to say anything because I knew it would tear your family apart, but I couldn't keep lying to you anymore. Now Emily and my mother were crying, and I stood in the middle, watching my life pass. I turned and pleaded, Mom, please, you know me. You know I would never do something like this. My mother's disappointment in her eyes made me feel it in my chest. I think you ought to leave, Lily. She whispered. Dad, I called, but he was already striding toward the house with a suspicion. The people who were meant to love me didn't look at me, but Nathan did, and as Emily turned to bury her face in his chest, he looked at me and smiled small, brief, and private to let me know he had won. He didn't, but I wasn't going to beg my family to believe me over a man who attacked me first. He only thinks he won because he told his lie before I could tell my truth, but he doesn't realize I'll make a plan to expose him. He's so confident right now, and that will be his downfall. He'll write his own Nathan story before the end of the week. I'll update you. I drove home from that cookout with my hands trembling so badly I had to pull over twice. I cried until I couldn't breathe in a grocery store parking lot. Emily accused me of. That night is so vivid I feel terrible. It was her birthday party. She leased the back room of her favorite Italian restaurant and invited everyone she knew. I wore a green dress because Emily always claimed green was my color and I wanted to look beautiful for her big night. Nathan greeted me first as I entered. He said I was gorgeous and kissed my cheek. Brothers-in-law do that, so I said thanks without thinking. They praise wives' sisters. It need not signify anything. But then I observed him staring at me over supper, not my face. Lower. Even though I wasn't doing anything wrong, his glances made me feel vulnerable, so I tugged at my dress neckline. Nathan muttered. That dress is doing things to me. Lily. I giggled nervously and moved to talk to my cousin on my other side when Emily got up to use the restroom. I swore I misheard him. He was odd and pleasant like some men are after too much drink, I told myself. The alternative was too dreadful. So I told myself many things that night. Everyone went to the main room for cake after supper. Emily wished with her eyes closed and hands clasped at the head of the table. I saw her happy face and thought how lucky she was to have found love. Perhaps I'll find that too. I sneaked into the kitchen for water. Because the wine was banging my head. I stood at the sink, filling a glass and rubbing its cool edge to my forehead, in the quiet room. Then I heard footsteps behind me. Nathan stood in the doorway when I turned. His typical smile was absent. He looked at me with a new expression. Hungry. Only one word describes it. He looked famished. There you are, he said. I've been trying to get you alone all night. I laughed out of nothing. What are you talking about? Come on, Lily. He pushed off the doorframe and walked toward me. Don't play dumb with me. I see how you look at me when you think nobody's watching. I see how you dress when I'm around. That green dress tonight. That was for me, wasn't it? One at sea. One at sea. One at sea. One at sea. The sink edge smacked my lower back as I backed up. The counter was cold through my thin dress. I remember thinking this couldn't happen. This must be a joke. Nathan, I don't know what you think is going on here, but you need to stop. He didn't. He kept walking till he was in front of me. I could smell champagne on his breath and watch his pupils widen in the dim kitchen light from so close. Then he grabbed my waist. He touched my hips through my dress and I froze because my brain couldn't process it fast enough to react. Emily doesn't appreciate me, he added, practically kissing my ear. She doesn't look at me the way you do. We could be so good together. Lily. Just once. She need never know. I shoved him so hard he stumbled backward and nearly collapsed. Get off me. Get off me, I shouted, loud enough to be heard but not loud enough to travel into the main room. What is wrong with you? My sister Emily. I would never hurt her. Nathan lost his charm and became ugly. His jaw tightened and his eyes grew hard. I was terrified of him for a moment. You're making a mistake, he whispered. I was being polite. I offered you a chance. However, you can play it that way. The way he fixed his shirt and gazed at me made my skin crawl. Just so you know, he said. I'll tell Emily you came on to me if you tell her about this chat. Tell her you've texted me for months. Lily, she'll believe me if I say you hurled yourself at me tonight and I turned you down because I love my wife. Since I'm her spouse and you're her envious single sister who's never been married, she'll believe me. Air exited my lungs. You're insane. I muttered. I tried to push past him to the door, but he grabbed my wrist and squeezed so hard that I gasped. He answered. No. With a calm, icy, and terrifying voice. If you do, I'll disnathan you. We'll set your family against you. Mom, Dad, cousins, everyone. After I'm done, they'll think you tried to break up your sister's marriage. Do you want that, Lily? Do you want to perish on that hill? I snatched my arm from him and fled the kitchen. My wrist was throbbing, and his fingers had red marks. I found Emily in the main room, surrounded by family singing happy birthday, and I almost grabbed her arm, pulled her aside, showed her my wrist marks, and begged her to believe me. But Nathan had followed me out of the kitchen and was standing across the room, watching me with a "I dare you" look on his face. Everything he said made terrible sense, and Emily would believe her husband over her single sister, and my parents would believe the devoted son-in-law over the daughter who had never succeeded in a relationship. Everyone would take his side because Nathan was charming and successful, and I was just Lily. So, I hugged my sister, and wished her a happy birthday, went home, and didn't say anything. I thought if I avoided him in family events, he would forget about it and move on, and we could all pretend it never happened. Nathan didn't move on. While I kept quiet to keep the peace, he was telling Emily lies about texts and pictures that never existed, building his case against me one whispered conversation at a time, making himself the victim and me the villain. By the time I found out, it was too late. Sitting in that grocery store parking lot with tears in my eyes, I realized my biggest mistake. I gave him a month to poison my family against me while I sat in silence, hoping it would all go away. I handed him the knife he used to stab me in the back because I was so focused on avoiding conflict. Nathan always underestimates the people he hurts. He thought I was broken and would disappear. He had no idea what I was capable of when I stopped being afraid. To determine the damage's extent, I called my mother, who answered on the fourth ring. Lily, her voice was icy, not furious, but disappointed. I don't think we should be talking right now. Mom, please, I say. Just let me explain. Everything Emily stated at the cookout was false. Nathan made up everything. He hit on me at the party. After I rejected him, he threatened to turn everyone against me. Silence on the other end. I could hear her breathing and the TV playing quietly. I envisioned her sitting on the couch in the living room where I started to walk and open Christmas presents every year, where I had cried on her shoulder when my first boyfriend broke my heart. I said. Nathan showed Emily the text messages. My mother replied, her voice husky and subdued. He showed her your photos. Lily, I saw them. They were in my sight. Heart stopped. What? The text? The images? I saw your letter to him. What you sent him I saw. Emily showed me her phone. My steering wheel grip turned my knuckles white. No texts, Mom. No images. Never mailed Nathan anything in my life. What he showed, Emily, was phony. Made it up. He made up proof because he knew no one would believe me. My mother sighed. Lily, honey, I want to trust you. I do. I saw those messages. Your writing was frank and desperate. I didn't realize you could speak like that, because I'm not. I responded, crying again because I didn't write them. Mom, please listen to me. Nathan lied. To impersonate the victim, he wrote false texts. He did it, but how? All of you are buying it. What made him do that? Why would Nathan go through that? My mother wondered. What's in it for him to frame you? Because I refused him, I answered. He tried to kiss me in Emily's party kitchen, and I pulled him away and warned him I'd tell her. Mom. He threatened me. He pinched my wrist forcefully, leaving marks. My mother spoke again after a lengthy quiet, exhausted. Lily, I don't know what to believe. Really don't. I know Nathan has always treated your sister well. He's always treated this family well. Those messages appeared real. Timestamps, phone number, everything matched. Then let me show you my phone, I said. Come over now and see my genuine texts. You can browse everything. It's obvious I never send him anything. Please, Mom, let me prove it. The couch shifted as my mother whispered. I can't do that. Emily made me promise not to have any contact with you until you admit what you did and apologize. Lily, after seeing everything, I agree with her. I suggest you reflect on your actions. She ended the call before I could respond. I stared at my phone, feeling like the ground had swallowed me. Nathan hadn't lied, he had evidence. He created an alternate reality with fake texts and pictures that fooled my mother. I called my father, but he didn't answer. I texted him, and the message stayed on for hours before he replied, give your sister some space. Calling my cousin who asked, what the hell? When Sophie hit me, my call went to voicemail. 3 days went by without a word. I went to work and stared at my computer screen without seeing anything. I went home, made dinner I didn't eat, and watched TV I didn't see. I checked my phone every 5 minutes, hoping someone would believe me, but I only got spam emails and app updates. On the 4th day, I left my apartment to get groceries because I had run out of everything and couldn't justify starving myself. As I walked to my car, I saw Nathan's SUV parked across the street, sitting in the driver's seat and watching my building. He smiled and waved like we were old friends running into each other by accident. Every instinct in my body told me to run, get in my car, lock the doors, and drive away, but I was so exhausted, angry, and done being terrified of this man that I just stood on the pavement and watched him approach. Hey, Lily. He began, standing a few feet away with his hands in his pockets, and smiling the charming smile that had fooled my family. How are you doing? How are you doing? Nathan, what do you want? I asked coldly. He stared worriedly at me from the side. I wanted to check on you. Verify your health. I regret how everything went down in this difficult situation. I watched him. Feel bad? I repeated, disbelieving. I do. This awful was never my intention. I hoped you would let it go so we could move forward. You had to threaten me. You made me feel guilty for liking you. Considering that, what transpired after that is up to you. This man's boldness, shamelessness, in front of me blaming me for his actions. Those texts and pictures are fake, I responded, shaking. You made them, so they're false. Your ego couldn't handle rejection, so you lied to delete Nathan from my life. Nathan smiled steadily. Lily. That's it. My knowledge is irrelevant. Only what others think matters. Now everyone thinks you're a desperate woman who tried to take her sister's spouse. Mom believes. Your dad agrees. Emily is convinced. I was thorough, therefore nothing you say will change that. I kept from backing away as he approached. You should have remained quiet, he whispered. That night in the kitchen, you should have kept your mouth shut and none of this would have happened. You had to threaten me. You had to act like I was a predator for wanting you. So, now you face the consequences. He touched my cheek with one finger. Don't touch me. I smacked his hand so hard it rang off the buildings. Nathan giggled. That fire. Lily. I always admired that about you. Emily accepts anything I say. You fight, nevertheless. So sorry it happened this way. Together, we could have been amazing. You're delusional. I say. I would rather die than let you touch me. That can be arranged, he remarked, so casually that I didn't realize the danger. I'm kidding. Mostly. You should know I told Emily. I suppressed my wrath at Nathan playing victim in his own home. Please. I wailed again. I don't deserve it, but I need closure. I'll give you one opportunity and then leave you both alone forever if you want. Just a face-to-face apology will help me heal. Emily sighed. Let me talk to Nathan. Let me talk to Nathan. I'll call you back. She said, hanging up. I stared at my phone on my couch. 20 minutes later, she called. Okay, she answered. Lunch at home with parents. 6. But Lily, I promise to God, I will never speak to you again if you try anything or cause drama. Your only chance. Avoid wasting it. I won't, I agreed. Thank you, Emily. I won't. I won't. I won't. Many thanks. I adore you. Quietly, I love you too. That's why this has been so hard. On Sunday, I spent 2 hours getting ready. I did my makeup carefully, just enough to appear put together without looking too hard. I curled my hair and let it fall loose about my shoulders, as Nathan had complimented me at a family dinner 2 years earlier. I wore a top I knew would draw attention, low cut but not too low, fitting but not too tight, just enough to make him look and wonder if I had worn it for him. At 6, I arrived at my parents' place. My mother opened the door and gazed at me with an unreadable expression. Lily replied, I'm glad you decided to do the right thing. Me too. Mom. I whispered. I walked into the dining room and saw everyone seated, my father at the head of the table looking uncomfortable. Emily and Nathan on one side. Sophie, between them. And an empty chair across from them that was clearly for me. The humiliation chair, where the accused begged forgiveness. I sat down and watched the table. I could feel everyone watching me. Especially Nathan. When I looked up, he was staring at my chest. He stared at it for a second too long before realizing I was looking at him and moving over to his plate. Good. I had his interest. My mother made small talk about the weather. My father asked me a few work questions, which I answered in short sentences. Emily barely looked at me. Sophie kept asking why everyone was so quiet. I apologized 3 times and said I was ashamed of myself. I told them I was getting professional help and understood if they never trusted me again. I kept looking at Nathan, and every time I did, he was already looking at me. By the time my mother brought out dessert, he wasn't even trying to hide it. He was staring at me while Emily talked to my father about Sophie's school. He kept looking at my top and then at my face, and each time I caught him, I held his gaze for just a second too long, not long enough for anyone to notice, but long enough to make him wonder. After dinner, I stood up and said, Emily, can I talk to you and Nathan privately? I want to apologize to you both privately. Emily looked at Nathan, who nodded slowly but looked at me. Fine, Emily said. Let's go to the living room. We left the table, and I stood in front of them. Nathan, I said, looking directly at him. I was confused and lonely and mistook your generosity for more. My illness was my fault. I shouldn't have placed you in that position. You've always been a nice spouse to my sister and father to Sophie. I hope you'll forgive me. Nathan stared at me for a long time, trying to figure out if this was true, if I had given up, and whether his plan had worked as well as he anticipated. I appreciate that, Lily, he continued. I know this was hard to say, and I forgive you. I want our family to progress. He hugged Emily. I told you she'd come around, baby. Just time to comprehend everything. Emily nodded and wiped her eyes. Thank you, Lily, she replied. I appreciate it. I miss you terribly. I hugged my sister and said I missed her. Over her shoulder, I looked at Nathan. He was smiling the same confident smile he had worn at my apartment when he threatened me and arrogantly certain that he had won. But this time, when we met, I smiled back. Confusion, interest, and hope flickered across his face. He believed my grin and outfit meant something. He thought I had finally recognized what I was missing when I pushed him away that night in the kitchen. I would let him think that until it devastated him. After everything he had done, Nathan still wanted me. I noticed how he stared at me over dinner, how his eyes kept finding reasons to drop to my chest, and the smile he gave me when Emily wasn't watching. Now he believed maybe I wanted him back. Good. Let him believe that. Let him become so confident that he stopped thinking straight and neglected to protect himself. 2 weeks until the next family dinner, I had 14 days to get Nathan so desperate for me that he would say anything to get me, and then I would make him say it to his wife. The next day, I started texting him innocent family stuff with a touch of something warmer. Nothing that could be used against me. Nathan, do you have Emily's pasta recipe from last week? I want to try. Sophie's dance recital time? Send her flowers. Your supper understanding was appreciated. It meant more than you realize. He answered every mail within minutes. First carefully. Okay. Here's the recipe. The Saturday recital starts at 3. Family is everything. After a few messages with happy faces and winking faces, He started texting me first by the end of the week. I've been thinking about you. Hopefully everything is fine. You looked great Sunday. Yes, green is your color. Emily takes Sophie to her mom's this weekend. It will be lonely here. I ignored those messages and watched the little notice that told me he was typing, not typing, then typing again. He was perplexed and desperate to figure out where we were. I dressed even more carefully for the second family dinner, low cut but not too low, fitted but not too tight. I sat across from Nathan at the table and caught his eye whenever Emily looked away. Sometimes I smiled. He was drowning, and I was the only one who could throw him a rope. He didn't realize the rope was attached to an anchor. After dinner, my mother asked who wanted to help with dishes. As expected, Nathan said, "I'll help, babe." I volunteered quickly. "You stay and relax." Emily looked shocked. "That's lovely of you." Nathan and I entered the kitchen together, and when we were alone, he was too close. I could feel his heat behind me while the dish was cleaned. "You've changed lately," he whispered. "You mean what?" "I watched the dishes. How you've texted me. The way you stare at me at dinner." He got closer and breathed on my neck. "The way you dress." I stopped the water and slowly dried my hands before turning around and leaning on the counter. Nathan was inches away, his eyes black with want. "I've been thinking about that night," I whispered. "In the kitchen at Emily's party," he gasped. "Yeah, I was scared," I answered. I was afraid to say yes. "Nathan, I pushed you away and pretended I didn't feel anything, but I can't stop thinking about it. What I missed, what could have happened." He touched my arm and I tried not to recoil. "I knew you felt it, too," he whispered. I glanced up at him. I was wondering if maybe we could find some time to talk alone without anyone around. Nathan slipped his hand from my arm to my waist, where he gripped me that night. "When?" "Again, next Sunday," I said. "You do the dishes, but I'll give us more privacy." His smile was painfully big. "You're serious?" "I'm serious," I said. "Nathan, I'm obsessed with you. Since that night. I can't." I was afraid to admit it. I heard footsteps, and left him as my mother entered the doorway. "How are those dishes? Almost done, Mom?" I responded brightly, but Nathan stared at me like I had offered him the moon. 1 week to figure out the final piece of my plan. All I had to do was get her close enough to hear it, without him knowing she was there. I spent the next 3 days mentally walking through Emily's house, remembering every room, closet, and hiding spot. I remembered the master bedroom walk-in closet with the slatted doors that look right into the room. Emily could see and hear everything in the bedroom from there, and it would look dark and empty from the outside. "Hey," I said, warmly and sisterly, calling Emily on Wednesday. I was wondering if I could come over early on Sunday before the family dinner. Set up and spend time together. "Just us two." "That would be great," she said. "I've missed our sister time." "Me, too. Recently, Nathan has been really lovely. He continues texting me to check in. Make sure I'm okay. Emily, you're blessed to have him." I heard a beat of quiet when the seed was planted. "He texts you?" "Supportive stuff. Nothing odd. He's being a good brother-in-law, checking on me." "Right," Emily murmured, but her voice had changed. "A tiny fracture in the foundation." "Good." I wanted her to monitor her husband more intently than ever. I arrived at Emily's house 2 hours early on Sunday and found Nathan's car gone. He took Sophie to get ice cream. Emily said, wanted to give us some girl time. I planted tiny seeds of mistrust during the first hour of cooking. "Nathan looks stressed lately. Everything okay with you?" "He's texting me often. Hope you don't find that odd." "I think he's trying hard to reconcile." "Sweet." Actually, each word was meant to make Emily question her husband's interest in her well-being and develop the slightest seed of skepticism that would grow when she learned what he actually thought of her. Emily said she would take a quick shower once we finished cooking. "Make yourself at home," said. "Nathan should be back soon." This was my chance. "Actually," I said, "can I use your bedroom bathroom? That one down below is soapless." "Sure, go ahead." I entered the master bedroom upstairs and saw the closet as I remembered. Sophie, yelling, "Mommy, we got sprinkles." Emily coming down the stairs to greet them. Perfect sight lines to the whole room, dark enough to be unseen from the outside. Then Nathan asked, "Where's Lily?" "Upstairs," Emily said. I left the bedroom and descended the stairs, where Nathan stared at me eager. He said, "Hey." Gently, When I reached him, "Hey." He was in my space after we entered the kitchen alone. "So tonight," he muttered. "Am I on?" "Actually, I was thinking," I admitted slowly. "Maybe we shouldn't do it here. Too risky. Suppose someone enters?" His face showed disappointment. "Then when?" "After dinner. When everyone goes. Tell Emily you're exhausted and want to sleep. Then text me. I'll tell my parents I forgot something and return." Nathan exclaimed. "Want to return? To my house? To your bedroom?" "I want to do this correctly, Nathan. I desire perfection." It seems he would faint. "Are you serious?" "It's been on my mind for 2 weeks. I need to know what would have happened if I hadn't pushed you away. I must feel what was lost. I'll text you the second she falls asleep. Don't wait that long," I add. "Just tell her you need to rest." "I can't wait." The rest of the family arrived, and supper was torture. Every minute felt like an hour. I played my part perfectly. The contrite sister glad to be back, the lovely daughter helping her mother, the fond aunt playing with Sophie in the living room. Nathan watched me with greedy, yearning eyes, and I watched the clock on the wall, counting down the minutes until I could Nathan him. After dinner and everyone left, I pulled Emily aside. "I may have left an earring in your restroom. Can I run up and check?" "Sure, Emily. Want help looking?" "No problem." I remember where I stood. I was upstairs in her bedroom and examined the closet again before texting Emily. "I can't find it. Will you help me look?" "It may have rolled inside your closet." She entered the doorway a minute later. "You think it fell where?" "Somewhere in the closet. I opened it for extra towels, and guess it fell off when I bent down." Emily entered the closet and searched the floor. "I don't see anything." "Keep looking," I replied. "A small silver hoop. Perhaps in the corner." I texted Nathan. "Upstairs, bedroom. Emily showers. I'm done waiting." He rushed up the stairs and into the doorway, breathing hard. When he spotted me, his face brightened up. "Where's she?" he whispered. "Shower." I nodded to the bathroom door. "We have a few minutes." He entered the room and closed the door. "I cannot believe this is finally happening." He approached me. "I've been thinking about you all week. Since that kitchen night, I've been thinking about you." "Tell me," I began, approaching him, "what you've been thinking about." His hands gripped my waist again, possessively. "I've wondered what might have occurred if you hadn't pushed me away. Maybe you should have let me kiss you. Show you what you missed." "Would have happened?" I asked. "I would have took you right there in my wife's kitchen." He added. "Desperate. Emily has no idea what I can do. She's boring and predictable in bed. But Lily, I knew from the moment I saw you that you were unusual and required someone who could handle you." A quiet sound came from the closet. Listening, Emily shifts weight. "What else?" I asked. Nathan drew me closer. "I wanted to test you against that counter and show you manhood. I wanted to hear you shout my name when my wife blew out her birthday candles in the next room. I always wanted you, not Emily. You." When I shouted no and pulled you away, his face clouded. "I spent weeks complimenting you and making you feel special, but you rejected me like I was nothing and disgusting. If I couldn't have you, I'd Nathan you." "How? Tell me how you did it." Nathan giggled. "Easy. I faked the texts on a messaging app. I made the photos too. You spent a month telling Emily how desperate you are. Watching each family member turn against you. Smiled. My favorite part, you crawled back. Your apology. You sought forgiveness. Now you're in my bedroom prepared to fulfill my original desire." I said. "Say what you did. I want to listen." "I made it all up." Nathan boasted. "Every word an image. Nobody sent me anything. I lied and made your family despise you. I made it all up. I made it all up. Lily, no one believed you. I'm the loyal spouse and you're the jealous sister who can't handle rejection, so nobody will believe you." Emily stood in the closet doorway, staring at her husband with an expression I'll never forget. Her hands were shaking and her face was colorless. Tears filled her eyes. When Nathan turned back and spotted his wife, his face turned paper white. She had heard every confession. Every insult about how boring she was, and every detail of how he had Nathaned me to cover up his treachery. He had nowhere to hide. Nathan staggered away from me. "Emily, babe, This isn't what it looks like. Emily shakily said. I heard everything. I heard every word you just said. You made it up. Texts. Images. You made my family detest Lily for not sleeping with you. Nathan raised his hands. Wait. Just hear me. Lily set it up. She duped me into coming. She made me say that. Nothing was real. Just telling her what she wanted. Emily hollered. I heard you say that. You said the texts were faked. You said the photos were fake. You said no one would trust her over you. Lily is fooling you how? I watched Nathan's face change from panic to rage to desperation to calculating. He was looking for a way out. But there was none. His own words doomed him. Emily, baby, I love you, he croaked. I protected our family at any costs. Lily was dangerous. She wanted to split us. Just defending what we have. By framing my sister? Emily yelled. By letting my daughter call her auntie in front of our family? By making me think my blood assaulted my husband? She cried now. Do you understand what I said to her? What I did to her? Our mother won't look at her anymore because of you. Nathan, you ruined her life. You destroyed my sister-sister bond. Because your ego couldn't handle her no. Nathan pleaded. Everything I did was for us. You're a coward, Emily spat. You did it because the notion of a woman rejecting you was so awful that you had to play victim. Instead of handling that like a grown man. You ruined an innocent life. She passed him and stood next to me, squeezing my hand. Get out, she said. Come on, Emily, talk about this. Let's discuss this downstairs. Get out of my house. Louder, harder. I don't want to see you. Your voice bothers me. Please never come near me or my daughter again. Nathan's desperation turned ugly. This is my house. You can't dismiss me. Emily called 911 with our address and stated, my husband won't leave, and I'm unsafe. I have proof of his stalking and harassment of my sister. Emily, hang up the phone right now. Nathan gasped. You're being frantic, sir, Emily remarked, holding back tears. If you're still here when they arrive, I'll tell them everything. You tormented my sister. How you grabbed her hard enough to brand her. You created evidence to discredit Nathan. How you revealed everything thinking no one was listening. My phone recorded it. I saw the voice memo app on her phone as she recorded from the closet. Nathan's confidence collapsed in real time. His shoulders sagged and his face went gray. He grabbed his keys off the dresser and looked at us with hatred. This isn't over, he added. Enjoy. I guarantee it. After storming out of the bedroom, the front door slammed so forcefully the house rocked. His car started and drove out of the driveway so fast I heard tires squealing. Emily shook as she stared at her husband's location. I'm so sorry that I believed him. She cried in my arms as I said, you didn't know he manipulated you. Her apology continued as I hugged her, feeling years of sisterhood heal. My husband confessed to an affair with my sister, getting her pregnant. He suggested I stay and be the primary mother, while she finishes school. I, 35F, can no longer pretend everything is normal. Last week marked 5 years of marriage for Lucas, 37M and me. Those 5 years were hard. We tried for 3 years to have a baby. 4 statewide fertility clinics were visited. I gained weight and had hives from hormones. Lucas gave samples in sterilized rooms with old periodicals. We wasted nearly Math B, Phi, 50, $0 on ineffective therapies. When my period started, I locked myself in the bathroom and sat on the floor until my legs went numb. Lucas knocked on my door to check on me. Despite not being, I would say yes. We gave up 2 years ago. Sunday morning, Lucas sat me at the kitchen table and said we needed to talk. He stated he couldn't continue. He couldn't handle seeing me fall apart every month. I concurred. Without children, we moved forward. Once, I offered adoption. Lucas shut it down instantly. A non-blood child, he added, could not be raised. He stated it wouldn't feel real. Didn't push. I was too exhausted to argue. Mia, 30F, my younger sister, has always required help. When she was 20, she quit community college to live with a garage sale car parts salesman. That romance lasted 8 months. Another plasma donation facility employee was a gambler. Another who claimed to be developing a cryptocurrency business but largely smoked cannabis in his room. I can't count the times my stepmother Elaine has saved Mia. I was 12 and Mia was 7 when Elaine married my father. Mia was 2 when her biological mother departed. Elaine raised us. It cost her twice to send Mia back to school. Mia quit twice. Mia told her family she was returning to school last year for a business degree. Her goal was an MBA. Elaine was cautiously optimistic. I gave it little thought. Mia has said this previously. Lucas and I own a Benfield Pines home. It has 4 bedrooms and a huge lawn. Buying it 3 years ago. We plan to fill it with kids. The extra bedrooms now collect dust. Lucas is a commercial realtor. The man makes good money. When fertility treatments became full-time, I quit 2 years ago. After we gave up, I didn't work again. Lucas advised me not to. He advised me to contemplate my next steps. I've been trying to figure that out for 2 years. Sometimes I send resumes but nothing happens. Last week was our 5th wedding anniversary. Lucas booked accommodations at Lantern House. It serves 7 little courses and leaves you famished. Lucas proposed inviting relatives as Elaine was visiting her sister. I liked the idea. Elaine, Mia, and Lucas's mother, Margaret, 61F, was invited. Lucas's younger brother David, 32M, and his wife Rachel, 33F, came. Rachel is a business attorney. She has a 2-year-old kid with David, her husband of 4 years. It was 7 p.m. for dinner. My dress was navy blue. Since it fit again, I hadn't worn it in a year. We arrived at the restaurant around 6:45. Elaine was there. She hugged me and called me pretty. Mia was 10 minutes late. She wore pants and a sweater. After, Margaret, David, and Rachel arrived. Sitting at a huge table in the restaurant's back, Lucas sat at the head. I sat his right. Sitting across from me was Mia. First course released. It was foam with fish underneath. Margaret said portions were too little. David jokingly suggested a drive-through on the way home. Everyone laughed. Lucas ate little. I inquired about his well-being. He reported being fine. His tone was harsh. I stopped asking. The second course arrived. Lucas stood with his wine glass. I expected a toast from him. Smiled at him. He ignored me. He regarded Mia. He then announced something. He said he and Mia fell in love over 8 months. The words didn't make sense at first. Margaret gasped. Elaine stood up so fast her chair toppled back. Lucas chatted. He reported Mia's 12-week pregnancy. He said the family will finally get their baby, which was a blessing. I regarded Mia. She regarded her plate. Her cheeks was flushed, but she stayed silent. Lucas continued. He said he and Mia had discussed and planned it. Our house would house Mia. To help with baby care, I would stay. Mia could concentrate on her degree. Lucas promised a family arrangement. Family appeared 4 times in his sentence. Margaret started crying, but not because she was sad. She thanked Lucas. Years ago, she prayed for a grandchild. She said God worked mysteriously. David took his head in his hands. Rachel stared at Lucas like she'd never seen him. Elaine left the restaurant. The door slammed. I rose. It felt like my legs were detached. Rachel grabbed my arm as I approached Lucas, pulling me back into my chair. Finally, Mia looked up. She said my name. I didn't reply. So I tossed my water glass at Lucas. Missed. Broken glass fell behind him. The waiter asked if everything was okay. Lucas said no problem. He dropped money down and said we were leaving. Homeward travel took 20 minutes. Sitting in the passenger seat, I watched the window. Lucas remained silent. I headed straight to our bedroom when we arrived home. Locked the door. I heard Lucas moving about the house. Neither came to the door. My stomach churned as I sat on the bedroom floor. I reached the bathroom in time. I remained an hour. Lucas was not in the bedroom when I left. I checked the guest room. He was sleeping with the door closed. I stayed up that night. I continued thinking about Lucas's words. Wanted me to stay. He wanted me to watch the child. His child. Mia's child. I considered spare bedrooms. I pondered about our childbearing expenses. I remembered Lucas saying he couldn't love a non-blood child. Her baby would be his blood. My blood would be in the infant. Niece or nephew. I wondered if it would work. Maybe I could. I was unemployed. I had nowhere else to go. Lucas was right, I had nowhere to go. Lucas knocked on the bedroom door the next morning. I opened. He requested a conversation. Yes, I said. We sat on bed. He acknowledged the announcement's shock. He said he should have told me privately. Why he did it publicly? He thought having the family there would help. He professed love. Mia loved me, he said. He said we three could do this. He suggested I be the baby's mother. Mia had no parental instincts. His words sounded like a compliment. I inquired when it began. He said 8 months ago. Mia delivered books Elaine wanted me to have. I saw a doctor. Lucas worked from home. They chatted. Then they texted. It increased. Just occurred, he said. He denied planning it. He loved her? I asked. He denied knowing. He called it complicated. I asked him what would happen if I rejected his idea. We would figure it out, he added. He didn't sound like he was trying to figure anything out. I requested some time to think. Fair enough, he said. Left the room. I spent the morning on the bed. Phone rings around midday. It was Elaine. My location was requested. I told her I was home. She promised to pick me up. Update 1. 2 hours after calling, Elaine arrived at the residence. In the bedroom. I wore the same thing. I was unshowered. Lucas worked. Elaine didn't knock. My spare key from years ago was utilized. She entered the bedroom and sat next to me. She was silent at first. She announced our departure. I told her I doubted I could. That was not a question, she said. She took things from my dresser and put them in a suitcase. It took 2 hours to pack. Elaine packed 6 boxes and 4 suitcases. She piled everything into her car. Lucas returned home as we removed the last box. After parking in the driveway, he got out. Asked what was occurring. Elaine informed him of my departure. He insisted we discuss this. Elaine stated nothing was worth discussing. Lucas approached the door. He stated I couldn't leave. Elaine told him to move. He did not. Elaine stated she was phoning her lawyer on her phone. Lucas's expression changed. Stepped aside. I've been with Elaine for 3 weeks. She has a smaller home. No more than 2 bedrooms. I sleep in her guest room. The walls are yellow. There are flower paintings everywhere. Every morning, Elaine makes breakfast, toast and eggs. Sometimes pancakes. Not once does she ask how I am. She simply presents food and waits for me to consume. Mia texts me. In the first week, she sent 43 texts. Most said the same. Sorry, she said. Her intention was not to cause it. She claimed Lucas pursued her. She attempted to stop it but failed. She claimed the infant was innocent. She accused me of selfishness. Then messages changed. Name-calling began. I was jealous, she said. I was bitter because I couldn't have kids, she stated. She claimed I was destroying her happiness. I haven't answered any texts. Elaine ordered me to save. Lucas calls. He no longer leaves voicemails. His initial communications were lengthy explanations. He declared his love for me. The infant could not replace what we lost, he remarked. He believed I would understand Mia's desire for help. Then messages ceased. Now he calls and hangs up on voicemail. David and Rachel visited Elaine's residence 2 weeks ago. Nobody told me they were coming. Elaine answered the door and led them into the living room. David sat down to apologize. He wished he had spoken at supper. He claimed astonishment. Rachel remained standing. She crossed her arms in the middle of the room. Lucas called the day after I left, she claimed. He asked her to represent him in divorce. I threatened him, he told her. He said I was unstable. She advised him to switch lawyers, Rachel said. Rachel agreed to represent me. She promised to do it for free. David nodded. He claimed his sibling was insane. Lucas was unrecognizable to him. Rachel retrieved documents from her backpack. Divorce paperwork. The process had begun, she said. She only wanted my signature. I signed. Rachel promised Lucas service within a week. Lucas received office service. Rachel called to tell me. He called her later, she said. Family should help family, he said. Rachel claimed she supported family. Not him. Lucas hasn't called since. Elaine has been talking. Someone started sending me texts from folks I hadn't spoken to in years. Cousins, high school friends, Elaine's churchgoers. Each stated the same thing. They reported hearing it. Apologies were made. They contradicted Lucas and Mia. I scarcely recall a high school woman who told me she spotted Mia at the grocery store and left. Lucas appeared sad at a gas stop, according to another. Elaine has been called by Margaret. Elaine doesn't respond. Margaret leaves voicemails. She said Elaine was turning the family against Lucas in the first. In the second, she said the kid was a gift, and we were ungrateful. In the third, she declared she would never forgive Elaine for ruining her son's relationship. Elaine removed them all. I resumed job hunting. I updated my resume with Elaine. I had 3 interviews in 2 weeks. One was for a dental receptionist. One was for a law firm administrative assistant. One was for insurance customer service. At least I'm trying, but none of them have responded. Breakfast is now my daily habit. Elaine makes it, but I get up alone, Mia wrote again yesterday. It was different. She said Lucas was not who she thought he was. She called him controlling. He pressured her to move into the house while I was away. She said. He talked about the infant as his property, she added. She contemplated abandoning him. I ignored that message too. Elaine claimed Mia was manipulating me. Elaine said Mia always does this when things go wrong. Update 2. The divorce proceeds. Rachel predicted completion in 3 months. Lucas initially resisted. He suggested mediation. Rachel declined. Lucas claimed I abandoned the house. I left because of his infidelity, Rachel stated. Because he told me, Lucas denied an affair. That didn't work, Rachel remarked. After that, Lucas stopped fighting. Got a job. The law firm administrative assistant role. I started 2 weeks ago. Pay is low yet sufficient. Elaine offered to let me remain as long as I wanted, but I'm looking at flats. A 1-bedroom is 15 minutes from the legal company. It should arrive next week. Mia remains with Lucas. Her house move was a month ago. Margaret informed Elaine. Margaret called Elaine to update her. Margaret claimed Mia was adapting. Lucas decorated one of the extra bedrooms for the nursery, she claimed. Margaret announced a baby shower. She was disconnected by Elaine. David phoned me last week. He mentioned Lucas was struggling. He stated Lucas called late at night. Lucas informed David that Mia was not who he believed she was. Lucas stated Mia demanded. She wanted him to purchase her a car. She urged him to fund her classes. She asked him to employ a cleaning service to avoid housework. Lucas sounds exhausted, David said. Lucas also asked about me, David said. I was asked if I was dating. David told him that wasn't his business. Elaine has totally stopped talking to Mia. Mia tried to visit Elaine's residence 3 weeks ago. She was denied entry by Elaine. Mia cried on the porch. She requested her mother. Elaine declared her choice. Mia went. She failed to return. I saw Lucas 2 weeks ago. It was unplanned. My grocery shop visit. In the frozen food aisle. I spotted him first. I reversed my trolley. He must have spotted me because he followed. He caught me in cereal aisle. Said my name. Continued walking. He took my arm. I backed off. He requested a conversation. Let go. I said. He did. He spoke nonetheless. He admitted error. He said Mia was not who he thought. She allegedly used him. He declared his love for me. We were asked to try again. No. I said. I told him to get away. One moment, he stood. Then he left. Lucas wanted to hire a private eye to watch me, Rachel said. The investigator called Rachel for confirmation. Rachel said the matter was a divorce only. The investigator said Lucas said I hid assets. Rachel claimed no hidden assets. The investigator apologized and declined the case. I learned this from Rachel over coffee. Lucas was desperate, she said. Her due date is 3 months. Margaret posted about it online. Elaine showed me posts about baby clothes, becoming a grandmother, and being blessed. Elaine felt nauseous. I quickly skimmed the posts. My date was last week. A legal company employee invited me to supper. His name is Daniel, 38M. The mailroom employs him. A informal bistro hosted us. Nothing flashy. We discussed work. The kids from his previous marriage were mentioned. He didn't inquire about my divorce. I appreciate it. He walked me to my car at night. He wanted to see me again. I said May. No decision yet. Update 3. The divorce ended last month. Got half of everything. Selling the house. Lucas said he should keep it because Mia and the baby live there. Judge was unconcerned. Lucas must buy or sell me. Selling was his choice. House is for sale. Rachel predicted a speedy sale. Mia gave birth 6 weeks ago. A boy. Margaret uploaded photos. Elaine saw. I didn't look. David said Lucas was overloaded. Baby cries non-stop. Mia helps little. She tells Lucas she's exhausted. Lucas does most of it. Lucas looks 10 years old, observed David. Lucas and Mia quarrel. Margaret informs David. Margaret says they're too loud. Neighbors also complained. Mia wants out. She has nowhere to go. Her return is denied by Elaine. Mia's old acquaintances avoid her. She's stuck. Last month I moved into the apartment. It's small but mine. 1 bedroom, kitchen with window, bathroom with good water pressure shower. Elaine moved me. David and Rachel joined. We ordered pizza after unpacking. Felt normal. I still see Daniel. Not serious. Every week, sometimes twice, we go out. This guy makes me laugh. He doesn't inquire about my background. Not asking about his. Works for now. Lucas texted me 2 weeks ago. Sorry, he said. He stated he ruined everything. He wants to return. I didn't reply. I blocked his number afterward. Elaine dined with us last night. I cooked spaghetti. We dined at my modest kitchen table. She said she was proud of me. I assured her she was essential. That's false, she said. She claimed I was stronger than I expected. No arguments with her. I start classes next month. Business management. I decided to finish what I started years ago. The law firm covers half. Going part-time. It will take 3 years, but I have time. Mia messaged me last week. She apologized again. She knew I wouldn't forgive her. She claimed she regretted everything, and wanted me to know. I erased the mail after reading. I have nothing to say to her. I'm okay. That best describes it. I'm not where I expected to be at 35. But I'm out of that house. I'm not on the bathroom floor. Not waiting for Lucas to return. I'm not worried about Mia texting. Just in my apartment with my work and next classes. Move on to the next story. Story 2. I saw my fiance's cousin at a family meal as a one-night stand from years ago. Then her 5-year-old son entered looking like me. 4 days ago, my fiance's reaction astonished me when I told the truth. One evening changed my life. I, 30, M, and my fiancée Jackie, 27 F, were invited to supper at her parents' house. This wasn't rare, since we started dating 3 years ago. We've eaten there several times. This supper was special since Jackie's cousin Sophie, 34 F, was visiting from out of state with her husband Daniel and 5-year-old kid Luke. Jackie talked about Sophie a lot, but I had never met her. We never met on Sophie's previous visits owing to distance and my job schedule, even though they grew up together. Jackie was eager to meet us. She recounted their childhood and how Sophie was always her older sister. About 6 p.m., we arrived at Jackie's parents' house. After greeting us with hugs, her mom led us into the main room where everyone was. I thought Sophie's husband Daniel was talking to Jackie's dad. As we entered, I noticed her, a woman on the couch looking up. After seeing us, her expression altered. Her smile dipped and her eyes narrowed. Something about her was familiar, but I couldn't identify it. Jackie introduced. After she introduced me to Sophie, I shook her hand and noticed she stared at me too long. Her recovery was swift. And she mentioned meeting me. However, she kept looking at me throughout the chat. Jackie's mom brought Sophie's son, who had been playing in the backyard, 20 minutes into our visit. I nearly fainted when the youngster ran in dirty from playing. Seeing him was like seeing myself at that age. He had the same nose, chin, and smile-crinkling eyes. He had Sophie's traits, but little of Daniel, who stood beside her with his arm around her shoulders. Then it hit me. My mind returned to a night about 6 years ago. I spent most Saturdays in a downtown bar. I approached a pretty woman drinking alone. We left after conversing and drinking. I was impressed by her confidence and drink-for-drink matching. I brought her home. I convinced her we didn't need protection when inebriated. On my phone, I showed her my recent blood test results. I was often tested due to my lifestyle, and she said she was clean too. She left before I woke up the next morning. I never saw her again, acquired her number, or thought about her until Jackie's parents' living room. The woman was Sophie. I fell into a cold sweat when I realized. I spilled alcohol over myself because my hands shook. Jackie inquired whether I was okay, and I murmured about feeling sick. The timing was perfect 6 years ago, 9 months before Luke was born. Now that I seen him, I was sure. My biological son. I kept looking at Luke during supper. Each time I saw him, I saw myself more. His fork holding, mannerisms, and laughter. Sophie saw me watch him. Her look is unreadable. The food tasted like cardboard, so I scarcely spoke. Jackie kept looking worriedly at me, but I ignored her. My thoughts raced. I wondered if Sophie visited Jackie the weekend we met. Was Jackie in the pub that night? Did she know Sophie and I's relationship? Has Sophie told anyone? Does Daniel know? These questions consumed my mind, making it impossible to concentrate. I made a toilet break after dinner while everyone went to the living room for coffee and dessert. I looked in the mirror after splashing cold water on my face. The man staring at me seemed unusual. A life with Jackie for 3 years was the best of my life. Future plans included having children in a few years. I felt like my past had caught up with me unexpectedly. I was lousy with ladies until Jackie. I used them and threw them away. I never made any lasting relationships between conquests. Jackie took a while to trust me because of my past. We met at a mutual friend's wedding, and she saw through me. It took nearly a year to convince her to date me, proving I had changed. After she gave me a chance, I've never looked back. I looked at my mirror and wondered if all that progress was about to end. Would Jackie leave me if she discovered her cousin's son was mine? That thought made me sick. My favorite experience was with her. 4 months. Until our wedding. Her parents already consider me a son. I get along with her whole family. The apartment we've shared for 2 years has become our home. When I returned to the living room, Jackie was playing with Luke, and watching them with no knowledge was painful. Sophie sat across the room, her eyes flitting between us, and I knew she recognized me. I was a wreck when we left. Jackie accepted my food poisoning explanation for my sweaty, pallid appearance. The next morning, I called in sick. I couldn't concentrate, or face people. I alternated panic and numbness in bed all day. I repeated it the next day. Jackie thought I had a stomach bug and brought me soup and pills. Her compassion made me feel worse. Indecision has incapacitated me for 4 days. No idea what to do. Should I tell Jackie? Should I confront Sophie? Should I stay quiet and hope it passes? Luke's birthday is almost exactly 9 months after Sophie's visit, according to our calendar. The time is great. Timing and appearance help me identify him as mine. $95. $. I'm afraid of losing Jackie. When we started dating, she struggled with my promiscuity. Discovering I fathered her cousin's child may be too much for her. This circumstance fits her strong ideas on trashy behavior. With Sophie and her family back in our lives, I can't bear to keep this secret. No, I never cheated on Jackie. This happened before I met her, but a bombshell may make it irrelevant. Luke seemed content with Sophie and Daniel. They reside several states away, so we rarely see each other. However, knowing I have a son who doesn't know I'm his father, and is raised by another man is eating me up. Jackie is my everything. We've discussed having kids in 3 or 4 years after settling into our careers and marriage. That I have a child who is her cousin's son seems harsh. No idea what to do. Risk losing Jackie by telling her everything. Address Sophie privately. Maintain the secret and remember it forever. I injure someone with every decision. Jackie, Luke, Sophie, her husband, or me. This can't be avoided without pain. I've been sleeping poorly for days and can't keep calling in sick. I must decide. But dread paralyzes me. Update 1. First, thanks to everyone who commented on my initial post. Reading your responses gave me the strength to do what was right despite my fear. Thanks to user The Truth Seeker 499, whose comment about secrets being out prompted me to act. I told Jackie everything 3 days after my original post. I couldn't handle the anxiety. I hadn't slept well in the week. From rarely eating, I'd lost 5 pounds and had difficulties focusing at work. I felt crushed by the secret. I requested a conversation with Jackie after supper. Sitting on our bed, I held her hands. Before I said anything, I cried. Jackie looked worried but kept quiet, letting me gather. I told her everything about recognizing Sophie at dinner, remembering our 6-year-old one-night fling, And seeing Luke and thinking he was probably my biological kid. I told her how worried I was that she might leave me over this. I felt terrible, but I didn't know about Luke until dinner. Jackie sat silently holding my hands as I explained. After I finished, she breathed deeply and asked why I hadn't told her after supper. I mentioned that I needed time to comprehend everything and was afraid of losing her. She was furious. I waited so long to inform her and made it clear that she expected immediate honesty in the future, no matter how tough. But she clutched my hands and vowed she wouldn't leave. Our relationship wasn't betrayed because this happened before we met. He added, "We've dealt with your past before, and we'll figure this out too." The relief I felt was overwhelming. For the first time in a week, I could breathe again. Jackie wasn't done. She stated we needed to talk more about my old lifestyle now that my history had appeared at her parents' dinner table. She accepted my broad past without details when we initially met. She wanted to know everything to avoid surprises. I agreed, but revisiting my mistakes wasn't enticing. Jackie decided to contact Sophie to get her perspective after our conversation. Jackie called Sophie many times the next morning. No reply. She texted many times. Nothing. Sophie replied with one text late that afternoon. "Let go. Please." Jackie asked whether they could at least text or talk. Same response from Sophie. "Let it go. Please." Sophie likely recognized I told Jackie the truth. Jackie was wounded by her cousin's silence, but after talking, we decided to follow Sophie's wishes for now. We prioritized each other for our wedding. Sophia altered her wedding RSVP from yes to no the day after this text exchange. Jackie was sad, but I was relieved. The thought of Sophie, Daniel, and Luke at our wedding stressed me out. Jackie and I began our deeper discussion about my background after the crisis subsided. Though painful and uncomfortable, it improved our bond. Even if it was uncomfortable or shameful, I answered her inquiries honestly. Jackie thanked me for my honesty and said she was confident there would be no shocks afterward. Sophie and Luke's issue persists. Whether Daniel knows the truth is unknown. Sophie's feelings are unknown beyond her wish to avoid discussing it. Most critically, we don't sure what to do with Luke. Jackie found old images that showed Sophie and Daniel had been together for at least 10 years, thus she was dating him when our one-night affair happened. An already problematic scenario became more complicated. Just for now, we're taking things day by day. After this storm, our friendship is stronger and wedding planning begins. Jackie's patience and dedication to our future are appreciated. My physical anxiety symptoms from that dreadful week have decreased, showing that telling the truth was proper. In the comments, some wondered how I feel about fatherhood. Well, I don't know. Luke is like us, yet his father, Daniel, reared him from infancy. His two loving parents seemed to make him happy and well-adjusted. Would my involvement as his biological father help him or cause him anguish and confusion? Jackie and I will examine these questions in the following weeks and months. We're honoring Sophie's wish to move on, but we may review it later. We may need to talk more directly about what's best for everyone, especially Luke. Jackie and I plan to move out of state for work in a few years. That will further remove us from Sophie's family, which may be best. I wonder if Luke will ever ask about his parentage. If that day comes, I aim to handle it with more grace and honesty than before. Update 2. 2 months have passed since my last update, and I have some news. Our wedding is 2 months away, and preparations are underway. Jackie and I have been busy with venue, catering, and guest list decisions. Sophie and Luke's dilemma aside, we've concentrated on our future together. Jackie got a parcel 3 weeks after my last update. Sophie sent us an expensive set of crystal glasses and a card for our wedding. The card read, "Wishing you both a lifetime of happiness. Sorry we can't attend. Love, Sophie, Daniel, and Luke." It didn't address our predicament or the meal or text exchange. A standard wedding present and card. Jackie called her parents to ask about Sophie's wedding absence. Sophie told the family Daniel had a job commitment they couldn't break. Jackie's mom thought it was weird since Sophie had been so eager about the wedding, but she didn't question it. Sophie began replying to Jackie's texts a week later. Normal cousin things, not linked to our circumstance. Photos of Luke's t-ball game, employment updates, and TV show comments. She seemed to be striving to sustain their connection while ignoring the elephant in the room. Jackie felt conflicted. She cherishes her friendship with Sophie and was upset by the initial stonewalling. She thinks they're lying about what happened. We agreed that Jackie would keep talking to Sophie for now. Sophie may eventually address the issue directly. I've been thinking about Luke. Some commenters on my previous blogs branded me selfish for not declaring paternity and fighting for custody or visitation. Let me address that. Luke is 5. His father, Daniel, reared him from birth. I could tell they get along from our quick meeting. Daniel liked the boy and was patient. Luke appeared joyful and settled. Would Luke benefit from his environment being flipped? To discover his dad isn't his biological father? An unknown stranger, claiming fatherhood and demanding his life? I doubt it would. Jackie has learned from family chats that Sophie and Daniel are financially stable and successful. They have a great home and outstanding schools. The family vacations and gives Luke sports and other chances. Jackie and I are still building our careers. Student loans and a one-bedroom apartment are ours. We're not ready for kids. We'll wait a few years to start a family. I'm not avoiding blame. If I had known about Luke earlier, I would have helped. I didn't know. An established family looks to be operating well. Disrupting that may be harmful. I still think about him. His few images on Jackie's family's social media sites are examined. I wonder about his personality, interests, and whether he acquired any of my talents or peculiarities beyond his appearance. Maybe he'll see our resemblance in family photos and ask questions. Sophie may have told Daniel something. Jackie and I have discussed what we would do if Luke reached out to us as an adult. We promised to tell him the truth while respecting Sophie and Daniel's parenting. We would explain that our distancing wasn't out of concern but because we thought it was best for him. In other developments, Jackie and I met with our first financial advisor to prepare our future. We talked about paying off college loans, saving for a house, and having kids. Our advisor asked if we had other financial obligations. Jackie stared at me, and I hesitated to decline. Though I had no legal commitment to Luke, the moment felt dishonest. Even with a truce, these minor events remind me that this matter isn't settled. Commenters inquired if I've explored paternity testing. Answer: yes. I've considered it, but I can't request one without upsetting our fragile balance. Luke resembles me so much that I'm 95% sure he's mine. The time is great. For now, I'm assuming paternity. While realizing I may be wrong, I still feel guilty about my prior behavior. My one-night fling with Sophie was just one example of how I treated women then. I'm grateful Jackie let me prove my change every day. This example shows how our past acts can have lasting effects. Update 3. 6 months have passed since my previous update, and our lives are back to normal. Jackie and I married in a wonderful ceremony with family and friends. Sophie, Daniel, and Luke sent another present and a card congratulating us but did not come. Jackie's family asked why their absence, so we cited Daniel's work. The wedding was lovely despite the strain. Jackie looked beautiful, and I couldn't believe my luck watching her go down the aisle. We forgot about it while honeymooning in Costa Rica for 2 weeks. It was perfect time to focus on each other and our future. Reality re-emerged when we returned. Jackie's promotion at work will force us to move next year earlier than expected. Moving farther from Sophie's family is both a relief and a squandered chance. Part of me wishes proximity will lead to a conclusion, while part of me appreciates the distance. Jackie's parents held a reunion 2 months ago. Sophie's family attended, marking their first appearance since that terrible supper. Jackie and I discussed it extensively beforehand. We were polite but didn't force interactions. We would discuss the problem if Sophie wished. Without it, we'd respect her limits. The reunion started awkwardly. Sophie avoided being alone with us, and Daniel looked unconcerned. He talked to me about sports and work like we were casual acquaintances, which I suppose we are. Luke ran with the other kids, stopping to show Daniel what he found or did. Watching them interact was heartbreaking and comforting. Painful because I was seeing father-son moments I would never experience, yet reassuring since they had a great bond. I briefly had Luke to myself throughout the reunion. I was seated near where he tripped and scraped his knee. He was helped up and asked whether he was okay. He nodded boldly, trying not to cry. I wiped the dirt off his knee with a tissue from my pocket and told him he was tough. He thanked me with eyes like mine before going off to play again. Perhaps 30 seconds. Yet the interaction affected me greatly. Sophie watched me from across the yard later that day. Our eyes locked briefly before she glanced away. Jackie and I were having buffet food when she approached us a few minutes later. She inquired about our new home and move. Strange but polite chat. Before leaving, she whispered, "He's happy. That's what matters most." And rejoined her family before we could react. She never acknowledged the situation beyond those 6 words. Jackie and I discussed them extensively on the way home. We assumed it confirmed our suspicions. Sophie knows Luke is my biological son but continues her family with Daniel. Her statement tried to reassure and ask for continuity. Her desires were honored. The rest of the reunion and the months since have been friendly but distant with Sophie's family. Jackie still texts Sophie periodically, keeping the conversation light and on daily life rather than the reality. Jackie and I seriously considered having children last month. Our financial condition will improve with the promotion and move, so we're ready to move sooner than planned. The discussions have been stimulating, but complicated. Jackie asked me how I felt about fatherhood, and I swallowed hard before saying I was excited. We understood deep down that I am one biologically. Sophie sent Jackie a Christmas card yesterday. Luke, 6, was missing his 2 front teeth in his school portrait. We look more alike now, especially in his smile. Jackie asked me to preserve the photo. I refused. But Mom put it away with the other family photos, after I stared at it for a while. I think about Luke less, but more intensively, as we plan for our next relocation. Maybe he'll learn the truth. Daniel may know our suspects. I wonder if we did the right thing by listening to Sophie's request. Our lives are continuing forward for now. The new house, Jackie's promotion, and our family plans keep us focused on the future. We promise to be honest with Luke if he contacts us later. While waiting, we shall respect the boundaries. However unsaid, I think we made the right choice for everyone, especially Luke. The family is stable and kind. Disrupting that for biological entitlement would benefit me, not him. When someone else is doing it well, it's sometimes best to let them do it. This is my last update until something major happens. Thanks to everyone who advised and supported me through this difficult period. Your opinions assist Jackie and me overcome an unexpected issue. The gift I wired you was $500,000. Grandpa said, but my family stole $450,000, leaving me with only $250 check to show for it. The gift I wired you was $500,000. Grandpa said, but my family stole $450,000, leaving me with only Math BB's $250 check to show for it. I expressed my gratitude to my grandfather for the Math BB's $250 payment. When my grandfather finished carving the turkey, put down the knife with surgical precision, and said, "The gift I wired you was $500,000. I actually laughed because the envelope my mother had slipped me an hour earlier contained a Math BB's $250 check. Ethan Walker is my name. I work as a digital thief hunter and am 29 years old. Denver-based Sentinel Tech employs a cybersecurity analyst. I've provided 4 federal court testimony, assisted the FBI in recovering $3.8 million in ransomware payments, and tracked Bitcoin fraud in 14 different nations. I am skilled at tracking money through the most obscure parts of the internet. As it happens, my own family's Thanksgiving dinner was the scene of the largest heist in my professional life. My sister Sophia called 3 days prior to the holiday. I was in my flat, watching a phishing operation out of Estonia on 3 monitors that were flashing with code. I was always skeptical of the brightness in her voice, the tone she employed when she pretended not to desire something. She greeted him as, "Hey, Jordy." I interrupted the trace I was running and said, "Nobody calls me Jordy except her. Listen about Thanksgiving. Maybe you should skip it this year." "Why?" "Grandpa's really tired lately. The doctor said he shouldn't have too much excitement. You know how he gets when you visit. I want to stay up talking, show you his old maps, and tell those stories about Korea." She chuckled, but the joke seemed artificial. "We're thinking of a quiet holiday, just the local family. Denver is where I call home. Bridgeport, Connecticut, is home to my family, a very handy distance of about 2,000 miles. Since when does Grandpa want quiet?" I responded. That statement may have been accurate. Since he turned 87, and his cardiologist told Mom he needs to reduce stress. The only member of my family who had ever truly listened to me. Grandpa Charles Montgomery Walker, a retired civil engineer and decorated veteran, had been slowing down but asking that I skip Thanksgiving. Sophia went on, "You should probably save the airfare money. I know consulting pays well, but those flights from Denver aren't cheap." In her 33 years, Sophia had never been concerned about my money. In 2019, she borrowed Math BB's $500 from me for a business opportunity that later proved to be a multi-level marketing scam. Never reimbursed me. 6 months later, When I inquired about it, she said I was being petty about money amongst siblings. When I said, "I'll think about it," before I could reply, she hung up, saying, "Great. Love you. Bye." I sat there looking at my screens for a while. There was a problem. The tempo of that exchange was similar to that of the phishing emails I examined. The phrases were perfect, but the underlying programming was malicious. Grandpa had opened a joint account with me when I turned 18, and I checked it out using my banking app. He had used $mathBB's $4,500 to seed it. I was informed that it was for emergencies. "You're smart with money, Ethan," he had remarked. "This is just in case you ever need a cushion." "You have no," he had really said again, "Ethan." I had only used it once, 2 days before exams in my junior year of college, when my laptop died, returned it in 6 months. I hadn't touched it since. $2,200 was displayed on the balance. I thought that was about right. Something forced me to click through to the complete transaction history, even though it was the original $mathBB's $4,500 less the laptop loan and 13 years of low interest. My stomach fell. The 14th of August 2024. $450,000 in incoming wire transfer. Love-filled memo for Ethan. Grandpa. The 15th of August 2024. $475,000 was sent out by wire. The destination is an external account that ends in 7,392. Memo, chance for investment. I gazed at the screen. $mathBB. $450, $0. In a day, gone. Because someone had left just enough to prevent a $mathBB's $0 balance notice that could have notified me. The account now displayed $mathBB's $500. I had trembling hands. I cautiously put my coffee mug down as if it may break. Before speaking with a fraud prevention representative, I had to make 3 transfers when I phoned the bank. "Mr. Walker, I'm showing that the wire was initiated with valid login credentials and 2-factor authentication," the agent said. Patricia was her name. She sounded worn out. "Do you not recognize this transaction? I didn't make it. The IP address shows Bridgeport, Connecticut. Is that a location you visit regularly?" "My family lives there, but I haven't been there since July." "I see. And you're certain you didn't authorize anyone to access this account on your behalf?" She hesitated and said, "Completely certain. I heard someone typing." "Mr. Walker, we also have a document on file. A power of attorney form signed by you on August 10th granting authorization to more typing. Claire Walker, would that be your mother?" The space was skewed. "A power of attorney is something I never signed. The signature matches our records." More typing. "Then the signature is forged. This time it's longer. I'm flagging this account for investigation. You'll need to file a formal fraud report. I'm sending you a link now. I'm also going to need you to verify your identity with several security questions. 20 minutes were needed for the verification." My coffee had gone cold by the time I hung up, and the Estonian phishing operation I had been following had ceased operations, most likely moving to another server farm. I opened the power of attorney file that I had received via email from the bank. It was a PDF with appropriate legal language and good quality. The bottom signature appeared to be mine. I knew I hadn't signed it, but the looping G and the sharp vertical stroke on the J were the same. When I sign legal documents, I have a very particular tendency. In the upper right corner of the signature block, I always add a small diagonal mark, invisible, until you're trying to find it. After witnessing too many contract fights in the computer industry, I developed a paranoid tendency. There was no mark on this signature. I enlarged the image. The ink pressure was too consistent and incorrect. This was a digital composite that was most likely made by sewing together several signatures that were scanned. Professional job, but not enough professional. I created a folder, took screenshots of everything, and began mapping the money route with the same meticulous attention to detail I applied to corporate investigations. Grandpa deposited $mathBB's $450, $0 into the joint account on August 14. Money was deposited into Ryan Carter's account on August 15. Sophia blogs from the Maldives on August 16. Flight logs. Because of my job, I have access to several databases, but only for valid security reasons. Shown 2 first-class tickets to Malay Maldives from JFK. Bought on August 14. Ryan Carter and Sophia Walker are travelers. $16,500. August 20. Announcement of engagement. Cartier Manhattan sold the ring. If you know where to go and have the proper credentials, finding credit card records is surprisingly simple. It may be argued that this was a legal gray area. I didn't give a damn. It was easy to see the trend. Somehow, Sophia had persuaded Grandpa to send me money by wire transfer. Knowing he would never say no, she most likely told him I needed it for something before transferring the money right away into her fiancé's account and using it to buy an expensive trip and an engagement ring. However, I was troubled by the power of attorney signature. Sophia wasn't like that. She lacked the sophistication to falsify legal documents, but she was impetuous, careless with money. I opened the page once more and took a closer look at the signature. Although the digital composite was good, there was one more thing. Microscopic differences in ink density and minute irregularities in pen pressure indicated that this had been practiced. Before the final version was created, someone had traced my signature several times. I thought it looked like Mom's handwriting. Last year, I received a birthday card from her. She had truly remembered, which was uncommon enough to be noteworthy, so I had saved it. The G's downstroke curled slightly inward, matching the capital letters, the cross's precise angle on the T. My signature was falsified by my mother. I reclined in my chair. Denver spread in the November afternoon sunshine outside my window. On I-25, traffic is flowing. Individuals going about their daily lives unaware that mine had just collapsed. It buzzed on my phone. Sophia texted. I gazed at the message for a whole minute. So, you're definitely not coming. Thursday, right? Just want to make sure so Mom doesn't overbuy food. She responded quickly after I texted. Actually, I changed my mind. I'll be there. I had never mentioned that. Really? Are you sure? I thought you said work was crazy right now. Work can wait. 3 dots emerged, vanished, and then reappeared as I typed, family's important. Okay, great. See you Thursday. I printed all of the evidence I had acquired, packed my laptop and portable projector I used for professional presentations, and made travel arrangements. 47 papers in all, including bank statements, credit card receipts, airline data, screenshots of Sophia's Instagram, wire transfer information, and the fake power of attorney. When I graduated from college, Grandpa gave me a leather portfolio, which I placed in it. I could see the irony. I arrived at JFK on Wednesday, hired a car, and drove to Bridgeport in the kind of chilly rain that makes November in Connecticut seem like the end of the world. I spent the evening creating a presentation after checking into a Hampton Inn that was only 15 minutes from my folks' house. A case study, wire fraud, a title slide, and a family investment opportunity. How $Math BBS 450. $0 turned into $Math BBS $250 is the subtitle. I worked on the timing. The entire disclosure will take 12 minutes, including deliberate pauses for maximum effect. I've testified in court, presented to boardrooms, and instructed jurors on intricate cybercrimes. This ought to have been simpler. No. It wasn't. I had grown up with these people. I learned how to ride a bike from my sister. For 2 years, my mother took me to a robotics club every Saturday. My father, who was family but had never really been involved. However, they had stolen from me. Not only the cash. My grandfather's gift, his confidence, and his will to assist me had all been taken. And they had done it with such ease and casualness. At 2 p.m. on Thursday, I took a car to my parents' place. At 4, dinner was served. The timetable had been texted by Cannaby have you likes. From Agent. The timetable had been texted by MIHC. 414.com from Agent. 41414.com. 414.com from Agent. Mom. Very well planned and regulated, with appetizers at 4, turkey at 5, and dessert by 6:30. After pulling my laptop bag up the front step, I parked on the street. With its cream-colored colonial, black shutters, and the maple tree in the front yard that I had climbed as a child, the house appeared much as it had always done. Innocent and typical. I knocked, but Mom opened the door first. She drew me into a rehearsed hug and said, "Ethan, you made it. I'm so glad you decided to come after all." Wouldn't miss it. She had on her lovely cashmere sweater with the pearl buttons. Her hair was styled by a professional. Her smile had a fragile quality to it. Sophia's in the kitchen. Ryan is here. Too. I know you haven't met him yet. He's wonderful. You'll love him. I accompanied her inside. The smell of pie, stuffing, and turkey filled the home. Grandpa had his reading spectacles on his nose and was reading the newspaper in his usual recliner by the fireplace. When I walked in, he looked up. Ethan. A smile spread across his entire face. I walked across the room and gave him a cautious hug, saying, "There's my boy." He felt weaker than before. His grip was still firm, but the bones were more noticeable beneath his cardigan. He inquired, "How's Denver treating you?" "Good. Really good. Working on some interesting cases. Still catching the bad guys. Always," he said with a smile. The words struck more forcefully than they ought to have. "That's my grandson. Justice before everything. If you may be for more Gevelos. If you may be for more Sal. The silence of with revided here. And their silence of with revided. When there with be give from with revided. When their silence of with revided here. When there with revided. When the store to do for more silence." Sophia emerged from the kitchen, Ryan following like a pricey accoutrement. Since I last saw her, she had lost weight. The type of weight reduction brought on by stress, eating nothing, and drinking green juices. Tiny rainbows were thrown over the wall by the engagement ring when it caught the light. Geordie. She also gave me a hug. And when I didn't quickly pull away, I could feel her stiffness. "This is Ryan. Ryan, my little brother Ethan." Ryan held out his hand. He gave a solid, well-practiced handshake, saying, "Great to finally meet you. Sophia talks about you all the time." Every aspect of him was dumb, rehearsed. The way he stood with his shoulders back and chest open, the smile, the eye contact. Alpha stance, the assurance that resulted from never having to say no. "Congratulations on the engagement," I replied. "Thanks, man. She's one in a million." He kissed the top of Sophia's head and drew her close. She was radiant. Genuinely shown. Genuinely. Either she compartmentalized the theft so thoroughly that she had persuaded herself it hadn't occurred, or she was a greater actress than I'd given her credit for. Dad was watching football on mute in the den. When I stepped in, he looked up and nodded. "Ethan, good to see you." "You, too, Dad." There wasn't much more we could say to one another. We didn't. "Appetizers," Mom said. We assembled in the eating area. Everything was picture perfect, with the table set with fine china and lit candles. Mom and Dad sat on either side of Grandpa, while Sophia and Ryan sat across from me at the head of the table. It was an aggressively normal chat. Ryan discussed a recent vacation to Scotland for golf. Sophia talked about her new job at a marketing company. Mom talked about the current pick for her book club. Dad remained silent and drank wine more quickly than was sensible. I waited. Mom got up at last. "I almost forgot. Ethan, Grandpa wanted me to give you something." She vanished into the kitchen and returned with a white, business-sized envelope bearing my name in her handwriting on the front. She whispered, "From Grandpa," and put it in my palm. "Don't mention the amount. He's a bit embarrassed that things are tight this year." I took out the envelope. There was a check inside. "Pay as directed by Ethan Walker." Grandpa's shaky signature on $math BBS $250 written in my mother's hand. The space awaited my response. I turned to face Grandpa. His warm, proud expression, which I had known all my life, was observing me. Saying thank you, Mom's shoulders eased as she said, "This is really generous." Sophia sipped her wine. Ryan looked at his phone. For dinner, we went into the living room. A platter of turkey. Serving plates and sides. Everything was planned out like a painting by Norman Rockwell. While Mom managed traffic and ensured that everyone received the appropriate portions, Grandpa carved. Sophia started telling a tale about her wellness getaway in Fiji last month. The meditation sessions at sunrise were truly life-changing. I feel as though I'm at last learning how to truly appreciate the present and be present. Ryan gave a nod in agreement. She returned a very different person, more self-assured and self-assured. I questioned whether he was aware that I had spent $math BBS $1,500 on the retreat. Most likely. He appeared to be the type of person who looked over receipts. I looked at Mom. "Ethan, you should try something like that. All that computer work. You need to learn to enjoy life. Disconnect sometimes," I remarked. "I enjoy life just fine." The irony was astounding. "Do you? You're always working." always so serious. Life isn't just about chasing criminals in cyberspace. Dad poured more wine for himself. The fourth glass. Grandpa got up and used a fork to tap his water glass. The table fell silent as he spoke. I'd like to make a toast. I'm an old man, he said. I've lived 87 years, fought in a war, built bridges that are still standing, raised a family. But one of my greatest joys has been watching my grandchildren grow into the people they're meant to be. He turned to Sophia and then to me. Sophia, you've always known what you wanted and gone after it. That determination will serve you well in marriage and in life. She grinned and began to cry. And Ethan? He asked, his voice becoming more passionate. You've always been my quiet one, thoughtful, principled. You don't take shortcuts. You do things right, even when it's hard. That's rare these days. He went on to say, I wanted to help you take the next step. Buy a house, start your own firm if that's what you want. You've earned it, and I hope the gift I gave you will make that dream a little easier to reach. I felt my throat tight. He held up his glass to Ethan. May you build something lasting. Everybody's glasses went up. I lifted mine. My words? Thank you, Grandpa. Were clear. His smile wavered as he said, thank you so much for the Math BBS $250. The table became still. What Math BBS $250? He questioned. After taking it out of my pocket, I held up the check. Grandpa's expression shifted as he said, this check? The one Mom gave me before dinner from you. Math BBS $250. Something sinister replaced the confusion. Mom clattered her fork against her plate, asking, Claire, what is he talking about? Dad, you're confused. You said things were tight. The gift I gave Ethan was $500,000. Stillness. Complete. Deafening silence. Halfway to Ryan's mouth, his wine glass froze. Sophia had turned white. Dad looked at his plate as if it held the answers. Something desperate had crumpled onto Mom's face. Dad, you're not remembering correctly, Mom said once more, raising her voice. Your medication? The doctor said it can cause confusion. Grandpa's words sliced through the room like a razor. I'm not confused. I'm Icon. Transferred Math BBS $450 into Ethan's account on August 14th. With trembling hands, he took out his phone and began scrolling, saying, I got the confirmation email, I saved it. Mom, please. Let's talk about this privately. You're getting upset. She replied. Grandpa responded, show me the account, Ethan, disregarding her. Pull it up right now. ATS. My laptop was already out of my backpack. I opened it. The area was lit by candles, and the screen shone blue. I turned the laptop around so Grandpa could view the bank statement. Incoming wire. Math BBS $450, $0. August 14. August 15th. Math BBS $475, $0 outgoing wire. Math BBS $2, $500 is the current balance. Grandpa gazed. He put his hand to his chest. I believed he was having a heart attack for a terrible moment. Then he murmured, where did it go? I turned to face Sophia. Now she was crying, mascara beginning to smudge, silent tears streaming down her cheeks. Though he appeared ready to run, Ryan kept his hand on her shoulder. I answered in a low voice. That's what I'd like to know, too, Grandpa. With her hands clutched at her sides, Mom remained upright. This is a family matter. We can discuss it later privately. I opened the folder on my desktop and said, no. We're discussing it right now. I took out the portable projector, placed it on the table, moved the stuffing and mashed potatoes away to create space, and then connected it to my laptop. My first slide lit up the white wall behind Grandpa, an opportunity for family investment. A wire fraud case study. Dad lost his hand and dropped his wine glass. Like blood, red wine smeared across the white tablecloth. Individuals began to rise. Mom's sister Patricia, cousin Ava, and her husband, Uncle David, and Aunt Sarah, who had been quietly in the corner. Slowly, then more quickly, they retreated. We should go. Aunt Sarah whispered. This is between the immediate family. They simply walked away. 3 times the front door opened and closed. Automobile engines began to run. Only 6 of us were left when the chaos subsided. Sophia, Ryan, Mom, Dad, Grandpa, and myself. I moved on to the following slide. The bank transfer records expanded to a size that was readable from the other side of the room. Grandpa starts a $math BBS $450 wire transfer as a present for me on August 14. On August 15, math BBS $475 was transferred to Ryan Carter's external account by someone having access to the joint account. Ryan frozen. The following slide. Sophia timestamped and dated her Instagram posts. My sister posted from the Maldives on August 16. I bought 2 first-class tickets from JFK to Malay. August 14. Math BBS. $500. Sophia sounded like an injured animal. The following slide. The ring of engagement. Zoomed in. August 20. Announcement of engagement. Cartier Manhattan sold the ring. August 19. $30,000. Ryan got to his feet. I don't have to sit here and listen to this. Sit down, urged Grandpa. Despite being quiet, his voice was powerful. Ryan took a seat. I moved on to the following slide. The signature on the fake power of attorney is highlighted. Claire Walker was given power of attorney over the joint account via this paper, which was submitted to the bank on August 10. It's a fake signature. Here, and here. Take note of the variations in pen pressure. I made use of a laser pointer. My mother's handwriting, not mine, is reflected in the letter forms. Now Mom was crying too, but her tears were filled with rage. You don't understand what we've been through. The medical bills from your father's surgery. Dad's surgery was covered by insurance, I said. I checked the mortgage. It's current. I took out the documents. You had no right. I had every right. You stole from me. The following slide. Audio recording. This is a voicemail left by Claire Walker on August 28 to Arthur Harris, attorney at law. I filed a fraud report and was able to obtain it through legal discovery. I hit the play button. The room echoed with Mom's voice. Arthur, we already spent the first installment. If Ethan finds out, he'll go crazy. We need to paper this over. Can you help us create some kind of, I don't know, legitimate explanation? Maybe a loan agreement or something. The reply from Arthur Harris. Claire, this is fraud. I won't be a party to it. You need to tell Ethan the truth before this gets worse. Mom's voice once more. You don't understand. Sophia needed the file ended. Mom looked completely devastated. The words came out more forcefully than I had intended. I was trying to help your sister with my money. You have a good job. You don't need. That's not the point. The point is that Grandpa gave me a gift, a life-changing gift. And before I realized it existed, you took it. You falsified court documents. You told him a lie. You misled me. And after taking everything, you gave me a math BB2S $250 check as if it were a good gesture. Sophia was now crying uncontrollably. I just needed the wedding in 6 months, so I'm really sorry. I freaked out when Ryan said we had to make a good impression. So, you stole from me? It wasn't like that. What was it like then, Sophia? Explain it to me. She was unable to. Ryan stood up once more, determined this time. Lose my number, he said to Sophia. All of it. This family, this drama, whatever this is, I don't do this, he said as he left. The front door banged shut. After him, Sophia yelled. I actually let out a yell. She then betrayed me. Face blotchy, mascara smeared. You just destroyed my entire life. You destroyed it yourself when you chose to steal. She reached for her coat and purse and said, I hate you. She also departed, saying, I hate you so much. As she pulled away, her automobile squealed its tires and roared to life in the driveway. During it all, Dad sat still and gazed at the wine stain that was growing across the tablecloth. He stood up at last. He said, I'm going to bed, but no one heard him specifically. He made his way upstairs. We heard the door to his bedroom shut. There are now 3 of us remaining. Grandpa, Mom, and me. Mom was trembling. She covered her face with her hands and slid into a chair. I thought it would be okay. I thought you'd never find out. I thought you thought wrong. Grandpa got to his feet. His face was fixed in a way I had never seen him do before, and his hands were steady now. Anger, sorrow, and betrayal. He took his phone out. Mom grabbed his arm. Dad, please don't do this. Think about the family. Think about Sophia's future. Think about. .com. Silently. "I am thinking about it," he said. "I'm thinking about how I trusted you. How I called you before I made the transfer. Told you I wanted to help Ethan. Asked you to make sure he knew it was from me, that it came with love, and you took that trust and turned it into theft." "Dad," he said as he withdrew from her and called 911. With her hands joined in prayer, Mom literally fell to her knees. Please don't do this. I'm your daughter. I made a mistake. Please." Grandpa said, "This is Charles Walker at 847 Maple Drive in Bridgeport," into the telephone. "I need to report a theft." Mom broke down in tears. The kind of sobbing that sounds like it's shattering. After 18 minutes, the police showed up. One cop was younger than the other. Officer Lee Sun-wen has 5 years of experience, while Officer Martin Chen has 23. I had a folder ready for them already. Every piece of evidence is arranged chronologically. They looked over everything systematically while sitting at the dining table with the turkey cold and the candles burned to stubs. Officer Chen addressed Grandpa as Mr. Walker. "Do you want to press charges?" "Yes." You've. Are you certain this is your daughter?" "I'm certain." He gave me a look. "And you, Mr. Walker? Ethan, do you want to pursue this?" I recalled Sophia's yelling, Mom's tears, and Dad's abrupt departure. I remembered the years of Thanksgiving dinners that would never take place again. Destroyed holidays and broken families. And Ryan's contemptuous departure. Then I remembered the look on Grandpa's face when he had prepared that toast. He was proud, loved, and had saved for years to be able to provide his grandchildren with something special. "Yes," I said. "I want to pursue this." Guan, the officer, made notes. "We'll need you both to come to the station tomorrow to file formal reports. We'll also need to coordinate with the bank and possibly the FBI since this involved wire fraud across state lines." Mom looked up, face blotchy and swollen. "FBI? Wire fraud is a federal crime, ma'am." It was as if she folded in on herself. "Around $11. Mathram PM $. The cops departed. Mom was curled up like a kid on the couch. My laptop, projector, and evidence folders were all packed. I was led to the door by Grandpa. I said to him, "You okay?" Sadly, he grinned. "Last night before you arrived, your mother told me she'd given you my check. She said you'd thanked her. Said you were grateful things weren't as tight as you'd feared. Said the dollar, Math BBS, $250, would really help with your rent." The manipulation was amazing. "And I believed her," he added. "Because why wouldn't I? She's my daughter. I raised her. I thought I knew her. I'm sorry, Grandpa, don't be. You did the right thing. It's her choice to live with." His hand touched my shoulder. It was the same hand that taught me how to tie my shoes, cast a fishing line, give solid handshakes, and meet people's eyes. "When you called and thanked me for the dollar Math BBS $250 at dinner," he muttered. I almost let it go, almost convinced myself I was confused. My memory was faulty. Maybe I hadn't actually sent the full amount because it was easier than believing my own daughter would do this. He hesitated. "But then I looked at your face, and I knew you were giving me the chance to see it, to really see what they'd done. You were protecting me from living the rest of my life as their fool." I had a stiff throat. "Last night you thanked me for dollar Math BBS $250, stated the man. "Tonight you proved you're worth more than any amount I could ever wire you." He was 87 years old, frail, and the strongest guy I had ever met, so I gave him a cautious hug. "I love you, Grandpa." "I love you, too, Ethan. Now go home. Get some sleep." In the November rain, I took a car back to my hotel. At a traffic light, I checked my phone. I didn't listen to 4 voicemails, 6 from Mom, and 17 missed calls from Sophia. I blocked their phone numbers. Grandpa and I went to the Bridgeport Police Department the following morning to sign statements and file official reports. James Stevens, an investigator with 11 years of experience in financial crimes, told us that although it would take months to develop, the case is strong. Power of attorney fraud, wire fraud, possibly conspiracy. "The evidence you've compiled is better than most of what we see from professional investigators." "I am a professional investigator," I said. "Just usually for corporations, not family." He inquired, "How does it feel, going after your own family?" I considered that to be fair. The consequences were rapid and widespread. The police report and possibly one of the relatives who had seen the altercation during Thanksgiving were the likely sources of the stories leaked to the local media by Monday. Family Thanksgiving ends and theft charges appeared in the Bridgeport Courier. Sophia was fired on Tuesday by her business, a boutique marketing firm that took pleasure in creating ethical brands. She yelled about it in her voicemail, "So I know. I didn't hear it all the way through. After 32 years of membership, my parents' church, St. Matthew's Episcopal, asked them to resign from their voluntary roles on the fundraising committee. The official reason was too much bad press. Ryan Carter removed all of Sophia's pictures from his LinkedIn profile and set his status to single. For a week, his bio was taken down from his corporate website, but it was then put up with no information on his personal life. The lawyer Mom had phoned, Dr. Arthur Harris, actually reported the conversation to the State Bar Ethics Hotline, according to the bank inquiry. He had attempted to warn her off, according to the paper trail. Intent was established in part by that testimony. Federal accusations were brought in January: Claire Walker, forgery, wire fraud, and fraud conspiracy. Sophia Walker, conspiracy, accessory after the fact. Because the wire transfer included digital banking systems that were under federal control and crossed state lines, the FBI became interested. I spent 4 hours in a federal building in Hartford giving a deposition, going over each piece of evidence, database query, and screenshot. With 14 years of experience in white-collar crime, Jessica Harris, the assistant U.S. attorney prosecuting the case, told me it was one of the cleanest fraud cases she had ever seen. Most families who steal from each other hide it better, she stated. Or the victim doesn't have the skills to document it thoroughly. You basically built our entire case for us. Saying, "I do this for a living, just usually not against my own family," she said with a sorrowful smile. How does that feel? The detective asked the same question. Justice is the same response. August was the date of the trial. Mom's lawyer attempted to work out a plea agreement. I declined to take part in any deal that excluded incarceration. Grandpa supported me. Mom ultimately entered a guilty plea to reduce charges, 1 count of forgery and 1 count of wire fraud. Punishment: 3 years of supervised release, 16 months in federal prison, and full restitution of $Math BBS $45,000 with interest and penalties. As a result of her conspiracy plea, Sophia received a 12-month sentence, 2 years of supervised release, and an order to return the engagement ring. The week after Thanksgiving, Ryan had sold it. She didn't have the Math BBS $26,500 she needed to buy it back at auction. An aunt loaned her the money. Following the court's order, the ring was sold, with the money going toward reparation. No charges were brought against Ryan Carter. Despite everyone's paid assumption that he knew the money was stolen, prosecutors were unable to provide proof. 6 months later, he relocated to Boston. In February, Dad filed for divorce. Cited my spouse's illegal behavior and our irreconcilable problems. The process was swift and unattractive. The house was his. Mom received nothing. Since Thanksgiving, I haven't communicated with any of them. Blacklisted them on all platforms. Blocked their emails. And blocked their phone numbers. Using my cousin Ava and Grandpa as middlemen, my dad made 2 attempts to get in touch. I said no both times. Reconciliation was not what I desired. Apologies were not what I wanted. I wanted them to realize that actions have repercussions. Trust is shattered by such treachery, and once it is destroyed, it cannot be restored. Since it's a lengthy drive from Denver to Connecticut, Grandpa and I now eat dinner once a month, generally by video call. I occasionally take a plane to visit. We don't discuss Sophia or Mom. We discuss my work, my life, his career stories, and his maps. He opened a new account and transferred a further $450,000 in March. It arrived with a letter this time. This is the gift I always wanted to give you, Ethan. Use it to start a business, buy a house, or create something meaningful. I know you'll do it right. I was stupid enough to trust your mother when she asked me to do something wrong, but you showed me the truth even when it hurt. That's the mark of true integrity. Love, Grandpa. I purchased a home. Craftsman 3-bedroom home in a nice Denver neighborhood, next to a park. Now that I have a home office, I have a suitable place to conduct my research. Although I enjoy my job at Sentinel Tech and they treat me well, I occasionally consider opening my own business. Grandpa uses the 2nd bedroom for his visits. There is nothing in the 3rd. Perhaps it won't be in the future. Sophia sent me an 8-page handwritten letter last week. It came in a simple envelope with no return address. It began, Ethan, I know you'll probably throw this away without reading it, but I have to try. What I did was unforgivable. I was selfish and desperate, and I didn't think about what I was stealing from you beyond just money. I watched her words disintegrate into confetti as I read the entire thing and then fed it through my shredder. Forgiveness is seen as noble by some. Perhaps it is, but I have no desire to be honorable. Being entire is something that interests me. For me, being complete meant removing those who attempted to divide me and sell the parts. My money was stolen by them. They attempted to pilfer Grandpa's present. They came so close, but I left them with something they would never be able to steal. At Thanksgiving, my brother claimed the family business. But I revealed I had secretly gained control, silencing the room, as I took charge. At Thanksgiving dinner, my brother Maxwell stood up with his champagne glass lifted like a scepter and declared to 30 members of our extended family. Mom and Dad have formally chosen to hand over the company to me. Little sister gets nothing. The room erupted with applause. Aunts I hadn't seen in years raised their glasses. The uncles whistled and cheered. The cousins applauded as if they were watching history. My mother wiped her eyes with a linen napkin, filled with pride. My father sat at the head of the table, his demeanor content, as if he had secured his legacy. And Maxwell, the golden boy, firstborn son, the heir apparent who'd been nurtured for this moment since he was 12 years old, stood there like a king getting his crown. That arrogant grin pasted across his face as he basked in the admiration. I didn't applaud. I carefully and deliberately laid my wine glass down, allowing the crystal base to click against the mahogany table my grandfather had built himself 60 years ago. Then I stared directly at my father. "Dad," I replied, my voice piercing the applause like a blade. "Should I tell them now, or do you want to?" The room became quiet. Not gradually, but all at once, as if reality had been turned off. My father's fork struck his plate with a bang that seemed to echo off the walls. Maxwell's expression alternated between confusion, displeasure, and something that looked nearly like terror. "Tell us what, Isla." "So, what could you possibly say?" I dug into my bag, the leather messenger bag I'd brought into this house as if it were nothing remarkable, as if it didn't contain the nuclear codes for everything they'd built, and took out a manila envelope. "Open it." My family. I had been writing out their tale since I was 12 years old. That was the year Grandpa Charles died, the year my father gathered us in the living room of this same house, sat us down on this same furniture, and declared that Maxwell would inherit Bennett Industrial Solutions when he reached adulthood. "That's how it should be," Dad replied. His tone implied that this was natural law, rather than a decision. "This is a family company that is run by the guys." That was how Grandpa wanted it. I recall staring at my grandfather's portrait on the wall, serious face, kind eyes, the man who taught me to read financial documents when I was 9 years old, and knew instinctively that my father was lying. Grandpa never said anything like that. He'd spent hours with me in his office, teaching me how the company operated and told me stories of starting from nothing. But I was 12. "What can I say?" I asked. "What about me?" Dad laughed. I truly laughed as if I were telling a joke. "Sweetheart, you're going to grow up, marry, and start your own life. Your brother is the legacy. You'll be someone's wife someday. That is a sufficient legacy." From that day forward, I was invisible. Maxwell was sent to leadership camps every summer, business seminars during school breaks, and entrepreneur challenges, where he presented concepts that were basically mine but repackaged in his voice. When I questioned questions, I was given unpaid filing labor and a pat on the head. When I was 16, I spent 3 weeks developing a comprehensive cost-saving proposition for the production floor. Grandpa had taught me the fundamentals of operational efficiency before his death. How to detect waste, streamline operations, and interpret the figures that tell the true narrative of a firm. I expanded on everything he had shown me, performed the math, and made presentation slides. I delivered it to my father, foolishly and naively believing that it would be the catalyst for him to notice me. He did not even read it. He glanced through the pages without looking at the content, and handed Maxwell the full folder. "Present this at the board meeting next week." Maxwell did everything exactly, which is good preparation for when you're in charge. He didn't understand much of what he was saying. When a board member asked a follow-up question on depreciation schedules, he stared blankly until Dad spoke up. Everyone praised him, anyhow. That night, I cried in my room for 3 hours. Then I made my decision. If they wouldn't give me a seat at the table, I'd build my own and eventually acquire theirs. I left home at 18 with a full scholarship to Wharton, 3 part-time jobs to meet living expenses, and absolutely no support from my family. Nobody attended my high school graduation. Nobody helped me move into my dorm. Nobody contacted me to see if I had arrived safely. My mother's text was the only acknowledgement I received. Good luck, sweetheart. Call once you've settled in. I never called. They never noticed. I earned a finance degree from summa cum laude. Morrison & Associates, one of Wall Street's leading M&A advising firms, approached me about a position. Started as an analyst, earning Math BBS, $87,000 a year, which felt like a lot to someone who had been living on ramen and determination. Nobody attended my college graduation either. But by that point, I no longer needed them. My job entailed identifying undervalued companies before others saw the flaws, reviewing balance sheets, identifying distressed assets, and detecting the moment when a business shifted from struggling to salvageable. I was quite excellent at it. By the age of 28, I had advanced to senior associate status. By 31, I was a director overseeing a staff of 12 analysts. And then, 3 years ago, I noticed a familiar name on a client's acquisition target list. Bennett Industrial Solutions, my family's business, is described as a potential sell-off opportunity, troubled, suffering, and vulnerable. The report was nasty. Revenue fell 34% over 5 years, market share was lost to competitors, and the debt-to-equity ratio worried our risk assessment team. My grandfather's company, which my father had worked so hard to pass on to his son, was dying, and no one had told me. That night, I called my father and asked what was going on with the business. His response was swift and contemptuous. "This is men's business, Isla. You would not grasp the difficulties involved." I messaged Maxwell. His response arrived 12 hours later. LOL. Stay in your lane, little sister. We've handled it. They did not have things under control. The stats definitely showed this. But, more crucially, I saw something else in the records. Something that altered everything. Grandpa never consolidated ownership of the corporation. When he died, his shares were transferred according to his will, but not entirely to my father. Shares, as expected, had gone to retired employees who had helped create the business, to old partners who had invested in the early days, to distant cousins who had given money during difficult times, and to a charitable trust established by Grandpa for factory workers' children. My father held only $31% of Bennett Industrial Solutions. He had been operating as if he owned the company outright, although he did not. Not even close. I suddenly had a plan. My first contact was to Sophia Chen, a corporate attorney at Sullivan & Cromwell with 23 years of experience in hostile takeovers and shareholder conflicts. "Is this legal?" I asked her after describing what I intended to do. Purchasing shares in a privately held corporation from willing sellers. Absolutely legal. The challenge is if you can persuade sufficient stockholders to sell. What percentage would I need to regulate interest? 50% plus 1 share. That gives you the legal authority to choose and remove CEOs, approve significant business decisions, and basically govern the company as you see fit. And my family couldn't stop me. Sophia paused, and I could hear her thinking about the implications. If you acquire majority ownership through legitimate transactions with willing sellers, there's nothing they can do. They might try to challenge individual sales or claim improper influence, but if everything is properly documented and notarized, they'll lose. Good. I need you to draw up acquisition agreements, standard terms, and fair market value based on current company performance, which, given their financials, will not be very high, Sophia noted. The first shareholder I contacted was Benjamin Holloway, a retired engineer who had worked at Bennett Industrial for 37 years and owned 4. Mr. Holloway. My name is Isla Bennett, and Walter Bennett was my grandfather. Little Isla? His voice crackled through the phone, but I could hear the warmth in it. Benjamin, who was 83 years old and living in a nursing home in Connecticut, had received $2% of the company's shares as a retirement bonus from his grandfather in 1987. You used to come to the factory with Walt, and he'd set you up in his office with a calculator and a stack of invoices. Do you remember that? Of course, I do. Walt used to talk about you all the time, saying you had the head for this business and should be running things someday. He paused. Mr. Holloway. I'm calling because I'd like to buy your shares in Bennett Industrial at a fair market value based on current financials. I'm sorry to hear how things went after he died. The way they treated you didn't seem right, and my throat tightened. Why would you want shares in that mess? The company has been in decline for years. I'll sell them, but not for the money, but because your grandfather would have wanted you to have them. Walt always said you'd come back for it, that you'd find a way. Your brother doesn't know what he's doing, and your father refuses to admit it. Within a week, the papers were signed and notarized. And Benjamin Holloway's $4.2 dollar became mine. Over the next 18 months, I made 47 phone calls to scattered shareholders of Bennett Industrial Solutions. When I called, a widow in Kansas named Eliza Chen cried. Her husband had been one of Grandpa's original partners. Investing $. Math BB. 515. $0 in 1962 when the company was just an idea. My husband always said Walter was the most honest man he ever knew, and she said he would be so disappointed to see what happened. Maxwell, a cousin I'd never met, made Henry Bennett, my grandfather's brother's son, laugh out loud when I mentioned him. That boy couldn't even run a lemonade stand. I've been to 3 board meetings in the last 10 years, and every time he says something that makes me cringe. Henry owned $2.1, and he signed it over without hesitation. Rebecca Reyes, a retired accountant who worked at Bennett Industrial for 29 years, owned $1.8 through an employee stock purchase plan. Your grandfather was the best boss I ever had, she said. Each transaction was handled by Sophia Chen's team, each signature was notarized by a licensed notary public, and each share transfer was properly recorded with the company's transfer agent, a requirement that meant my ownership was technically visible in corporate records. Your father is not. And your brother is even worse. They signed quietly and privately, one by one, with no announcements or fanfare. Just legal documents, wire transfers, and the gradual accumulation of power. By November, I owned $44.3 of the company, while the rest of the board was too preoccupied with protecting their own positions to notice that the ownership structure was fundamentally shifting beneath their feet. Martin Carter was my grandfather's closest friend. They met during the Korean War, founded Bennett Industrial in a rented garage in 1959, and built it into a manufacturing empire over 40 years of partnership and trust. When Grandpa died, Ray stepped back from active involvement in the company. I flew to Vermont the week before Thanksgiving and sat with Ry in his small apartment. Surrounded by photos of his life, his late wife, his children, his grandchildren, and in the corner, a faded picture of 2 young men in front of a garage with a hand-painted sign. Ry was 87 years old and lived in an assisted living facility in Vermont. But his mind was as sharp as ever. He owned $7.1 of Bennett Industrial shares, which he kept as a reminder of his friend, not as an investment. When Martin saw me, he said, "You look just like him." Walt, same eyes, same stubborn set to the jaw. "I need your help, Mr. Carter." "Call me Martin." "Your grandfather did." "Martin." I took a breath. "I need to buy your shares. I'm trying to take control of the company before my father and brother destroy it completely." Martin studied me for a long time before reaching into his desk drawer and pulling out an old, yellowed folder held together with a rubber band. "Walt gave me this folder 6 months before he died, telling me to keep it until someone worthy came along." He handed me the folder, which contained a handwritten letter dated 23 years ago in my grandfather's handwriting. "Martin, if you're reading this, I'm gone, and you're probably wondering what to do with your shares. I have a feeling things aren't going to go the way I hoped after I die. Richard doesn't have the vision, and Maxwell doesn't have the character, but Isla has both. If she ever comes to you, which I believe she will, give her everything she needs." Martin slid the share transfer documents across the table, which he'd already prepared. "Isla, I've been waiting for you for a long time." When I finished reading, my hands were shaking. My grandfather had predicted this 23 years ago. Don't make me regret this. The week before Thanksgiving, I sat in my Manhattan apartment and ran the numbers one last time. Benjamin Holloway, $4.2. Eliza Chen, $3.7. Henry Bennett, $2.1. Rebecca Reyes, $1.8. 17 other shareholders, $32.4. Martin Carter, $7.1. Total $51.3. Controlling interest. Majority stake legal authority to appoint and remove the CEO, approve, or reject major business decisions, and fundamentally reshape the company's direction. My family had no idea I owned Bennett Industrial Solutions, so I called Sophia Chen that night and said, "I need you at Thanksgiving dinner as a witness and to answer any legal questions that may arise." Sophia laughed. Thanksgiving dinner was at my parents' house, the same house where I grew up, the same dining room where my father had announced 23 years ago that I would never inherit anything. I arrived at 2 p.m., and this could either be the most satisfying moment of your career or a complete disaster. With a bottle of wine in my leather messenger bag, Sophia Chen arrived separately, introduced to my confused parents as a colleague from New York who didn't have family plans for the holiday. The meal was standard family chaos, with children running around, aunts gossiping in corners, uncles arguing about football, my mother fussing over the turkey, and my father holding court about business challenges, carefully avoiding any mention of how bad things were actually getting. Maxwell was in rare form, wearing a new suit he'd clearly bought for the occasion, dropping hints all afternoon about big announcements and exciting changes for the company. I waited, and the announcement came between the main course and dessert. My father stood up first, tapping his glass with a spoon to get everyone's attention. After 40 years of building Bennett Industrial, I've decided it's time to pass the torch to the next generation. With grateful murmurs from the assembled relatives, I'm pleased to announce that on January 1st, I'll sign over my shares and position as CEO to my son Maxwell. That's when Maxwell stood up, glass raised, crown descending. Mom and Dad have officially decided to sign the company over to me. Little sis gets nothing. The room erupted in applause. I set my wine glass down. Dad, should I tell them now or do you want to? Maxwell ripped open the envelope with his characteristic arrogance, expecting something trivial, a complaint, a protest, nothing important. Then he began reading, and I watched his face change from confusion to disbelief. And then to a dawning horror that spread like ink in water. What? What is this? The company isn't being signed over to you, I said, standing slowly, because Dad doesn't own enough shares to sign over anything. I walked around the table, spreading documents as I went. Grandpa never consolidated ownership of Bennett Industrial, and when he died, shares were distributed to dozens of people, including retired employees, old partners, family members, and charitable trusts. There are share transfer agreements, notarized ownership certificates, and a complete breakdown of the company's current shareholder structure. Dad now owns $31%. My father's face turned pale as I pulled out the final document. We've been operating as majority owners for 20 years, but that's not enough for the kind of unilateral transfer he just announced. Those shares are scattered and impossible to collect. My mother's hand was pressed against her chest, as if she was having difficulty breathing, and Sophia stood up from her seat. As of last week, I owned $51.3% of Bennett Industrial Solutions, making me the majority shareholder and legally controlling the company. I'm Sophia Chen, a corporate attorney at Sullivan & Cromwell, and I've been advising Miss Bennett on this acquisition for the past 18 months. Every transaction has been properly documented, notarized, and recorded. The ownership transfer is legally unassailable. Maxwell stumbled backward and knocked over his chair. You can't just say it's not fraud, Sophia remarked calmly. It's a genuine acquisition of shares from willing sellers at fair market value. Miss Bennett approached every stakeholder, and they all chose to sell voluntarily. Many of them were really enthused about it. Actually, they were duped. They were manipulated. I've recorded phone talks with every stakeholder. I said, each one explaining exactly why they wanted to sell. Would you like to hear what they said about your leadership, Maxwell? He went silent. My father finally spoke, his voice shaking. Isla, this is ridiculous. The company is mine. I built it. Grandpa built it. I interrupted. You inherited it. And you've been running it into the ground for 20 years. Since you took over, revenue has dropped $34%, market share has been cut in half, and debt levels would make any investor scream. You didn't build anything, Dad. You just managed the slow destruction of everything Grandpa created. How dare you? How dare I? Something in me snapped after 23 years of being dismissed, ignored, and written off. It all came pouring out. How dare you? You told me when I was 12 years old that I didn't matter, that I'd never be a part of this company, that all I was good for was to grow up, marry, and be someone's wife. I took out Grandpa's letter, which Rai had given me, and handed it to my father. Grandpa didn't agree. He wrote this 23 years ago, knowing exactly what would happen. He knew you didn't have the vision, Maxwell didn't have the character, and I was the one who should be in charge. My father read the letter, his hands shaking by the end. This doesn't prove that the man who built this company believed in me. It proves that you've been lying to everyone, including yourself, for 2 decades. I returned the letter. The board meeting is scheduled for Monday, and I'll be presenting my ownership documentation and calling a vote to remove the current CEO. That's you, Dad. You're out. My mother burst into tears. My aunts and uncles sat frozen in their seats. Cousins exchanged shocked looks. Maxwell finally found his voice. You can't do this. This company is supposed to be mine. I've been preparing my whole life. You've been coasting your whole life. I said, every idea you've ever presented was stolen from someone else. Every success you've claimed was earned by other people. You couldn't run a lemonade stand without Daddy holding your hand, and everyone in this room knows it. That's not the cost-cutting proposal from 2008 that saved the company $2.3 million. That was mine, which Dad took from me and gave to you. Everything you've accomplished was built on my work, Maxwell, and now I'm reclaiming what was always supposed to be mine. My analysis, my strategy, with your name on it, and the restructuring plan that kept you out of bankruptcy in 2019, were all sent to Dad anonymously through a business consultant. The board meeting on Monday was brief. I presented my ownership documentation. Sophia walked the board through the legal implications. My father tried to object, claim procedural violations, and everything else he could think of, but the vote was 7-2 in favor of removing him as CEO. The only dissenting votes were his own and Maxwell's, and I was appointed interim CEO with immediate effect. My first act was to fire Maxwell, not out of spite, but because he genuinely lacked the qualifications for any position of responsibility. I offered him a severance package that was more generous than he deserved. You can't fire me. This is my birthright. This company has my name on it. It has our name on it. Bennett & Bennett Industrial Solutions is going to survive because I'm going to save it. He didn't take it well. I offered him a 6-month salary, continuation of benefits, and a positive reference if he wanted to find work elsewhere. He stormed out, and I haven't spoken to him since. It took 3 years to save the company, so I hired Jack Williams, a turnaround specialist with 27 years of manufacturing experience, to help restructure operations. We reduced costs, modernized equipment, and renegotiated supplier contracts. We focused on our core competencies and divested non-performing divisions. I hired Rachel Chen, no relation to my attorney, as CFO. She had been the CFO of a Fortune 500 company before retiring, and she came out of retirement specifically because she liked the story of what I was doing. We brought in new blood at every level, promoted internal talent that had been overlooked for years, and created actual paths for advancement that weren't dependent on family co. By year 2, we were profitable again. By year 3, we were expanding, with revenue up 23%, market share recovering, and new product lines launching. The company my grandfather founded was finally becoming what it should have been all along. My parents never apologized. My mother calls occasionally, makes small talk, and never mentions the company or what happened. My father doesn't call, and I've heard from relatives that he spends his days playing golf and telling anyone who will listen about how his ungrateful daughter stole his legacy. He doesn't realize that it was never his legacy to give. Maxwell relocated to Florida and started working as a sales manager at a car dealership. His wife left him 6 months after he was fired because she married him for the money and the family name, not for his winning personality. He's now engaged to someone new, probably telling her stories about the empire he was supposed to inherit. The relatives who cheered at Thanksgiving have split into 2 camps. Some of them have contacted me, apologized for how they treated me, and wanted to reconnect. I flew to Vermont for Martin Carter's funeral last year, where I sat in the front row and gave a eulogy about his partnership with my grandfather and his faith in me. Others have completely cut me off, but I'm fine with both. Martin Carter died last year at the age of 91, and his daughter approached me later. She handed me a small box containing a faded photograph of 2 young men in front of a garage from Martin's apartment. Dad talked about you all the time in his final months, saying that giving you those shares was the best decision he ever made. He gave me more than just shares, I said. He gave me permission to believe I was worthy. The beginning of everything, 1959, is written on the back in my grandfather's handwriting, and I have it framed on my desk now, next to my grandfather's letter. Last month, I was named to Forbes 50 over 50 list, which recognizes business leaders who achieved significant success later in life. The article described me as the woman who reclaimed her birthright through patience, strategy, and an unwavering belief in herself. A reporter asked me what I would say to young women who felt forgotten in their homes or workplaces, and I advised her, don't wait for anyone to give you a seat at the table. Build your own talents, expertise, and leverage so that when the time comes, you have the ability to change things. Do not hesitate. Take what's yours. The story went viral, and I received thousands of letters from women who had been told they weren't good enough, clever enough, or male enough to thrive, and that they should stay in their lane while less qualified brothers and sons were given opportunities they hadn't earned. I couldn't respond to all of them, but I read every single one. Maxwell texted me last week for the first time in 3 years. I need money. The dealership fired me. Can we talk? I didn't respond. Some may call that petty. Perhaps it is, but I've spent 23 years watching my family steal my ideas, my work, and my place in the world. They didn't just ignore me. They actively pushed me out, mocked my ambitions, and treated me as if I didn't matter. When I finally fought back, when I finally claimed what should have been mine, they acted as if I was the villain. I'm done apologizing for winning, feeling guilty for being successful, and rescuing people who have spent decades attempting to destroy me. Every Thanksgiving, I host dinner at my Manhattan apartment for the family I've created. Sophia Chen, Jack Williams, Rachel Chen, the senior team at Bennett Industrial, and friends who believed in me when my blood relatives didn't. We eat turkey, express gratitude, and toast to the things that are important. Every year, I raise my glass and make the same toast to Grandpa Charles, who knew I'd find my way back, and to everyone who told me I couldn't. Thank you for the motivation. The room laughs. We drink. The night goes on. But sometimes late at night, when everyone's gone and I'm alone in my apartment overlooking the city, I think about that 2-year-old girl sitting in her father's living room, being told she'd. Nah. I wish I could go back and tell her what was going to happen. That the pain would be temporary. But the determination would last forever. That the people who dismissed her would one day watch her take everything they thought was theirs. And that she was going to win, but perhaps she already knew. Maybe that's why she never gave up. At Thanksgiving dinner, my brother jumped up and proclaimed he was receiving everything. I took a glass of wine and modified the conclusion. Some novels write themselves, while others require you to struggle for every word. This one took me 23 years to complete. My parents forced me to attend their anniversary dinner, where they joked my wife was a better match for my brother. Then she exposed my mother's affair, and now my brother won't stop stalking us. There is open flirtation between my brother and my wife, and my parents joke that they are a better match than each other. Then, over their anniversary meal, they humiliated us a great deal. As a result of my wife's revelation of my mother's infidelity, my brother is now following my wife, which has resulted in our relocation to a different city. The celebration of my parents' 25th wedding anniversary will take place this coming weekend, and they have extended an invitation to both my wife and I to join them for a special meal with other members of our family. To tell you the truth, I have conflicting emotions about coming there, despite the fact that it is supposed to be a pleasant family get-together. The fact that Ryan is involved is the primary reason for my reluctance. As you may know, Ryan is my younger brother, and despite the fact that we are only 3 years apart, we have never been particularly close to one another. We do not share a very strong connection. The manner in which he feels about me is a significant contributor to that. Since we were children, he has harbored a great deal of anger toward us. This has been the case. While we were growing up, our parents, particularly our father, were really, extremely rigid. After serving in the military for a number of years, he undoubtedly brought that perspective into the way that he brought up his children. On a consistent basis, he encouraged us to compete against one another. It didn't matter what it was, whether it was attempting to outdo each other while performing tasks around the house or racing each other to the school bus in the morning, they were always competing with each other. There was a sense that everything was a competition between the two of us. It wasn't enough to simply give it your best effort. It was about outperforming your sister better than they did. To be honest, I didn't think the competition between Ryan and I was all that bad when we first started out. There was a possibility that it was even healthy initially. Considering that we were just children, a little amount of competition is perfectly reasonable. On the other hand, as time progressed, things began to change. My brother started falling behind, particularly when it comes to how well he was doing in school. I was always successful in my academic pursuits. When I was in school, I would always receive perfect grades, do well on examinations, and bring home report cards that my parents would be proud of. That, unfortunately, just served to make things more difficult for Ryan. As a result of the fact that I was doing so well, my father would frequently compare himself to me. Even when Ryan did not live up to expectations, he was subjected to severe sanctions. There were evenings when he was not permitted to consume dinner, And there were also instances in which he was compelled to stand in a corner for a considerable amount of time right up until the point where his legs would stop working. Not only did it harm him physically, but it also injured him emotionally. I could tell how much it hurt him. It was always Dad who used me as an example. His words were, "Take a look at your brother." I was even forced to tutor Ryan because he believed that if I assisted him in his studies, his grades would increase. He asked me, "Why can't you be more like him?" It didn't bother me to lend a hand. I wish I could, but I was only able to accomplish so much. The reality was that Ryan did not take pleasure in learning. He was not interested in it. As a child, he was more of a child who enjoyed being active and lively. He enjoyed being outside, running around, and utilizing his imagination. Sitting still with a book was not something that piqued his interest. In spite of the fact that everyone worked really hard to make it happen. As time went on, it became increasingly apparent that Ryan had been subjected to a great deal of pressure and continuous comparisons, which had taken their toll on him. To tell you the truth, I can comprehend why he started to feel resentment toward me. Regardless of how hard he worked, he had the impression that he was always falling short of expectations and was always one step behind. In addition, I will confess something that is difficult to utter out loud. My younger brother was suffering as a result of all of that because I was so preoccupied with making our father proud that I failed to take the time to observe our relationship. It never occurred to me to actually pause and consider how he must have been feeling at the time. Being forced to live in my shadow, and being punished for not being like me on a consistent basis. Something occurred then, just before I was due to leave for college, and it was something that shook our entire family to its core. A significant action was taken by Ryan. It was an entire bottle of sleeping tablets that he consumed. I was utterly terrified. We are extremely fortunate that our parents were able to locate him in time and take him to the hospital. The fact that the physicians were able to preserve him is something for which I will be eternally grateful. Nonetheless, that particular moment altered everything. It was as if someone had removed the blindfold that had been placed over my parents, particularly my father. For the first time, they were able to comprehend the extent of Ryan's suffering, which he had been concealing for so many years, and how profoundly he had been suffering. The damage that had been building up inside of him for such a long time was suddenly visible to them because it took something that terrible, something that had the potential to end in tragedy, for them to finally see it. Things at home underwent significant transformations after the overdose. My parents began attending therapy sessions with Ryan in order to better comprehend what he was going through at the time. In the years that have passed since then, they have treated him as if he were made of glass, as if every incorrect remark or slight amount of pressure could cause him to shatter. Throughout the years, I have also expressed my regret to my brother on multiple occasions. When we were younger, I apologized to him for not being more conscious of the situation and for not speaking up for him. I feel terrible about that. In an effort to put things right, at least between the two of us, I have made an effort. Even now, after such a long period of time, it is still the impression that my parents have remained to be overprotective of him. As a result of him, they are constantly walking on eggshells. My brother threatened to kill his own life once more after graduating from high school. When my father wanted him to continue his education at a college or university, he said that he was unable to live away from home and that he did not actually require any higher education. As a result, he never ended up leaving without a degree of any kind. Ryan has had a difficult time securing a high-paying work that is stable, in spite of the fact that he is able to secure employment. He struggles to maintain them. Either he is absent from work for an excessive number of days or he has disagreements with his coworkers, and eventually, he is terminated from his position. One may say that it is a pattern that continues occurring. Even though he does not pay rent, he continues to reside at home and is completely reliant on our parents for everything. You can name it: groceries, bills, and other day-to-day expenses. One thing I want to make perfectly clear is that my brother does not currently suffer from any documented mental disorder. Despite the fact that he has been going to therapy on occasion, he is doing well presently, with the exception of the depression that he experienced in the past. He achieves his goals. It is not as difficult for him as it was in the past. Indeed, he is surrounded by a strong circle of friends with whom he spends time on a daily basis. They partake in activities such as smoking, drinking, and going to parties together. It is not as if he is shutting himself away in his house or isolating himself. There he is, living his life. The only catch is that he is doing everything on the bank account of my parents. Moreover, I believe it is the thing that irritates me the most. He is never challenged, pushed, or asked to step up by my parents. They never do any of those things. The fear is palpable. And I am aware of that. They fear that they may exert too much pressure on him and end up losing him once more. He is aware of the fact. He has a perfect understanding of how to tap into that dread. In several instances, it appears as though he is making use of it to his own benefit. I have always had a lot of sympathy for my parents because of all that has happened. It was impossible for me to say no to them when they began requesting that I send money back to them in order to assist them with their day-to-day costs. As far as I am aware, they are now retired and do not have the same income that they did in the past. Due to the fact that Ryan has not made any contributions, I believe that it is the least that I can do to show my support for them because they are going through a difficult time. My brother seems to be living his life as if he doesn't have a care in the world, and ever since then, I have been sending him money on a monthly basis to help him out. The situation has reached a stage where I feel as though I am responsible for making up for the shortcomings in the family. Now, my wife is aware of every detail of my family trees. She has a deep aversion to my little brother, and this is not just due to the fact that he is a son who has abandoned his parents. It is also due to the fact that he has managed to make her feel quite uneasy on several occasions. You see, Ryan is really flirtatious with my wife all the time. Beginning from the moment he first laid eyes on her, he has consistently displayed an excessive amount of affection towards her, attempted to be touchy-feely around her, and even made provocative comments that are completely improper. Under the appearance of being nice or childlike, he engages in this behavior. If I were to call him out on it, he would laugh it off, shrug it off, and act as if I was exaggerating the situation. The manner in which my parents react to these circumstances is what makes the situation much more difficult. However, they fail to see it for what it truly is. On the contrary, they utterly disregard it, rather than pointing the finger at Ryan or supporting me. Some people believe that it is nothing more than a harmless crush, as if it were some simple schoolboy thing. There are occasions when they even make a few remarks that give the impression that they are discreetly promoting doing it. As an illustration, the occasion that my wife was intended to have with my parents for the very first time was supposed to be one that was warm and welcoming. I'm referring to the regular situation in which the family gets together. However, as we were all sitting around and conversing, my mother suddenly said something to my wife, who was just a girlfriend at the time, that might have been something along the lines of, "You are so funny. You know, you'd actually be a much better match for my other son, Ryan. You two have the same kind of humor." She even laughed a little as she said this, as if she thought it was an amusing and harmless joke. Ryan is my other son. In response, my father jumped in and concurred with her. When he was talking to my wife, he remarked something that was similar to, "Yeah, Ryan is a hoot." I remember just sitting there wondering if I had heard them correctly. "You'll probably have more fun with someone like him." It was then that I realized what they had said. Why were they attempting to bridge the gap between my brother and my partner? Who would even consider saying something like that to someone's partner? As a result of the fact that both my wife and I were initially so taken aback by their remarks, we initially believed that they were merely joking and attempted to laugh it off. Nevertheless, my parents have never stopped bringing up the concept that my wife would have been a better match for my brother. They have done this throughout the course of many years. It's almost as if they've never stopped focusing on this recurring motif. The same thing has been expressed over and over again, "She's so much more like Ryan." Or they have made comments about how my wife and Ryan have personalities that are so similar to one another, as if that were some sort of indication that she had the wrong boy in the end. Even on the day of our wedding, just before the ceremony, my mother took my wife aside and asked her, "Are you sure you want to marry him?" She said it as if she was giving my partner one last opportunity to change her mind and run away. It was as if she was hoping that my wife would change her mind and go away. During the day of our wedding, can you even fathom how heartbreaking it was to hear that? I got into a heated argument with my parents about this matter, and I came dangerously close to cutting them out of my life at that time. However, after that, they apologized in a partially sincere manner and promised that they would never again speak to my wife in such a manner. Nevertheless, on the occasion of my brother's birthday, they make it a point to go to great lengths in order to secure my wife's presence in the photographs or films that they take. Whatever degree of discomfort it causes us, it does not matter. Some of the things that they will say include, "Come on, you two look so good in pictures together." Another example is, "Just one photo. Don't be so stiff." Although it is subtle, it is consistent. It doesn't matter how many times we try to shrug it off or transfer the topic in a nice manner, it continues to occur. Whenever we have brought this up, and whenever we have attempted to have an honest conversation about how uncomfortable all of this makes us, my parents have simply dismissed it as if it were nothing at all. My mother usually makes an effort to rationalize it by claiming that my brother has never had a real girlfriend, and that he is simply smitten with my wife because she is so beautiful and enjoys standing next to her. It's not much better with my dad. His statements include things like, "What's the harm in standing next to him for a photo, if it makes your brother happy?" He is sincerely under the impression that it is not a significant issue, that it is merely a minor matter, but in reality, it is not. After a while, we simply reached our limit, following an excessive number of instances in which we were made to feel uncomfortable and disregarded. My family and I have decided to cease attending family activities that involve my brother. Absolutely nothing, not even birthdays or get-togethers. Our withdrawal has been total and complete. Not only have I stopped going to see my parents, but my wife has also stopped going to see them. On the other hand, my mother is adamant that we show up this time because she has invited all of my cousins and other distant relatives, and she does not want me to miss it because she is afraid that people would start asking questions. Lily, in the event that I do not show up, bring it up to date. Please accept my gratitude for the comments. The fact of the matter is that I have not yet made up my mind about whether or not I will go to the upcoming gathering my family. My thoughts have been bouncing back and forth about it for quite some time. The other part of me keeps thinking about everything that has happened over the years, including how they have treated my wife, how they have always made excuses for my brother, and how they continue to brush off our boundaries as if they don't matter. And while there is a part of me that feels like maybe I should go just for the chance of meeting other members of my family, there is another part of me that keeps thinking about each of these things simultaneously. In order to maintain the peace, should I go and act as if everything is fine, or should I stay away in order to safeguard the tiny peace that we have been able to construct for ourselves? To be honest, I'm still undecided about this. This is the second update. So, we made the decision to travel to celebrate the anniversary of my parents' wedding, and to tell you the truth, it was a terrible idea. In the course of the occasion, it was obvious that my parents were overjoyed to see me. When I arrived, my mother gave me a bear embrace and told me that she was overjoyed that I had come because she had honestly not anticipated that I would. I simply smiled and nodded my head. At least up until supper, everything was going along quite smoothly. Everyone was sat around the table, catching up with one another and engaging in idle chatter. After that, one of my aunts made a passing comment about how all of the cousins, with the exception of my brother Ryan, were either married or in engaged relationships. A small chuckle came out of her mouth as she asked him, in a half-joking manner, why he was still unmarried and whether or not he was dating someone he might want to marry in the near future. The only thing my brother did was smile in an odd manner and blush as if he were trying to conceal something. After that, one of the cousins responded in a playful manner by shouting, "Come on, Ryan. Spill it. Do you have a crush or what?" My mother responded without missing a beat by saying loudly, "Oh, I don't know about a girlfriend. But he does have a huge crush on his brother's wife." She then pointed her finger at my wife and laughed as if it were the most hilarious thing in the world. When my father joined in, he laughed even more loudly. Both my wife and I became ice cold. Despite the fact that I was staring up from my plate with my jaw clenched and my eyes locked with my mother, she did not even notice. She was too busy laughing and talking to my aunt, saying something about how my brother had been entranced by my wife for so many years, as if it were some kind of romantic movie storyline and not a completely improper fixation to be obsessed with your own brother's wife. She was speaking about how my brother had been blown away by my wife for so many years. Then, as if that wasn't enough, my aunt turned to my wife and asked her in a loud voice and without any thought, "Do you have any sisters or female cousins that Ryan could possibly date?" Some of the other relatives really chuckled when they heard this. The only thing that my brother did was sit there, blushing and smiling faintly, as if everything was completely under control. There was no attempt made by him to silence my parents. He did not make any attempt to sidestep the topic of discussion. Simply sitting there, he seemed to take pleasure in the attention that was being paid to him. It was clear that the temperature was increasing in my face. I turned around to look at my wife, who was sitting there giving off an embarrassed and humiliated appearance. These events were the final straw. I didn't even give it a second thought. I have just lost my temper. I raised the volume of my voice to a level that was audible to everyone seated at the table. I then turned to my mother and expressed my disapproval by saying, "How dare you talk about my wife in such a manner?" The entire table fell silent. You might have been able to hear a pin drop. "You promised me, both of you, that you wouldn't cross this line again," I remarked to my mother and father as I stared at them both. My voice was shaking, but I didn't care since you were laughing about my brother having a crush on my wife. You vowed that you would respect our limits and stop putting us in awkward situations. But here we are again. You're laughing about my brother having a thing on my wife. Afterward, I turned my attention to the other members of the table, which included my cousins, aunts, and uncles, and I said, allow me to ask you something. How many of you believe that it is okay for someone to openly admit that they have a crush on their own sibling's spouse, and for the entire family to laugh about it as if it were a scene from a sitcom? Do you think that this is normal? No one spoke up. The grin that had been on my aunt's face was wiped away. A couple other people just sipped their drinks in an odd manner. Suddenly, nobody had a response to provide. My brother was the next person I turned to, and I just let it out. You've been acting like a creep around my wife for years, I shouted, my voice quivering with anger. I do not feel comfortable around you. You flirt with her every time we are in the same room. You have sent her late-night texts, but she has never responded to any of them. You attempt to stand too near to her, touch her when she is obviously uncomfortable, and act as if it's all a joke. The expression on my brother's face changed instantaneously, and I continued by looking around the table and asking, and you all think this is funny? Do you really believe that it is acceptable for someone to behave in such a manner against the wife of their brother? Upon turning my attention to my parents, I asked, and you, too? How many times have you made remarks about how my wife and Ryan would be such a terrific match for each other? It's been years since you started doing this. You went so far as to say something similar to this at our wedding. Do you even have any idea how disastrous the situation is? What a shockingly disrespectful expression it is. I was also angry at my aunt for participating in my mother's joke, so I looked directly at her and questioned, would you ever say this kind of stuff about your own son's partner? Everyone was very silent. I was also angry at my aunt for playing along with my mother's joke. Do you think it would be appropriate to tell your daughter-in-law that she would be more suitable for another member of the family? Would you allow your son to behave in such a manner while he was around the wife of another person? She looked stunned and then slowly she shook her head. Exactly, I said. So why are you okay when my parents are doing it to me? You could feel the room shrinking into itself. Everyone was uncomfortable now, not because of me, but because I said what needed to be said, what everyone probably already knew deep down, but had chosen to ignore. My parents were completely taken aback as they sat there. My father appeared to be on the verge of exploding, with his face flushed and his fists clenched on the table. My mother, on the other hand, began to experience panic. She attempted to laugh it off, but her voice was shaking because she was saying, I didn't mean anything by it. Let's face it, this isn't even that serious. It's nothing more than a slight squeeze. Just kidding around about your wife, and Ryan has always been our way of doing things. My wife, who had been sitting next to me the entire evening, mute and ashamed, eventually snapped at my mother. She pushed her chair back slightly and stared straight at my mother. I'm sorry, but it is just funny, and I wasn't really trying to offend anyone. She was saying at that moment. The tone of her voice was soothing, but it was also loud and cutting, and it was audible to everyone. Oh, I get it now, she continued. Since everything is just a joke to you, I guess cheating on your husband all those years ago was just for fun, too, right? My mother halted, her eyes widening in surprise. I mean, my wife added, her tone becoming more aggressive. I'm going to suppose that just like everyone else, you had a crush on the neighbor, right? At the time, when you made the decision to sleep with him, I suppose it didn't mean anything at all. Wouldn't you agree that it was only for fun? There was full and utter silence throughout the entire room. My father appeared to have been punched in the stomach, and my mother appeared to be completely devastated. My mother's face turned white. I couldn't stop myself from letting out a satisfied laugh. What my wife had said was absolutely true. This was an ugly little secret my parents had buried for years and kept it from everyone. Long ago, my mother had cheated on my father with their neighbor, and when he found out, she begged him not to leave. I had told my wife about this truth, and she had kept it to herself for many years. Now, finally, she had turned the truth around and used it to hit back hard at my mother for always hurting her. She had endured years of pain, years of inappropriate comments, weird jokes, and watching my parents treat her more like a prize for my brother than my partner, and she finally used the one thing she knew would shut it all down. He stayed merely for me and my brother. Over time, he appeared to have forgiven her, or, at the very least, he appeared to have moved on from the situation. My mother burst out of her amazement and instantly began yelling at my wife. She yelled that my wife had no right to throw that old affair in her face, and that she had crossed a boundary. My father joined in, increasing his voice as well, and he called it disrespectful and pointless to bring up the past whenever it was brought up. But I wasn't having any of that. I stood up and yelled right back. You crossed the line the moment you made my wife the punchline to your creepy jokes. The moment you kept defending Ryan like he was some kind of harmless little boy when he's been making my wife uncomfortable for years. Don't you dare talk about disrespect when you've disrespected our marriage over and over again. My mother began to cry in front of everyone, attempting to make it seem as though she was the victim at this point. However, people were still trying to come to terms with the fact that my mother had cheated on my father when everyone had thought of them as the ideal couple. Ryan finally opened his mouth, but he only yelled at me for ruining the party. He yelled at me. "You always have to make everything about you." I just stared at him, stunned that after everything, this was what he took away from it. "You think I'm the one making this about me?" I asked, my voice calm but firm. "You sat there and let Mom announce your crush on my wife as if it were some kind of lighthearted joke. You didn't say a word to stop it. You blushed like it wasn't disgusting. You let them humiliate me and my wife again in front of everyone. And now you're mad at me for standing up." He rolled his eyes and waved his arms around dramatically. "Oh, please. You always act like the victim. No one even said anything that bad. My wife and I made the decision to leave because my parents and Ryan continued to yell and point fingers at each other. The yelling didn't appear to be going to stop anytime soon, and to tell you the truth, what was the point of staying there any longer? It was obvious that they weren't interested in listening to us or understanding where we were coming from. "We're done," I announced before leaving. "Don't dare to contact us unless you all grow up and are ready to take some accountability." Since that night, my phone has been buzzing constantly. They just wanted to anger themselves and play the role of the victims. So, without another word, we quietly picked up our belongings and walked out of the room. The majority of them come from my mother, and a few come from my father as well. They are full of anger and guilt tripping. They keep saying that my wife and I had no right to expose Mom's cheating, especially in front of the entire family. According to them, we completely destroyed their so-called picture-perfect marriage by exposing my mother's affair to everyone. My mom, in particular, has been relentless. She says she's been humiliated, and that everyone is now looking at her differently, and that we've shattered her reputation. And because of all this, my mom now expects my wife to publicly apologize to her for what she said during dinner. My mom truly believes that my wife owes her an apology for calling out her hypocrisy and for bringing up something that, according to her, should have stayed in the past. It's honestly exhausting. Update 3. After days of back and forth in my own head, I finally picked up the phone and called my parents. I knew the conversation wouldn't go well, but I also knew I had to say what needed to be said clearly and directly. I told them calmly but firmly that after everything they had said and done, not just during that awful dinner, but over the years, I couldn't keep pretending like things were okay between us. I stated that I had spent years trying to keep the peace, giving money every single month to assist them out, not just because they had asked, but because I really sincerely wanted to help. I thought it was the right thing to do. I told them that my wife and I were tired of feeling disrespected. I also told them that I had been trying to keep the peace for years. I had the intention of providing assistance to them since they are my parents and because it was obvious that Ryan was not making any contributions. However, after witnessing the manner in which they have continued to treat us after all of the humiliation, the obvious favoritism, and the utter lack of accountability, I informed them that I could no longer continue. I told them that I would be cutting off all contact with them, which meant that there would be no more phone calls, no more visits, and no more financial support. I explained that this was the only way forward for me and my wife to heal and live in peace. My parents did not take it well at all, and the moment I told them that I would be cutting them off financially, they completely lost it. They kept saying that I was taking things too far over something that they still claimed was just a joke, and they never once accepted their mistakes, or even apologized for them. My mother began yelling at me, calling me ungrateful, and accusing me of abandoning my family. My father jumped in and said that I was turning my back on the people who had raised me for years. My mom even accused my wife of turning me against them, as if I'm too weak-minded to make my own decisions. They cursed me literally and said I would regret this for the rest of my life when my wife would eventually leave me. It was brutal to hear, but I didn't waver. I stood my ground and then I ended the call. Since then, my wife and I have blocked them. Update 4. It has been almost 4 months since my last update, and a lot has happened since then. To begin, Ryan has continued to send my wife creepy unsolicited love letters, despite the fact that I have cut off my brother and warned him multiple times. This is despite the fact that we have threatened to involve the police. He just didn't seem to care. Then, about a month ago, my wife and I were given some incredible news. We are expecting a baby and are pregnant. We were overjoyed and shared the happy news on social media. However, this was clearly a huge mistake because earlier this week, things took a terrifying turn. When my wife came home from work, she was very surprised to find Ryan sitting on our porch waiting for her. He started to get up as soon as she saw him. She immediately felt unsafe, so she ran back to her car and started driving away as he ran towards the car and begged her to stay and talk with him. I can't even begin to explain the panic that she must have felt at that moment. She called me and I rushed home as fast as I could. We both called the police right away, but unfortunately, since Ryan hasn't technically broken any laws yet, like attacking my wife or breaking into our home, they couldn't arrest him. According to the police, he hasn't actually committed any crime, just persistent harassment. So, they let him off with a warning, and that's the part that frustrates me to no end. However, we did speak to a lawyer, and he is helping us file a restraining order against my brother. My wife no longer feels safe in our current home, and I don't want to put her or our unborn child in danger in the event that Ryan decides to show up again. He is crossing so many lines, but the law doesn't seem to be able to do much until it's too late. As a result, we have made the decision to sell our home and relocate to a different area in order to get away from all of this chaos before our child is born. I am beyond angry and exhausted. This situation is out of control, and I am doing all in my power to protect my wife and child. I cannot allow anything to happen to them.